As the esteemed president of a company, you find yourself reborn as an ant, helplessly watching a mantis and a centipede engaging in a brutal fight. Instead of running away, you excitedly rub your antennae, preparing to snag a kill. The mantis's blade slices into the centipede's shell, venom splattering everywhere. The centipede flips over, biting down hard on the mantis, injecting its deadly poison. Hiding under the blades of grass, you activate your inspect skill, and two near-death red health bars flash before your eyes. Mantis, STR 0.040.001 centipede, def 0.020.002. Now's your chance. As the ant army hesitates, you shoot out like a black beam, your strong mandibles snapping down on the connection point of the mantis's head. EXP plus 96, EXP plus 103. Feeling the surge of SCR within you, you coldly gaze at the villa in the distance. The revenge has begun. Chapter 1, Rebirth at Death's Door. Lin lay on the windowsill, listening to the intoxicating sounds coming from inside the room, breathing in the pheromones wafting through the air, his small body trembling violently. He had been reborn, but to his surprise, he found his soul had taken over the body of an ant. He had become a male ant. Moreover, he was a fully developed male ant with wings. Growing up means facing death. The ant colony has 5 levels, the highest ranking being the queen, also known as the ant king, who is the largest and primarily responsible for laying eggs, breeding new ants, and overseeing the entire colony. Next in rank are the female ants. If they mate and shed their wings afterward, they will become new queens, referred to as the princesses of the colony. As a male ant, Lin's primary duty was to mate with the queen and then die a few days later. He helplessly realized that he had just completed his mission and had been discarded. He was already drained and on the brink of death. He had actually been reborn in the body of a male ant that had already mated and was waiting for death. That queen had abandoned him, her loyal consort. Even if I am reborn, I can't escape the fate. I didn't even get to mate, yet I have to bear the consequences. This was his house before he died. In a city like this, having a standalone villa was already quite an achievement for Lin. But at this moment, looking through the window towards the villa, he saw his wife Young, embracing a tall man with a slicked-back hairstyle, standing at nearly 6'3", his thick beard neatly groomed and impressively styled. Lin died in a car accident. His wife was still young, which he could accept. After all, he couldn't expect such a young woman to remain a widow. After all, he was now merely a 5 or 6 millimeter long ant. He also had a 6-year-old daughter, or rather, an adopted daughter named Bella. Just thinking of Bella made Lin's heart ache. After all, he was dead, and he had no idea how Yang would treat her. System. Come out. System, are you dead? If you don't come out now, I'll be dead. Lin was feeling hopeless, facing death for the second time, and at this moment, he was even more despairing. Ding. System binding is in progress. Binding successful. Please check the status panel, host. Listening to the mechanical sound in his mind, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I said it, in this situation, without a system, what is the point of reincarnation? Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level 0 dying. Lifespan 301 sky. STR is 0.0020.001. AGI is 0.0020.0001. Def is 0.0020.001. Talent, Venom 0.0010.0000066 milliliters. Int, 11. EXP, shocked. Minion, 100. Seeing this status panel, Lin almost wanted to crash his head against a wall. The value before the parentheses is the normal number, while the one inside is the current remaining value. Aside from INT, every other attribute has several zeros after the decimal point. INT is 1, probably because he is still the soul of a human. What the hell is 0.000066 milliliters of venom? That's almost invisible to the naked eye. System. You're being too stingy. How am I supposed to survive? Others have systems that are either godlike or endless. How come my base stats are so low that I don't even have a basic ultimate skill? Host. As a famous ant in the universe, low base attributes are normal for you. However, with your relentless effort, you can still have a promising future. As a member of the insect race, you shouldn't focus solely on your own attributes. The advantage of the insect race lies in teamwork. Also, don't think that obtaining an ultimate skill is that easy. If you can develop your team to 1,000,000 members, I will reward you with your first real ultimate skill. Keep it up, ant. 1,000,000 members? A large ant colony, hundreds of thousands isn't too hard, but 1,000,000, great. What does first mean? If I develop more, will there be a second and a third? Of course. But that requires you to earn it through your own evolution. My reward is just a starter pack. Don't ask so many questions, focus on your current situation. Oh no! I'm so hungry. A wave of dizziness hit, and Lin suddenly remembered that he was a starved male ant, and he felt that he would die within half a day. What made the ant even more despairing was that he had lost one pair of his wing membranes. He could only fly short distances to begin with, but now this remaining pair had become a burden, making it impossible to fly and adding a lot of weight, leaving him struggling to move. After considering for a moment, Lin bit off his only remaining pair of wing membranes and started to chew them. Although these membranous wings are thin, they still hold a bit of energy. For Lin right now, the most important thing is survival. Without the membranous wings, he looks more like an ordinary worker ant. Not far away, on a piece of fallen deadwood, over 100 worker ants are busy transporting various foods. This is the colony where Lin belongs. Lin rolls around in the dirt, wraps himself in some soil, and then crawls along, blending in with the worker ants. He needs food, but with his own individual strength, it's incredibly difficult to obtain it. Even if he can find food, the dangers outside are beyond the capability of a dying male ant. Even a small patch of grass poses countless threats of death. Hey! Which one? Newcomer, take care. What do you mean by newcomer? Buddy, this is my spot. It's fine, I'll help you. Alright. The dialogue among ants is this pure. In reality, there is no dialogue, it is merely Lin's imagination. Ordinary ants simply do not have language, they communicate messages entirely through pheromones. In their eyes, the entire world is pixelated. An ant's eyes are composed of hundreds of thousands of individual eye structures known as compound eyes, and each single eye functions like a simple eye. However, having so many eyes does not help ants to better perceive their surroundings. Their field of vision is only 3 degrees, and their eyesight is just 1/10 that of the average human. If ants had a similar eye structure to humans, they would need to have compound eyes with a diameter of 6 meters mounted on their tiny bodies. Fortunately, Lin has a human spirit, allowing him to see things clearly like a normal human. Of course, he was able to successfully blend into the worker ant colony thanks to pheromones and the scent of his kind. He followed the ant colony to the ground under a dead tree, where there were some insect eggs, left by some unknown insect. It's so big, how am I supposed to move it? Looking at the insect egg that was several times larger than himself, Lin felt a surge of doubt. Hi! A signal came from ahead. It was a worker ant roughly his size moving a black insect egg, asking Lin to come over and help. Just the two of us can move it? Lin glanced at the tiny compound eye of the ant, and the next moment, he was stunned by what he saw. That worker ant easily lifted the insect egg. What the heck? What's going on? I just remembered, we're ants, we can lift objects 100 times our weight. Thinking of this, Lin got excited and dashed over, grabbing the other end of the insect egg. Bro! What should I call you? While moving, he also asked the other one's name. Call? Yeah, what's your name? Hi. When I didn't ask. The other party is just an ordinary ant, so there is no possibility of conversation. As there was no communication, Lin immediately shifted his focus to the insect egg he was carrying. The insect egg was about the size of a grain of rice, with a hard shell, but after trying, he found that his developed mandibles could bite through it. So, Lin transported the insect egg while sneakily eating the egg liquid. By the time the worker ant team arrived at the anthill, he was finally full. And the worker ant collaborating with him had no idea that what it was carrying was just an empty shell. Upon reaching the anthill, Lin had a new idea. The queen ant lays hundreds of eggs every day, consuming a lot of food. There must be storage rooms in this anthill, right? The storage rooms should contain plenty of sugary food. So, Lynn prepared to infiltrate the anthill in search of more nutritious food. Just then, several ants with disproportionately large heads suddenly crawled into the storage room, their mandibles clearly much stronger. Soldier ants. The soldier ants were exchanging signals. Although the male ant Lynn reincarnated as originally belonged to this ant colony, he did not inherit any memories of the colony, so he was unsure what the nest looked like and naturally hesitated to enter the anthill. Moreover, he did feel full today, so he planned to rest a bit right there, waiting for the food he had just consumed to be digested and restore some of his bodily functions. Chapter 2: The First Minion. The morning sunlight poured through the gaps in the grass leaves, making Lynn feel extremely comfortable. Being an ant isn't so bad. There's no fighting, no pressure, no scheming. After a night's rest, Lynn felt like he had almost returned to his normal state. He opened the status panel and saw that, indeed, the data had changed. Name: Lynn. Species: red fire ant. Level: 0. Lifespan: 30-25 sky. STR is 0.0020.002. AGI is 0.0020.002. Def is 0.0020.002. Talent: Venom 0.0010.0000085 milliliters. Int: 11. EXP: Shocked. Minion: 100. I understand now. The front data shows my current maximum value, while the number in parentheses indicates my current status. After eating enough food and a night's recovery, my status has returned to normal. By the way, what is this minion? Yesterday, he really wasn't in the mood to consult system about anything, but today he's feeling better, so Lynn plans to start understanding this system. A minion is the number of beings that are submissive to you. You can currently recruit 10 minions. And what is EXP? EXP is the points you earn by hunting living beings. EXP can be used to increase the limits of other attributes. The EXP earned by minions is also added to the host. And the host can also use EXP on the minions to enhance their abilities. Lynn was worried that as a male ant, he couldn't reign in a matriarchal society. Now that he knows he can actually collect minions, his mind began to race. The queen of this ant colony controls tens of thousands of worker ants and hundreds of soldier ants, making her very powerful. It's impossible to subdue her in a short time. It seems I need to find the newly married queen to capture. By the way, what about that princess ant who discarded me after dumping? If I find you, I will definitely take you as a minion. Just based on size, Lynn felt he wouldn't even stand a chance against a soldier ant in a one-on-one fight. Seeing the worker ants crawling around, his thoughts began to shift again. Can I kill some isolated worker ants to gain some EXP and boost my strength first? With this in mind, Lynn immediately left the ant nest and began to crawl towards the outskirts. Soon, he discovered a solitary worker ant half a meter away from the ant nest. Lynn didn't hesitate. He emitted friendly pheromones while approaching this worker ant. The worker ant had no idea Lynn would attack it. Lynn seized an opportunity and suddenly opened his strong jaws, clamping down on the connection between the ant's head and body. The ant's body is divided into 3 parts: head, thorax, and abdomen. The head has sensory antennae that detect smells, which are its main information-gathering organs. The head also has compound eyes and mouthparts, while the thorax has 6 legs. The interior mainly consists of the esophagus and glandular tubes. The abdomen is where the main body organs like the crop, foregut, midgut, and rectum are distributed. This worker ant was pinched at the smallest connection point between its head and thorax by Lynn, and was directly bitten off. Soon, Lynn saw that his EXP had turned into 1 point. Killing a worker ant grants 1 point of EXP. Let's see how much it can increase my STR limit. With a thought, this point of EXP instantly became clear. Sure enough, STR on the status panel changed from 0.002 to 0.00201. However, the change in this value left Lynn a bit stunned. According to this calculation, he would need to kill 100 worker ants to raise the value to 0.003. But at least there is hope. After stealing the first worker ant without alerting the colony, Lin began to hunt in earnest. After a morning of hunting, he finally increased his STR limit to 0.003. Although the STR cap had increased by a third, he felt that his efficiency in hunting worker ants had declined. After opening the data status panel, he realized that long hours of hunting had severely deteriorated his physical condition. He needed to replenish his food supplies. This AGI growth is way too slow, I need to gather enough minions first. With that in mind, Lin turned his gaze towards a soldier ant. Soldier ants have larger heads and more developed mandibles than worker ants, and their overall size is also significantly bigger. Lin quietly assessed his current strength. If he launched a surprise attack, he felt he could certainly handle a soldier ant. I just wonder if I can make the soldier ant submit and willingly become my minion. Thinking more won't help. Once I've restored my energy, I'll find out. After eating and drinking to full again using the same method as yesterday, Lin began his actions. He was targeting an ordinary soldier ant, almost a centimeter in length, which was quite a bit larger than Lin at the moment. Lin had no advantage in any aspect, but he could ambush. This was a patrolling soldier ant. Lin took advantage of its unawareness and directly seized it by the neck, lifting the soldier ant effortlessly. The soldier ant had no time to react before Lin had flipped it onto its back, legs in the air, trying to twist its body and clamp down on Lin with its massive mandibles. But Lin had calculated that once the ant's neck was seized, its head could not turn at all, leaving the soldier ant flailing its legs in vain without being able to grab anything. Submit to me. Or die. Lin released pheromones, wanting the soldier ant to submit. However, the soldier ant simply could not submit. It kept struggling without any hope of escape, continuously waving its 6 legs. Helplessly, Lin could only hold the soldier ant and flee to the outskirts. Since the soldier ant had emitted an alert about an enemy attack, other soldier ants would soon come to its rescue. To avoid alarming other soldier ants, Lin had to temporarily hide. The soldier ant continued to struggle, but Lin had no intention of letting it go. After over 10 minutes, the soldier ant slowly stopped, likely having exhausted a lot of energy. To be honest, Lin was almost exhausted himself from trying to keep the soldier ant subdued. Nevertheless, he kept pushing himself to emit pheromones. Submit to me. Or die. Just when Lin was losing hope, his status panel suddenly changed, and the original minion slot transformed into 101. Looking at the change on the status panel, Lin immediately felt deflated and threw the soldier ant away. In the next moment, he was surprisingly able to see new changes beneath the minion tab. Name, unknown. Species, red fire ant. Level, 0. Lifespan, 60-45 sky. STR is 0.0040.001. AGI is 0.0020.0001. Def is 0.0030.002. Talent, Venom 0.00010.0001 milliliters. Int 0.00010.0001. A soldier ant is just a soldier and its base stats are way better than mine. You're my first minion, so let's call you Soldier 1. Looking at the gasping Soldier 1, Lin felt helpless. He still needed to find food to help Soldier 1 regain its strength. But this was inevitable. To become stronger, this step had to be taken. Chapter 3, It's not an accident, it's a disaster. After Soldier 1 became Lin's minion, Lin could feel a sense of closeness emanating from Soldier 1. With his first minion, he started to feel a bit excited, sensing that he wasn't so alone anymore. Soon, he managed to steal some food from the worker ants. After eating and resting for about half an hour, both he and Soldier 1 were back to peak condition. Once they regained their condition, he set off to hunt with Soldier 1. After receiving Lin's charge command, Soldier 1 did not hesitate and directly attacked the worker ants from the same nest. Seeing Soldier 1 in battle, Lin was at a loss for words. Although the Soldier 1 STR was stronger than him, it fought with utter chaos. Perhaps due to a lack of intelligence, Soldier 1 couldn't find the enemy's weak points for a critical strike. Instead, it rushed in for a flurry of random attacks. It took Soldier 1 several minutes to kill a single worker ant, and it consumed a significant amount of its energy. However, when Lin wanted to teach Soldier 1 how to deliver a fatal blow, he discovered that it simply didn't understand. Simple commands could be communicated well, but specific communication was utterly impossible. Let's go with this filling up 10 minions isn't too inefficient. Lin could only comfort himself like this. Throughout the entire day, Lin led Soldier 1 in hunting down lone soldier ants. By dark, he finally fulfilled his wish to recruit 10 minions. Standing on a patch of dry leaves, looking at the 10 soldier ants surrounding him, Lin felt majestic, reminiscent of his past motivational meetings with his company staff. All the words can be summed up in one character: kill. Lin led the 10 soldier ants, embarking on a killing spree. He naturally didn't dare to openly wage war on the ant colony. Instead, he hunted some foraging worker ants at the outskirts. This way, he could gain EXP and gather food, sustaining himself through battle. From dusk until night, with the cooperation of 10 soldier ants, Lin had already amassed 500 EXP. He spent all 500 EXP on boosting his STR. Name: Lin. Species: Red Fire Ant. Level: 0. Lifespan: 3024 Sky. STR is 0.0070.004. AGI is 0.0020.001. Def is 0.0020.001. Talent: Venom 0.00010.00009 milliliters. Int: 10.8. EXP: Shocked. Minion A1010. Seeing his STR limit has multiplied, Lin felt fairly satisfied. However, upon checking his troops, he found that more than half of the 10 soldier ants were already on the brink of death. Soldier 8 and Soldier 10 had even lost a leg. System: what happens if a minion dies? Injured minions greatly reduced combat power, and Lin began to consider abandoning Soldier 8 and Soldier 10. If a minion dies, it takes 3 days to replenish. The host can recover minion injuries by spending EXP. 3 days? That's too long. Lin didn't plan to wait 3 days. He intended to quickly restore his team's condition and then directly earn EXP to revive the minions. After a full 2 hours of fussing around and spending over 100 EXP, Lin managed to restore Soldier 8 and Soldier 10. By now it was around 10 o'clock at night. Even ants have a biological clock and need to return to their nests for rest. Naturally, Lin had no nest to go to, so he could only crawl under a pile of dry leaves with the minions. Just after he settled his team, he suddenly heard a sound of crying. Upon hearing the cry, Lin's INT was immediately stirred. It's Bella. Lin crawled toward the sound, taking more than 10 minutes to finally reach a windowsill of the villa. Through the glass window, he saw his adopted daughter Bella hiding under the covers and crying. Lin shouted a couple of times but realized that no sound was transmitted outside. He couldn't even make a sound. Even if he could, how loud can an ant be? Damn young. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely kill you, you despicable creature. Bella cried for half an hour before finally falling into a deep sleep. Only after his daughter slept did Lin leave the windowsill and crawl to another one. This was the master bedroom of the villa, which had once been Lin's bedroom. Now the entire villa was occupied by Yang. The moans of Yang came from the master bedroom, which irritated Lin greatly. Not only that, but there was also a man's muffled groan mixed in. Just as Lin was about to leave, he heard Yang scream a few times, followed by soft whispers. Only 3 minutes, and it's over? This Chow isn't very good at his job. It seems Yang is somewhat clever after I'm gone. He won't be able to control the company but has learned to win over important members within it. The man named Chow is Lin's vice president at the company, and he is someone Lin had personally promoted. After they finished, it seemed that Yang and Chow were talking about something. Lin initially didn't want to listen, but the topic of their conversation piqued his curiosity. Because Yang actually mentioned Lin's name. That bastard Lin. Even in death, he is making it hard for people. This is easy to handle. The villa may be in Bella's name, but she's just a little kid. We just need to take a few measures. A person as self-proclaimed clever as Lin, if we want him dead, he'll be dead. And you can't deal with a 6-year-old? After that, we'll just send her off to the orphanage to avoid trouble. Hearing Chow's words, Lin, who had originally thought his wife Yan was just reluctantly using him after his death, suddenly had a moment of clarity. Lin always believed he had died in an accident brake failure that led to a fall. Although unlikely, if it happened, it was just his bad luck. But it seems now that it wasn't bad luck, it was man-made. After forcibly calming his emotions, Lin continued to listen to their conversation. By the way, Dongfeng, there won't be any problems on the company side, right? What problems can the company have? Lin is so young, he wouldn't have set up a will. With him dead now, you are the primary heir, and his shares will naturally go to you. Plus, with the portions I've already acquired, we together hold over 67%, which gives us absolute control. As for his brother Jing, we dealt with him too. Oh. Chow was speaking when it seemed something covered his mouth, preventing him from continuing. After some playful banter, Chow continued, if Jing knows what's good for him, I could leave him a bit of the shares under his name, let him take some money and leave. Otherwise, we'll just send him down to join his brother. Hey! Are we being too ruthless doing this? What is this? Which successful person doesn't step over the corpses of others to get ahead? As the saying goes, when a general succeeds, countless bones decay. I'm not being too extreme, I'll give him a chance to live. At this point, Lin, perched on the windowsill, was already trembling all over. He swore silently that he would not let these two scoundrels get away. He planned to punish these two people in the cruelest way possible. Chapter 4: The Mantis vs. the Centipede. A whole night had passed, and before the sun had even risen, Lin was already preparing to set off. Chow and Yang really raised his sense of urgency. Early in the morning, he led his 10 minions out to hunt. After being busy for a full 2 hours, with the sun now high in the sky, Lin finally led the troops to take a break and replenish their energy. Thanks to a significant boost in his STR, they had gained 600 EXP in just 2 hours today. Initially, he wanted to allocate all 600 EXP to his STR, but he quickly discovered that there was indeed a limit. Once STR reached a certain level, he couldn't increase it any further. After consulting the system, he finally learned that his STR had already hit the level 0 cap. To continue enhancing his STR, he would need to undergo a body evolution and reach level 1. To reach level 1, his other attributes also needed to be maxed out at level 0. Thus, he directly allocated the remaining 300 EXP entirely to AGI. For the next 3 days, Lin continued to covertly hunt with his 10 minions, and his stats changed every day. Name: Lin. Species: Red Fire Ant. Level: 0. Lifespan: 30-20 Sky. STR is 0.010.008. AGI is 0.010.0078. Def is 0.010.008. Talent: Venom 0.0010.0001 milliliters. Int: 10.9. EXP: 784. Minion A1010. When he maxed out his DEF, the system suddenly sent a notification. Host's current level data has reached its peak. Do you wish to immediately advance to the next level? With such good news, Lin would certainly not hesitate. In the next moment, a sharp pain spread throughout his body. He felt like the fluids within him were surging rapidly, and his whole body began to swell. In just a few seconds, he felt his original shell cracking open, and the tearing pain quickly subsided as his new shell rapidly hardened. After a wave of dizziness, he felt that he had grown quite a bit taller, not only taller, but also larger. Previously, he was only 6 to 7 millimeters long, but after shedding his shell, he grew to an impressive 1.5 centimeters, allowing him to look down on soldier ants that were even bigger than him. At that moment, his data status panel also underwent a significant change. Name: Lin. Species: Red Fire Ant. Level: Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan: 120120 Sky. STR is 0.010.008. AGI is 0.010.0078. Def is 0.010.008. Talent, venom 0.0010.0001 milliliters. Skill, inspect can view the target's attributes. Int, 10.9. EXP, 784. Minion, 10010. After the upgrade, I surprisingly gained a skill. I can view the target's attributes. This is a great skill. System. Could you please explain why, after my evolution, my base attributes haven't increased at all? Host, you may have some misconceptions about evolution. Evolution is the advancement of life forms, and during the evolution process, the host does not absorb any energy, so the base attributes will not increase. So you mean, level 0 peak and level 1 initial stage are equally powerful? The host can understand it this way. However, after evolution, the essence of life changes, and there is a certain chance of developing new abilities, awakening talent. Just as he had just undergone evolution, a disturbance suddenly arose from a distant swarm of ants. Lin initially thought it was caused by his own evolution, but soon he received a message. It turned out that the ant swarm had discovered a war. Several soldier ants rushed toward the nest with news of the war. In a moment, hundreds of soldier ants gathered from all directions and scurried towards one direction. Lin immediately led his minions to follow behind the soldier ants, tracking the scent they left behind. After crawling for a good 4 or 5 meters, he finally spotted a few soldier ants circling not far away. He saw that the soldier ants were lingering on a broken tree branch, seemingly looking for a way to move forward. These fools, can't they just go back and walk along the trunk? Those soldier ants weren't that clever, but Lin no longer needed them to lead the way, as he had already seen the scene 2 meters ahead. There, at the roots of a tree, a centipede the size of a finger and a mantis were wrestling with each other. Inspect. Lin immediately used the inspect skill. Name, unknown. Race, mantis. Level, 0. STR 0.040.036. AGI is 0.030.025. Def is 0.010.01. Talent, large blade. Int 0.0150.014. Seeing the data of this mantis, Lin was quite shocked. Despite having just undergone evolution, the gap was still several times. Then he inspected the data of the centipede. Name, unknown. Race, centipede. Level, 0. STR is 0.030.028. AGI is 0.010.0078. Def is 0.020.018. Talent, venom 0.30.215 milliliters. Int 0.0140.009. This centipede's STR and AGI were both relatively weak, inferior to the mantis, but upon seeing the def and the venom attribute, Lin was rendered speechless. Especially the venom. This guy even carried nearly 0.3 milliliters. Just as Lin was inspecting the data of the two, a large group of soldier ants had slowly approached the battlefield. However, the mantis and the centipede completely ignored the soldier ants. Perhaps in their eyes, ants were simply insignificant. At this moment, the mantis retracted its large blade and suddenly lunged forward, cutting a wound into the centipede's back, its juices splattering out. The most distinctive feature of the mantis's attack method is its speed. The mantis has keen vision. Its eyes are similar to human eyes, allowing for 3-dimensional vision. Though not perfectly clear, it can see roughly. In contrast, the centipede is not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it is quickly scuttling across the ground. It is looking for an opportunity. The centipede's most advantageous weapon is its venom. It has large mandibles and countless legs, with 22 segments, each having a pair of legs, and each leg containing a venom sac. It is searching for an opportunity to bite the mantis. As long as it bites the mantis, it can rapidly release venom. And this would obviously be fatal for the mantis. The mantis is aware of this as well. Therefore, the mantis does not rush to seize the centipede, but instead leaps to evade and waits for another chance, its forelegs blades shooting out to strike at the centipede's back. The centipede is hit hard again, nearly being turned over this time. Just as the centipede is about to stabilize itself, the mantis can no longer hold back and immediately lunges forward, its forelegs firing towards the centipede's head. The mantis's attack speed is extremely fast. It can complete a blade strike in just 1/5 of a second. However, the centipede had been dodging until now, seemingly waiting for this opportunity. The centipede suddenly opened its large mandibles wide and bit down on one of the mantis's legs. Even though its head was deeply dented from being slashed, it desperately rolled toward the mantis's body. It's important to know that within each of the centipede's legs, there is a venom sac. 0.3 milliliters of venom could incapacitate even a weak adult, let alone a mantis. In order to break free, the mantis struck the centipede's head fiercely with its blade while simultaneously opening its mouthparts to bite at the centipede. Surprisingly, with that bite, the centipede lost a chunk of its head. However, soon the mantis realized that its STR was quickly fading, and its original three-dimensional vision was also rapidly dissipating. In this critical moment, a black light suddenly burst out from the ant swarm, racing toward the centipede and mantis. This black light was Lin, who had been using the inspect skill to observe the battle. He saw on the data status panel that the mantis and centipede had entered a critical state, so he wanted to rush out to claim the final blow. Commonly known as stealing the kill. Chapter 5, Crisis. Before his rebirth, Lin was the founder of a company worth over 100 million. He was essentially part of the elite. His remarkable achievements are naturally linked to his extraordinary ability to seize opportunities. This time, his bold action reflects a rational judgment of the current situation. At this moment, both sides in the battle are severely injured, and their vitality is rapidly dwindling. According to the data from the status panel inspect, the centipede's STR has already dropped to less than 1/5 of its maximum value, while the mantis is even more dramatic, with its STR rapidly approaching 0, and its AGI is infinitely close to 0. An ant charged in, and both the centipede and the mantis were completely oblivious, only sensing a flash of darkness in front of them. In the next moment, a void filled the back of the mantis's head, and its entire head fell to the ground. The centipede noticed something falling and used all of its strength to bite down on the fallen mantis head. However, the centipede had no idea that the real danger was not here. After crushing the mantis's head, it felt excruciating pain in its own head, but it did not die immediately. Its bodily functions allowed it to live for a few more seconds, though it soon lay still. Before long, Lin's status panel displayed the data. EXP jumped twice consecutively, first by 96 points, then by 103 points. Seeing this result, Lin was somewhat speechless. He thought that taking down two such massive creatures would yield a decent amount of EXP. After all, they were big bosses, but it turned out to be just this, which seemed not worth it. At that moment, while Lin was in a daze, many worker ants had already started to crawl over and attempt to transport the bodies of the centipede and the mantis. Ants have a form of formic acid in their bodies that can decompose many substances, including the toxins of the centipede, so they do not hesitate to eat the centipede. Watching the swarm of ants surround him, Lin could only helplessly watch as hundreds, even thousands, of worker ants began to carry everything away. And he himself had no intention of fighting for anything. He still has over 1,000 EXP, and he didn't plan to use it on himself but directly applied it to his minion instead. Now his SCR is already several times that of a normal soldier ant. Only enhancing himself wouldn't be very useful. It was better to strengthen the minion's power. Especially since he could now recruit 100 minions, he needed to promote a few slightly stronger minions to serve as leaders for the upcoming minion army. His goal is not just to recruit a few soldier ants, he wants to take control of the entire ant colony. To dominate the ant colony, he must possess enough strength to launch a coup against it and ultimately control the ant queen. As long as he can make the ant queen his minion, his supply of food and troops will be endless. Just as Lin was continuing to capture minions, he discovered a problem over the past few days. The number of worker ants in this ant colony was increasing. The soldier ants had not decreased even after he took away dozens of minions. Rather, there seemed to be a growing trend. Moreover, the anthill was being expanded. Originally just the size of a fist, it had formed several mounds over 10 centimeters high in just 2 days. Soon, Lin figured out what was happening. The batch of winged princess ants that had flown away earlier had mostly established new homes elsewhere, but a small number had returned to this colony, becoming the new queens of this anthill. An ant colony can have multiple queens at the same time, but the original queen has absolute control over the entire colony. The growth of the ant colony immediately aroused a sense of crisis in Lin. What worried him was not the colony, after all, he was also part of it, secreting pheromones that belonged to this ant colony. What he was worried about was humans. It's important to note that although his villa covers 800 square meters, with 500 square meters of lawn and plants, it is still a human living area, and there's no way such a large ant colony could exist here. The immense sense of crisis made Lin immediately focus on his surroundings. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before he saw a plump woman walking over. Hey! There's actually a nest of ants this large here, looks like the garden needs cleaning. Lin knew this plump woman very well. Her name was Mei, and he usually called her Mei. She was part of Yang's family and was in charge of managing the villa. Upon seeing Mei, Lin knew disaster was looming for the ant colony he was in. Fortunately, he had captured quite a few soldier ants over the past few days, and his troop had expanded to over 90. He just needed to lead the troop away. As for where to go, he had already thought of a plan. It was impossible to stay away from the villa. He needed to remain here to closely monitor Chao and Yang, and behind this villa was a small hill. This hill was not tall, just a few dozen acres of small woodland, with a winding path that ended at a small reservoir. Since this reservoir served as a living water source for the area, outsiders were not allowed to enter to avoid polluting the water. Without delay, after catching his first glimpse of Mei, Lin began to organize his team for retreat. First, they needed to climb over the wall, which was naturally very easy for ants. While other ants might think the entire garden was their whole world, Lin had the soul of a human, and his perspective was not something ordinary ants could compare to. Quickly, he found the right direction and set off grandly with his troop, facing no obstacles along the way. Just as Lin climbed to the top of the wall, he spotted Mei walking into the greenery with a bottle of insecticide in her hand. The ensuing result is predictable. Lin could only mourn silently for the ant colony he had once been part of for a few seconds. After all, this is a human society, and humans are the rulers of this planet. No other species can oppose them, not to mention ants, which are at the very bottom of the food chain. Yang! Chao! You guys better wait for me, I'll be back soon. Lin didn't linger in that place and led the team to the small woods. This is truly the paradise for insects. Feeling the humid warmth of the forest and the scent of the earth, Lin felt like a fish entering the ocean. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, his antennae suddenly stood upright. It's her. It's her. That two-timer. He sensed the presence of the queen ant he had once mated with. After mating, the queen ant sheds her wings and digs underground to lay eggs on her own. Before laying eggs, she consumes a lot of energy, even eating her own wings for nourishment to feed the first batch of baby ants. Based on the timeline, the queen ant he mated with should be attempting to become a new queen. Chapter 6: A New Home. Following the scent, Lin quickly found the nest of that queen ant and climbed in without hesitation. As the founder of the colony, the queen ant lives about 30 centimeters underground, creating a small chamber about 6 centimeters wide for herself. The new queen's nest was sparsely populated with soldier ants, and there were even fewer worker ants. Lin quickly killed several soldier ants and entered the nest. At that moment, some worker ants were using tunnels to go outside the nest to retrieve fresh leaves, chewing them into a paste to fill the fungal garden, completing the entire cultivation process. Once the fungi grew, they would take it out to feed the queen. Several worker ants were feeding the queen when she suddenly stopped and stared at the newcomer, who was roughly the same size as her. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to check things out. Question mark. You don't remember me? You dumped me not long ago. What? Two-timer. At first, the queen didn't react, while Lin was already inspecting her data. After checking the queen's data, Lin felt completely at ease. Apart from a lifespan cap of 6 years, everything else was a mess. She was no match for him at all. At this moment, the colony should be at its most vulnerable. If discovered by another ant colony, it would immediately face annihilation. Once the queen came to her senses, she immediately issued an attack order against Lin. The worker ants quickly rushed towards him, accompanied by dozens of soldier ants. But in the next moment, dozens of powerful soldier ants surged in behind Lin. Without Lin having to lift a finger, these soldier ants quickly cleaned out the other ants in the nest. Lin extended one of his front limbs and pressed the queen ant down to the ground, while the other front limb stroked the queen's antennae. Hee hee. Little vixen. Submit to me. I'll make you feel good. The queen ant was terrified, trembling, and struggling. Ha ha. Struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Lin found it strange he was a solid human soul, yet after turning into a male ant, he truly felt the impulse to conquer the queen ant. Control yourself. Control yourself. I'm human, not an insect. He secretly admonished himself, but signals from his body told him that the queen ant seemed quite beautiful. Before long, the queen ant was on the brink of collapse due to Lin's torment. However, the result was as expected. The queen ant became his minion. Name, Queen 1. Species, red fire ant. Level, 0. Lifespan, 6 years 6 year. Amount 0.0050.002. AGI is 0.0040.0018. Def is 0.0030.0018. Int 0.0010.0009. Having tamed Queen 1, it was time to build the ant colony. The construction of the ant colony has a very scientific process. This is a memory encoded in their genes, so Lin really didn't need to interfere much. His task was to ensure the safety of the ant colony. Although being in the mountains was more suitable for his growth, it also increased the dangers. The mountains are home to numerous insects, as well as some natural enemies of the ants, such as certain frogs. There are also some antlions that specifically feed on ants. Antlions are the nemesis of all ants. They dig pits in the ground to capture ants. When ants approach the pit's edge, the antlion throws sand at them, causing the ants to fall in and become its food. When Lin first ventured out to gain EXP, he saw a funnel-shaped sand pit on the ground, similar to a trap dug by humans. Other ants didn't know, but as a human soul, he could tell immediately that this was the antlion's trap. Sure enough, right next to the trap, he saw an antlion with a body resembling a spindle, a small head and anterior thorax, a more developed middle and posterior thorax, and a large abdomen covered in stiff bristles. This antlion had a flattened head, with a pair of strong, curved mandibles at the front, which constituted its dual piercing mouthparts. Not only that, its body shell was exceptionally hard, with a depth reaching a terrifying 0.3. This DEF was directly several times that of Lin. Since the opponent's size was several times larger than Lin's, its STR was also similar. In terms of SCR, if calculated by body proportion, other insects of the same size can't compare to the ants. However, this antlion was larger than him. Of course, with the AGI boost, as long as Lin didn't fall into the trap, he was not afraid of the opponent at all. The opponent is strong, but Lin must kill them. This antlion has its territory right next to the ant nest he plans to establish. In order for the ant colony to thrive, all surrounding threats must be eliminated. Of course, he doesn't need to do it himself. Now among Lin's minions, there are several that are close to level 1, especially Soldier 1, whose SCR is maxed out and can fully compete with this antlion. Kill. Casually, Lin emitted a strong pheromone of killing intent, and hundreds of soldier ants followed him, charging towards the antlion. The antlion had never seen such a scene in its life, and seemed a little dazed. It could never have imagined that the ants, which had always been its food, would actively attack it. Of course, its hard exoskeleton meant it was not at all afraid of the swarm of attacking ants. Leading the charge was Soldier 1. Although Soldier 1's size was nothing compared to the massive antlion, the SCR unleashed surprised the antlion. It bit down on Soldier 1's mandible, but it felt like biting on stone. At that moment, Soldier 2 and Soldier 3 also leaped in, grabbing any part of the antlion's body to start a chaotic assault. Before the antlion could react, its entire body was lifted up by more than a dozen ants. Lin, who was watching this from behind, was also stunned. He had forgotten that with enough ants, lifting something as large as an antlion was child's play. Once the antlion was lifted, it completely lost its power to resist. Even though its depth was extremely high, it couldn't withstand such a concentrated onslaught. In less than a moment, the antlion's body began to ooze murky bodily fluids. With the increase of 15 points of express, Lin already knew the outcome. The significance of killing the antlion does not lie in the EXP, but in the maintenance of territory by the ant colony. On the first day of moving to the forest, Lin led his soldier ant team to start clearing threats, and spent 3 days cleaning out an area of about 30 to 40 meters. They even exterminated a total of 5 ant colonies. These colonies were all small ones that had just been established, with the largest having only a few thousand worker ants. Under the command of Lin, this super-intelligent brain, several ant colonies were gradually consumed and exterminated. Unfortunately, those ant queens did not choose to surrender, and Lin also lacked the patience to wear them down, ultimately killing them all. Of course, for the larger animals and flying birds in the sky, Lin was powerless. Not far from the ant nest, there was a nest of mice. Fortunately, the mice do not eat ants, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for him. Lin's clearing activities continued until he encountered a powerful swarm of fierce ants, at which point he finally reined in his efforts. This group of aggressive ants consisted of only 700 or 800, but they were generally larger than fire ants. Even their worker ants had the strength of Soldier 1, so Lin had no intention of confronting them for now. A single aggressive ant can lift over 400 times its body weight and can carry objects exceeding 1,700 times its own weight. It's said that a group of over 10 united aggressive ants can move maggots or other food weighing over 5,000 times their collective weight, which is equivalent to 10 average men weighing 70 kilograms each, moving 3,500 tons of heavy objects, averaging 350 tons per person. From the perspective of relative strength, aggressive ants are truly mighty. Given the immense strength of the aggressive ants, Lin was naturally cautious. Chapter 7: The Revenge begins. In these days, Queen 1 was responsible for laying eggs daily, producing as many as 200 to 300 each day. Moreover, some of the eggs she laid earlier were hatching every day. With Lin providing constant support and an unending stream of spoils, the newly hatched little ants would certainly not go hungry. It's foreseeable that as long as nothing unexpected happens, the ant colony will expand rapidly. Lin's own stats were also climbing swiftly. Name: Lin. Species: red fire ant. Level: Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan 120114 Sky. STR is 0.030.03. AGI is 0.030.028. Def is 0.010.008. Talent: Venom 0.010.01 milliliters. Skill: Inspect can view the target's attributes. Int 10.98. EXP Shocked. Minion 10096. He hadn't really enhanced the minion's strength over the past few days, but had instead put most of the EXP into his venom, so that section had already reached its maximum level. Not only that, but he had also maxed out the venom from Soldier 1 to Soldier 10. The combined venom from Soldier 1 to Soldier 10 was nearly equal to Lin's own amount. The venom of fire ants is quite formidable. When this venom spreads on human skin, it leaves large areas of scars that appear burned and are hard to heal. Fire ants use their venomous stingers to incapacitate intruders. For humans or other animals, fire ant venom is harmful, yet for fire ant colonies, this venom serves as their elixir against bacteria. The reason Lin prioritized adding to his venom first is that he wants to teach that pair of lowlifes a lesson. After a night of rest, Lin and all the minions were back to their peak condition. Soon, he set off towards the villa with 10 minions enhanced with venom. The tall walls of the villa held no significance for Lin and the others, it was merely a matter of spending extra time. After climbing over the wall, he didn't rush to the master bedroom of the villa, but instead circled around where the ant swarm used to be. Sure enough, the original ant swarm was gone, and there were several piles of fire ant corpses in the grass. Then, Lin, along with Soldier 1 and the others, climbed up the villa's walls and entered the master bedroom through a gap in the windowsill. To Lin's surprise, Yang and Chao were still awake. The air in the bedroom was thick with the scent of hormones, clearly indicating that the two had just finished their affair not long ago. As for this matter, Lin felt nothing anymore. He was entirely focused on seeking revenge on the two. Of course, since they hadn't yet entered a deep sleep, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Since he still needed to wait, Lin didn't plan to sit idle. He climbed out of the window again and went to Bella's room. By the faint moonlight, he saw that Bella had already fallen asleep. "Little Bay. Although you're not my biological daughter, don't worry, since Dad has adopted you, I will never let you suffer. Just wait, it won't be long until Dad comes back." Lin silently repeated this in his heart, pausing at the windowsill for about an hour before leaving. Back in the master bedroom, Yang and Chao had indeed fallen asleep. However, Lin didn't rush into action. Instead, he used the inspect skill to check the data of the two. Name, Chao. Race, human. Level, 0. Lifespan, 89 years 63 year. STR 1.10.8. AGI 1.31.05. Def 10.8. Int 10.78. Chao's stats were generally above 1, while Yang's were below 1, confirming Lin's earlier thoughts. Even the system uses the average values of ordinary humans as a standard. Lin didn't intend to waste any more time and led the team towards the two's bed. "Oh my gosh. This is suffocating." As Lin grumbled, he rushed forward. Beside him came the sound of rustling. Chao was scratching his back. "Retreat." In fact, the retreat order had already been given, but Lin couldn't guarantee whether the minions would be able to complete the withdrawal mission. At this moment, he only felt exhilaration. Soon, the team had retreated out of the window. One is missing. Not only was one missing, but two minions had also lost their legs and were clearly injured. After all, ants are too small, and humans are too large. SCR levels are not on the same scale. It might have been due to Chao scratching an itch that led to casualties. Lin was not unable to accept such an outcome. Keep in mind, even a single ordinary fire ant can cause a bump when it bites, and for those allergic, it can be life-threatening. Now it's tens of times more potent than ordinary red imported fire ant venom. Injecting it into someone's skin like this will have effects that are predictable. Even someone who isn't allergic will still feel incredibly uncomfortable for a while. Moreover, the other person won't even know they've been bitten by an ant. Especially for Yang, since she was bitten in that area, she would never dream of suspecting it was an ant. Instead, she would most likely think in another direction. At that time, it's possible for suspicion to arise between the two, which would be the best outcome. Thinking about this, Lin was extremely excited all the way. Fortunately, Soldier 1 and the others had low intelligence. They only sensed that their master was very excited and didn't know the specific reason. Ah! What a pity, what a pity! Such an interesting thing, and no one to share it with. This kind of thing should be celebrated with a few friends over some beer, huh? Upon smoothly returning to the nest, Lin's earlier gloom was completely swept away, and her mood finally lightened up. As he expected, even before the second day came, that very night, a series of intense itching woke both Yang and Chao. Chao was okay. He only developed a few large welts on his back, which itched terribly and were hard to scratch. He could only rub against the edge of the bed, doing so all night, even rubbing his skin raw, feeling both itchy and painful, suffering greatly. Yang, however, was even more tormented. She experienced unbearable itching and secretly squeezed but didn't dare to scratch wildly. That area was just too sensitive. But she couldn't stand it any longer and finally ended up giving herself a hand. Chapter 8: The Dramatic Outcome. When the second day dawned, the scene on Chao's back was terrifying enough to scare Yang, making her suspect that Chao had harmed her and that she had contracted some disease. However, she didn't dare to ask directly and could only suppress her doubts while enduring the pain. While Chao was busy washing up, Yang secretly checked her condition. This check startled her so much that her soul nearly flew away. She saw that the area that had itched last night had now developed several transparent blisters, some of which had already been scratched open, oozing blood. With the sores and intense itching, Yang couldn't help but suspect she had been poisoned. As for Chao, while washing up, the odd itching on his back compelled him to turn his back to the mirror and check. This sight nearly frightened the life out of him. What is this? What's going on? Could it be a skin allergy? Just when he was beginning to suspect he had a skin allergy, an angry scream came from the bedroom. Chao! You goddamn bastard. Get out here. Chow was startled, he hadn't even finished brushing his teeth, quickly running out. What's going on? Why this shouting? Yang pointed at Chow and scolded, Chow. You scoundrel, damn it, are you fooling around outside? Facing Yang's probing questions, Chow's mind raced. Which man doesn't cheat? But how do you know? He knew that if Yang didn't have solid evidence, she wouldn't act this way. He thought back and felt that the other party couldn't possibly know. What nonsense! Stop talking rubbish, I just took over the company completely during this period, and it's crucial to get rid of Lin's leftover forces in Jing. How would I have time for any nonsense? You still won't admit it. Look at what you've done to me. Look here, it's all ruined. You are such a scumbag, why did I ever believe you? You fool around outside, come back and ruin me, and now look what you've done to me. How am I supposed to live? Yang screamed while desperately grabbing. Chow initially wanted to argue, but seeing how the other party had turned out, he was suddenly in a tangle. Damn Zhou, clearly claiming to be a pure college student, turns out to be fooling me. I swear I'll make you pay for this. Zhou is Chow's partner and also the financial director of Lin's company. The two of them worked together to take down Lin. To celebrate this matter, Zhou arranged a cruise for some fun, indeed inviting a few young and beautiful ones, but Chow never expected that it would lead to such a situation. Of course, given Chow's character, even if there was such a thing, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just kick Yang out. However, he was about to seize control of the company that Lin had left behind, and without Yang's support, he and Zhou truly wouldn't be able to manage. You have to know that Lin holds 40% of the company's shares, with over 20 other shareholders holding only 60%. Even he, Chow, currently only has 28%. Thinking of this, Chow forcibly suppressed his temper. Lu. Don't rush, we aren't sure what's going on yet. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup first. Damn it, how am I supposed to go to the hospital now? It's so itchy, incredibly itchy. I just want to scratch it all the time. Yang screamed, even attracting Mei from the first floor. From outside the door, Mei didn't dare to say anything. She was stuck in the middle. Obviously, the newlyweds were in a conflict, so it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene, nor did she have the right to. Alright. Don't worry, since you can't go out, I'll bring the doctor to the house, Chow said in a gentle tone, not mentioning anything about his own issues. But Yang couldn't hold back, pointing at Chow and saying, hurry up and get the doctor, it's gynecology, I want a female doctor. Chow was actually itching terribly himself at that moment, but after Yang's ruckus, he didn't feel it anymore. However, just after he went downstairs to start the car, a strange itch began to invade his back again. He had no choice but to drive while rubbing his back against the seat. Given Chow's current status, arranging to meet a gynecologist privately was an easy task. Less than half an hour later, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, slightly plump, entered the villa with a suitcase. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to step into the villa, Chow grabbed her. Dr. Lu, wait a moment, let me show you something first. Chow exposed his back, asking Dr. Lu to take a look at it first. His intention was clear, he wanted to know what virus was affecting him, so he could be better prepared for the situation. Dr. Lu gasped as soon as she saw Chow's back. Mr. Chow, what happened? How did your back end up like this? How long has it been like this? In truth, Dr. Lu couldn't identify what was wrong, as her expertise was in gynecology and she had no research on ant venom. Of course, if it were the ordinary venom of red fire ants, she might be able to identify some signs, but Chow's back was simply too exaggerated, covered in transparent blisters, probably dozens of them. Most of the blisters had already burst, leaving his back a bloody mess. Dr. Lu could not associate this situation with an ant bite. Moreover, since Chow had already mentioned Yang's condition in advance, Dr. Lu was inclined to think that they must have contracted some illness, which left her unable to make an immediate judgment. Just last night, the first half of the night was fine, but suddenly in the second half, the itching became unbearable, and it hasn't stopped since. I understand. Let's first check Miss Yang's situation and then determine what's going on. Lin, you don't understand at all. Dr. Lu, given our situation, is there a rough possibility? Could you at least give me a hint? Chow still wanted to gather some information beforehand. Well, for now, I cannot make a determination. I understand your concerns. How about this? I won't say anything until the examination is complete, and afterward, I will explain everything to you privately. With Dr. Lu's assurance, Chow finally led her up to the second floor of the villa. 10 minutes later, Yang and Chow looked anxiously at Dr. Lu, who wore a blank expression. Mr. Chow, Miss Yang, I cannot yet determine the exact cause of your symptoms with certainty. Once I return, I will organize a small group consultation to discuss the specific situation, and I will notify you by phone. As for your current itching symptoms, I will provide some anti-itch medication, and you should observe your condition at home for 2 days. Chow had no idea that Dr. Lu was speaking the truth. He thought she was going to discuss matters privately with him, and thus he breathed a sigh of relief as he escorted her out. Dr. Lu definitely wouldn't easily ruin his reputation, and along the way, he managed to sweet-talk Chow quite a bit. In this situation, Chow was completely unable to focus on work, and in the end, both chose to take a break at home for a while. On the other hand, Lin never anticipated that his actions would lead to such a dramatic outcome. At this moment, he was fully focused on earning EXP to boost his own and his team's combat capabilities. Next, his goal was to eliminate the nearby nest of fierce ants. In the presence of danger, how can one allow others to sleep soundly? Chapter 9: Drowning the Fierce Ants. In fact, one of the most crucial reasons for eliminating that group of fierce ants was that near their nest, there was an aphid farm. The root cause of war is resources, and Lin, as the leader of a modern enterprise, understood the importance of resources even better. He had already analyzed that for the ant colony he controlled, simply relying on sporadic hunting would never allow them to thrive. For the ant colony to truly grow steadily, it must have a stable source of food. Aphids, on the other hand, provide the colony with high quality and essential food. It turns out that aphids and ants have a harmonious symbiotic relationship. The aphid's small mouthparts can pierce plant surfaces to extract nutrients. Every minute or two, these aphids will raise their abdomens and start secreting a sugary substance. This nectar is the best nourishment for the queen ant's eggs and the growth of ant larvae. Worker ants scrape the nectar off with their large jaws, consume it, and then carry it back to the nest to feed the queen and the larvae. Worker ants scurry back and forth, getting close to the aphids to lick up the nectar, much like the milking operations on a dairy farm. The ants protect the aphids from predators, while the aphids provide nectar to the ants. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. This is what it means to herd aphids. With an aphid farm established, Lin can continuously expand the ant colony and even prepare for the mating flights of new male and queen ants, nurturing the next generation of queens. A single queen can lay hundreds of eggs a day, but imagine 10 queens, then the colony will expand rapidly. Not only that, he also wants to try upgrading the queen ant, Queen 1, to see what changes her offspring will bring. Lin had no idea what kind of trouble his previous acts of revenge had caused for the two of them. For several consecutive days, neither of them went to work. They had no choice, it was just too itchy. Chow was okay, as the toxins were on his back. But Yang was different. She wanted to scratch at any moment, and if she didn't, the itching was unbearable. Moreover, after this incident, even if they didn't completely sever ties, at least a seed of discord had been planted, and their relationship was no longer as close and trusting as it once was. Of course, the two were originally a combination of interests, using each other until their goal was achieved and they fully controlled the company. They wouldn't truly fall out. Yang needed Chow's management skills, while Chow needed Yang's 40% share support, both getting what they needed. Fortunately, the toxin of the fire ant did not last long. Just a week later, it started to dissipate. During that week, Lin also returned to the villa and saw the two still arguing late at night, which helped reduce some of his frustration. Everything is just beginning. Wait and see, I will make you wish you were dead. After spending a night on Bella's windowsill, Lin returned to the woods. He had not been idle these days. Not only did he replenish the minion numbers, but he also upgraded Soldier 1 to Tier 1 Level 1. As he expected, upgrading minions did not easily result in new skills. However, Soldier 1's INT had increased tenfold, and it was now able to understand Lin's commands more accurately. Noticing this, he immediately renamed Soldier 1 to General 1. The transformed General 1 now had a size comparable to Lin, boasting a body over 1.5 centimeters long, standing among the ant swarm with a commanding presence. After resting for half a day, Lin led all the minions out. This time, his target was none other than the fierce ants. Though the fierce ant colony numbered in the hundreds and they couldn't take it down with their current strength, Lin didn't want to wait any longer. After all, they were just a group of ants. He had the high intelligence of a human soul. If he couldn't handle a group of ants, then what was the value of his human soul? So he prepared to take action. First, he needed to scout the terrain. Lin carefully observed and found that the fierce ant nest was under a tree, with loose soil under the roots, about 4 to 5 meters around, showing only a few small footprints, presumably left by mice. Then there was a small puddle about a meter square. A direct assault definitely won't work. We can't compete if we can't get into the queen's nest, we'll all be done for. Lin appeared deep in thought, and suddenly, he seemed to have a flash of inspiration. Right, the puddle. I can dig up the puddle and flood the ant nest. Just like how Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies, today I, Lin, will flood the fierce ants with a puddle. Upon thinking of this, Lin immediately became excited. He even climbed a tree by himself, taking half an hour to reach the edge of the puddle, during which he passed by several enemy worker ants. No problem. Roughly estimated, we can divert the water over. Once the plan was set, he hesitated not at all, pulling all the soldier ants out. About 100 ants followed him, forming a grand curve as they marched toward the puddle. Lin first directed the team to move dirt, and soon, a trench was formed. During this time, he used his breath to sever the scent trail of the enemy worker ants, preventing them from using their smell to enter his working area. Once the trench was formed, the next step was to create an opening beside the puddle to channel the water from within it. This step was somewhat challenging because the soldier ants were afraid to go into the water. Lin had also considered this issue. When digging the opening, the water flow might suddenly expand, potentially sweeping away some soldier ants. However, driven by his strong signals, a dozen soldier ants began to move the soil particles beside the puddle. When a small gap formed, water began to flow out from the puddle. In just a moment, the accumulated water widened the opening, sweeping a dozen soldier ants along with the current toward the enemy's nest. What a pity! But this is war. Casualties are normal. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. Although he had been psychologically prepared for casualties, he still felt it was somewhat regrettable. After all, these soldier ants had consumed some EXP, significantly enhancing their STR and AGI. Without that enhancement, he wouldn't have dared to initiate this war. The accumulation of water near the enemy's nest increased, and the worker ants struggled in the water. Eventually, the large ant swarm sensed something was wrong, sending many ants to investigate. But they only probed around with their antennae, completely unaware of what was happening. They didn't even realize that the water level was rising rapidly, close to reaching the entrance of their nest. Lin climbed to a position relatively close to the enemy's nest. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. It's the queen ant. She has already sensed the crisis, but you will definitely not escape death. Chapter 10, Needle Skill. In just a few minutes, the water level of the accumulated water reached the entrance of the large ant queen's burrow, flooding into the hole. Many worker ants and soldier ants crawled out continuously, but soon, even more ants were swept back inside by the flood. Got it. This is a catastrophic flood. How could you possibly withstand it? A strong scent of the queen ant emanated from the entrance, and Lin saw that queen ant. The front half of her body was larger than a wave, and her abdomen was exaggeratedly like a small marble. The queen ant struggled desperately to crawl out of the burrow, but Lin would not let her escape. His current AGI is already about 10 times that of the other ants. When he noticed that the opponent wanted to escape, he quickly dashed out, colliding with the queen ant and sending her back into the nest. By the time the opponent crawled out for the second time, the soil around the entrance had become soft and unstable. Now, her entire body lost support and was immediately sucked down by the water mixed with mud. The standing water not only submerged the ant colony but also disturbed all the pheromones the ants had left behind. This ant colony was thrown into disarray, chaos reigning supreme. Lin was restraining his subordinates and quietly watching. Outside the nest, the aggressive ants were scrambling around like headless flies. Lin had been waiting for a long time. He even personally joined the fray, leading the minions to concentrate their STR and gradually hunt them down. In such a short time, most of the aggressive ants were still alive, but they had lost their ability to resist, needing Lin to lead the charge and finish them off. Half an hour later, the water receded, slowly seeping back into the ant hole, and then gradually disappeared from the loosened ground around it. The opposing queen ant did not reappear. At this moment, Lin's status panel data was changing rapidly. Killing an aggressive ant actually gives 6 to 8 points of EXP. He didn't expect the rewards for killing aggressive ants to be so much higher than those for killing fire ants. In just half an hour, he had gained over 3,000 EXP. However, upon careful inspection, he realized that the ants drowned did not yield any EXP, and only the ones killed by him and the minions granted EXP. Feeling that it was about time, Lin led his team deeper into the nest. Ant colonies naturally have drainage, so soon the water had seeped away to an unknown location. After some cleanup, he reopened the collapsed ant hole and excavated the corpse of the queen ant. Brothers! If you can't eat it all, pack it up. Soon, thousands of worker ants appeared, starting to transport food from the nest. On a small tree, Lin watched the bustling scene below, filled with ambition. This is the territory that I have conquered. Smack! A loud crash was heard, and Lin felt the world spin. A mass of bird droppings larger than his body landed directly on him, knocking him off the tree. What the hell? When he looked up, he saw a flock of strange blackbirds on the tree, chattering noisily. Seeing this group of strange birds, Lin immediately lost his temper. There was no way to fight back. They were the Air Force, operating on a different level. Fortunately, ants are not very nutritious, so most birds don't like to eat them. Otherwise, he would probably have to quickly consider digging a bomb shelter. Of course, not all birds dislike eating ants. There is a woodpecker known as the anteater, which specializes in preying on ants. After being hit by that pile of bird droppings, Lin immediately recognized the reality. He is still just beginning to find his footing. If he wants to establish himself in this forest, there's a long way to go. Although he hasn't encountered the anteater yet, such birds definitely exist. He needs to grow quickly, otherwise, after a summer of hard work, he could be eaten by a bird, which would be really unfortunate. Having eliminated this nest of fierce ants, the next step is to establish an aphid grazing base. Of course, ants grazing aphids is something ingrained in their genes, and he doesn't need to manage it. Professionals should handle professional tasks. This is the principle Lin upheld when he ran his business. After this battle, his number of minions dropped from 100 to over 60. If he wants to replenish their numbers, he'll have to wait 3 days. This actually didn't have much impact on him. He still goes out to hunt as usual. After so many days, he has now accumulated over 5,000 EXP points. He should be able to upgrade Queen 1. Back at the nest, he checked Queen 1's data immediately and then began to use the EXP. Moments later, Queen 1 indeed began to molt. Originally, Queen 1's size was already nearly the same as Lin's. After this molt, she increased in size significantly, measuring 2 centimeters longer. Looking at the round-bellied Queen 1, Lin momentarily trembled all over, forcefully controlling his desires. Name, Queen 1. Species, red fire ant. Level, Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan, 8 year. STR is 0.010.008. AGI is 0.010.0078. Def is 0.010.008. Int is 0.010.0092. There's no skill involved either. Queen 1's evolution, however, did not yield results that satisfied Lin. He continued to pay close attention to the hard-working Queen 1 as she laid eggs. Why has the number of eggs laid by Queen 1 decreased by several dozen each day? And the eggs laid are no different either. System. Why did the Queen Ant's egg-laying quantity decrease after her upgrade while her size increased? Shouldn't she lay more eggs? Lin was puzzled and had no choice but to ask the system. The evolution process of any being is actually a process where genes become more complex. And beings with more complex genes will inevitably have reduced reproductive capabilities. In a moment, Lin understood why the population of mammals was so low. It turned out to be a genetic issue. It seems that the queen ant's evolution cannot happen too quickly, it needs to be controlled. Unless there are many queen ants afterward, we can select a few for evolution, in pursuit of stronger offspring. The eggs laid by the queen ant take 14 days to hatch into little ants. Since the genes have become more complex, the genes passed to the offspring will naturally be more advanced. Of course, to know the final results, we will have to wait another 14 days. The ant colony is booming in numbers at a rate of 500 to 600 per day, supported by the food from the aphid farms, leading to incredibly rapid development of AGI. Additionally, with Lin clearing away nearby threats, the development of the ant colony faced no obstacles. Therefore, within just a few days, the colony had grown to over 10,000. Lin himself did not remain idle for more than a week after that. All the EXP gained from hunting went into his personal growth. Finally, on the 8th day of Queen One's evolution, he also welcomed his second transformation. In this transformation, his body length reached 2.5 centimeters, appearing exceedingly exaggerated. What does it mean for an ant to be 2.5 centimeters long? An ordinary person who sees such a large ant would undoubtedly feel an inexplicable palpitating fear and be too afraid to touch it. Name: Lin. Species: red fire ant. Level: first tier level 2. Lifespan: 1 year 1 year. STR 0.050.05. AGI is 0.050.05. Depth 0.050.05. Talent: Venom 0.010.05 milliliters. Skill: Inspect allows checking the target's properties. Needle shot can fire a venomous stinger from the tail with an effective range of 1 meter, which can increase as STR grows. Once the stinger is detached, it takes 3 days to grow back, during which venom cannot be used. Int 10.98. EXP: shocked. Minion 100098. Wow. Skill: needle shot. This is a hidden weapon, and it's poisonous. My venom has actually reached the limit of 0.01 milliliters. With this needle shot skill, I'm definitely a master of stealth attacks. This is a life-saving skill. Seeing the needle shot skill, Lin was incredibly excited. Although it takes 3 days to grow back the stingers after use, this was already enough to make him thrilled. 0.01 of venom can completely paralyze some small animals, rendering them temporarily motionless. However, what Lin thought of first wasn't dealing with animals, but rather going to give Yang a shot. Chapter 11: Changing Targets. It has been half a month since the last revenge. During this time, Lin made a trip to the villa every now and then. He had 2 purposes for going to the villa. The first was to see Bella, and the second was to check on how those 2 bitches were doing. According to the information he gathered, these 2 individuals are now closing in, trying to buy 15% of the company shares held by his brother Jing for 8 million. The company founded by Lin is called Rising Sun Technology, which specializes in developing and manufacturing mobile phone screens, with a market value of 200 million. A 15% stake in Rising Sun Technology is worth at least 30 million, but these 2 are only willing to offer 8 million. The key is that Lin knows his brother Jing is not particularly capable. When he gave Jing a 15% stake, it was also a gesture of support, recognizing that Jing had stuck by him during the early days of his entrepreneurial journey. Given Jing's abilities, he definitely can't compete with Yang, and Xiaoyi's already prepared to sign the papers. As for these matters, Lin doesn't really care. Everyone has their own fate. If Jing can manage to get money and walk away unharmed, that might not be a bad thing. But leaving personal grudges aside, avenging one's own enmity is a must. That's bad luck. On the windowsill of the bedroom in the villa, Lin didn't expect such a coincidence, happening to stumble upon the 2 in a fierce battle. Fortunately, the fight didn't last long, only a few minutes at most. This Chow looks big and strong, but his skills are just average. Inside the room, the 2 didn't go to sleep immediately after finishing. Chow was scrolling through Douyin while lighting a cigarette, puffing out smoke. Dong Feng. Check out this video, isn't it strange? This video has gone viral today, and many people are commenting on it. Yang showed his phone to Chow. To be honest, Lin has been reborn for almost 3 months, and life away from his phone hasn't been easy. At this moment, he also turned his attention to the phone. Though he couldn't see the screen, he could hear the sounds of the video. A thick fog has appeared in Bermuda, lasting for 24 hours straight. A US warship entered the fog and has been missing for over 24 hours. Seeing the video, Chow dismissed it, saying, "I saw this video too. Don't believe in all this nonsense, it's just an underwater vortex, which scientists have already proven." That's not right. Look, there are comments saying the Egyptian pyramids are also shrouded in fog, almost simultaneously with the fog in the Bermuda Triangle, and someone went missing too. Also, ugh. What are you constantly watching? Does any of this concern you? I think you should focus on what's going on with Bella instead. There are 2 options now. First, send her to an orphanage, but there's a downside after all. Her name is on the property deed, and even if she is not your biological child, you're still her guardian in name. The second option is to take her on a trip. Go on a trip? Yang was momentarily taken aback. Chow had to continue, "It's pretty simple, kid. It's normal to encounter some danger." Upon hearing Chow say this, Yan was immediately startled. "No way? Are you trying to? What? Can't spare it?" Yang fell silent for a moment. "That's not it. When I adopted it, I didn't express an opinion. It was that bastard Lin who had a moment of madness. But after all, this is a child, and it doesn't pose any threat to us. Isn't this a bit too much? There's no such thing as not caring. This villa is worth at least 30 million according to the current market price. Are you just going to watch some unrelated person take half of it? That definitely won't do. Alright, I'll listen to you. You take charge." Listening to their conversation, Lin on the windowsill was nearly seething with anger. This Chow is indeed ruthless, and Yang is a toxic woman. When dealing with people like this, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted. It seems I don't have much time left. The 2 people on the bed continued to chat intermittently, and before they knew it, both fell into a deep sleep. Even though the 2 were already asleep, Lin didn't rush to take action. Instead, she waited until later that night to sneak into the bedroom. First, he climbed onto the phone and found that with his current SCR, he could barely lift it, but it was still far from enough to drag the phone away. Of course, even if he could move it, he realistically wouldn't be able to drag the phone away. Looking at the 2 people sound asleep on the bed, he began to feel troubled. He had initially wanted to continue tormenting Yang, but now it seemed that the situation had gone beyond his expectations. Chow actually harbored malicious thoughts and wanted to eliminate Bella, which Lin could never tolerate. No. First, we have to limit Chow's mobility, at least delay him for a while. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea of pricking Yang and instead made Chow his target. Regardless of the quality of my toxin, the dosage is at least many times greater than before. While it may not be enough to kill a non-allergic adult, it should be more than adequate to incapacitate an eye under the effect of the flying needle. After making the decision, Lin did not hesitate too much. As Chow turned over and faced the nightstand, he adjusted his position and activated the flying needle skill. With a bone-crushing pain radiating from his tail, a 2mm flying needle shot out, targeting Chow's left eye. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence of the night. Chow suddenly sat up on the bed, covering his left eye with his left hand, shouting loudly. "Ah! It hurts so much! Ah!" Yang had already woken up in shock, sitting up and looking at the frenzied Chow in confusion. And Lin, who was at the nightstand, was also startled and turned to flee. A wave of weakness swept over him. His AGI had dropped from 0.05 to 0.01. Fortunately, he was very small, and the 2 people on the bed hadn't noticed the commotion at the nightstand, allowing him to disappear from the tabletop. Lin didn't flee immediately. Instead, he hid in a corner to catch his breath and recover. The flying needle skill is indeed a double-edged sword, hurting the enemy by 1,000 while damaging oneself by 800. It shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Feeling his weakness, Lin silently reflected. At this point, Chow and Yang were already in disarray, and the housekeeper Mei rushed over. Chow kept his hand over his eye, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers, leaving Yang and Mei at a loss. Soon, Chow regained his composure and urged Yang to call a doctor immediately. More than 10 minutes later, the sound of an ambulance arrived, while the instigator Lin quietly lay at the wall, admiring his handiwork. The new book has launched 5-star reviews are crucial. Free love-powered work, so please don't worry about taking a bit of time. Thank you. Chapter 12, Is Yang the Murderer? City Center Hospital, Emergency Department. At this point, outside the operating room, 2 people in uniforms were clearly personnel from the uniformed department. In addition, there were several employees from Rising Sun Technology, among them the stout Joe. Sister Yang, don't worry, President Chow will be fine. Yang said anxiously, how can I not worry? The doctor just said that the eyes are the most vulnerable part of the human body. Old Chow's eyeball seems to have been pierced by some sharp object. There's a very high chance he could go blind and it might even be life-threatening. Joe naturally knew how serious the situation was. He was just trying to offer some comfort. 2 full hours passed before the door of the operating room finally opened, and several doctors stepped out. One of the doctors, about 40 years old, said, "Who is the patient's family?" Yang had already rushed forward. I'm his wife. Doctor, how is my husband? The doctor shook his head and said, the eyeball definitely can't be saved. The needle punctured it, and while we managed to remove it, we can't treat his eye. Also, it was a poison needle, containing an extremely potent toxin. As for whether it will affect the brain's nerves, further observation is needed. Hearing the doctor's words, Yang's face instantly turned pale, her legs trembled, and she muttered, "Poison needle. Who did this?" She immediately thought of a figure, Lin. But she quickly shook her head, no way. Absolutely impossible. He is already dead. I personally cremated his body. Could it be? Jing? Joe shook his head upon hearing this and said, impossible. Just based on him? He doesn't have the guts for that, nor the means. At this moment, Chow had already been wheeled out of the operating room, his head wrapped in bandages, still unconscious. 2 uniformed officers were also communicating with the doctor, having taken the poison needle and some blood, presumably to take back for forensic examination. Yang had to go to the uniformed bureau to give her statement, as she was the one who reported it, and the process had to be followed. According to criminal psychology, murderers often return to the scene of the crime after committing the act. Lin was no exception. After resting for half a day, he returned to the villa. In the villa at that moment, Yang was waiting for a phone call on the first floor, while the main bedroom on the second floor had already been cordoned off, and even Yang could not enter. However, in the villa's yard, 2 burly men had appeared. It turned out that because of Chow's situation, Yang thought someone might be targeting them, so she hired 2 bodyguards from a security company for 24-hour protection. For Lin, who was as insignificant as an ant, such bodyguards were, of course, of no use. In addition, there were also 2 uniformed officers present, presumably to secure the scene. Lin hid in the shadows, secretly observing Yang. Meanwhile, inside the uniformed bureau, several officers responsible for the case were holding an internal meeting with the forensic expert. Captain He Xiong held a stack of documents in his hand, looking puzzled. Old who? Is there something wrong with your analysis? Forensic expert Old Who replied weakly, Captain He. The analysis results are just like this. I can't help it, I could only write it as it is. Nonsense. If you write it as it is, I bet no one will believe it, right? You say that needle is from a red fire ant, but as far as I know, that needle is hardly smaller than the body of the red fire ant. Also, the blood analysis report says the toxin is ant venom. Are you implying that the murderer is an ant? Well, I'm just recording the analysis results. If you want the final conclusion, I need more substantiating materials. Hearing Old Who say this, He Xiong felt helpless and left the uniformed bureau directly with 2 uniformed officers to personally inspect the crime scene. After a while, Yang anxiously answered a phone call. Lin knew immediately it was a call from the uniformed bureau. However, he wasn't in a hurry and quietly waited on the air conditioning unit outside the window. Before long, a vehicle from the uniformed bureau stopped in the yard, and two people got out. He Xiong. Lin naturally recognized He Xiong. He was a star figure in the uniformed bureau. This person had solved several major cases, gaining fame for even cracking a bizarre murder case spanning over 12 years. That perverse murderer is a former soldier, who served as a scout in the army and possesses strong counter-surveillance skills. In 12 years, the perverse murderer committed 21 crimes, but the police department was powerless with no clues. However, He Xiong caught him in just 3 months. This is how He Xiong became famous in the police management department. When He Xiong entered the villa, he didn't go directly inside. Instead, he first surveyed the surroundings. Why is there such a strong smell of chemicals? Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and asked Mei, who was nearby. Oh, we had an ant problem here some time ago, so I've been spraying pesticide every 3 days. I sprayed it yesterday, so the smell might still linger. Ants? He Xiong suddenly thought of that forensic report. But at this moment, he still didn't believe it, so he brought his subordinates into the villa. Soon, He Xiong arrived at the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The room was already cordoned off, and even Yang couldn't enter. Only 3 sets of footprints, and no footprints on the windowsill. There are no abnormalities in the nightstand, wardrobe, or vanity. No fingerprints on the windows, and no signs of tampering with fingerprints. Xiaolu, let's check the exterior walls, water pipes, and air conditioning units. We need to inspect anything climbable on the outer walls. Half an hour later, He Xiong looked serious. Captain He. There are no findings that matches the results from our morning inspection. He Xiong looked at the windowsill, comparing its height with the angle of the bed, and said. According to the witness's statement, Chao was lying on the bed at the time. At this height, if the murderer was outside the house, it would be impossible. Because there are no buildings at that angle within 500 meters outside the house, unless a drone shot a poison needle from outside the window. But we have already checked the surveillance records, and there were no flying objects at all. Also, a poison needle only 2 millimeters long cannot be accurately shot over a long distance. So, Captain He, are you suspecting someone? Yes, the murderer definitely must have been inside the room last night. Lin, yes, you are absolutely right. But, could it be? He looked at the 2 people on the 1st floor, Mei and Yang. If there are no other clues, then these 2 are the most suspicious. There is another person, but she is just a 6-year-old child, and I don't think she could do it. Plus, there are no footprints or fingerprints from her in the room. The door to the bedroom was locked before Mei entered, and she only went upstairs after the incident, which the hallway surveillance can confirm. So, the biggest suspect must be Yang. Ha! Captain He. What should we do? Should we take her to the station? No, this is just our reasoning, there is no direct evidence. We'll have to return it tomorrow. Go back and copy all the surveillance footage around the villa, including the woods behind the house, and see if we can find any clues. Hey, Captain. We just got word from the hospital, the victim has awoken. All right. Let's go right away. Chapter 13, The Appearance of the Natural Enemy. Lin watched the police car drive away, secretly admiring the man named He Xiong. He was very professional, but couldn't quite break through human imagination. His analysis of Yang being the murderer left Lin, who was hanging one-handed from the air conditioning unit, dumbfounded. Is there such an effect? Let me think it through. Based on the evidence provided by the police uniform, the murderer must have been inside the house. And Chao definitely knew that when he was injured, there was only Yang in the house. Even the housekeeper Mei showed up later. In that case, Chao would definitely have the same thoughts as this He Xiong. Haha, he would also suspect Yang. Bitch. You're finished. Now that things have come to this, Lin no longer needed to worry about Bella's safety for the time being. However, he still couldn't relax. He really didn't trust Bella living with Yang and Chao. Whether Chao's eyesight could recover was uncertain, but once he was discharged, he would surely cause trouble again. So Lin needed to get stronger quickly, even if it meant bringing an army of minions to deal with Chao directly. Currently, his minion count had reached a limit of 1,000. Even if they didn't all become level 1, just having 100 level 1 soldier ants, each with a little poison, could severely injure Chao. Of course, Chao and Yang already knew that the last incident was indeed a misunderstanding. They had been bitten by ants. And once exposed to the ant venom, as long as they didn't die at the time and got sent to the hospital, they could be detoxified quickly. So it was already very difficult for Lin to use poison to truly kill Chao. Unless there was another opportunity like last night. Additionally, he had to continue evolving, otherwise, with his current strength, it would be quite difficult. Climbing over the wall and returning to the small woods was a path Lin had taken many times. However, this time when he got back to the woods, he found the area around the nest in disarray, clearly showing signs of a struggle. Why has the number of minions decreased? In the beginning, he hadn't noticed, but when he returned to the interior of the nest and opened the status panel, he saw that the originally over 90 minions had dropped to 70. Can someone tell me what happened? Soon, he saw General 1, his right-hand man and a core member of the entire ant colony. General 1, how come you're injured again? General 1 couldn't answer Lin's question. It was busy relaying information about the enemy's attack. Lin quickly crawled out of the nest and searched around for any clues. He noticed that the area around the nest was disturbed, with dead leaves and soil overturned. Some footprints caught his attention. What? Bird claw prints? Could it be? Could it be the ant-eating bird? What is meant to come will eventually come. Lin lay at the entrance of the ant nest, carefully gazing at the sky. To be honest, he was worried that the ant-eating bird had set its sights on him. With his current strength, he was just an insignificant ant in the eyes of the opponent, merely a slightly stronger ant. However, after some contemplation, Lin thought of another possibility. With my current strength, I would stand no chance against the ant-eating bird in a one-on-one fight. But if I use my needle skill to sneak attack, could I possibly paralyze it? It's very likely. As long as I can hit, even if it can only be paralyzed for half a minute, that would be more than enough. But my needle skill has just been used. It will take 3 days to recover, so I won't take that risk in the meantime. In the following 3 days, Lin indeed played it safe, staying in the ant nest and not daring to go out. Of course, even while in the nest, he wasn't idle. His daily work was to gather minions, expanding his team. Meanwhile, General 1 led the team out to hunt every day, and even so, the EXP gained was not insignificant. His role in the colony had become that of an absolute king. It was completely fine for him to command directly over the queen ant. Thus, gathering minions wasn't as troublesome as before, and he quickly turned almost all soldier ants into his minions. With over 700 minions, most of whom were regular soldier ants, taking this team out to hunt would definitely be efficient. In 3 days, he had already accumulated over 20,000 EXP. With so much EXP, it was sufficient to promote 2 soon-to-evolve minions to level 1. Thus, Commander 2 and Commander 3 were created. Of course, he could choose to allocate all the EXP to himself. However, doing so would mean that while he improved, the team would lag behind. For the insect race, having a strong individual is not as useful as having a powerful team in the short term. In these 3 days, the ant-eating bird indeed appeared again. Moreover, it showed up once every day. This guy clearly regards this place as his territory, treating this nest of ants as his pasture. Gagaga. Gagaga. Hearing that sound, Lin knew the pesky neck-twisting bird was back. The ant plover, also known as the neck-twisting bird, is said to quickly twist its neck when it senses danger. Feeling the call still some distance away, Lin poked his head out from the ant hole and, sure enough, saw a small bird less than 20 centimeters long happily hopping on the ground searching for food. This bird had a silver-gray upper body with dense black-brown and pale brown splotches, while the lower part was light-colored, almost like the belly of a fish. It was opening its lead gray beak to catch the ants on the ground. Watching this scene made Lin's upper jaw itch with anger. He wished he could leap right in and twist the neck of that wretched neck-twisting bird. Because he saw the number of minions on his status panel steadily decreasing. This guy specifically targeted the large soldier ants, completely ignoring the worker ants. But as angry as he was, given the size difference between the two, Lin didn't dare to act recklessly. Instead, he first used an inspect skill. Name, unknown. Species, bird. Level, 0. Lifespan, 53 year. STR 0.060.06. AGI is 6.56.5. DEFA 0.090.085. Into 0.010.01. Staring at this number, Lin was momentarily stunned. His SCR had now reached 0.05, and it seemed he wasn't too far off from that bird. Have I really become this strong? Well, if the average human SCR is 1, then my current STR is equivalent to 5% of a normal human, which is quite impressive for an ant. But this guy's AGI is really fast. AGI, representing agility, means that in the heat of battle, the opponent can attack you at will while you might not even be able to touch their body. After observing quietly for a while, Lin quietly crawled into the dead leaves, using the cover to approach the bird. As long as he could get within a meter and the bird didn't notice him, the opportunity would come. His first face-to-face hunt against a target far larger than himself made him a bit nervous. But there was no choice. They were deadly enemies shaped by nature, and he had to face it. Chapter 14, Counterattack and Harvest. Gagaga. Gagaga. The ant plover hopped joyfully, happily foraging, completely unaware that danger was slowly approaching among the dead leaves. Of course, it would occasionally glance around, mainly checking for threats like snakes. Lin took advantage of the cover to move quickly, directly positioning himself right in front of the ant plover. He lay under a pile of dead leaves, silently waiting for the right moment. Before long, the neck-twisting bird entered his range for a precise shot. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the pesky bird was constantly hopping and changing positions, making it difficult for him to aim. There was no choice. The opponent's AGI was simply too fast and agile. Lin calculated that to hit the opponent, he would need to time it at around 1/3 of a second. This was a tall order, and he realized he had no confidence. So he didn't dare to act rashly, because if he activated his skill and missed his target, he would have no chance of survival. Just when Lin was desperately trying to seize that fleeting opportunity, the neck-twisting bird suddenly made a long jump, flapping its wings rapidly, uncovering the dry leaf that was covering him. Lin was left completely stunned. Lin, what the heck is this? A bit awkward. Not only was Lin stunned, but the neck-twisting bird was also taken aback. Ant bird, is that a human-sized ant? Am I seeing things? The ant bird quickly twisted its neck and jumped half a meter high. Clearly, it was also startled. Lin turned around and ran. His 6 legs moved as if they were powered by motors, speeding towards the bushes. Just as he was about to dash into the bushes, the neck-twisting bird reacted, transforming into a sharp sword, and lunged at Lin with its beak. Lin was almost scared out of his wits. Despite running for dear life, under the extreme AGI of the opponent, he felt as light as air, as if enveloped in a thick viscous liquid. Oh my god, this luck of mine, surely I'm not going to be reborn only to be eaten by a bird? I am so wronged. At that moment, he realized his predicament. He was being held in the beak of that damn neck-twisting bird. In his moment of despair, he suddenly exerted his tail sting with all his might, plunging it into the bird's mouth, not even knowing where exactly. At that moment, he cared about nothing else and unleashed the venom. Caw-caw-goo. The neck-twisting bird felt a sharp pain and involuntarily screamed, causing Lin in its mouth to feel his body loosen, almost slipping out. But just then, he spotted an opportunity and decisively opened his jaws wide, clamping down on the bird's tongue. Crack! The cartilage at the base of the ant bird's tongue shattered. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Lin spun around and fell towards the ground. It turned out that the ant bird could no longer bear the intense pain and wildly flapped its wings. However, although there weren't towering trees in the forest, the smaller trees and bushes were thickly clustered. The bird collided headfirst with the base of a small tree, causing Lin to be shaken loose. Caw-caw-goo. The ant bird was also dizzy from the impact, coupled with the pain in its mouth and the spread of the poison. How could it still fly? Watching the neck-twisting bird thrash on the ground, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This bird is done for even if it no longer strikes, its opponent is still out of luck. Soon, hundreds of soldier ants gathered around. At Lin's command, the soldier ants rushed in immediately. Especially General 1, along with Generals 2 and 3, their SCR at this point is already formidable, and a single pincer movement can often make this bird drop a feather from its wing. The ant-eating bird would never have dreamed that one day it would end up in the jaws of its own food. At this moment, it isn't dead yet but is already covered in swarms of ants. Lin looked at the despair in the ant-eating bird's eyes without a hint of sympathy and pounced, aiming for its throat. Blood sprayed all over him. In the next moment, his EXP increased by 2,000 points. Last time, he exterminated a nest of fierce ants, which netted him just a bit more EXP than this time. Even now, with all his minions in action, hunting from dawn till dusk, he could only earn a pathetic 5,000 to 6,000 EXP a day. Keep in mind, it's only been less than 10 minutes since this bird fell, which is equivalent to half a day's worth of effort last time. The key point is that this time he didn't lose any members. Moreover, his needle skill is still active, it's just that the venom has been depleted and will likely take a whole night to recover. And 1000 EXP can add 0.01 to STR. His current SCR is 0.05. If he puts all the EXP into STR, he could already reach 0.07. If I do this, I'll put everything into STR. I already have 3 level 1 minions, which should suffice for now, so let's gear up. After all, this neck-twisting bird may not be the only one. It's said they come in pairs during the breeding season. If another one shows up and I'm not strong enough, I won't be able to handle it. Next time, I might not be so lucky. Soon, there was a significant leap in his status panel. With SCR reaching 0.07, I'm almost catching up to that damned neck-twisting bird. Suddenly, a very vicious thought occurred to him. I really wonder how much EXP I'd gain if I killed Chao and Yang. Wait. If killing one bird gives me this much EXP, what if I were to kill a mouse? Lin suddenly recalled that there was a nest of mice living in his territory. This nest of mice is not small. He once saw a few that were several times larger than the neck-twisting bird. Previously, the mice and ants kept to themselves. After all, neither posed any competition to the other and they were not in the same food chain. Mice do not like to eat ants, and ants cannot eat the mice, so both can coexist peacefully. But now, Lin has started to think about that nest of mice. General 1. Gather 2nd and 3rd. We're going to visit our old neighbors. The work of clearing the battlefield after the war naturally falls to the worker ants. Tens of thousands of worker ants began cutting and transporting the body of the twisted-necked bird, and none of this concerned Lin. Lin's job is to constantly strengthen himself and his team. The grand army of soldier ants crawled toward the mouse hole. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin did not rush in but observed quietly. Even in broad daylight, the mice come and go with impunity. After inspecting several mice of different sizes, Lin finally gained a detailed understanding of their strength. Typical mice have STR values between 0.08 and 0.10, with AGI above 0.8. Given this level of strength, Lin felt there was no need to dwell on it. Even if they were ambushed, escaping would be no problem. After all, the AGI difference between the two sides is too significant, and the ants would definitely not be able to catch up to the mice. What he is now hunting are the mice's cubs. Mice have a strong reproductive ability. They can breed a litter in just 2 months. If the woods could provide more food, there would likely be a crowd of mice right now. Sure enough, he quickly spotted very small mice. And there was more than one. There were 7 or 8. Chapter 15, Catching Mice. Kill. With the command to attack issued, the 3 generals led hundreds of soldier ants directly toward a mouse that had just emerged from its burrow. This mouse was only about the size of 2 fingers. It probably had never been out to forage. Seeing the ants crawling toward it, the little mouse was curious and tried to scurry away. But in the next moment, the ants climbed onto its body. Despite being covered in ants, the little mouse didn't seem to care. Suddenly, the ants began injecting venom into the mouse's body, and at that moment, the little mouse started to squeak and then rolled on the ground. But soon, he became completely paralyzed, with only his eyes still blinking. From start to finish, Lin was merely a spectator and did not participate in the attack. The ones leading the attack were the 3 generals. It takes 8 minutes to kill a small mouse, but the rewards are decent, yielding 300 EXP. Lin silently calculated and concluded that this was more cost-effective than hunting outside, as it was significantly more efficient. These 7 or 8 small mice should be from the same litter, and they were quickly eliminated. Next, it was time to challenge higher difficulties. However, with Lin personally leading the charge, even the larger rats were easily dealt with. With his current SAR, blocking a mouse that isn't too large at the entrance of its hole was no problem. As long as he could trap it, then the other soldier ants would rush in, inject poison, and that mouse would essentially be sentenced to death. Of course, some managed to escape. There were losses, but that was acceptable. Lin wasn't concerned about those ordinary soldier ants, he just needed to protect the specially catered ones. There were just over 10 of them. Because for the first 10 soldier ants, he had already invested a considerable amount of EXP. Aside from General 1, General 2, and General 3, the other 7 were also just a step away from leveling up. He planned to start improving himself after he had 10 generals. In just half a day's time, Generals 4 and 5 appeared. 5 first-level minions. The combat power of this team was definitely not as simple as addition. Wow! So big! Just as Lin was feeling pleased, a massive black shadow came soaring from the distance. It was a mouse larger than a fist. This mouse completely ignored all the soldier ants and dashed directly into the hole. Lin quickly used Inspect skill and barely managed to see the opponent's stats. Name, unknown. Race, mouse. Lifespan, 3 years 1 year. Level, 0. STR is 0.10.1. AGI is 0.90.9. Def is 0.10.095. Int is 0.010.01. This mouse's weight looks like it's almost a pound. Although Lin's STR wasn't far off, standing at the entrance and being knocked by the mouse, he was surprisingly sent flying half a meter. This is momentum. Momentum equals mass times AGI. The opponent's mass far exceeded his, so one could not measure strength simply by SAR. However, Lin had the flying needle skill, which was his trump card. Just as the big mouse dashed into the hole, and when its AGI slowed down, he did not hesitate to unleash the flying needle skill. The needle pierced directly into the back of the big mouse, which let out a couple of squeaks but seemed to have no significant reaction. But Lin already knew the outcome. He immediately followed up with the 5 generals and numerous soldier ants toward the hole. Moments later, he caught the scent of that big mouse. At this moment, it was nestled deep in the cave, dazed, and its entire body was trembling violently. The opponent could no longer move, so Lin naturally spared no effort and directly commanded the army to pounce. He quickly climbed onto the large mouse's head, opening his jaws wide to clamp down on its neck. The large mouse felt a sharp pain, desperately trying to escape Lin's attack, but it was futile. After all, Lin now had a STR of 0.09, and his size was approaching 3 centimeters in length. When his jaws clamped down, not to mention being able to crush the mouse's bones, the skin and trachea on its neck would be unable to withstand it. The mouse squeaked, but soon fell silent. Because its trachea had already gone slack. Lin also felt a wave of weakness. It was a side effect of using the needle skill. But the harvest was substantial. This mouse actually yielded 3,200 EXP. This was the strongest prey Lin had hunted so far. Catching such a mouse was equivalent to half a day's work for the team. Promote to Captain 6. Kill the large mouse, and Lin immediately promoted Soldier 6 to Captain 6 without hesitation. He didn't rush to deal with the mouse's corpse but began leading the team to explore the mouse hole. Ants don't have night vision, but they don't need it at all. Ants' antennae function like a blind person's cane, tapping the ground relentlessly as they move, which helps them navigate. Furthermore, the ants' antennae are much more sensitive than a blind person's cane. In addition to that, their antennae serve a smell function, allowing them to identify through scent. As they walk, they secrete small amounts of chemically marked substances with a distinctive smell from the anus at the end of their abdomen and their leg glands, leaving traces along the way. This is called scent navigation. After exploring for a full 10 minutes, Lin had analyzed that this mouse hole was over 10 meters long, with 2 openings above and below, extremely spacious. Based on his analysis, there was definitely more than one large mouse in this hole. There were dozens of different scents. So he wasn't in a hurry to go out, ready to wait in the hole for more prey. Although he currently had no venom, his strong STR and the team of hundreds of soldier ants could definitely put up a fight against one large mouse in such a confined space. The main point was that even without venom, his minions did. Sure enough, not long after, another large mouse returned. This time, Lin didn't T-strike first. Instead, he instructed Captain 6 and the other soldier ants to swarm and use their venomous stingers. The large mouse had never anticipated such danger in its own hole and was unexpectedly caught off guard. The large mouse tried to run, but Lin was already prepared, jumping onto its head and biting through its trachea. As expected, Captain 7 appeared, and Lin's team grew even larger. They continued to lie in wait until morning, hunting 3 more large mice and several medium-sized ones before Lin finally led the team back to the nest for a rest. That night, he successfully raised his team to the level of 10 level 1 soldier ants. Of course, losses were inevitable. He originally had over 700 minions, but now only about 200 remained. But when Lin plans to take the elite route, with high combat power established, the low-tier cannon fodder only needs to be replenished within the ant swarm. This is his purpose in cultivating the ant colony. The meaning of the ant colony's existence is to provide him with a continuous supply of cannon fodder. Next, he plans to replenish his troops and then lie in wait inside the burrow. Finally, after 3 days, the entire burrow was completely overrun, and not a single mouse appeared all afternoon. At this moment, Lin's flying needles had also regrown, and the data had once again undergone significant changes. The progress in data means he is growing stronger, but Lin is not satisfied. He decides to promote himself as soon as possible and then check on the situation of those 2 lowlifes. Now, within a 50-meter radius of the ant nest, he had firmly taken control. Lin decided to wait a few days to clear out all other insects within that area, hoping to barely accumulate enough experience points to level up. Chapter 16, INT Sensation. Leveling up through monster hunting requires the most patience. Lin now has a powerful team, with the experience points obtained by the minions all credited to him, allowing him to accumulate enough experience points in just a few days to begin his transformation again. Each transformation represents a qualitative leap. Inside the ant nest, Lin lazily rested beside the queen ant, his forelegs stroking Queen 1's antennae as he watched her continuously lay eggs. At a certain moment, his antennae suddenly perked up, and INT trembled. Finally done! When the def value was raised to 0.1, the system finally presented the option to level up. Lin upgraded decisively without hesitation. This was the moment he had been looking forward to the most. The painful transformation had already become routine for him. As Queen 1 looked on in surprise, Lin shed his old shell, and his body gradually expanded to a length of 4 centimeters. Shaking his slightly dazed head, his formidable presence gave Queen 1 an even greater sense of pressure, while also providing a sense of security. This is the aura of a king. At that moment, Lin's red-black shell glimmered with brilliance, with some areas covered in a layer of fine fluff, resembling an alien mech from a sci-fi movie. Queen 1. Immediately issue the command to expand the ant nest, dig deeper, and build me an underground palace, complete with a throne. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, first tier, level 3. Lifespan, 3 year 3 year. STR is 0.10.1. AGI is 0.10.1. Depth is 0.10.1. Talent, Venom 0.10.1 milliliters. INT Sensation. Your INT ability far exceeds that of ordinary insects, granting you the capacity to communicate across species using INT. Skill, Inspect can view the target's attributes. Flying Needle can shoot toxic needles from its tail, effective range of 3 meters, which can increase with STR enhancement. Once the needles are shed, it takes 3 days to regrow, during which toxic fluid cannot be used. Int, 11. EXP, Shocked. Minion 100000982. The effective range of the Flying Needle has reached 3 meters. That's great! The range of the Flying Needle increases with his STR growth, even without upgrades. However, this upgrade directly increased his previously limited range of 2.5 meters to 3 meters, and this is just the beginning. INT sensing? Interspecies INT communication? Does that mean I can convey my words to other races through INT sensing? Why didn't I have this ability before? My INT was also one back then, and there were no changes. The host's previous insectoid shell was too fragile to withstand strong INT wave fluctuations. The system's response was clear and concise. This means that he used to be an ant and is now starting to rise beyond the realm of ants. Well, my current data has already reached 1/10 of an ordinary human's. Although I am still weak, I can barely survive now. Now, if he encounters an ant-eating bird again, he won't be afraid. A 4-centimeter long ant body is exceedingly exaggerated. The largest ant in the world is the bull ant found in Australia. Even the bull ant only measures a bit over 3 centimeters in length. Excluding the low combat capacity ant queen, Lin believes he should be the largest ant on this planet. And the strongest. However, with the changes in data, it has become much harder for him to further increase his stats. For example, for a CR, he is currently at 0.1, but to increase it to 0.2 requires a full 10,000 EXP. Now, the ant swarm has basically been cleared, gaining that 10,000 EXP is already very difficult unless he expands his territory. Lin doesn't have a specific plan yet. Everything will be decided after he goes to the villa and gathers more information. With his thoughts adjusted, he began heading towards the villa's walls. Standing on the wall again, he no longer felt as small as before. A praying mantis flew over, ready to make him its meal for the day. Lin remained calm and, just as the mantis's forelegs came down like a blade, he swiftly extended his powerful jaw and pinched it. Crack! The mantis blade, as hard as iron and invincible, was directly snapped in two by him. Then, with a graceful toss of his head, he flung the mantis over the wall, sending it who knows where. Humph! Easy pickings. Just a bit over 100 EXP, I don't even care about that now. Meow. A cat's meow sounded, and Lin, who had been so pleased with himself just a moment ago, immediately bristled. It's here. A calico cat lounged at the edge of the wall, lazily stretching its back. This is a stray cat. Before Lin was reborn, he knew that every corner of the city was inhabited by stray cats, and he had seen this particular calico before. It's not that stray cats are absent, it's just that they usually only come out at night. Previously, Lin was small and belonged to a different world compared to cats and ants, making a face-to-face encounter impossible. But now that he has grown so much, he can enter the cat's line of sight, so he has to be cautious. Fortunately, that calico cat was just stretching and didn't notice his presence. Inspect. Name, unknown. Race, cat. Level, 0. Lifespan, 14-year 12-year. STR 0.30.3. AGI 3.13.1. DEFA 0.90.9. INTA 0.10.1. Seeing the calico cat's data, Lin was not surprised. SCR is 3 times his own, and AGI is exaggerated. This indicates that this cat possesses extremely agile skills, and its strength is unknown, possibly many times his own. Agility is the direct manifestation of combat effectiveness. Moreover, this cat's def is shockingly exaggerated. They say cats have 9 lives, and that's no exaggeration. This def is close to human levels. I can't provoke it, but I can avoid it. For now, Lin didn't have the intention of hunting stray cats. Besides stray cats, there are also stray dogs, which he can't afford to provoke at the moment. He quietly crawled over the landscaped area and reached the villa. At that moment, it seemed that there were people on the first floor of the villa discussing something. After listening carefully, Lin understood what was going on. It turned out that Chow had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, but he lost sight in his left eye. Otherwise, he didn't have any other issues. However, after being discharged, he refused to stay in the villa and chose to return to his previous home instead. There were 3 people speaking inside the house besides Yang. There were her mother, Du Yue, and her younger brother, Yang Qing. It sounded like Du Yue and Yang Qing had just moved in. During this time, Chow has been indifferent toward Yang. Yang naturally knows that through the investigation by the uniformed personnel, he was identified as the prime suspect. Moreover, he himself feels that on that night, the only one who had the opportunity to act was likely Yang. Unless it was really a large ant that made a move, but how could that be possible? When Xiao moved away, Yang didn't say anything, and directly took her mother and brother over. Sister, I like that balcony on the third floor, it's big enough. I'll stay on the third floor, and that will save me from having to find a wedding house. Sure, as long as you can find a girlfriend, that third floor of the house will be your wedding room. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang agreed to Yang Qing's request. Before Lin died, Yang had mentioned this matter once, but Lin could never agree to it, and later she didn't bring it up again. Now that Lin is dead, this is no longer hers to decide. Lu, I heard that this house still has Bella's name on the property deed? At this moment, Du Yue suddenly remembered this matter and cautiously asked. Indeed. Daughter, it's not that Mom isn't saying it, but that Bella has no blood relation to you. You married Lin, and although you didn't give him any children, you still have worked hard for him. Why should an outsider get half? Yang frowned. To be honest, when Xiao was around, it was always him making the decisions. Now that there's tension between the two, she didn't know how to handle this situation. Seeing that Yang was silent, Du Yue continued, now that this situation has arisen, what if something happens on Xiao's side? You're still young, how can you be burdened with a mouth to feed? If you can't make up your mind, then I'll help you and send this girl away. As she spoke, a harsh expression appeared on Du Yue's face. Chapter 17, Human Minion. Lin didn't understand what Du Yue meant by send away. But he had known for a long time that Du Yue was a sharp-tongued person. Mom! What do you mean by send away? To the orphanage. After all, she was adopted, so sending her back wouldn't be inappropriate. However, there's another option, which is to give her to his brother Jing. No way. Giving her to Jing definitely won't work. Bella's name is on the property deed. If we give her to Jing, I'm afraid he'll find some way to exploit that. Mom, let's go with the first option, send her back to the orphanage. The two of them discussed it, which actually gave Lin an idea. If he entrusted Bella to his own brother's care, that wouldn't be a bad solution. But just then, another voice abruptly rang out. It was Mei. I actually have a more reliable method. Oh? Mei, go ahead. Yang and Du Yue both turned to Mei. I know a woman who can make the child disappear forever. Upon hearing Mei say this, the people in the room were all stunned. In an instant, they all realized something. Du Yue quickly responded, What's the price? Mom! How can you ask that? She's helping us, and you still want to ask for money? Mei can negotiate that herself, we can't just expect her to work for nothing, can we? Yang's words made Du Yue immediately understand it was her daughter who had seen the world and knew how to handle these situations. Their goal here was to make someone disappear. As for the price, they didn't need to worry about it, just consider it a hush payment for Mei. This way, as they wouldn't take any money, it was as if they didn't participate. Even if something went wrong, it would be a matter for Mei and that side, and they would still be victims. Upon hearing this, Lin was instantly enraged. At this moment, he understood all too well that the person Mei knew was definitely a human trafficker. He never expected that the usually low-key and reticent Mei would harbor such malicious thoughts. The malice of humanity is fully revealed at this moment. At this time, Lin has already sentenced everyone in this room to death, one by one. He climbed along the outer wall towards the second floor. That is Bella's room. Upon entering the room, what met his eyes was a complete mess. Bella looked disheveled, with wet hair sticking to her face, clearly having not washed for some time. At this moment, she was laying on the desk, staring blankly at a painting. Lin remembered that painting very clearly. It was drawn by Bella during her first art class in kindergarten. The drawing depicted a smiling man holding a little girl with a ponytail, and in the upper right corner, it read "Me and Dad" in crooked letters. Seeing this scene, Lin felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Though not his biological child, what difference does it make? Although she was only 6 years old, Bella obviously already sensed her situation. Just as Lin was at a loss for what to do, Bella suddenly whispered, Dad. You won't die, they're all just lying to me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lynn's heart softened, and he silently said, "Bella, Dad is always by your side." Thinking this, he suddenly found Bella turning around sharply to look at the windowsill. "Dad! Dad! Is that you coming back?" Lynn was taken aback, instantly realizing what was happening. Sensing. But at that moment, he couldn't reveal his identity, he could only hide behind the windowsill. He was afraid of frightening the child. Bella quickly approached the windowsill, tiptoeing to look outside, but finding nothing, her face was filled with disappointment. "Dad! Dad, Boo, Bella misses you," Bella called out softly. Lynn felt a whirlwind of emotions at that moment, but he still resisted the urge to do something. However, after a moment's thought, he felt he could appear in another way. "Bella! Dad has always been here, now listen carefully, don't look for Dad. Tomorrow, go find Uncle Air, don't say anything else, just say that you want to stay at Uncle Air's place. After a while, Dad will come to find you." Bella looked out the window, bewildered. The voice seemed to come from that direction, very real. But she didn't see anything and just kept nodding. "Okay. Bella will go find Uncle Air tomorrow, and I will definitely wait for Dad to come back. Dad, they all say you're dead, but I just don't believe it. Dad isn't dead, you have to live well and wait for Dad to come back." Lynn immediately told Bella Jing's phone number, reminding her to borrow the teacher's phone at kindergarten tomorrow to contact him. Bella nodded heavily while looking outside, her tear-stained face breaking into a radiant smile. Lynn really couldn't stay for long, this feeling was quite uncomfortable. However, just after he left, he noticed that the system had changed. The system unexpectedly had an additional minion. "It's a human." He was astonished and hurried to take a look. Name, Bella. Race, human. Level, 0. Lifespan, 83 years 76 year. STR is 0.230.2. AGI is 0.10.1. Depth is 0.10.1. Int 0.60.5 inch. Lynn never expected that Bella would actually become his minion. "This is good, I can always know his status. And I can also use EXP on him to enhance his strength. Since humans can become my minion, I should recruit a suitable adult among them. With a system like mine, if I could have a slaughterhouse, I could really take off. But as an ant, that's impossible. Humans are different, some things just have to be done by them." Leaving the villa, Lynn felt a strong urge to enhance his strength. There's no way, even though he was already considered strong in the insect world, he still felt weak in front of humans. Originally, he wanted to punish Yan, but now it seems there are more people to punish, and since his flying needle skill can't be fatal, he directly gave up on this action. Using the same trick multiple times will certainly attract attention. He needed to be able to deliver a lethal blow. But with his current strength, he still couldn't do that. Back in the woods, Lynn began to ponder how to quickly increase his strength. Increasing strength requires EXP, but in these woods, simply hunting insects was indeed a slow process. In such a big city, in dozens of acres of woods, there naturally wouldn't be any large animals. Even if there were, with his current strength, he couldn't manage to hunt them, he could only rely on luck. Stray cats? No, whether it's stray cats or stray dogs, they're not something I can deal with right now. Wait. Rats and cockroaches. The city sewer system is the domain of rats and cockroaches, and their numbers should be abundant. The EXP from hunting cockroaches isn't much, probably around 5 to 8 points, but in the sewers, cockroaches are swarming, who knows how many there are. And his current team already has 10 level 1 minions, each capable of fighting cockroaches individually. Once there's an opportunity, their hunting efficiency won't be too low. Chapter 18, Unexpected Changes. People who have lived in big cities for a long time may not know that beneath the concrete high-rise buildings, there exists a city drainage system that is intricate and occupies as much space as the ground buildings. This is the sewer. The sewer is used for discharging domestic and industrial wastewater, and very few people venture inside, making it a paradise for rats and cockroaches. At this moment, Lin, accompanied by his 10 elite soldier ants and 3,000 worker ants, had already arrived at a sewer in front of the villa. The reason there were only 3,000 worker ants was simply because there was no other option. This was all the strength left in the ant colony. After entering a few meters, Lin knew he had come to the right place. Although it stank terribly inside, it was undoubtedly the most ideal place for his advancement. Right below a manhole cover, he spotted a mass of cockroaches. Yes, not just a few, nor dozens, but a whole swarm. The cockroaches rushing by were completely ignored by him. There were just too few for him to bother with. Go, my little ones! Kill! The 3,000 worker ants marched forth, charging at the cockroaches. Lin had the ant colony split into 10 smaller teams, each led by one of the 10 generals, surrounding from 10 different directions. People usually think that since ants are smaller than cockroaches will crush them. But in reality, cockroaches don't eat ants. Ant meat isn't something cockroaches like. Instead, ants pose a significant threat to cockroaches. The ants are natural enemies of the cockroaches. Moreover, Lin's ant colony was led by stronger first-class soldier ants. Some cockroaches sensed the presence of ants and, as they tried to escape, found that they were surrounded by the same scent from all sides. In that moment of hesitation, the ant swarm had already closed in. Next came the hunting moment. Lin stayed in the back like a king, observing the constant changes in his system status panel. In less than 20 minutes, hundreds of cockroaches had turned into a field of corpses. Meanwhile, Lin was quite pleased to receive over 1,000 EXP. That was too fast. Really too fast. Though it can't compare to hunting rats, in this sewer, cockroaches are everywhere. This efficiency is incredible. The casualties were minimal. We only lost a few dozen ordinary soldier ants. Through this battle, Lin discovered a problem. It was primarily the first-class soldier ants that killed the cockroaches. Ordinary soldier ants often needed 20 or 30 of them working together to deal with one cockroach. After finishing off this batch of cockroaches, he didn't pause at all and led his team to continue forward. Sure enough, they quickly encountered another batch of cockroaches. This time, Lin also took action personally. His size was already comparable to that of a larger cockroach, but his SCR was dozens of times that of the opponent, resulting in an easy kill. His hunting efficiency alone was nearly comparable to that of a whole team, and in his hands, cockroaches hardly had any chance to escape. In half a day, after losing over 500 soldier ants, Lin had already earned over 10,000 EXP. But he suddenly realized that the losses were still too great. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 days for all the soldier ants to be wiped out. If I earned 20,000 EXP in a day, that would mean at least 60,000 after 3 days, allowing me to add at least 10 level 1 soldier ants. It seems the efficiency wouldn't drop much either. 2 level 1 soldier ants can hunt a cockroach in under 5 minutes. If it's 20 level 1 soldier ants, the hunting efficiency doesn't seem to slow down too much compared to now. Never mind. I'll put all the EXP into strengthening the team. Once I have 20 level 1 soldier ants, I can lead an elite team to sweep through the sewers without encountering any strong opponents. A day quickly passed, and Lin successfully upgraded 4 ordinary soldier ants to level 1. It seemed that they had hunted over 4,000 cockroaches that day, but he realized that they had only advanced a little over 200 meters in the sewers. The cockroaches in the sewers were truly countless. During this time, he also saw dozens of mice, but due to their swift agility, he chose not to engage. With a reliable plan, there was no need to use the needle skill. Unless the mice came right up to him, Lin wouldn't bother. Dongqing District, Olympic Huafu. Jing received a call from Bella. Without a second thought, he arrived early at the kindergarten gate to pick up Bella. Jing naturally didn't believe Bella's claim that it was Lin who sent her to find him. However, since Bella had come to him, he had no reason to ignore her. Jing took Bella away, but Yang felt as if the sky was falling. A few people at home began brainstorming strategies. After some discussion, they finally decided that Yang would go personally to Jing's place to bring him back. Legally, as Bella's guardian, Yang certainly had the right to bring her back. Despite Bella's strong objections, Jing ultimately felt helpless. The day after dropping Bella off at kindergarten, he didn't go to pick her up. If it were just Jing, he would certainly go to great lengths to protect Bella. However, Lin made a slight miscalculation. His brother Jing now had a girlfriend. With a girlfriend, Jing naturally has more to consider. In a situation where his girlfriend is clearly reluctant, Jing ultimately made this decision. Of course, he also didn't realize how serious things had gotten. In Jing's understanding, Yang was still Bella's mother, even if she was only her adoptive mother. They had raised her together, and while she might not have showered her with as much love, there likely wouldn't be any major issues. And so, Bella returned to the villa. 2 days later, the police department received Yang's report that Bella was missing. At that moment, Lin was still unaware of all this. He had already acquired 22 level 1 soldier ants and was hunting cockroaches in the sewer. Despite the unbearable stench in the sewer, it was worth it for the daily income of around 20,000 EXP, so he automatically filtered out the disgusting environment. A few days later, the eggs laid by the queen ant after her upgrade finally began to hatch. The worker ants fed the newly hatched baby ants with honeydew, while Lin activated his inspect skill to carefully observe these ant larvae. After inspecting dozens of the young ants, Lin no longer held any hope. These larvae were all quite ordinary. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly, the data of one larva caught his attention. Name, unknown. Species, red fire ant. Level, Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan 1 year 1 year. STR 0.00060 0.00006. AGI is 0.00050 0.00005. Def is 0.00070 0.00007. Int is 0.010.0022. Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan 1 year. Seeing the data on this worker ant's status panel, Lin's heart immediately ignited with excitement. A normal worker ant's lifespan should be less than 100 days, and they are definitely level 0. But this worker ant was born with a lifespan of 1 year and was already level 1. Although its SCR and AGI values were no different from those of a normal freshly hatched ant, this worker ant was clearly a level 1 lifeform, meaning it could grow into a level 1 just by consuming food, without Lin needing to use any EXP on it. With this discovery, Lin immediately checked all the newborn ants, and soon, he concluded a rough probability. Out of 563 larvae, there were surprisingly 5 level 1 larvae, about a 1% probability. Among these 5 level 1 larvae, there was even one soldier ant. Chapter 19, Level 4 of Stage 1. The changes in the larvae filled Lin with ambition. A colony capable of producing level 1 lifeforms, while the probability is extremely low, will surely undergo qualitative changes given time. This also meant that he no longer needed to spend any EXP to improve the team's strength. Unless he needed minions with stronger abilities. With his current way of gaining EXP, simply by hunting cockroaches, a level 1 soldier ant is more than enough. In fact, the next day, he even discovered a level 1 male ant among the newly born colony. I wonder if a level 1 male ant will die after its nuptial flight. No. I can first capture the male ants as minions, and even if the male ants are on the verge of death after mating, I can save them with EXP. If I accumulate enough, can I develop an air force? The sky had always been a place Lin longed for but felt helpless about, but now it seems to be possible. A race without an air force is certainly not perfect. Not only should there be an air force, but also ground-to-air capabilities. This reminded Lin of a game he played as a child, StarCraft. Every race in StarCraft has its own unique way of waging war. Each race's warfare is multi-dimensional and three-dimensional. In the future, his ant race also needs to achieve this. Thinking of this, Lin climbed up to the newly constructed throne. This throne was made from the bones of an ant-eating bird, and Lin leaned against it, with the beak of the ant-eating bird hovering above his head, exuding an air of authority. He spent 20,000 EXP to increase his STR from 0.1 to 0.3, only to discover that this was already the upper limit. With 0.3 STR, it is already almost equivalent to 1/3 of an average person's STR. Next, it's AGI and DEF. With the team's current hunting efficiency, in just a few more days, I should be able to advance to the next level. What he was doing now was diligently hunting cockroaches to improve himself. So Lin did not procrastinate, leading over 20 level 1 soldier ants into the sewer every day. All the EXP he earned now would not be used for the team anymore, but for completely enhancing himself. A few days later, he finally welcomed another evolution. This evolution caused his body to cover the throne, reaching a terrifying length of 6 centimeters. Name: Lin. Species: red fire ant. Level: First Order Level 4. Lifespan: 8 year. STR is 0.30.3. AGI is 0.30.3. Def is 0.30.3. Talent: Venom 0.5 milliliters. INT sensing: smell tracking. Your ant's pheromone has mutated and can be sensed within 100 meters. Skill: inspect. Flying needle can shoot venomous spikes from its tail with an effective range of 8 meters. Can extend range as STR increases. Once the venomous spike detaches, it will take 3 days to grow back, during which venom cannot be used. Int 11. EXP 223. Minion 10000056661. Smell tracking. This should be a talent that ants naturally possess, now just upgraded. 100 meters range is not too useful, but better than nothing. The effective range of the flying needle has increased to 8 meters, giving it some ground-to-air capabilities. His body can now store 0.5 milliliters of venom. The limit of venom is not increased by EXP but grows proportionally with the development of his body. The venom sac inside has grown quite large, capable of storing up to 0.5 milliliters of venom, which should be able to inflict fatal damage on an ordinary human. Previously, 0.01 milliliters of venom had been enough to blind Chau's eyes. Now, with a dosage dozens of times greater, Lin felt that if used properly and without prompt medical attention, killing a person shouldn't be difficult. What is 0.5 milliliters? 1 milliliter is equivalent to 1 cubic centimeter. Even if a person drinks it, they will feel a soothing sensation in their throat. The venom of red fire ants, I can say without exaggeration, surpasses even the deadliest snakes in some aspects. If injected into the bloodstream, the venom can spread throughout the body, causing substantial tissue necrosis, so you can imagine the effect. It's time to go out for a walk. He has always been worried that something might happen to Bella, and with his recent power boost, he plans to investigate again. However, his body is currently too big, making it quite inconvenient to go out during the day, so he has to wait until night. Especially when climbing over walls, there are no plants to conceal him on top, and the surveillance cameras around the villa can easily capture a target of his size. As night falls, he enters the villa through the dark corners at the base of the wall and heads straight to Bella's room. It seems she must have been picked up by Jing. Not finding Bella, he could only speculate this. Downstairs, Yang Qing is engrossed in playing games on his phone. Brother! Have you heard about the global fog news recently? Yang is casually scrolling through Douyin while chatting with his brother. It's quite normal. Global warming is causing strange weather phenomena, so it's nothing unusual. Oh. Seeing his brother uninterested in chatting, Yang didn't say much more. Yue and Mei are discussing their topics. Sister Yue, tomorrow the old Huang next door is organizing a mahjong game and wants us to join. He specifically told me to invite you. Yue rolled her eyes and said, "Humph. That old Huang, I felt he was overly enthusiastic when he was dancing the other day. Now he wants me to play mahjong again tomorrow. No way. Sister Yue, there's no need to be like that. Old Huang is a nice guy, and his son is an executive at a listed company. His pension isn't small, and there's no harm in getting to know him." That's true. Anyway, I'm bored. By the way, I've always been curious, how much did you get for giving Bella to Sister Xia? Don't worry, I won't take a single cent. I'm just curious. Due has actually been thinking about this all along. She feels a bit uncomfortable about her daughter giving all the money to Mei. However, now that it has come to this, she just wants to understand a bit more. But what Due doesn't know is that as soon as she said this, a certain ant in a corner of the room suddenly trembled. Oh, actually it's not much, just about this amount. Mei extended a finger. 1 million? Due was shocked. She never expected to make that much money. How could it be that high? It's only 100,000. But there's still a follow-up of 50,000. Yesterday, Sister Xia called me and said Bella is not feeling well, hasn't he been eating much, and asked me to comfort her tomorrow morning. If they can manage to send her out of the city smoothly tomorrow, there will be the additional 50,000. Once they left the city, they'll have all sorts of ways to handle it. 15,000 isn't a small amount. Chapter 20, Infiltration. From Duhui and May's conversation, Lin learned about Bella's whereabouts. To be honest, he never expected these people would sell Bella to human traffickers. It showed just how malicious they were. For a 6-year-old child, this is nothing short of a nightmare. However, he also picked up on the fact that May would meet with the buyer tomorrow morning. Tonight, Lin had originally planned to test the power of his venom, but it looks like this matter needs to be postponed. He must take the risk of following May out tomorrow. Right now, he is the only one who can save Bella, and there's only one chance. The current question is how far May plans to go. If it's by foot, it's manageable, but if it's by vehicle, that could be troublesome. The chances of walking are slim. The city is so large, the buyer is unlikely to be nearby. After thinking it through, Lin decided he needed to hide on May, either in her bag or on her person. May isn't wealthy either. Recently she hasn't used many bags. Lin noticed that some of her everyday items were in a large canvas bag used for grocery shopping. The bag was spacious enough. Lin climbed inside and hid in an unused compartment, silently waiting. The next day, May indeed took this bag when she went out. Perhaps today she will finally receive the final payment, so she is particularly excited. When she left the house, she was even humming a little tune, completely unaware that there was a large ant inside her bag. Sure enough, after May went out, she directly took a taxi. The taxi twisted and turned. Lin wasn't sure where they had arrived but knew that after May got out, they should be at a market. They passed through the market and arrived at a row of rental houses. Based on the sound of May's footsteps, it can be inferred that the person lives on the 3rd floor without an elevator. When he reached the 3rd floor, he heard the sound of a door opening. "Sister Xia! Where are the people? Come in quickly. Let me tell you, as soon as that girl opens the tape, she starts crying. I'm worried others will hear, so I haven't dared to open it until now. Now she's not crying anymore, but she won't eat. If she dies, that would be a great loss for me." "Bella, what's the matter with you? How can you not eat? Didn't you say you were going to wait for Daddy? If you don't eat and end up starving, how will you wait for him? How about this, I'll ask Aunt Xia to help you open the tape. Don't cry, just eat something. You need to eat to survive, and to survive, you need to grow up. Once you grow up, you can run back and wait for your dad." I have to say, although May lacks education, she knows how to hit the nail on the head when advising others. Moments later, Lin heard Bella munching on something. Before long, someone knocked on the door and a man walked in. "Brother Chang." "Hello?" May's voice is somewhat agitated. Not bad, you handled it as soon as you arrived. It seems we'll have to collaborate more in the future. I'm really sorry to trouble you with this trip, but we have no choice. We can't take the risk of transferring funds. We can only deal in cash, so I hope you understand." Understood, this child gets it now. Good. The car is downstairs, it's all arranged. Before long, everyone got into the car. Lin felt a bit surprised there were only 2 people in this human trafficking gang. However, after half an hour, he realized he was wrong. The car reached the outskirts, and that strong guy and Sister Xia seemed to have a contact. Sure enough, after a while, they arrived at a building where there seemed to be 2 more men inside, and besides Bella, there were actually 3 other abducted children. Listening to their conversation, Lin understood that this was their transfer point, and the 2 men were responsible for the transport. The children would be sent to other places, but they certainly wouldn't tell May where exactly. The strong guy and Sister Xia were getting ready to drive May away. The traffickers have several purposes for abducted children. Firstly, to sell them to those who cannot have children or need children. Secondly, to sell organs, such as kidneys, corneas, etc. Some even disable the children and send them out to beg. No matter which type it is, it's a huge blow for the children's families, and for the children, it is even more brutal. Therefore, Lin harbors extreme hatred for those who do such things. As May was about to leave, Lin certainly wouldn't leave with her. He seized an opportunity, crawled out of the other person's bag, and jumped into the grass on the roadside. After the car left, Lin crawled out of the grass and looked at the building ahead. This should be a small courtyard on the mountainside. There were more than 10 chickens inside the yard, as well as 2 large lychee trees. Chickens! Seeing that group of chickens, Lin was somewhat speechless. Inspect. Name, unknown. Species, chicken. Level, 0. Lifespan, 7-year 5-year. STR is 0.10.1. AGI 1.51.5. Def is 0.20.2. Int 0.080.08. This is an ordinary rooster. Although its STR is several times weaker than his, its AGI is far superior. Moreover, this is a natural enemy, and under such circumstances, Lin dared not be careless, fearing to make any noise. If not daring to provoke, then he would take a detour. He climbed directly from the outer wall on the other side to the roof and then returned down, peering inside through a window. Inside, he saw the 2 men speaking to the 4 children, their faces extremely fierce. Lin couldn't bear to see Bella trembling like that. But he still didn't dare to act rashly, and time slowly passed until night finally fell. The 2 men inside hadn't left during this time, just making a few phone calls. It sounded like a buyer would be arriving tomorrow, and they would be sending the goods north for trade. Soon it was late at night, and the 2 finally fell into a deep sleep. Only at this moment did Lin dare to come down from the windowsill and crawl into the house. He wasn't sure if his poison would work on an adult, but he had to give it a try. So Lin crawled onto the back of a slightly weaker man and raised his stinger to stab it in. The reason for targeting the back was that even if he woke up in pain, he wouldn't be able to reach it. Lin wasn't afraid of exposing himself with his current strength. Escaping in such a dark environment wouldn't be a problem. As the toxin was injected, the man indeed woke up in pain. However, Lin did not stop. Instead, he injected all the poison without leaving a drop and quickly crawled away. The man let out a scream and reached back to grab at his back, but he couldn't catch anything. This startled the other person nearby, who hurriedly turned on the light. The moment he turned on the light, he was instantly frozen in shock. He saw the thin man suddenly roll his eyes back, his entire face turning red, with his eyes wide open. Lazy. What's going on? Lazy. Lazy. The thin man called Lazy clearly could not hear the calls anymore. He might have heard them, but he was completely out of control, convulsing on the bed. Next, the man began to froth at the mouth. Lazy. Don't scare me like this. It's impossible to help you at a time like this. The man didn't even dare to call the police and could only keep pinching the other man's pressure point. But what's the use of pinching a pressure point when poisoned? A few minutes later, the man named Lazy convulsed and fell into a coma. Lin knew, however, that the man wasn't dead because he hadn't received any EXP. Chapter 21, Huge Gains. Lin hid in the corner, silently watching as the remaining man first panicked, then began to call for help. The man was calling Changgu. Lin knew that he didn't have much time left. Once Changgu arrived, many changes would surely occur. But at that moment, his trump card was already gone. All the poison had been injected into the man named Lazy. Is there really no other way? He felt a bit unwilling. That's right. The flying needle. I haven't used my flying needle skill yet. Although there's no poison, if I use it well, I can still injure someone. He lay still in the corner, adjusting his angle. The flying needle was aimed at the artery next to the man's Adam's apple. Time was running out, so Lin decided to take a chance since there was no other way. He wasn't sure if he could hit the target and strike the artery. As the flying needle skill activated, a stinger, 1 centimeter long, shot out rapidly. Ah! A scream echoed through the night. The man felt a pain in his neck, and blood sprayed out like water from a broken pipe, leaving him frightened and confused. However, he quickly instinctively covered his neck with his hand. At this moment, Lin no longer hid. He crawled directly out of the corner, quickly climbed onto the man, and bit down hard on the man's wrist where he was covering his wound. The man's wrist throbbed with pain, and he immediately let go of his hand. But when he saw an ant the size of a fingertip crawling on his wrist, he was instantly terrified. Ah! What the hell is this? At this moment, the artery in his wrist had also burst, and blood spurted out as well. Yet, Lin showed no mercy before the man could throw him off. He jumped directly and lunged at the man's eyes. The man only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by excruciating pain, prompting him to reflexively bring his hand up to slap at his eyes, trying to swat Lin away. But Lin had already anticipated the man's movements, crawling over to the side and snapping at the man's other eye. Though the man managed to close his eyes just in time, his fragile and thin eyelids were no match for Lin's powerful jaws. In the midst of his terrified screams, the eyeball of his other eye was also directly punctured. At this point, the man could see nothing, only frantically clawing at his face and neck. To avoid being accidentally harmed, Lin slipped off of the man. To save time, he climbed back onto the frail man's body, biting fiercely at his neck. The frail man's skin and throat were as fragile as paper, and under Lin's sharp jaws, a small hole was punctured. The sounds coming from the hall were extremely terrifying, causing the 4 children in the room to cry out in fear. Lin knew that his rescue mission was not yet complete. He picked up the key, crawled over to the lock, inserted the key into the keyhole, and opened the door. Bella was also terrified at this moment, but she suddenly heard Lin's voice in her ears. "Bella! Bella! Don't be afraid, don't cry, push open the door, hurry outside, run along the path, find the house with the lights on, then knock on the door, have someone call for help. Remember, Dad is always here." Bella looked around in confusion, seeing no one, but she did manage to stop crying and push the door open to run outside. The other 3 children followed her out, crying as they ran. Although it was remote here, there were a few houses about 400 to 500 meters away. This night was destined to keep many people awake. Lin was also feeling extremely weak at this moment. He crawled out of the small yard under the cover of darkness and hid in the grass to rest. Before leaving the house, he deliberately crawled onto the nearly lifeless man's neck and extracted his stinger. More than 20 minutes later, the sound of police sirens rang out. Half an hour later, the sound of an ambulance could also be heard approaching from a distance. But Lin knew that the ambulance had arrived too late. Arriving 5 minutes earlier might have made a difference, because just moments ago, he had already gained 49,353,562 EXP. The small courtyard was surrounded by a caution line. The next morning, several uniformed officers entered the area. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin anymore. At that moment, he was crawling on the bumper of a van, and sitting inside that van were none other than Brother Chang and Sister Xia. The van arrived almost at the same time as the police car, but seeing that something was off, they didn't get out. Instead, they observed for a while on the main road before leaving. Lin now understood his own strength and naturally wouldn't let these 2 people go. Although he had lost his venom, he gained 100,000 EXP, and throughout this day and night he was out, the minions were also busy, adding him several thousand EXP. Altogether, he now had 111,000 EXP and could spend some to increase his strength. 0.3 STR is still a bit weak, I need to increase it. Lin initially chose to increase his STR, but after spending 30,000 EXP to raise it to 0.6, the system prompted that he had reached the limit again. A body this small having more than half the STR of an average person sounds terrifying, but Lin now knew that even if he raised his STR to 1, he couldn't compete with a human just based on that. Because his size and mass were small, the momentum he generated was vastly different from that of humans. A human's punch might not injure him, but he would be knocked far away. However, the biting force of his powerful jaws was already quite impressive, and he was confident he could crush a human's bones. After raising AGI and Def to 0.6, Lin found that he could evolve again. I really didn't expect that killing 2 people would directly allow me to level up. A few minutes later, his data status panel underwent a complete change. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, Tier 1, Level 5. Lifespan, 15 year. STR 0.60.45. AGI is 0.60.48. Depth 0.60.52. Talent, Venom 1 0.5 ml, INT sensory, scent tracking. Your ant pheromones have mutated and enhanced, capable of being sensed within 300 meters. Skill: Inspect needle can shoot a venomous needle from its tail, effective range is 15 meters, which can increase with STR enhancement once released. The needle takes 3 days to regrow, during which the venom cannot be used. Int. 11. EXP 21255. Minion 10000005633. After metamorphosis, its body length has reached a full 8 centimeters. However, this time it did not gain any new skills, and the talent did not change either. Only the venom storage limit increased to 1 milliliter, and the effective range of the needle increased to 15 meters. Moreover, the scent tracking distance was extended to 300 meters, making the range quite significant. There are still over 20,000 EXP left. It seems I'll need to kill more people in the future, the rewards are too high. Anyone involved in human trafficking can be killed. Brother Chang and sister Xia must die. Such people, even if caught, won't be sentenced for long, so I will punish them myself, which is most appropriate. Also, Mei, Duyuega, Yang, Chao, I won't let any of them escape. Just wait for it, I will send you all to hell one by one. Chapter 22, Ant-Man. In this country, if 2 people die at the same time, and it's homicide, it is definitely a major case. Such a big case cannot be handled by the local police station, they must wait for the city bureau to send someone over. And this time, the team leader was He Xiong, who had previously dealt with the Chao case. After a thorough inspection, He Xiong instructed the nearby subordinate to start recording. There are 4 child footprints and 5 adult footprints in the house, all collected. There are no climbing traces around the house, no entry through windows, and no signs of intrusion at the door. He Xiong carefully examined the arrangement of the room, gradually furrowing his brow. After examining the bodies, he sighed, saying, "The murderer possesses an incomprehensible counter-detection ability, leaving no trace whatsoever. These 2 were clearly homicides, not suicides, yet there are no signs of struggle. The state of the 2 deceased was extremely tragic. One showed signs of poisoning, but the real cause of death should be a ruptured throat. The other had pierced eyeballs, a severed carotid artery, and a cut wrist artery, and is presumed to have died from excessive blood loss." Of course, he still dared not jump to conclusions and had to wait for the final results from forensic investigator Lao Hu. Back at the station, He Xiong immediately checked the identities of the deceased and was surprised to find both had records. Team He. We've identified the 2 deceased, one is named Lu Yunlei, the other Wang Han, both have criminal records. He Xiong took the report. Both had served time for involvement in missing persons cases, 2 years and 3 years respectively. That place should be their base of operations. Have the 4 children from last night been interviewed? We're currently inquiring. Emotions are still quite unstable, so it's a bit slow. They should all have been abducted. This girl named Bella, you should remember, is the child from that eye injury case that happened some time ago. Is it her? He Xiong has a very deep impression of the case involving Chao's eye injury because it was so bizarre. In the afternoon, the forensic report came out. He Xiong immediately noticed several similarities in the case after comparing the composition of the toxin, the method of injury, and counter-surveillance capabilities. And then, there's that child. In the afternoon, uniformed officers appeared at the villa and took Mei away. Since Bella was sent out by Mei, although the statements of a 6-year-old child cannot be used as a conviction testimony, whether she can withstand the pressure depends entirely on Mei herself. Mei was taken away, which terrified Yang and her daughter. Fortunately, they left a back door, allowing them to push all the responsibility onto Mei. Let's split the conversation. The van returned to the rental house Lin had been to before and didn't stay long. Chang and Xia brought down 2 bags of luggage and started the vehicle again. The vehicle twisted and turned, and after about an hour, Lin realized that they had ended up on the other side of S City. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. These traffickers are very crafty. This is yet another urban village. Lin climbed into the van, the scent instantly mixing with the 2 of them. Next, he would be able to sense their positions at any time. In a busy district, there are too many people, it's hard to take action. Seeing this scene, Lin also felt somewhat awkward. But he had no intention of backing down. Keeping these 2 alive would be a disaster. They must die. Even if it makes a scene, he has to kill these 2. He admired Chang and Xia's mental resilience. The house had naturally been rented long ago, but despite the major incident, these two acted as if nothing had happened, going out to shop for groceries and cook at home. Lin observed for an afternoon and ultimately decided to wait for his toxic needle to be ready before taking action. So, he climbed down from the car and entered the sewer. For 3 consecutive days, he survived in the sewers by eating cockroaches. There's nothing I can do even though I can't mentally get over eating cockroaches, my body is honest and can't resist such a delicacy. On the evening 3 days later, Lin crawled out of the sewer and entered the rental apartment of the two. As soon as he stepped into the rental, he cursed under his breath about his bad luck. Why do I always encounter such scenes? I haven't even paid for VIP. I have to say, this man named Chang is way better than Chow. He actually held out for more than 10 minutes and changed into 5 or 6 different positions. Things like this have nothing to do with social status or amount of money. The happiness of the lower class is really that simple. One thing is the same: after finishing, Chang lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Then came the lights out and sleep. Regarding murder, thanks to the previous experience, Lin was already very familiar with the process. This time he didn't plan to use the flying needle skill after all. He already had 2 milliliters of venom, and he only needed to inject half the dose into each of them for them to quickly lose consciousness. Once again, he chose to deliver the injection from their backs. Of course, he aimed to deal with the stronger man first, and soon the rental was in chaos. The screams and howls in the middle of the night disturbed the neighbors. By the time the officers arrived after receiving the report, the two were already completely dead, leaving behind 2 bloodied corpses and a messy room. The 2 consecutive murder cases shocked the S-City uniform system. The attention it attracted was even broader, quickly spreading online. Some reporters captured videos of the scene and posted them online. Although they were soon taken down, they spread in private online groups. According to information disclosed by the authorities, this murder case should have been committed by the same perpetrator as the one 3 days ago. The authorities suspect that this is a brand new way of killing, possibly involving high-tech tools like drones. Even more absurdly, some analysts believe that the killer likely used an invisible drone for toxin injection, or even had nanobots involved. Before long, the authorities identified the 4 deceased. These 4 individuals were actually part of the same human trafficking gang, which the authorities had been desperately searching for without results. These 4 were agents for the gang in S-City and were wiped out all at once. Netizens named the perpetrator after the toxin he used, giving him a very catchy name, Ant-Hero. Not only that, but someone even AI generated his battle attire and posters of him punishing evil and promoting good. The Uniform Bureau, Xiong, had a headache. The case's impact was tremendous. The higher-ups had issued a serious order to solve the case within 3 months. However, based on the current clues, there is truly no lead. If the killer doesn't strike again, Xiong feels he won't know how to continue the investigation. Moreover, emotionally speaking, Xiong has a certain amount of admiration for the killer regarding the deaths of the 4 individuals. But the law is the law regardless of whether the deceased deserves to die. It should not be for someone outside the legal system to judge. Chapter 23, Chow returns, Bella's birthday. Ant-Man has gone viral online, yet Lin, the one responsible for it all, remains completely unaware. When everything was settled, he left without a trace, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Mainly, he doesn't have a phone and is completely unaware of these events. Initially, he intended to steal a phone, but after some thought, he realized it wouldn't be convenient to carry, and besides, all phones now have GPS tracking. He can't afford to attract attention. While in the sewer, he gained over 90,000 EXP, bringing his total to nearly 120,000 EXP. However, he did not rush to apply it to himself, as he is not in a hurry to level up right now. Once he levels up, his body will inevitably grow larger, making it difficult to hide. From his understanding, this location is already more than 50 kilometers away from the forest where the ant colony is located. At such a distance, being too large would increase the chances of exposure. Even now, he doesn't dare to show himself during the day. An 8-centimeter ant is definitely abnormal. Anyone who sees it wouldn't just ignore it. If someone captures it on video and uploads it online, that would be a huge problem. So he currently hides in the sewer during the day, hunting some mice to accumulate EXP. When he comes out at night, he is also very cautious, even afraid to disturb any stray cats or dogs. After all, in such a big city, there are plenty of street cameras. If a fight breaks out, there is a significant risk of exposure. After several days of going out at night and hiding during the day, he finally returned to his territory. He didn't expect to be away for more than 10 days, and upon returning, the ant colony had undergone significant changes. In just over 10 days, the ant colony increased by nearly 10,000, including more than 70 newly emerged first-level ants. Of course, the vast majority of these ants are worker ants. There are 3 princess ants, 4 male ants, and 4 soldier ants. Lin decisively accepted these over 10 first-level ants as his minions. Not only that, he spent a whopping 80,000 EXP to level up 6 male ants and 7 princess ants to the first level. Compared to his own leveling up, the overall strength of the team is what truly matters. After all, he is part of the insect tribe, and a large, powerful team is fundamental to the insect race. His rapid improvement during this period has been remarkable. Once any single attribute reaches 1, every subsequent increase requires 100,000 EXP. If he has to hunt by himself, he would need to kill frequently to maintain quick leveling. But that's not realistic, so he needs the strength of the team to keep pace. Then, he spent another 50,000 EXP to create more than 10 level 1 soldier ants, increasing the general 1 level soldier ant team to 50. As a result, he had nearly exhausted his EXP. However, the team's potential was elevated to a frightening level. Because in a few days, it will be the day of the marriage flight, at which time 10 level 1 queen ants will join the ant colony. Given some time, this colony will be unimaginable. Lin's first goal is to unify the city's insect species. The biggest obstacle to uniting the insect species is the cockroaches. Cockroaches carry various pathogenic microorganisms on their bodies and in their digestive tracts, which can be highly destructive. Among the 4 pests, flies, mosquitoes, mice, and cockroaches hold the top position. The quantity of cockroaches in the city sewer is simply overwhelming. It is precisely because of their numbers that Lin can take advantage of this to grow stronger, gradually devouring them. After making arrangements, Lin once again infiltrated the villa. Today is his daughter Bella's 7th birthday. Meow. The tabby cat seems to have caught a whiff of something. But now, Lin is no longer afraid of it. Although the cat has an AGI of 3.1, his ACR has already far surpassed that of this tabby cat, so if it really challenges him, Lin wouldn't mind teaching it a lesson. Of course, if he wants to kill a stray cat now, he would have to waste venom, and before infiltrating the villa, he hadn't planned on wasting it. Fortunately, the cat did not come over, so Lin did not provoke it and directly climbed over the wall into the villa. Upon entering the villa, he noticed something different. Today there were actually 4 security personnel on night duty, which was not the case before. The security personnel on duty appeared quite professional. Even at the sound of the cat's meow, they would check it out. Lin paused for a moment, and the next moment, he noticed that there was actually someone on the roof. Luckily, he made his way along the wall to the bushes, otherwise, that damn cat might have exposed him. What's going on? It feels like a fortress. This was no challenge for Lin. Despite being over 8 centimeters long, at night, it's easy to hide while climbing along the wall. He immediately headed to Bella's room. In fact, he had been there a few days ago and knew that Mei had already been detained, and Yang had been much more cooperative. Bella was just managing to get by. At least from the minion status panel data, she didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Looking through the window, she is now sleeping soundly. On the desk, Lin saw a drawing with the words, "My dad is Ant-Man" written on it. Seeing this, Lin was taken aback. Looking at the painting again, he noticed his image looked rather strange. Although he still had a human body, there were 2 peculiar antennas on his head. Moreover, his body was covered in a layer of reddish-brown armor. Could it be that I was discovered? Lin was filled with doubt. That can't be. I'm sure she hasn't seen me. Could it be telepathy? To be honest, even though this person wasn't biologically related to him, Lin still felt incredibly touched to have someone rely on him. When he arrived in the hallway, he then realized it was Chow who had returned. No wonder security has been tightened and the guards are on high alert. It's you who came back. Looks like the two have resolved their differences, that's fine. Things will be easier under my watchful eye. As for killing, I can take my time once my team is stronger and my power increases a bit more, then it won't be too late to deal with you all. In fact, one of the main reasons Lin chose not to act now was because of Bella. He was afraid of scaring the child. Plus, Bella had just turned 7, and he couldn't take care of her. As for his brother Jing, Lin held no hopes for him either. Such a simple matter had somehow been messed up. Besides himself, he couldn't rely on anyone. But he was really worried about Bella staying in this household. If only she could take care of herself. Thinking about Bella taking care of herself, Lin suddenly had a eureka moment. Right, she's my minion. I can give her EXP. It's just in time for her birthday, let's treat it as a birthday gift. So, Lin opened Bella's status panel. Name, Bella. Race, human. Level, 0. Lifespan, 83 year 75 year. STR 0.260.26. AGI is 0.190.19. Def is 0.130.13. Int is 0.60.6 inch. This value improved a bit compared to before, but human growth is really too slow. To reach adult levels, it would take at least another 10 years, and Lin couldn't wait. After some thought, he decisively spent 20,000 EXP to increase her INT. Bella's INT cap originally was 0.6, but after his boost, it became 0.8, very close to adulthood. Additionally, he directly added a bit to STR, AGI, and DF, which took another 30,000 EXP. His EXP was depleted again, but fortunately, his team was already taking shape. Even if Lin didn't go out hunting himself, he could still earn over 10,000 EXP each day. That was his goal for training the team. He wouldn't need to take action himself to collect EXP daily. Looking at Bella's latest data, Lin felt somewhat reassured. Especially the 0.8 INT, this would definitely bring him close to an adult's intelligence and learning in life, far surpassing his peers. Grow up. Child, you will become the most dazzling star in this city, no, on this planet. Become a superstar. Name, Bella. Race, human. Level, 0. Lifespan, 83 year 75 year. STR 0.360.36. AGI is 0.290.29. Def is 0.230.23. Int is 0.80.8 inch. Brothers, the city which has started on the path of cheats, please help by giving a 5-star review, free of charge to generate love. Let's get it trending. Chapter 24, Submit to me. Or die. Meow. The tabby cat seemed to sense something, jumping down from the wall and diving into the woods. Lin muttered a curse. I didn't want to provoke you, we shouldn't interfere with each other, are you really coming to seek death? The tabby cat paused, as if it understood what the previous ant meant. INT sensing. Lin wasn't afraid of it, rather, he felt it unnecessary. After all, the other party's AGI was 3.1, and its agility was too high. Even if he managed to win, he would have to use the flying needles. The tabby cat was not comparable to a sleeping human, especially when dealing with small animals. But as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The tabby cat sensed Lin's intent and surprisingly moved forward, its eyes filled with curiosity, looking ready to pounce and attack. Lin thought to himself that this was bad. The cat's base AGI was already high, plus an explosive AGI and its weight far exceeding its own. Once it activated, he might get hurt. This was evident from its agile movements when dealing with mice. No! I can't hesitate any longer. Just as Lin was preparing for battle, he saw the tabby cat's eyes light up, instantly activating and rushing toward him. Flying needles. He couldn't let the tabby cat get close, although his SCR surpassed the opponent's. That was inherent strength from its bite force and small body, unable to counter the momentum generated by the opponent's larger weight and AGI. The flying needles shot out, aiming straight for the cat's neck. Such a short response time made it impossible for Lin to adjust his angle for a precise shot. Whoosh! The tabby cat only felt a slight pain in its neck, but it didn't affect its attack. Due to the opponent's AGI being too fast, Lin had no chance to dodge when the tabby cat's claws struck. He was lifted up. But what the tabby cat didn't expect was that despite grabbing this ant, it couldn't close its claws. So it directly opened its mouth and bit down on the ant. Faced with such a huge mouth, Lin didn't panic, quickly extending his front limbs to brace against the cat's upper and lower jaws. The tabby cat's mouth was surprisingly held open for a moment, unable to bite down. At that moment, Lin gained a clear understanding of his 0.6 STR. STR is reflected in body strength and small-scale confrontations. The cat's bite force was astonishing, yet he managed to force it open. Both faced off like this. The cat shook its head, trying to throw Lin off, but failed. After several seconds, its body numbed, and it felt a soreness in its teeth as its STR began to fade. This was the venom spreading, causing its body to enter a state of paralysis. This isn't a joke. Although Lin's current needle can't carry all the venom for an attack, it still has about half a milliliter in it. How could its tiny body possibly bear that? Feeling something was wrong with its body, the calico cat turned and fled. It even thought about trying to expel Lin while it was running. But at this moment, Lin was unwilling to let go. The calico cat darted into the darkness and ran wildly for dozens of seconds, unaware that the more it exerted itself, the faster the poison spread. Soon, it collapsed at the entrance of a drain, letting out sharp meows. At this point, Lin could already feel the calico cat's grasp of strength rapidly fading, so it crawled out from its mouth and onto its face. I wonder how much EXP you get for killing a stray cat. In the calico cat's eyes filled with terror and despair, Lin raised its big jaw and clamped down towards its neck. Just as it pierced through the skin and was about to crush the windpipe, it suddenly thought of another possibility and immediately stopped. Submit to me. Or die. With INT perception, it could now communicate its intentions to other species. Sure enough, the calico cat understood, though it seemed momentarily stunned. Lin knew that the cat was thinking. Cats have a certain level of intelligence. With an INT of 0.1, they have the cognitive capacity akin to a 2 or 3-year-old human child. This level of intelligence allows them to distinguish their own circumstances when facing stronger opponents. But cats are different. The more threatened they feel, the more they instinctively protect themselves and resist submission. This is the innate kingly aura of felines. Who? Meow. Sure enough, the other party did not choose to submit but instead showed its teeth, issuing a warning growl from its throat. Now the initiative was in Lin's hands. He was patient. He dug the tail needle out from the calico cat's neck and plunged it into a different spot. Surrender. Who? Submit. He shifted to another spot and continued to jab. Who? The two faced each other like this, while Lin switched positions dozens of times. The big tabby was already bruised and battered. He lost an inspect, and saw that the cat's health had clearly declined, but it wasn't in a dying state yet. STR has hit rock bottom. AGI has also reached its low, only death is still decent. It seems that cats have 9 lives, which means they are tenacious. But what about me? If I can't win, I'll keep stabbing until I kill you. Surrender! An hour later, the cries of the large spotted cat had become extremely weak, its body filled with small holes. It had lost too much blood. But even so, the opponent surprisingly hadn't passed out. Even for a human, being exposed to this much poison would lead to immediate shock, yet this cat had endured for so long. Of course, it might also be because Lin kept stabbing it, preventing it from falling into unconsciousness. Just as Lin thought this cat was about to die, he finally received a prompt from the system. It was a success. He had gained a cat minion. Name, unknown. Race, cat. Level 0 dying. Lifespan 14-year 1 day. STR is 0.30.001. AGI 3.10.01. Def is 0.90.01. Int is 0.10.001. The large spotted cat was now in a near-death state, but Lin didn't have any EXP to restore its condition. Whether it can live or not depends on you. Lin dragged the large spotted cat into the sewer, keeping it in a comfortable position. This was a skill he had used once with the flying needles, and it took him most of the night to accomplish. If it were to die so easily, that wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, he knew this cat wasn't going to die that easily. Its current state of death was due to his venom working. Once the cat's immune system cleared the toxins from its body, there was a good chance it would recover. You should know, a cat's immunity is far superior to that of a human. Long-term exposure to dark and filthy environments, along with contact with too many bacteria and viruses, gives them greater resistance to poison. After a few hours of waiting, Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that the cat could indeed move. Checking the status panel, Lin instantly became excited. What was originally 0.001 STR had now actually restored to 0.5. Not only that, but this value was quickly recovering. It must be that the toxins are being rapidly cleared by its immune system. Cats really do have 9 lives. The ancients were not lying to me. Chapter 25, The Stray Cat Rescue Streamer. In the pitch darkness, only a few thin beams of light fell straight down into the sewer, where a dark figure charged forward like a sword. Creak! Chirp, 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 chirp. The sound came to an abrupt stop. Well done, well done. Dahua. Great job. The calico cat was named Dahua by Lin, and after just 3 days of recovery, Dahua was full of energy again. With Dahua by his side, Lin now navigates the sewers with ease, demolishing everything in his path. 50 elite soldier ants, 1,000 regular soldier ants, plus Dahua, the killer of rodents. Wherever they go, it's a scene of carnage. Even Lin himself didn't need to participate in the battle. He only lamented that there weren't enough prey. Dahua brought a dead mouse to Lin and nudged it forward with her paw. The meaning was, eat. Go on, eat. Lin, even though he also eats mice, has honeydew, so why would he choose this? He said directly, "This is your reward." Saying this, he jumped up and landed on Dahua's back. This big flower will be his mount from now on. With the addition of Dahua, the hunt for AGI has doubled. Dahua can kill dozens of mice in a single day, and when you add them all up, it results in over 10,000 EXP earnings. The Ant Legion only earns a little over 10,000 in a day. Moreover, the Ant Legion also faces casualties the ordinary soldier ants can't withstand much before they are used up. Seeing Dahua's performance, Lin started to consider acquiring some stray cat minions. If he had a group of stray cats working for him, his EXP would rise rapidly. So, without hesitation, he led Big Flower out that night to look for a new stray cat. Soon, he found a tabby cat in a small alley. This tabby cat was about 30 centimeters long, roughly the same size as Big Flower, and Lin was very satisfied. Without him lifting a finger, Big Flower lunged at it. On Big Flower's back, Lin took advantage of the tabby cat's moment of inattention to jump onto its back and quickly injected it with venom. Under the fierce struggle of their duo, the tabby cat soon became weak and gasping. However, the outcome was somewhat disappointing for Lin. This tabby cat was too stubborn and didn't become his minion even to the end. After fighting all night, he earned over 8,000 EXP, which was somewhat of a consolation. Through this battle, Lin realized that Big Flower's combat power still needed strengthening. If I could elevate Big Flower to the next level, it could independently catch some stray cats for me, saving me a lot of effort. With this in mind, Lin immediately used 2,000 of his existing 38,000 EXP on Big Flower. This 2,000 was all added to STR. As a result, Big Flower's STR jumped from 0.3 to 0.5, allowing it to dominate strays of the same size. After a day of fighting, Lin felt his condition starting to decline. His INT had lowered, and he needed to rest. Big Flower was in the same situation. For safety's sake, Lin returned to the ant nest to rest, where his throne was. As for Big Flower, according to its habit, it would still head to its own territory. Every stray cat has its own territory. It's instinctual for felines. Big Flower's territory isn't large, just around Lin's villa and the bottom of a high bridge beside it. Today, the sun was quite harsh, so Big Flower went to rest under the bridge. After continuous battles, it was indeed a bit tired. After all, it's a mortal being, and cats also need sleep. Not long after Big Flower fell asleep, it failed to notice a white car stop underneath the bridge, and 2 young people got out. The 2 young people glanced at Big Flower. This is the one, Zhou Shi. You take care of covering it with the capture net, while I prepare the cat bag, said a handsome man who appeared to be around 20, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and wearing yellow sneakers. The one named Zhou Shi was about 175 meters tall and had six-pack abs. He took a cat-catching net from the trunk, seemingly quite adept. Lu Sherdong, you won 3,000 from me yesterday, and after the stream today, you owe me a late-night snack. Lu Sherdong put on his leather gloves, then took out a large towel and a heavy cat carrier. While Queen 1 was putting on her gloves, she said, "It's no big deal. By the way, do you really have to be so calculative? You almost made 3,000 in live stream income today, but you only lost 3,000 playing mahjong. You still remember that after all this time? What I earn is what I earn, and what I lose is what I lose. They're two different matters. Alright, after we finish shooting the video this afternoon, let's head to the rooftop of Strawberry House to relax and have some barbecue. I heard their lamb chops are great, perfect for drinking." It turns out that Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong are both streamers who rescue stray cats. Their job is to catch stray cats, injure them, set up suitable scenes, and film the rescue videos to gain views. During the treatment process, they not only film videos but also live stream. This method has won the sympathy of many cat lovers. Using this to their advantage, both of them have earned a considerable amount over the past year. Once prepared, Zhou Shi made a shushing gesture to Lu Sherdong and then slowly approached the Big Flower. Big Flower had been sleeping soundly throughout the night and had no idea that trouble was coming. By the time it reacted, the net bag had already covered it. Although it has reached a STR of 0.5, due to insufficient rest, he has recovered only half of his strength at this moment. After a few clashes, he realized he couldn't break free from that net. Pretty fierce. Zhou Shi tightly gripped the long pole of the cat-catching net. "Hurry, get it into the bag." Lu Sherdong, seeing that he had controlled the big spotted cat, immediately reached out to grab it by the neck. He wore leather gloves and wasn't worried about getting bitten by the cat. But just as he got close to the cat net, the big cat turned and bit down, its teeth biting through the leather glove and into Lu Sherdong. Lu Sherdong let out a startled shout, "Ah! Damn! I've been bitten." Seeing this scene, Zhou Shi was taken aback. They hadn't expected the cat to be so strong. However, at this moment, the cat was still under the net. Lu Sherdong returned to the car and took out a steel pipe about 70 to 80 centimeters long. "Zhou Shi, hold the net, I'll break its legs." Zhou Shi knew Lu Sherdong was angry, so he didn't say anything and cooperatively held down the pole. With the big cat trapped in the net, it could barely turn around. Zhou Shi aimed at its hind legs and smashed down hard. Zhou Shi was really furious. He swung the pipe several times, directly breaking the cat's two hind legs before finally putting it away. His anger subsided by more than half. Just after the two had driven away, an electric bicycle wobbled its way to the bottom of the bridge. The person on the electric bike was wearing a helmet and looked like a young person. "Damn it! This electric bike's AGI is too slow, and I didn't get any evidence." Half a day later, when Lin woke up, the late summer sun warmed the ground slightly, which was just the kind of weather ants liked. The first thing he thought of upon waking was to go collect the stray cat minion. But when he saw his status panel, his fur suddenly stood on end. Because he saw that the data for the big cat was extremely abnormal at this moment. Name, Big Cat. Race, Cat. Level, 0. Lifespan 14-year 8-day. STR 0.50.1. AGI 3.10. DEFA 0.90.2. INTA 0.10.04. What happened? Is Big Cat in danger? It shouldn't be, there's no one specifically hunting stray cats right now, right? Why is the AGI 0? Could it be that Big Cat's legs are broken? Chapter 26, Big Cat is still alive. Lin guessed correctly, Big Cat's legs were indeed broken. When he arrived under the elevated bridge, he saw some bloodstains where the big cat usually stayed. This is Big Cat's blood. There's also human blood. Could it be officials specifically hunting stray cats and dogs? But they don't need to break its legs. I can't sense the pheromones left on Big Cat, they must be beyond 300 meters range. With that, Lin had no way to proceed. He had no choice but to return to the small grove dejectedly. Sigh. It's a pity I spent so much effort and wasted 2000 EXP, only to have this result. Looks like I need to catch stray cats again. Back in the small grove, Lin had no choice but to take his ant squad into the sewers to hunt. As for catching stray cats again, he planned to reach level 6 first to increase his chances. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong had already begun recording the video. Oh no! Today, I saw a stray cat in this corner. Who could be so heartless as to break the cat's leg? It's obvious this was done by a person, not a car that ran over it. Today, Joshi and I stumbled upon this cat and wanted to see if we could take it back to treat it. We don't know if it can stand up again, but let's first take it to the pet hospital and treat its leg before anything else. One of them was responsible for narrating the operations while the other shot the video. Their cooperation was evident and clearly not their first time. After filming for a few minutes, they started live streaming the treatment process. During the live broadcast, many fans were sending their blessings, and of course, various donations as well. Oh my god, who is so cruel? How could they hurt it like this? We must save it. It's so pitiful. Its whole back leg is broken, it will be hard to stand up. Let's save it first and then talk. In the live stream, many people were flooding the comments. The entire treatment process lasted a full 2 hours. The stray cat was wrapped in bandages, securing the leg bone, but it still looked weak. After the wound was disinfected, it could only lay there weakly. To prevent the stray from biting, Joshi put a collar around its neck, the Elizabethan collar. From start to finish, the cat did not make a sound. At this point, it was extremely weak. Just as it was about to faint, it suddenly caught a whiff of food. So it disregarded everything else and laboriously crawled up to eat. The live broadcast continued, and soon a whole day had passed. Back in the ant's nest, Lin checked the minion status panel and found that the cat's data, except for AGI which remained 0, showed slight recovery in other areas. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, it was just a stray cat that accidentally became his minion. In the following days, Lin focused entirely on earning EXP. Before he knew it, September was approaching, and he was due for another evolution. His body length showed the largest change this time, reaching a terrifying 12 centimeters. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, 6 in the first tier. Lifespan 30 year. STR 11. AGI 11. Depth 11. Talent, Venom 2 1.5 milliliters, INT sensory, scent tracking. Your ant pheromones have mutated and can now be sensed within 500 meters. Skill, Inspect. Flying needle can shoot venomous stingers from the tail, effective range 20 meters, can increase range with STR enhancement. After the stinger has been used, it will take 3 days to grow back, during which venom cannot be used. Int 11. EXP 212. Minion 1000000013633. This time, talent had no evolution and no new skills. System. Why is there no skill this time during evolution? Not every evolution comes with a skill, but talent and skills continuously upgrade with the improvements of evolution. Moreover, the host can gain acquired skills by surpassing the limitations of their species. So, does that mean I can gain skills through purposeful training? Yes. Sigh. From now on, every bit of improvement requires 100,000 EXP. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. For example, raising STR from 1 to 2 requires 100,000 EXP. What does 100,000 EXP mean? He would have to kill 2 people, or the ant army would need to continually hunt for almost 10 days. Ha! Why has my minion usage exceeded 13,000? Does that mean Big Flower is still alive? Ever since he lost track of Big Flower, Lin had stopped paying attention to it. A stray cat with a broken leg had lost its significance for him, so Lin treated it as if it were dead. But at this moment, seeing it, he casually opened the status panel to take a look. This glance left him quite surprised. At this moment, he saw that Big Flower's STR had actually recovered to about 60–70%, and Death had also recovered significantly. What truly astonished Lin was that Big Flower's AGI had surprisingly returned to 2 or 3/10. Originally 3.1 AGI, the cap was still 3.1, but the real-time status had changed from 0 to 0.6. This indicates that Big Flower's leg is healing, and in just a few days, it is nearly reaching the average level of humans. Could it be that a kind person took it in? That would be good. When it recovers, there will be a day to meet again. Big Flower is not dead, that's good news, and today is destined to be a day worth celebrating. Because the ant colony is welcoming their day of marriage and mating. Ants have fixed times for their nuptial flights, but after Lin took control of this ant colony, everything changed. At the end of August, the primary male ants and the princess ants began to emerge from their pupae and fly into the sky. The male ants flapped their wings excitedly, seemingly unaware that they were about to die. After so much accumulation, there were 20 primary male ants, and under Lin's control, there were also 20 princess ants. In addition, ordinary princess ants and male ants also participated in this nuptial flight. Hundreds of ants swirled and mated in the air above the grove, with the male ants fiercely injecting all of their essence. After it was over, they realized how weak they had become and felt as if they were about to die. But just then, a voice urged them on. All the primary male ants that had completed the nuptial flight flew uncontrollably towards the ant nest. Lin had already ordered the soldier ants to prepare enough food for them, mostly honeydew. Not only that, he also prepared some EXP to use on them one by one. When the male ants were extremely weak, the food replenished them, and they felt a surge of SCR. The primary princess ants, like little angels, returned to their original nest under Lin's guidance. To welcome their return, Lin had already prepared new homes for them, requiring no effort on their part. Seeing everything go smoothly, Lin felt filled with hope. Bella is already 7 years old, and in a few days she'll be starting first grade. What gift should I prepare for the little friend before she starts school? No gift is better than EXP, go for it, young man. Earn 100,000 EXP in 5 days, that's the best gift of all. Chapter 27, Father-Daughter Communication. It's not just Lin who looks forward to Bella starting school, the entire Yang family does too. Ever since last time, they haven't dared to take any action. But with such an annoying person at home, the whole family is somewhat impatient, eagerly waiting to send her off. Once she starts school, at least they won't have to see her during the day. 7-year-old Bella, now with an INT of 0.8, has started to sense all this. This has also made her increasingly quiet. However, after going through these events, she now fully understands the situation. The reason she was sold was actually because of the name on the property deed. With school starting tomorrow, Bella felt neither excited nor happy, and had no other emotions. Instead, she was curious about the changes she had undergone in the past few days. Starting 4 days ago, she felt that her strength had suddenly increased. Not only had her strength increased, but she also felt much steadier while walking, almost feeling the wind. This morning, while brushing her teeth, she unexpectedly managed to break a toothbrush easily without even trying. Bella had no idea what was happening to her body. This increasing strength continued for 4 days. And today is the 5th day she tried jumping in her room, and surprisingly, she jumped over a meter high. Little did she know, Lin had already increased her STR to 1, which is the level of an adult. With her body being so light, if she unleashed an adult's STR, she would surely jump higher than an adult. Lin not only raised her STR to 1 but also boosted her AGI to 0.8. Bella was startled by herself, then excitement spread across her face. Her smile nearly melted Lin, who was hiding under the table. As a father, one can only imagine the feelings of not having seen his daughter smile for a long time. Just then, Bella suddenly turned to the window and said, "Thank you, Dad." Hearing this, Lin's heart skipped a beat, but he still didn't come out and instead tried to respond. "Bella, tomorrow you'll be starting school and turning a year older. This is a gift from Dad." To Lin's surprise, Bella showed no sign of being surprised. Instead, she replied, "I know. So thank you, Dad. By the way, Dad, are you a ghost? Or are you really Ant-Man?" When Bella said this, her expression was serious besides her childish face, her demeanor was no different from an adult's. At that moment, Lynn realized that with 0.8 INT, her intelligence was already close to that of an adult, and she no longer had the thoughts of a 7-year-old. Why do you ask that? Dad, I've been thinking a lot lately. From the time I was sold, then returning, to the strange things that have happened to me these last few days, I feel like someone has been secretly watching over me. In the more than a month since I came back, I've been studying and researching various information. Dad, in what form do you exist right now? Bella's answer left Lynn completely stunned. After a few seconds of silence, Lynn had no intention of telling Bella about his current situation. Bella, you just need to know that Dad has always been here. Right now, it's not convenient for me to see you, but one day, we will reunite. Lynn was currently panicking, mainly because his current appearance was difficult to explain. After leaving the villa, he was worried about how he would explain things in the future. System. Can I ask? In the future, if I grow to a certain extent, can I turn back into a human? No. It can only be said that you will enter the transformation phase and be able to appear in human form, but the essence of your body is not that of a human race. The system's answer was straightforward, but the outcome was like a treasure for Lynn. I can't believe it can really happen. So when do I have to wait until? Below the second stage, all are the initial stages of Zerg life. Once they reach the third stage, the essence of life will experience a qualitative leap, entering the Zerg's metamorphosis period. But the metamorphosis period doesn't mean transforming into a human, rather, it allows for cellular recombination and the ability to mimic other life forms to some extent, while the essence of the Zerg remains unchanged. So it means we need to break through to the third stage and enter the metamorphosis period. Lynn truly didn't expect to have the chance to appear again in human form. But while this sounds simple, it is actually quite distant. At the current pace, it would take him several months just to level up once, let alone reach the first level. There's always hope as long as there's patience. The iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Dahua has already recovered. Why hasn't he yet come back to find me? Could it be that it can't find its way home? Looks like I need to boost my INT by a couple of points first. And add a bit of STR. After all, Dahua is my minion. The stronger it is, the better it is for me. Meanwhile, in the pet store of Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, the two were doing a live broadcast. Families. We can see that the cats really like this cat food. If any families need it, you can purchase it through the little yellow cart below. We prepared 5,000 orders today, and there are only 5,000 orders. Yes. 5,000 orders. 3, 2, 1. Get on the cart. At that moment, Dahua was focused on eating cat food, and it must be said that it tasted quite good. Watching the sales in the live stream soar, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong were very satisfied. However, they had no idea that Dahua, who was devouring the cat food, suddenly brightened its eyes, and a strange low murmur came from its mouth that was originally busy eating. Dahua's eyes suddenly became alert, and after observing its surroundings, the chaotic memories in its mind began to clear up, forming vivid images. INT increased from 0.1 to 0.3, which is a significant leap. If 0.1 INT only presented a blurry chaotic picture of the world to it, with no continuous memory, then 0.3 means it already has the worldview of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Looking at Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, Dahua's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness, and certain painful memories in its brain gradually became clear. However, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong felt nothing of this. After the broadcast, the two closed the pet store door as usual. In City S, true life only begins after 10 o'clock at night. Little did they know, shortly after they left, Dahua, locked in the pet cage, quickly stretched out its front paw, pulled the lock of the cage, and the door of the cage opened with a sound. Dahua walked out of the cage, looked outside through the glass door, then walked to another pet cage and opened that one as well. In this cage is a cat that is completely snow white, with just a small patch of black on its head, resembling a farm cat. The white cat poked its head out but was pressed down by the big tabby's paw, its immense strength forcing the white cat to lie flat at the entrance of the cat cage, struggling desperately. The white cat twisted its body, trying to push the big tabby's paw away with its back legs, but under the big tabby's overwhelming strength, the white cat found it impossible to escape its control. The big tabby removed its paw, and as soon as the white cat stood up to flee, in the next moment, the big tabby pounced directly at it, sweeping its forelimbs and knocking the white cat to the ground, then forcefully pinning it down again. The white cat helplessly let out a meow, and the big tabby mewed back while looking up when it released its forelimbs again. The white cat obediently followed behind it, head hanging low. It's surrendering. At this moment, several nearby cages were also continuously filled with meows, making the entire room quite lively. The big tabby repeated the process and released a completely brown tabby cat. This tabby cat initially resisted, but after a few rounds of lessons from the big tabby, it too obediently followed behind. As for the other pet cats and some pet dogs, the big tabby did not release them. It turned out that the white cat and the brown tabby cat, like the big tabby, were also caught by Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong, having been harmed and used as victims for traffic exchange. Chapter 28: The White Cat and the Brown Tabby. The big tabby walked lazily, as if a king surveying its subjects, passing by a row of pet cages. In the most prime pet cage, there was a kitten of 2 or 3 months, now emaciated. Meow. This kitten had been hungry for several days, having only water and an extremely small amount of food each day. The big tabby recalled some conversations, understanding that those two humans were doing this on purpose, not knowing what kind of script they had arranged for this little cat. The little cat stood up shakily, its eyes full of a pleading look. But the big tabby did not open the cage. It instead picked up its own cat food and poured it into the little cat's cage. After doing this, it jumped onto the window, opened the window switch, and jumped straight out. The white cat and the brown tabby jumped out right after, disappearing into the night alongside the big tabby. Lin didn't expect the big tabby to really come back, and it brought back 2 companions, which surprised him. Seeing Lin, the white cat and the brown tabby meowed, retreating while meowing, clearly feeling the danger. This is the instinct of animals. The big tabby showed a ferocious look towards the white cat and the brown tabby, circling around them as if saying something. Soon, both cats calmed down and slowly approached Lin. Meow. The big tabby called out to Lin, which felt quite magical. He could actually understand the meaning behind the big tabby's meow. This is the meaning of a king. With admiration, surrender. Is this the INT perception? Does that mean I can communicate with any intelligent life? Thinking of this, Lin felt extremely excited. This conversation is different from the one between Bella that was a one-sided output of INT from him, while Bella still communicated in human language. However, Lin was sure he absolutely would not understand the language of cats. To confirm, he immediately conveyed his meaning. Da Hua. Tell me about your experiences. Sure enough, after a brief moment of thought, Da Hua began to meow. Even Lin could feel a clear sense of grievance in Da Hua's meows. Though the expression wasn't very clear, he could roughly understand the meaning. 1. I was resting when 2 people broke my leg, and then those 2 helped me heal it. With just a little hint, Lin understood that those 2 people were streamers. There are plenty of those streamers. However, as Da was king, it wouldn't be right not to express anything when his subordinates suffered such grievances. Da Hua. Do you want to take revenge? Meow. Alright, I'll give you the chance to take revenge personally. But from now on, you have to work hard to catch mice. And tame these 2 cats to accept me as their king. Meow. Without hesitation, Da Hua turned to chase away the white cat and the tabby cat. Lin did nothing, just quietly watched. The 2 cats instinctively wanted to retreat, not daring to approach Lin. But Da Hua fiercely drove them away, letting out a low growl, resembling a tiger. The white cat couldn't hold out any longer, because it had been tormented by Da Hua before, the scene still fresh in its memory. It was driven to Lin's side, and Da Hua extended a front paw, pressing it down directly on the white cat's neck, holding it down in front of Lin. Lin also raised a front limb, placing it between the white cat's eyes, right on its forehead. Submit to me. Acknowledge me as your king. The white cat's eyes emitted green light, but it quickly dimmed. At this moment, Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. Cats are really hard to train, they are not like dogs. But at least he succeeded. From now on, your name shall be Dabai. Name, Dabai. Race, cat. Level, 0. Lifespan 13 year 11 year. STR 0.30.23. AGI 3.02.8. Def 0.90.81. Int 0.10.1. Since you have submitted to me, I shall grant you a CR. Lin knew that the other party could understand him now, so he didn't withdraw his front limb, but instead, like a mystic, he stroked the white cat's brow with his paw, using 10,000 EXP to increase its INT slightly. The white cat's eyes suddenly brightened, its INT rose from 0.1 to 0.2, indicating a mental enhancement. It felt many clear memories emerging in its mind, fragments that had been forgotten were gradually surfacing. Meow King. Feeling the white cat's response, Lin was very satisfied. When it was the turn of the tabby cat, he repeated the same method. As expected, the same approach worked to tame this tabby cat as well. What surprised Lin was that the tabby cat had an AGI of 3.2 and a CR of 0.35, making its raw strength stronger than both the calico and white cats. Just as Lin was feeling delighted, the system suddenly issued a warning with a ding sound. Ding. System warning, the enslavement of foreign minions, INT power is about to reach its limit. Please keep the total INT power of foreign minions within double that of the host's INT power to avoid INT overload. Ha? Is that really a thing? My current INT is 1.0, so double that is 2.0. Bella's INT is 0.8, Big Flowers is 0.3, and both Big White and Big Tabby are 0.2, adding up to 1.6. Isn't that just 0.4 away from the limit? Lin had been hoping to take in more stray cats, but this limitation was like cutting off a path. Also, if I could enslave foreign minions infinitely, wouldn't I quickly become the king of all races? He didn't linger on this matter for long. After all, everything ultimately depended on his own strength. On the other side, Joshi and Lu Sherdong had no idea that the next day when they arrived at the pet store, they would find such a bizarre scene. The door was closed, but the three cats were nowhere to be seen. They were utterly baffled. At first, they thought there had been a burglary, but if it was a cat thief, why would they steal the three cats that were essentially up for free adoption and no one wanted? After all, they had a nest of beautiful British Shorthairs worth 7,000 to 8,000. There was also an even more expensive ragdoll. If it was a cat thief, why didn't they touch those expensive cats at all? How could they have chosen to take the free adoption cats instead? Moreover, there were no signs of anything else in the store being disturbed. Although the two were puzzled, they could never have imagined that the cats had rescued themselves. In the following 3 days, Lin led the three cats through the sewers, sweeping through and hunting more than 10 nests of mice. With the ant team, they gained a total of 100,000 EXP in just 3 days. I must say, watching cats catching mice was truly a delightful sight. He allocated all 100,000 EXP to the three cats, not even using any for himself. Big Flower's STR was boosted to 0.8, while Big White and Big Tabby also went up to 0.6. For easier communication, all three cats' INT was increased to 0.3. This made communication extremely smooth. At times, Lin could even see the three cats engaging in strange conversations with each other. Big Flower. Big White. Big Tabby. Meow. Let's go. This king will lead you to take revenge. Meow. The three cats formed a V-shape, imposing and regal, while Lin crouched on Big Flower's back, truly looking like a king. Actually, Lin thinks that those two streamers shouldn't be punished so severely for what they did. But since the victims aren't himself, he doesn't want to involve himself in whether Dahua and the others take lives. Chapter 29, A Dead Friend is Not a Dead Priest. The city's night was cloaked in darkness, with neon lights flickering. But besides the neon, there was also the darkness and filth beneath the lights. Three cats moved quietly through the darkness, scaling high walls and walking across glazed tiles without making a sound. Joshi and Lu Sherdong had a fixed live streaming schedule every day. Today's content was about rescuing a thin cat just pulled from the sewer. This cat was so thin it was just skin and bones after being bathed. Its fur clung tightly to its skin, making its bony frame even more pronounced. This was exactly the effect they wanted. Of course, in reality, it was all scripted by them. Joshi, I think we should celebrate tonight. The number of viewers in the livestream has finally broken 10,000. A special celebration? Haha, indeed we should. But aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out? TCH. Which one are you talking about? Nana? Shuyun? Or Darling? You just keep talking. The Eastern #1 club has some decent princesses inside. The two of them chatted casually as they began to pack up their equipment and prepare to head out. But just then, the lights in the store suddenly went dim. Shi. What are you doing? I haven't finished tidying up my streaming room. Why are you turning off the lights? Lu Sherdong yelled in the streaming room, unaware that Joshi was right behind him, thinking the other person had already left the streaming room and gone to the lobby. You're the problem. I'm also cleaning up. It must be the circuit breaker that tripped. Crack. A cracking sound came from the lobby, leaving both of them puzzled. It was clearly the sound of a door closing. Because it was a glass door, even though the lights were off inside, the streetlights still cast a hazy glow into the shop. Joshi, holding the microphone he was about to pack away, poked his head out of the streaming room door to see who was closing the door outside. Seeing the situation outside only added to his confusion. There was no one outside, but upon closer inspection, 3 figures were slowly approaching, their 6 eyes glimmering in the dim light. It's 3 cats. I think it is? Joshi said in confusion, recognizing the identity of the 3 cats. It was too familiar that even in the hazy shadows, he could tell immediately. Just as Lu Sherdong was about to speak, he heard Joshi gasp. Oh no! In the darkness, a white shadow darted in, having already jumped onto Joshi's shoulder. Before Lu Sherdong could react, he felt something sticky and warm burst from Joshi's neck, spraying him in the face. Dabai clawed at Joshi's throat, treating him like a mouse, and directly ripped apart the artery in his neck. Lin saw everything clearly. He didn't expect Dabai's attack to be so fierce. It was practically a one-hit kill. I understand with a STR of 0.8, AGI of 3.0, sharp claws, and enhanced night vision, combined with intelligence, cats have become the kings of the darkness. Humans have not fought for so long that they have completely lost their vigilance. Joshi's eyes were filled with terror, his eyes nearly bulging out. He felt no pain, only fear. The fear of death replaced all other sensations. After a brief gasp, he simply opened his mouth wide but couldn't utter a single sound. Needless to say, Lin knew that the person wouldn't survive. This escalated quickly. I didn't expect that when the big guy made a move, it would be so lethal. Lin started to feel tense because another person in the room was also shouting and calling for help. If someone were to come over right now, he might not be exposed, but the 3 cats definitely would be. Moreover, he was now faced with a dilemma: should he kill the person inside or not? If he did kill, the other party truly wouldn't deserve the death penalty. If he chose not to kill, the 3 cats would really be exposed. And a cat capable of killing, if that news got out, it would surely cause a stir and might even lead to a city-wide manhunt. Against human firearms, no matter how strong one is, it amounts to nothing. Better to die with friends than live alone. In just a few seconds, Lin made his decision. Big flower. Big lynx. Together, attack. Since things had reached this point, he could only eliminate the threat completely. The 3 cats pounced forward, rushing into the live streaming room, where sounds of crashing and Lu Sherdong's shouting echoed. However, Lin didn't enter the live streaming room. Instead, he started to carefully observe the surroundings and the ceiling to ensure there were no cameras. After confirming there were no cameras, he then crawled inside. Inside the room, there were cameras, but they were live streaming cameras that had not been turned on. Once he confirmed there were no cameras, Lin turned his attention to the fight between the 2 parties. Sure enough, even with only dim lighting, humans could retaliate with items in their hands once prepared. The person shouted, grabbing the live streaming rig, and actually managed to push Big White back. Big White had just leaped in the air and was slammed against the wall by the rig, leaving it dazed and unable to get up immediately, taking a few seconds to recover. Meanwhile, Big Flower and Big Lynx were attacking from both sides as Big Flower took advantage of the opponent's distraction. It jumped onto the person's face and clawed at their eyes. In an instant, Lu Sherdong's face was covered in blood, and he began to wail miserably. "Ah! Spare me! I promise I won't hurt you again." Lu Sherdong could never have imagined that just a few cats would come back to retaliate, utterly overturning his understanding. The three cats also understood that Lu Sherdong was pleading for mercy. With their current intelligence, they could already comprehend. But unless their king gave the order to cease the attack, they would continue to fight with all their might. Seeing that Big Flower had blinded the opponent's eyes, Big Lynx immediately leaped up, directly pouncing at Lu Sherdong's neck. Lin anxiously glanced outside the live streaming room and noticed someone knocking on the hall's glass door. The one knocking must be from the neighboring store. Not knowing what was happening inside, they hadn't forced their way in immediately. But with such a commotion inside, more people would definitely gather. Once the crowd increased, their courage would grow, and someone would likely force their way in. Fortunately, Big Cat had already lunged at the adversary's neck at this moment, extending its claws and delivering a fierce scratch. Blood sprayed from Lu Sherdong's neck as he struggled to shake off the large flower on his face, discarded the live streaming equipment in his hands, and grasped Big Cat with both hands, violently throwing it onto the ground. However, with this effort, blood gushed out even more recklessly. The door was shaken by a loud crash, and Lin knew it was time to evacuate. So he decisively issued the evacuation order. He had already climbed up to the window and opened the latch. Upon receiving the retreat order, the three cats wasted no time and immediately jumped onto the windowsill. Soon, three figures vanished into the night. Lin didn't know that just opposite the window, a black drone hovered silently in the air. On a stone bench in the Greenbelt, a young man in his 20s was struggling to control the drone, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 30: Deceiving the Public. The young man controlling the drone was named Luoyu, a Douyin influencer with only a few tens of thousands of followers, but he specialized in exposing fakes. He had been keeping an eye on Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong for a while. Luoyu always suspected that there was something fishy about the content that Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong were live streaming. After all, how could a normal person frequently encounter suffering stray cats and dogs? Just a few days ago, Luoyu had posed as a customer and entered the pet shop run by the two of them. He had seen that pitifully thin little cat, and tonight, unexpectedly, Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong were live streaming the rescue process of this very cat. Seeing the content of today's livestream, Luoyu was very excited because he had seen this thin cat a few days back, but the video Zhou Shi and the others posted today claimed it was a kitten found in a sewer, trapped by a rock and nearly starving to death. This proved that the so-called rock trap was a scene concocted by Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong themselves. After confirming he could expose the two, Luoyu originally planned to leave, but unexpectedly, his drone caught the sounds of a fight inside and the sight of the three cats jumping out of the window. However, the fighting inside yielded only sounds, with no visible footage. Luoyu controlled the drone, trying to follow the three cats, but unfortunately, the cats entered the sewer, and he lost his target. 1 minute after Lin and the others jumped from the window, the glass door of the pet shop shattered with a loud crash, and 5 or 6 figures rushed in. Someone familiar with the shop directly turned on the lights. In that instant, everyone stood frozen for a moment. The floor was covered in blood, and at the entrance of the live streaming room lay a person, blood gushing from their neck. "Hurry! Call an ambulance! It's Xiao Zhou." Zhou Shi's desperate gaze turned towards the crowd, gradually losing its color. A weak voice came from inside the room, and the crowd faintly heard what seemed to be calls for cat. Several people rushed into the live streaming room, only to see Lu Sherdong covered in blood, collapsed in a pool of it, his mouth instinctively mumbling words that gradually became incomprehensible. A middle-aged man around 50 sighed, "Ah. What a dedicated young man, even in this state, still rambling about his cat." In the sewer, Lin didn't leave immediately. He was waiting for the outcome. If it was an ambulance arriving and there was still no result, he would have to take matters into his own hands and use poison. Fortunately, he only had to wait a few minutes before receiving 2 notifications of over 50,000 EXP. To avoid being caught by cameras, he brought 3 cats this time and walked a few kilometers in the sewer before daring to return to the surface. When they returned to the woods, it was already around 3 in the morning. I didn't expect to kill 2 people again. Although I didn't kill them directly, they definitely wouldn't have died without me. Lin reminisced for a moment, then restrained Dahu and the others, not allowing them to leave the woods. From now on, this will be the territory of the 3 cats. This is also a precaution. 100,000 EXP, wow, it came with no effort at all. I might as well add it to my own INT this way, I can also recruit a few stray cat minions. Thinking about the combat power of the 3 cats, Lin naturally wanted to collect a few more. But when he spent 50,000 EXP to raise his INT to 1.5, he realized he had hit the limit. Moreover, the system had a special reminder. Host is currently a first stage lifeform, INT has reached the first stage limit. To increase INT power, the life must have a fundamental breakthrough. So 1.5 is the limit of the first stage. Why do I feel like I've become more insightful? With INT reaching 1.5, Lin immediately felt that many things he couldn't understand before suddenly made sense. Moreover, many memories seemed to have deepened considerably. Not only that, after INT reached 1.5, the revenge plan of the 3 cats immediately revealed flaws in Lin's mind. It would be quite difficult to keep it under wraps. There's another 50,000 EXP, I might as well add it to a CR even though I can only raise a CR to 1.5, little by little it will add up and improve over time. With SCR at 1.5, although the bite force of the big jaws can't shatter metal or break iron, it's still quite formidable. On the other side, Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong were murdered, which caused another sensational case in the whole city. Perhaps it was fate at work, as this case fell into He Xiong's hands. In the previous serial murder case, the higher-ups had given him 3 months to solve it. He Xiong hadn't made any progress, and now another murder case had arisen, and it was 2 lives at once, which was simply adding insult to injury for him. He Xiong surveyed the scene and confirmed that there were dozens of footprints inside. It was really difficult to investigate. After all, this was right on the street, and the pet shop still had customers coming and going during the day. However, in the store's live streaming room, there were only 2 sets of footprints. This means that the 2 people died in the live streaming room, but there were no footprints or fingerprints from outsiders. The scene was littered with cat hair and blood. Captain He. Come look. There are bloodstains here too. Just as He Xiong was examining the situation in the room, one of his subordinates called out to him from outside the window. He Xiong quickly went around to the window and indeed saw some bloodstains below the window. They appeared to be animal paw prints. Following the paw prints, they arrived at a sewer entrance, from which the paw prints disappeared. This manhole cover shows signs of having been recently opened. Open the manhole cover. He Xiong quickly made a decision. After opening the manhole cover, he personally entered the sewer. It's basically confirmed that the murderer cleaned the body in this sewage. Xiaofeng, collect hair and blood samples to bring back for DNA analysis. Based on the current clues, it is very likely that this is not human-made. The murderer isn't human? Captain He, that can't be right. What if this is just a ruse by the murderer? Judging by the scent, it indeed could be a cat, but what kind of capability does a cat have to do this? It's too early to draw conclusions now. Let's wait for the test results to discuss further. Although He Xiong found it strange, the evidence at the scene led him to make this judgment. In just half a day, the autopsy and test results of the physical evidence from the scene were all out. After receiving the report, He Xiong reviewed the entire process and felt his judgment was correct. But this made things even more complicated because the case had a huge impact. If he publicly declared that the murderer was 3 cats, he would clearly be questioned. No one would believe that 3 cats could kill 2 people. This isn't a movie from the beautiful country, this is the real world. In the end, He Xiong braced himself and reported his speculation to Deputy Director Liao Guodong. As Liao Guodong listened to He Xiong's reasoning while looking through the materials in his hands, his frown only tightened. After He Xiong finished his report, Liao Guodong remained silent for a long time. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Liao Guodong finally said, Captain He. This is merely your deduction. No. Deputy Director, based on the victim's wounds and the DNA report on the wounds, those wounds were indeed caused by an animal's claws. This alone is enough to prove the cause of death for the two victims. Liao Guodong raised his hand to interrupt He Xiong, his eyes fixed on him. Captain He. Consider this, if the case report is written this way, will we be believed when we report it up? And what about the public, will they believe it? He Xiong didn't know what to say for a moment. He certainly couldn't say that two adult men were killed by three cats, could he? Old He, is there any possibility that the murderer used a sharp weapon to kill Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong, then faked the scene and escaped through the window? Or let us say that after the murderer escaped, three cats came out of the pet cage, searching for food at the scene, which messed up the place, and then they left through the window opened by the murderer, entering the sewer. Isn't that explanation more reasonable? But. There's no but. Rewrite the report and deliver it to me before you leave work. He Xiong was speechless. This was fraud, deceiving those in power while misleading the public. But he had no choice. He felt that there was something strange about the incidents he had encountered recently. Chapter 31, Fear of Water. Actually, Luo Yu initially wanted to report the content he had filmed to the authorities, but later he gave it up. This was because when he returned home, he watched the video and immediately recognized the three cats. He had seen these three cats in Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong's videos and live broadcasts. At that time, these cats were in a terrible state, at the brink of death. To confirm what he saw was real, he even searched through videos from months ago and saw the dying tabby cat and the white cat stuck in the muddy ground in the suburbs, barely recognizable in color and gasping for air. It's them. This is footage of the rescue of the white cat, and this is footage of the rescue of the tabby cat. It seems that this tabby cat's leg must have been broken by a person. These two ruthless individuals will stop at nothing for views. It's only natural for the victims to seek revenge now. But I don't understand how these three cats could be so intelligent. And that three cats killed two people, that's unbelievable. I wouldn't dare to believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Originally, Luo Yu planned to expose Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong's accounts, but after last night, he decided to wait for a while. Now, he was more interested in the three cats. I must find them. Speaking of which, when He Xiong returned home, he kept turning things over in his mind, always feeling that the recent cases of homicide were somehow connected, though he couldn't quite figure out what the problem was. Dad! I'm back! The door opened, and his son's voice pulled He Xiong back from his thoughts. His wife, Luo Jiao, said while changing her shoes, "Old He. I'm going to cook, you chat with your son for a bit." All right. Although He Xiong was very capable at work, he was also a good family man. No matter what pressure he encountered at work, returning home to see his wife and son made everything seem worthwhile. Being able to provide for the people he loves and who love him is a man's responsibility and happiness. Little Jie. Did anything fun happen at school today? Tell Dad about it. Today there were lots of happy things, but the best one is that I made a girlfriend. A girlfriend? At that moment, Luo Jiao walked out tying her apron and said, "Oh. What girlfriend? Kids don't understand and are just saying things. But that girl is really something." Even the teacher was amazed. Oh? Is he a prodigy? He Xiong didn't really care about whether the child was a prodigy or not. He had just asked that casually, mainly wanting to chat a bit more with his family about topics they found interesting. I don't know what a prodigy is, but that little girl finished all the first grade courses in just 1 week after school started. That's simply amazing. It's a bit impressive, but it's not impossible. Some families hire tutors to preview lessons for their children before they start elementary school, so the kids don't fall behind from the start. There's no need to envy others, just learn normally and you'll be fine. He Xiong really thought, as long as his family was healthy and his child was growing up happily, that was enough. He Xiong didn't care much about other people's children. He just chatted casually and then lost interest. Dad. I want an Ant-Man. Many people in my class have one. He Xiong was, of course, aware of the recent craze for Ant-Man, and it left him quite helpless. Those online merchants really know how to capitalize on trends. Okay. Dad will place the order for you online. Suddenly, he seemed to have grasped a key point. Ant-man. Cat. Animals. Could these two cases be related? Could it be the same person behind them? Is the killer using animals as a guise to commit the crimes? So far, He Yangxiong had been thinking about how the real culprit managed to create the illusion that animals were the killers. In fact, he himself didn't believe in the notion of ants or cats committing murder, just like Deputy Director Lu Guodong. Lin did not expect to cause He Yangxiong such great distress at that moment. He was standing on a big flower by the reservoir in the woods, gazing at the lake in contemplation. Water is a place that ants will never conquer. Lin didn't want to have any shortcomings, so he was eager to try getting into the water. Moreover, with 3 cats hunting mice every day, there are very few mice appearing within a radius of hundreds to thousands of meters. So Lin turned his gaze towards the reservoir. There are fish in the reservoir, and big fish. However, the outcome is predictable. When he was human, he could swim, but after turning into an ant, the situation was completely different. He doesn't have lungs and can only breathe through his tracheae. He has 10 spiracles, each connected to finer tracheae that spread all over his body, ultimately connecting to a wall in direct contact with his cell membranes. Unfortunately, his spiracles are located on his abdomen. It's not just Lin, all ants are like this, which means that after he enters the water, his abdomen contacts the surface, making it impossible for him to breathe air. Lin tried holding his breath and found that 2 minutes was already his limit. It's not just him who fears water. Daihua and the others also fear it. Lin knew that cats are afraid of water but can swim, they just have little contact with it, so their fear is psychological. Once they get past that mental barrier, there are no problems at all. What he needs to do is to get them into the water. Dahua. Dabai. Dolly. Swim in the water every day, persist for half a day for 3 days, and I will grant you a CR. Hearing that the king would grant a CR, the 3 cats' eyes lit up instantly, but none of them jumped into the water immediately. Lin's gaze shifted towards Dahua. You are their leader, so lead the way. Get into the water. With the king's direct order, Dahua dared not disobey. Even without a reward, he had to give it his all. Then there was a splash, as Dahua dived into the water with his eyes closed. At this moment, it had just turned autumn. The water was neither hot nor cold, but at the most comfortable temperature. After entering the water, Dahua did not feel any discomfort. However, out of fear, he flailed wildly, trying to return to the shore. But when he looked up, he saw Lin standing there. Feeling the king's authority, Dahua immediately turned around and swam towards the center of the lake. Perhaps due to an increase in INT, his intelligence opened up soon. Dahua overcame his primal fear with his will and began to play in the water. When Dabai and Dolly saw this, they exchanged glances and jumped into the water without Lin having to drive them. Before long, the 3 cats were chasing each other in the water like 3 ducks. At this time, the most frustrated was Lin himself. With the spiracles on my abdomen, I really can't swim. I can't just float on my back, can I? The key is, I want to float on my back, but I can't do it. Ants have their legs attached to their abdomen, which means they can't bend them back, so Lin can never touch his own back, making floating on his back impossible. Seeing the 3 cats gradually adapting to the water, Lin felt awkward. But it wasn't that he didn't have the courage to get into the water, it was that his body's structure simply couldn't do it. System. I want to gain the ability to swim. Is there any way? The host can gain new skills through their own efforts. Nonsense. Without talent or physical conditions, how can I acquire anything? Host, please understand that no species is perfect. To break through species barriers, the host needs to make the effort to overcome them. Listening to the cold, mechanical voice of the system, Lin could only shake his head. Chapter 32, Exposure. Dongcheng District. Yuanhang Apartment. Though it's called an apartment, it's really just a peasant's house that has been freshly painted and fitted with air conditioning. With a little renovation, landlords can upgrade a room that originally rented for 400 to 500 yuan a month to 800 yuan. Luo Yu lay on the single bed, with a pack of cigarettes, a mobile phone, and a pack of tissues by his pillow. Tissues are a must-have for single men by their beds, always within reach. He really wanted to find clues about the three cats, but after going around the filming location of Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, he couldn't find any traces. Deep down, he also knew that the location where those two filmed videos was chosen later on and was not the original territory of the three cats. By the way, once I followed them on my electric bike. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Yu hurriedly stubbed out his cigarette and got up in a rush. Half an hour later, he was riding his electric bike to the underpass where the big flower cat was caught. Is it here? Last time I followed them here, although I didn't see them catch the big flower cat, that night they released the rescue video for it. Luo Yu felt confident in his deduction. He began searching the area carefully and even sent out a drone. After searching with both himself and the drone, Luo Yu fell back into disappointment. He found no trace of the big flower cat. Could it be because it's daytime now, and the cat won't come out? Right, cats are nocturnal animals, usually hiding and sleeping during the day, coming out to roam and forage at night. Considering this possibility, Luo Yu planned to come back later at night to search. So he rode his little electric scooter home, deciding to return in the evening. Even in the first half of the night, Luo Yu didn't venture out because he knew that in a big city, the first half of the night isn't much different from the daytime. After midnight, Luo Yu finally ate some barbecue at a stall, drank 3 bottles of beer alone, and made his way to the underpass. The area around the reservoir was quieter than other places during the second half of the night, with only the occasional car whizzing by on the overpass and lights from a few villas along the hillside beneath the reservoir. Luo Yu wasn't sure if it was tension or excitement, but he had long dismissed the fact that the big flower cat was capable of lethal force. After searching around under the overpass, he carefully controlled the drone to fly low and started searching the vicinity. Fortunately, most areas of S-City are not drone-controlled zones, so his drone can roam freely. After more than 10 minutes, Luo Yu's excitement gradually faded. He searched the nearby area, especially those 10 villas, and he saw a few cats, but he didn't find the big tabby cat. But he didn't give up. It's just the beginning. As long as he can find it, he's happy to wait all night. After searching numerous times without results, Luo Yu started to feel a bit anxious. He began to expand his search area. Behind the villa is a small hillside, leading up the slope to a reservoir, which is the water storage reservoir of the East District. Seeing the dark woods behind the villa, Luo Yu's heart stirred. He quickly activated the infrared shooting mode, controlling the drone to enter the woods and ascend towards the reservoir. As the drone hovered over the reservoir, Luo Yu, who was outside the forest, was immediately dazzled. His drone was connected to a tablet, and he could see 3 images on the screen. It's them! It's them! I found them! Luo Yu discovered 3 cats, but then an unbelievable scene unfolded. To his astonishment, the 3 cats were diving in the water, seemingly playing. Not only that, but these 3 cats were also managing to catch fish from the water at times. How is that possible? Cats diving to catch fish? Am I seeing things? Luo Yu can hardly believe his eyes. At this moment, Lin was completely unaware that a drone was filming the reservoir above him in the night sky. He would occasionally pay attention, but it was already 4 or 5 in the morning. Who would be so strange as to come to such a remote place for aerial photography at this hour? Outside the forest, Luo Yu felt that everything before him was overturning his understanding, completely a blind spot in his knowledge. I've hit the jackpot. I'm about to make a fortune. If this video gets posted online, it would definitely cause a sensation. Even if it doesn't expose the incidents involving Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, just the standalone video film tonight, once released, is bound to go viral. Luo Yu was extremely excited. If he posted a mid-length video that could reach millions of views, it could earn him thousands. If it reached tens of millions, the income would be unimaginable. A single video could potentially earn over 100,000, and what's more, this is a video that would overturn everyone's perceptions. Calm down. I need to stay calm. Money doesn't count until it's in my pocket. I have to plan well and expose the truth about Zhou Shi and Lu Sherdong, making it into a 3-part video series. Each video will go viral, and this content will serve as a finale, the ace up my sleeve to blow up online. Lost in thought, Luo Yu couldn't help but let out a pig-like laugh. To make the video clearer, he controlled the drone to slowly descend. Just as the drone was getting closer to the lake's surface, Lin on the shore noticed some movement. A drone. Seeing the drone so close, Lin felt that something was seriously wrong. Oh no! It's exposed! Upon seeing the drone over the lake, Lin was first surprised, then immediately calmed down. The drone followed 3 cats in flight, seemingly filming close-ups, unaware of its surroundings. I wonder if this is a private or official drone. If it's official, then we're in big trouble. But it's no big deal, I just need to cause a problem with the drone, and they should come here to look for it. Then I'll find a way. If they don't come, then I'll have to move. At this moment, Lin had already entertained thoughts of eliminating witnesses. Destroy the receiver, lose signal, and the drone will crash. With his current INT of 1.5, he was already able to react quickly and find the best countermeasure. Lin turned and crawled into the woods with an AGI of 1 point. He possessed the same AGI as a human sprinting. In just half a minute, he returned to the anthill, commanding more than 20 male ants to set out. These 20-odd male ants were his aerial legion, all of level 1. Advancing to level 1 was just the beginning. Lin didn't need to use EXP for the male ants. They could also grow on their own and reach higher stages. At this point, the male ants had been flying for over a month, and some of their stats were already quite good. From Luo Yu's perspective, he only saw a cloud of red mist rushing toward him and couldn't see what it was. In the next moment, he lost control of the drone, which plummeted directly by the lake. Chapter 33, 3 Cats vs. Man. The drone suddenly lost signal, and Luo Yu felt anxious. This was his life savings. This drone cost him several thousand yuan. For someone without a job, relying on a small amount of traffic and making only 2,000 or 3,000 a month, this was a significant expense. Although there was a possibility that the video materials on hand might go viral, there were always variables until the money was in his pocket. If he didn't make the money, it would be a huge problem. Luo Yu estimated that it was only a little over 100 meters from the foot of the mountain, through the small woods, to climb up to the lakeside. Climbing up was naturally very simple. Although there was a warning sign at this water reservoir, prohibiting entry, it was almost dawn, and there would definitely be no staff at this hour. But thinking about how those cats had killed 2 people made Luo Yu hesitate. He was really in a dilemma now. Just wait. There's more than an hour until dawn. Once it gets light, the cats are sure to go back and sleep, and I can sneak in then. He was completely unaware that in the woods, a huge ant was crouched on a tree, staring intensely at him. As long as he showed any intention to leave, the big ant would absolutely not let him escape. Seeing Luo Yu start playing games on his phone, Lin felt relieved. Without thinking, the other side is definitely waiting until dawn to retrieve the drone. As expected, just as dawn broke, Luo Yu began to check the situation in the woods every few minutes. Around 6:30, the other side started to explore their way into the woods. At this moment, Lin was not in a hurry. If he were at the edge of the woods, he still worried that any noise might alert others. Luo Yu was also extremely cautious. After entering the woods, he walked while observing his surroundings. After not discovering any signs of the cat, he continued forward. In just a short distance of 100 meters, this guy took 20 minutes to finally reach the edge of the reservoir. Seeing his drone lying quietly there, Luo Yu's face lit up with joy. Oh! Lucky, lucky! It didn't fall into the reservoir. After spotting his drone, Luo Yu looked around and, not noticing any movement, decisively rushed over. Just as he picked up the drone and turned to head down the slope, 3 cats appeared in his line of sight, startling Luo Yu. The 3 cats appeared from 3 different directions. With the reservoir behind him, Luo Yu realized he was seemingly surrounded. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb. I just dropped something here. The 3 cats looked at Luo Yu with cold expressions, making him feel a bit uneasy, prompting him to say these words unconsciously. He actually didn't know if they could understand, but these 3 cats had a record of killing 2 people, and Luo Yu just instinctively communicated. However, it was clear that communication was ineffective. The 3 cats were slowly inching closer, their glowing eyes somewhat unsettling. Luo Yu knew he had to run. However, just a few steps into his run, he realized he was gravely mistaken. How could a two-legged person outrun a four-legged cat? Just as he had run 3 to 5 meters, a large tabby cat came rushing toward him, jumping 3 feet high, pouncing directly at him. The imposing manner of the large tabby cat gave Luo Yu the illusion of facing a fierce tiger. But he still didn't believe that a cat could be that strong. He thought as long as he charged down the slope to the open ground below, he could naturally call for help. But he was wrong, very wrong. When he thought he could charge straight through the oncoming large tabby cat, a violent impact struck his chest, causing Luo Yu to stumble. Although the large tabby only had a STR of 0.9, its AGI was far beyond what a human could compare to. Under the rapid impact, even though the tabby was also knocked away, it successfully prevented Luo Yu from charging forward with its AGI. At that moment, Luo Yu felt a sharp pain in both shoulders, followed by 2 successive tearing sounds, and a chill ran down his arms. The white cat and the tabby cat had already jumped onto his shoulders, their sharp claws ripping through his clothes, and the intense pain made Luo Yu realize that he was injured. 3 cats, and yet they are so strong. Luo Yu shook his shoulders vigorously, trying to throw these 2 cats off him. But the next moment, he realized he was wrong. The 2 cats clung to his tattered clothes, not only failing to be shaken off but also reaching for his neck, one on the left and one on the right. Feeling the threat from both sides, Luo Yu's heart raced, and he quickly reached up to cover his neck. In covering his neck, the claws of the 2 cats snagged onto the back of his hand. The sting in his hand sent Luo Yu flying into INT chaos. It hurts. It hurts too much. The backs of his hands bore a scar reaching up to his arms, feeling as if they had been burned by boiling water, unbearable to endure. Help! Luo Yu screamed in despair, his right hand clenched into a fist, aiming to hit the tabby cat off his left shoulder. But that tabby cat was incredibly agile, swiftly twisting its body to land on his head, grabbing Luo Yu's hair and pulling him toward Queen One. Luo Yu winced in pain and instinctively looked back toward Queen One, causing him to fall backward. Just as he wanted to roll over and stand up to continue escaping, he suddenly felt countless itchy sensations in his legs. This itch combined with a prickling pain left Luo Yu bewildered as to what was happening. Little did he know, at this moment, his pant legs were crawling with ants. Ah! The stinging sensation made him want to scream, but an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. A gigantic ant appeared at the tip of his nose, and it reached out its forelimbs to grab his eyelid, making it impossible for him to open his right eye. As he was about to cry out for help again, a voice echoed in his mind. Shut up! Otherwise, I'll ruin your eyes right now and make you blind. Today's encounter completely overturned Luo Yu's perceptions. This ant could actually talk, and in human language no less. Moreover, this ant was enormous, longer than half of his face. With his eyelid firmly held by the giant ant, Luo Yu dared not make a sound or even move. Because if he moved, this ant would definitely ruin his eyeball. Let's talk this out nicely, big brother. I won't shout, I won't shout anymore. I promise. Luo Yu didn't even realize that he was actually talking to an ant. At that moment, Luo Yu's shock was beyond imagination. It's one thing for 3 cats to swim and catch fish, but they could actually surround him tactically. Not only could they surround him, but they could also defeat a human and completely crush him. That wasn't even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was a giant ant. One giant ant was already unsettling, but its antennae were swaying right in front of Luo Yu's eyes, and it could even communicate with him. At that moment, Luo Yu thought he hadn't just crawled into a small grove, but rather into a fantastical kingdom. Chapter 34, The Despairing Fantastical Kingdom. Luo Yu dared not move or shout. The pain was real, and the scene before him was real. He had truly entered a fantastical kingdom. Here, the cats could fish, and the ants could talk. He unconsciously saw himself as part of the kingdom. Excuse me, Mr. Ant, I really stumbled into your territory by accident. I hope you and the 3 cats won't make things difficult for me and let me go. I promise to bring fish for you often after I get out. By the way, Mr. Ant, you like honey, right? I can also bring honey. Dubai, you are the cat brothers. Your whole family is cat brothers. I'm female. Surrender to me. Be my subjects, or die. Ha! Can we change the terms? I'm human, I entered your kingdom with no malice. If we change the terms, let's do it this way, you can become food for my subordinates. Just in time, they've never eaten a human before. Saying this, Lin jumped off Luo Yu's face and onto the big flower's back. Luo Yu hurriedly pressed his hands against the ground, trying to get up. But just as he was trying to force himself up, he suddenly found he couldn't use his lower body at all. He looked down in confusion and was immediately terrified. He saw that from his waist down, a layer upon layer of red and black ants covered him, completely enveloping his lower body with not a single gap. At this moment, he finally felt the horrifying numbness and sting. Could Luo Yu's mortal body withstand the poison of hundreds of level 1 soldier ants and over 2,000 ordinary soldier ants? Moreover, tens of thousands of worker ants had crawled all over Luo Yu, completely paralyzing his lower body. Not only that, the ant venom could also spread through the blood, quickly reaching all parts of his body. At this moment, Lin was not worried at all about Luo Yu escaping. Ah! Smack! Luo Yu had just wanted to shout when the big flower slapped her paw over his mouth, tearing his upper lip and leaving him with a cleft lip. No shouting! Otherwise, you'll die immediately. Lin warned Luo Yu. At this moment, Luo Yu was truly terrified, his eyes filled with despair. It seemed that the fantastical kingdom was not as harmonious and friendly as portrayed in the movies. Mr. Ant. Please, let me go, I really stumbled into your kingdom by mistake. I already said, if you don't submit, then you will die. There are many ways to die, and you are currently experiencing the most peculiar one, which is being eaten alive by ants. Don't you feel it? Soon, the ant venom will spread to your brain, and then you will go into shock. Of course, as soon as I give the command, these ants will start gnawing on your flesh. You will wake up in pain, watching helplessly as your skin is eaten away, then your muscles, and finally your bones. As for your heart and brain matter, I will grant them to 3 cats, who should enjoy them. Lin originally intended to kill the person in front of him directly, but he suddenly thought that it would be inconvenient for him to take care of Bella, so he could find someone else. Moreover, he needed to cultivate a human agent, and since this one was delivered to his doorstep, it was just right. Luo Yu wasn't as strong as he imagined. By the time Lin finished speaking, he had already fainted. Is willpower so fragile? Having been an insect for so long, Lin had already forgotten how afraid humans were of pain. Ants have pain receptors and can feel pain. However, since ants have exoskeletons, they won't feel pain as long as the exoskeleton is intact, unless the antennae are injured. Lin hadn't felt pain in so long that he had forgotten what it was like to have tens of thousands of ants gnawing at a human skin. Luo Yu quickly woke up. He woke up in pain. Please, let me go, I really came in unintentionally. Luo Yu felt a pervasive itch and sharp pain throughout his body. He couldn't even speak loudly. His neck was already stiff. After moving his eyes slightly, he discovered that a layer of ants was already spread across his face, beginning to gnaw at his skin. Lin still had only one sentence. Submit. Or die. I submit, I submit. Luo Yu spoke the words of submission, but Lin knew the tiny calculations in his heart. The system did not respond. The other party was definitely thinking of temporarily alleviating the pain. As long as they recover, they would escape from here and call for help to eliminate the 3 cats and the big ant. The system did not indicate that the other party had become a minion, which meant they had not truly submitted. The way to break down the opponent's psychological defenses is to directly expose their true thoughts. Lin did not let the ants stop gnawing. Instead, he patted the big fluffy cat and said, "Forget it, let's go catch fish." This person won to submit, so he can be treated as food. He was even thinking of using delaying tactics to escape and then take revenge later. Luo Yu felt seen through and his heart instantly turned to ashes, feeling half dead. No. I won't. I swear, I absolutely want to take revenge. You want to take revenge, but you will escape, so you still have to die. As he spoke, Lin had already turned around and ridden away on the big fluffy cat. He no longer needed to stay here, because if the other party truly wanted to submit, the system would indicate it. If he cannot submit to himself and become a servant to himself after such torment, then let him die. Luo Yu fainted again. When he woke up again, only his eyes could still move, the rest of his body was completely paralyzed. It seems I am about to die. I was too greedy. I had already saved the video in the tablet software and shouldn't have come back to get it. Sigh. Who knows how long it will take for me to die. That big ant earlier must have been the king of this ant colony. Entering this fantasy kingdom, am I really going to become a servant of this ant kingdom? Well, if I don't become a servant, then let me die, I won't leave anything behind. In this fantasy world, if being a servant means I can at least stay alive, then so be it. Lin arrived by the reservoir, having long forgotten about Luo Yu. At this moment, he was bored watching 3 cats chasing small fish in the water. Letting the cats into the water was the best decision he had made recently. Because the nearby mice either died or sensed the threat and fled. So in the long run, unless he develops towards the farther sewers, the EXP will grow slowly. But now that he is fishing as an option, his business scope immediately broadened. The fish can't escape, they're all in the reservoir. However, after half an hour, he realized that there had been some changes in the system. That person had actually submitted, or perhaps resigned to fate. His will had been crushed. Thoroughly recognizing reality, as long as he could live, he would do anything. Lin immediately opened the person's status panel. Name, Luo Yu. Race, human. Level 0 dying. Lifespan 79 years 0 year. STR at 10. AGI at 10. Depth 10.03. Int 10.02 inch. STR and AGI have both dropped to 0. It seems he's truly on the brink of death. Chapter 35, It's Really So Fantasy. Luo Yu's data was ordinary, and at this moment, likely due to the effects of the poison, he had fainted, resulting in STR and AGI naturally dropping to 0. Currently, Luo Yu was almost a living corpse. As the ants crawled off him, Lin looked at the young man covered in blood and sighed, sigh. When did I stop respecting life so much? There's no choice for survival, I must do this. Anything that threatens my survival must be eliminated. Luo Yu's shock this time lasted for over 24 hours. When he woke up again, he felt as if a certain connection had formed between him and that giant ant. He even felt an irresistible sense of obedience towards that ant. You look much better. Although you still can't move, you should be able to digest some food and drink some water. I'll have Dehua bring you some water. You need to hydrate and flush out the toxins. Hearing this, Luo Yu curiously turned his eyes towards Dehua. He was very curious, can this cat really fetch water? However, the next scene made Luo Yu admit that he had indeed entered a fantastical world. He saw the cat suddenly emerge from the bushes carrying a grooved stone, sprinting towards the reservoir. When the cat returned, the groove in the stone was filled with water, and the cat had deliberately kept the water from spilling out. The big tabby cat pried open Luo Yu's mouth with its paw and poured the water into him. Luo Yu almost choked, but fortunately, the water was forced in, bringing a wave of comfort to his body. After drinking a few times, Luo Yu's condition improved slightly. Fortunately, the ants, although they had nearly punctured him all over, had only caused surface wounds. Soon, Luo Yu found himself turning into a blood cocoon. Just as Luo Yu was slowly recovering, an even more fantastical scene unfolded. This confirmed that he was 100% in a fantastical world. He saw 3 cats, under the command of a large ant, actually bringing over a shabby iron pot. It looked like they were going to cook. The tabby cat was digging a pit, while the white cat had caught a few fish from the reservoir and tossed them into the pot. The big tabby cat kept adding water to the iron pot. The large ant also brought over a lighter from who knows where and started a fire to cook the fish soup. Anyone who saw this scene would not consider themselves normal. The vast majority would think they were dreaming. But Luo Yu knew that what he was experiencing was definitely not a dream. I must have time traveled. There must be a barrier under these woods that allows for travel between 2 worlds. The world below is the one I experienced before, and coming to this woods means entering a fantastical world. I wonder if I can return. After confirming that he had time traveled, Luo Yu became excited instead. I never expected that such a low probability event would happen to me. First and foremost, I must survive. This ant is so large, and those 3 cats recognize it as their king. It must be a powerful entity in this world. I'll start as its slave, though my starting point is a bit low. At least I passed the first hurdle of time travel, the survival stage. Let me assess my trump cards: a mobile phone, a tablet. I wonder if I can fix the drone. It would be great if I could. I've heard that after time traveling, there's always a system. System? Where are you? System. Come out. He called out in his mind for a long time but felt no response, and he was not disappointed. According to the plots of those web novels, some people take a while to awaken their system after traveling. I might be one of those. It's also possible that there is something else I need to experience to trigger the system. Luo Yu was freewheeling in his imagination in his own world, and this excitement actually made his immune system perk up a bit, speeding up the recovery of his AGI. Soon, the fish soup was ready. The enticing aroma made Luo Yu swallow hard. The 3 cats and the big ant had already started to feast. Luo Yu knew that cats eat fish, but ants eating fish too, and needing it cooked, made him marvel at the wonders of this fantastical world. At the same time, it further fueled his desire to explore this world. After a few fish were finished, the big flower ant picked up a stone bowl and poured a bowl of fish soup directly into Luo Yu's mouth. After drinking 2 bowls of fish soup, the big ant and the 3 cats disappeared into the woods. Next, Luo Yu discovered that it seemed there were no other insects in the woods aside from the ants. Except for mosquitoes. However, there weren't many mosquitoes either, as many male ants were in the air hunting them. Male ants hunting mosquitoes was something Luo Yu had never even heard of before. This is the fantastical world I've traversed. It's really so magical. In the sewer world, Lin did not disrupt his hunting rhythm at all because of Luo Yu's arrival. During the day, he led his team in the sewer, and at night he went fishing in the reservoir for a few hours, which kept him quite busy. Moreover, this way, his EXP kept increasing. In just a few days, he had accumulated 200,000. Adding 200,000 to himself might just increase it by 2 points, meaning his STR would only go from 1 to 3, but giving it to minions would yield far better results. Because currently, all of his minions, aside from Luo Yu and Bella, none had any stat reaching even 1. Lin originally wanted to promote Queen One's level to 2, but then thought again that most of the ant colony were still ordinary ants. Even level 1 ants only made up about 1%, so it wasn't suitable for a major upgrade at this time. The improvement of the insect swarm should be done step by step, first solidifying the STR of level 1 before going for a leadership upgrade. At least, level 1 ants should reach over 30%. As the number of level 1 ants steadily increases, ordinary ants will gradually be eliminated. This transition shouldn't take long. Let me first boost my own STR and see what the upper limit for this level is. Previously his STR was already pushed down to 1.5, and this time with just 150,000 EXP, Lin had already hit the upper limit for this level. The data upper limit for this level is 3. With still 50,000 EXP left, Lin didn't plan to use it immediately. Because after a week, Luo Yu had regained his ability to move. He was pondering whether to establish a comprehensive reward system to offer benefits to the new minions. As a minion capable of walking normally in the human world, Lin decided to assign some tasks to Luo Yu. However, based on Lin's understanding of humans, there is no benefit. Even if one can control the other through the system, the other can still slack off. Human emotions are quite complex and cannot be summed up simply with the term INT. Chapter 36, The Protagonist of the Fantasy World. After eating tasteless fish soup for several days without even a bit of salt, Luo Yu finally expelled the toxins from his body and could move freely again. Luo Yu. You've almost recovered. It's time to return to the human world. Return to the human world? Brother Ant. Am I just leaving like this? After much difficulty, Luo Yu finally crossed over, and it seems from what the other party is implying that they know how to return to the human world and want to go back to their old life. He definitely feels unwilling. Please mind your words, I am your king, and you have already submitted to me. Lin made a stern criticism of Luo Yu's playful demeanor. Alright, alright. My king. I just want to know, am I really leaving like this? Of course you can't just leave like this. You are my servant, and I will assign you some tasks. You need to complete the tasks I give you, or I will punish you. Tasks? My king. Are you implying that? Even if I managed to get out of this forest, I would still be in this world? Lin? Of course it's this world. You need to complete the tasks I assign you, and once you finish, I will reward you. As my servant, to help you better accomplish your tasks, I now bestow upon you SCR. Luo Yu, here I come. It turns out that my system isn't built in but is traded with the NPCs in this world, doing jobs for them, and then gaining growth. Respected king. Just give me the orders, what do you want me to do? I promise to complete the tasks. Lin sat on the back of the great flower and waved his front limbs at Luo Yu. Luo Yu hurried over, lying flat on the ground like a devout follower. Lin's antenna touched his forehead, and Luo Yu immediately felt a jolt throughout his body, as if he were filled with SCR. This STR is bestowed upon you by this king. You can understand it this way: if your original STR was 1, it is now 1.5. If you complete the tasks I assign you, the remaining 0.5 will be given to you next time you come. Also, everything you see today must be kept absolutely confidential, and you must ensure that the videos of the Great Flower and the others do not leak out. Upon hearing Lin's words, Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. No wonder he suddenly felt light all over, as if his muscles had tightened considerably. Thank you for bestowing STR upon me, my king. Please give your orders. Rest assured, your servant will definitely keep your secrets. Lin, just as I expected, humans are like this, they follow whoever provides for them. This time I need to assign you a task: help me find a phone, identity must be absolutely secure. Luo Yu, this counts as a task? Too easy. Just buy a phone and use my ID to get a card. Indeed, traveling through worlds makes one the main character. As long as I hold on tight to this big thigh, the benefits will surely be plentiful. King. Rest assured, I guarantee to complete the task. Luo Yu felt like he was about to take off. Until he left the small woods, he still felt like he was dreaming. He threw a few punches in the air to test his strength and found that it indeed felt different. Back in his rental room, Luo Yu remained in a state of excitement. He discovered that the whole world was exactly the same as it was before his travels, the only change being that he could indeed gain a CR. He even called his parents who were far away at home and found that everything was just as before, with no differences. It seems I might now be in a parallel world, and I probably can't return to my previous world. Whether it's true or not remains to be verified. But does it really matter? As a time traveler, I'm destined to be the main character in this world. If it were still the original world, it would be like encountering a bug in the system, allowing me to freely traverse between fantasy worlds. Luo Yu looked at his card. All his funds combined came to more than 5,000, enough to buy a decent phone. The next day, he took care of everything, and in the evening, he rode his little electric scooter to deliver the phone to the small grove. Seeing the phone, Lin felt a rush of excitement. It had been almost half a year since his rebirth, during which he hadn't engaged in any entertainment, effectively disconnecting him from the whole world. Starting today, he could once again swim in the ocean of human society. Luo Yu gazed at Lin eagerly, knowing what it meant without needing to think. However, as he watched Lin carefully input the password, unlock the phone, and try out various functions, he didn't dare to speak. After a long while, Lin finally spoke, and Luo Yu knew the task reward had arrived. Very well. You did a great job on this task, so I grant you STR. You have two choices: you can receive pure CR, or you can gain some AGI. You can receive 0.5 AGI, surpassing the world's fastest man, Usain Bolt, and become the best in the world. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu lost his composure. Such a simple task, and he actually had the chance to become the world's fastest man. I want AGI. King. Please give me an additional 0.5 AGI. Luo Yu prostrated himself reverently on the ground, waiting for the king's blessing. Alright. Lin didn't hesitate either, spending 50,000 EXP to grant Luo Yu an additional 0.5 AGI. In the past 2 days, he had only earned a little over 50,000 EXP, and now he had almost exhausted it. Obtaining STR and AGI so easily left Luo Yu immensely excited. He wanted to continue his tasks. According to rules in some games, sometimes actively asking NPCs could yield quests, even hidden ones. He yearned to go out for a run right now. The next task you need to complete is to find a first-grade student named Bella at the experimental primary school, become friends with her, gain her trust, and provide her with protection. The duration is 3 months. Okay. I promised to complete the task. Just a first-grade student, Luo Yu believed he could handle it. If you complete this task, you will earn 1 point of STR or AGI. You can even allocate this point proportionally between STR and AGI as you wish. Thank you for your generosity, my king. I will definitely complete the task as soon as possible. Lin was already itching for revenge against Chao and Yang. The reason he hadn't taken action yet was that he was considering Bella, who had no one to look after her. Now that Luo Yu was around, he had nothing to worry about. All he needed was for Luo Yu to take care of Bella. Luo Yu excitedly left the grove, ran onto the road, and started jogging a bit to test his AGI. After a few minutes of running, he was utterly stunned by his own AGI. It said that the human limit for instantaneous AGI, created by Jamaica's lightning bolt Usain Bolt, is a top speed of 44.722 km/h, but his full sprint AGI just now should be no less than that. If he gained a bit more AGI, he feared he might catch up to a bus. Oh my gosh. Just buying a phone, such a simple task, turned me into the first human speedster. This is what it means to have the protagonist's halo as a time traveler. If I joined the Huaxia athletics team now, it would probably cause a sensation in the world, right? Luo Yu began to entertain the idea of becoming an athlete. Meanwhile, Lin, having just received his phone, was equally excited. He immediately registered for a video account and started browsing. Chapter 37, The Fog Rises. Lin was boredly scrolling through videos on his phone. Half a day had quickly passed when he suddenly came across a strange message. The Bermuda Triangle has been shrouded in fog for 4 months, and the area is expanding, almost enveloping the entire surface of the Bermuda Triangle and its islands. The beautiful country has sent 3 survey ships into it, but there has been no news so far. What is going on? It seemed to have started around the time I eavesdropped on Yang and Chao chatting. How can it still not have cleared? Confused for a moment, he didn't pay it much attention. However, he soon stumbled across another message with similar content. Fog in Egypt has already caused at least 300 people to go missing in numerous car accidents. Perhaps because he spent a longer time on these 2 fog videos, the official video algorithm pushed several related messages to him. The fog in Sichuan's Hezegu has lingered for months, and the management has prohibited any tourists from entering. Experts speculate that the fog comes from underground, and Hezegu may contain abundant geothermal resources, but the source of the fog has yet to be found, and the specifics are still to be confirmed. Hezegu is mysteriously unpredictable, dubbed the Huaxia Bermuda. It is located in Hezegu Town, Sichuan, and is one of the most complete and original ecological communities in Huaxia. Fog has appeared in Death Valley, California, in the beautiful country, with adventurers going in but not returning. A series of fog videos flooded Lin's feed, and he grew curious. He carefully read the comments below and found many bizarre ones that made him want to laugh. Some even claimed it was a countdown to the Earth splitting apart. Has anyone noticed? The fog appears entirely around the 30 degrees north latitude. It's as if the entire area is about to split open, with hot air from the ground escaping and condensing into fog when it meets the cold air. Everyone should prepare because when the Earth splits, it will become 2 parts. If you want to live on one of those parts, hurry up and choose your new home. Continuing the cable project, connecting both sides of the Earth, the iron cable is 11,000 meters long, send the wooden planks. The layout upstairs has opened up a bit. I just saw a package deal for just $9.99 with free shipping. A series of hilarious comments left Lin in stitches. Various outlandish opinions keep popping up, some even say it's a revival of spiritual energy, and the earth will turn into a world of immortality. The imagination of these netizens made Lin exclaim that their creativity was truly boundless. Reading too many novels has messed with my head. Can this world really be so magical? Lin complained, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. He thought about his current situation. Rebirth. System. Upgrade. An essential elevation of life. Everything is so surreal. Unfortunately, I can't fly, otherwise, I definitely want to see exactly what is happening. The nearest place is Sichuan, but it's still over 1,000 kilometers away. There's no way to get there. There's no need to worry too much, just focus on improving yourself. No matter what happens in the world, I already have a head start. I am part of the insect tribe, have my own team, and I'm already showing signs of rising. My strength is not lacking. With the help of the system, what do I have to fear? These factors only give Lin a sense of urgency, they don't scare him. He now just needs to hunt down another 400,000 EXP to level up again. If he doesn't use the EXP for anything else, it should only take about half a month. In another half month, the descendants of the new level 1 queen ant will officially emerge from their cocoons, and at that point, the growth AGI of the ant team will be more than 10 times what it is now. The ant colony will then enter a true period of expansion, which will be Lin's true confidence. After the ant wedding flight, the queen ant will start laying eggs. However, the newly laid eggs will have a 14-day incubation period. After the little ants hatch, they still need to grow, eventually becoming pupae, and after emerging from their cocoons, it will take several more days before they can become useful mature ants. What Lin is waiting for now is for this batch of ants to start maturing. At that time, there were 10 level 1 queen ants. Even if each queen produces 600 eggs daily on average, that's still 6,000 new mature ants each day. If 1% of those ants are level 1s, that is still 60 each day. Among these 60 level 1 ants, there will definitely be several soldier ants. It's only October now, and by the end of the year, just thinking about it makes one excited. In the Bureau of Subjugation, He Yingxiong looked listless, with his INT extremely low. 3 months have passed, and the major murder case remains unsolved, with not even a single clue in sight, making it hard for him to focus on anything. The previous murder case has not been solved, and the subsequent pet shop murder case is also at a standstill, making He Yingxiong feel that he has never been this unsuccessful before. Am I really biased and stuck in a dead end? What the deputy chief said might be right. How could I think the real culprit is a cat? Xiao Feng. Pull up all the surveillance footage from the entire block for a month before the incident. I want to review it from start to finish. The entire block? Captain He. There are hundreds of cameras in the whole block, and checking a month's worth from start to finish is a bit too much. Moreover, most footage only keeps the last month's content, and there aren't many backups available. Just check the ones with backups. Soon, team member Xiao Feng organized the hard drives, and He Yingxiong began to meticulously review the videos from the entire block. He sped up the video playback, leveraging his years of professional training to observe every single person and even every animal in the footage. These two guys are not good people themselves. It seems all the footage is staged. He had no other feelings about Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong using this method to gain traffic. As an enforcer, he only focused on things that are not allowed by law. Aside from that, he didn't concern himself. After 3 days of reviewing the videos, He Yingxiong compiled a list of everyone he thought was connected to the pet shop. He then spent 2 full days sorting through and eliminating candidates. Xiao Feng. Help me check this person's information. Sure. Captain He. Captain He. This person is a tenant at Yuanhang apartment and is also a video blogger named Luo Yu, age 22. Here are his details. He Yingxiong stared at the computer screen, stroking his chin while checking Luo Yu's information, his teeth biting down on the dry skin of his lower lip, causing it to bleed. This person does not have a pet but has entered the pet shop twice. Moreover, every time Zhou Shi and Lu Shidong went out, he followed them on an electric bike. Most importantly, on the night of the incident, there was footage of him. Yuanhang apartment is 2.3 kilometers away from the pet shop. His presence here cannot be a coincidence. He Yingxiang slapped the chair, realizing he had discovered a new clue. Xiaofang was taken aback and pulled up Luo Yu's video separately to watch repeatedly. Captain He. You 1T believe it, this guy is acting suspiciously, even carrying a drone and has such a large backpack, could that be the murder weapon? But, we don't have any evidence, isn't it too risky to make an arrest like this? Make bold assumptions but verify carefully. But we must not alert the enemy. Xiaofang, starting today, the team will work in shifts, and keep a close watch on him to see if we uncover anything new. Chapter 38, Important Contact, Awkward Beginning. Luo Yu had no idea he was being watched, he was completely focused on his task. As a traveler in this world, even if he is the main character, he must still follow the game rules. Since the NPC gave a quest, he must go complete it. On the second day after receiving the task, he went to the school gate, chatted with the security guard for half an hour, and handed over a few cigarettes, before finally seeing Bella in class 1-5. At this point, he didn't rush to show himself in front of Bella but instead went back to do his homework. For 3 consecutive days, he was casually encountering other students from class 1-5 to discreetly inquire about Bella's situation. Back at the apartment, Luo Yu wrote down all the information he had gathered. Genius! After a month of being in the first grade, she has already self-studied the entire third grade curriculum, and caused a stir with the principal. But it's strange, all the other first graders have their parents pick them up after school, but Bella doesn't. The reason is that she is an orphan. Her foster father, Lin, was the chairman of the Sunrise Company and died in a car accident 6 months ago. Her stepmother doesn't care. Moreover, she has also experienced a kidnapping incident, making her unsociable with few friends. Her hobby is Ant-Man. What a coincidence! But now Ant-Man has a lot of fans after all, she is just a 7-year-old child. It's normal to have this interest. Let's start from her hobbies. Thinking of Ant-Man, Luo Yu quickly began searching online. Before long, he made an unexpected discovery. The cause of the Ant-Man incident is actually related to Bella. Ant King. Bella. Ant-Man. What is the relationship between these three? Is it possible that the internet users were right, and it was really this Ant King who killed the trafficker and saved several children? Could it be that after I came out of the woods, I really didn't return to my original world, but the entire world is a parallel world different from my previous world? That's right. When I came down from the woods, I didn't cross any barriers at all. Forget it. Since I've already crossed over, I will live well in this world and grow stronger step by step. Luo Yu firmly believed that he had crossed over. Before long, he devised what he considered a perfect contact plan. The next afternoon, as Bella was leaving school, a few third graders cornered her at the intersection. Bella recognized these few people. One of them, a chubby boy named Lu Qi, was the principal's nephew. As Lu Qi cornered Bella at the intersection, Luo Yu watched this scene calmly from a fast food restaurant across the street. These children were, of course, arranged by him. He had put in a lot of effort for this. Lu Qi was known as a poor student. Being able to attend the experimental primary school was entirely due to family connections. The others were unfamiliar to Bella, but she had seen them before. Lu Qi, with his hands on his hips, cornered Bella and said, "Bella, there's something of yours I'm very interested in. If you're smart, give it to me to play with for a few days." Bella was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that this was bullying. She calmly replied, "Oh, what is it? I heard you have an Ant-Man action figure. Coincidentally, I'm a fan of Ant-Man too, and I really like that figure. Let me borrow it for a while. Otherwise, heh. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'll block you every day after school. I heard you were an abandoned kid, and your dad had an accident and died, plus your mom cheated on him. Doesn't he want you now? If I hit you, no one will stand up for you, right?" As he spoke, Lu Qi rolled up his school uniform sleeves, looking intimidating. Seeing this, Luo Yu felt it was about time he should make his appearance. So, he left the fast food restaurant and headed towards the corner. Just as he was about 10 meters away from the corner, he saw Bella, her expression blank, saying, "You say I'm an abandoned kid, that's okay, I was picked up. But if you insult my dad, then I have to teach you a lesson." Ha 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 ha. Teach me a lesson, with you being so small? Lucci laughed loudly, his neck bent from laughing, with his classmates joining in the laughter. Just as Luo Yu raised his hand to stop all this, suddenly Bella moved. She braced her foot against Lu Qi's heel and leaned her small body against his chest. Lu Qi, who was at least a head taller than her, lost his balance and fell backward. You should know that Lu Qi is in the 3rd grade, and he's quite chubby, weighing over 100 pounds. Even for an adult, it would take some effort to deal with him. But Bella easily knocked him down. Lu Qi's classmates were momentarily stunned, then a tall, skinny kid, Queen 1, rushed in and tried to push Bella with both hands, aiming to topple her. Bella wouldn't let him have his way. She grabbed his hand firmly and flung him to the side, sending the tall kid staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he fell to the ground. This scene left Luo Yu dumbfounded. His hand was still suspended in the air, and the words he wanted to use to stop Lu Qi were stuck in his throat, unspoken. Not only was Lu Qi shocked, but 2 people in a nearby car also had stiff expressions. These 2 were He Xiong and his subordinate Fang Yuanzhang, who had personally come to keep an eye on Luo Yu. Fang Yuanzhang rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting what he had seen. He definitely knew Bella. He had made a record when she was kidnapped before. Captain He. Am I seeing things? How could Bella have such strength? Although He Xiong was also surprised, he controlled his expression while only his eyes were shining with excitement. 7 years old. That chubby little boy probably weighs around 110 pounds. Why did he fall so easily? But she used skill in that last fall, so it's possible for someone with a bit more strength. But to directly push someone who weighs more than 100 pounds back 7 or 8 meters is just not normal. Why is Luo Yu intentionally trying to confront Bella? It seems he wants to stop her, which means he is aiming to put on a show to make contact. In an instant, He Xiong associated many things. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, seemingly grasping the context of the situation, but it only grew more confusing. In the cases of the human trafficking death and the murder of the pet shop owner, these 2 seemingly unrelated cases had individuals connected to them that were unexpectedly coming together. There can't be such a coincidence. There must be some clues I haven't figured out, or perhaps these 2 cases are originally one case. He Xiong thought wildly, while on the other side, Luo Yu awkwardly walked over. Since things had come to this point, he could only brace himself and face it. Hey! You little brats, bullying such a small girl, what kind of man does that? As soon as he said this, Lu Qi shook his head and got up with a face full of grievance. He wanted to retort, asking who was bullying whom. But Luo Yu did not give him a chance to speak. Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? Chapter 39, Making a Friend. Luo Yu's appearance was indeed a bit awkward. The chubby boy stood up, feeling wronged and confused, scratched his head, and when he saw it was Luo Yu, he quickly called to a few of his classmates and ran away. Little girl, are you okay? Luo Yu tried his best to control his expression, making himself appear friendly. Do I look like I have a problem? Bella retorted. Luo Yu was speechless. Come on, what do you mean by arranging this? Are you perhaps in cahoots with the human traffickers? By the way, your arrangement is really poor. Upon hearing Bella say this, Luo Yu was directly taken aback. The other party saw through him, clearly understanding his intentions, and now his aim was also misunderstood. No. I'm not a human trafficker, please don't misunderstand. I admit, I wanted to approach you on purpose, but rest assured, I'm not a bad person. Whether you're a bad person or not is not for you to decide, I'll determine that. Now, tell me, what do you want? Bella was not afraid at all. She now clearly understood her own strength. The average STR of adult girls was no match for her. Moreover, she had some speculation about the newcomer's identity. Since Lin had arranged for her a protector, it was impossible not to give advance notice. Luo Yu sensed that Bella was like an adult. Whether it was her STR or mentality, it was already comparable to that of an adult. Thinking about this being a fantasy world, he was taken aback. Could she also be a traveler? Did the NPC want me to protect a traveler? Not necessarily. Maybe in this world, some natives possess extraordinary power. This might be a world different from the one I came from. Realizing this possibility, Luo Yu put away his disdain. Actually, I know your name is Bella. Let me put it this way, I found you to be quite special, so I want to get close to you and be friends. Do you have time to grab a drink together? I'm not talking about alcohol, I mean I'd like to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Sure. No problem, I have time right now. Bella answered succinctly. This surprised Luo Yu, who then took Bella into a milk tea shop. The two ordered a cup of milk tea each, and it was only then that Luo Yu collected his thoughts. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Luo Yu, and I'm a video blogger without a proper job. Bella just responded with a sound of acknowledgement and continued sipping her milk tea. Are you an ability user? Luo Yu suddenly threw out this question, his eyes fixed on Bella, trying to see any change in her expression. But then, he felt a bit disappointed, as Bella showed no change in her expression and was still seriously drinking her milk tea. What is an ability user? Someone with special abilities in their body. Then I'm not. But if having much more strength than my peers counts, then I am one. Bella didn't hold back, as it was pointless, the other party had already seen it. Upon hearing Bella's answer, Luo Yu at least learned one thing, that there really are people with extraordinary abilities in this world, and that the person in front of him is one of them. As for whether Bella is also a transgressor, he couldn't ask directly, he needed to verify it himself. He didn't intend to expose his own abilities, so he decided to present himself as a fanatical follower of ability users. Wow! I guessed right. You really are an ability user. You know, I've always believed that this world has ability users, it's just that I've never found one. Being friends with an ability user is my aspiration. Can we be friends? Bella suddenly looked directly at Luo Yu, seemingly trying to discern the truth of his words. Sure. If you can treat me to milk tea every day. Is it really that simple? It's not that complicated. Of course, there's another reason. I have very few friends, my peers are not suitable to be my friends, and you are the first adult who was voluntarily willing to be my friend. Bella didn't tell him that just last night, her father had come to her room again and told her that he would arrange for someone trustworthy to protect her. This person's name is Luo Yu. She didn't know that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of two ferocious dogs in the villa, Lin would have notified her long ago. From start to finish, Bella had already suspected Luo Yu's identity. She had completely confirmed it when he introduced himself. This was also one of the reasons she remained so calm. When Luo Yu saw Bella easily say that she could become his friend, he was actually a bit surprised. He tentatively said, since we've become friends, I don't mind giving you a ride home today. Alright. Huh? Not just today, you can also pick me up after school tomorrow, buy me some milk tea, and then take me home. You can even do this every day in the future. Luo Yu, is this task really that simple? The task was easy, which made Luo Yu even happier, and he then steered the conversation toward the topic of powers. He didn't expect Bella had actually done some research on this topic, and when she spoke, she was so articulate, completely unlike a child. I've been looking up information about abilities online lately, but you know, these things are just conjectures and lack official confirmation. However, I think we should pay attention to some recent news. What news? There have been reports of thick fog near 30 degrees north latitude all around the world. Although governments have blocked this information, some civilian adventurers have discovered some issues. Luo Yu had come across similar videos before but hadn't paid much attention. He wasn't as exposed to the strange world as Bella was. Bella continued, some people in the foggy area have discovered that animals are undergoing mutations, not the ordinary kind but genetic mutations. They are becoming stronger. The official data states that the oxygen concentration in the foggy area is higher, 8% above the normal atmospheric level. However, some have measured unknown substances within the fog that can enhance the genes of other animals, and even humans. Is this really happening? I watch videos every day, how come I haven't seen any of this? Luo Yu was startled. If this is true, then his advantage as a time traveler might be diminished. I also happened to see a video once, but that video disappeared quickly, and even later, content related to this topic had all its accounts banned. Initially, I thought it was just people trying to attract attention, but since the official accounts were banned, could it mean they touched upon some truths and thus got banned? It's very likely. It looks like we need to personally explore this somehow. Luo Yu didn't realize he had unconsciously used the word we. The book begins with a recommendation. If you guys think it's decent, please give a 5-star review, thank you very much. If you have a few seconds, it would also be great to have a free donation of love. Your support is my greatest motivation for writing. Chapter 40, Typhoon. He Xiong and Fang Yuanzhang had been watching Luo Yu's clumsy performance in the car, but what happened next was beyond their expectations. The big and the small actually got along quite well, chatting and laughing together in the milk tea shop. A little over an hour later, an adult and a child walked out of the bubble tea shop, and Bella even got on Luo Yu's electric bike. Follow them. He Xiong needs to understand this lead. He absolutely cannot allow the two to leave his sight. A few minutes later, they watched as Luo Yu took Bella home. Team. What's going on? These two must have known each other for a long time, right? No way. If they knew each other, there wouldn't have been the incident that happened at the street corner earlier, and besides, haven't we already investigated this? Luo Yu paid some price to encourage Lu Qi and the others, so if they knew each other, it wouldn't be necessary at all. But Bella has been kidnapped before, so logically, she should be very wary of strangers. Why does she seem completely unguarded around Luo Yu? If I can figure this out, I think a lot of things will make sense. For now, let's not worry about that. We need to go to the school to investigate Bella's situation. Let's find out if anyone knows about her being stronger than average. That's easy. I know a teacher at the experimental primary school. I can just call him and ask him to find out for me. Great. Contact him right now. Half an hour later, he and Xiong had already received Bella's school records. Team. This Bella is in the same class as your son, Xiao Jie. Moreover, she is recognized as a child prodigy at school. Just over a month into the semester, she has completed all the third grade courses. The principal arranged a third grade test for her to validate this, and she passed with full marks. By the way, the PE teacher's feedback is that there is nothing unusual. She shows no special performance in running or STR. The feedback from the PE teacher is unusual. This is something she's deliberately masking. Analyzing from what we've seen, her physical condition is definitely far superior to her peers. I overheard Xiao Jie mention that there is a child prodigy in their class, but I didn't expect it to be her. But this makes things easier. I can ask Xiao Jie to invite her over to our house as a guest and test her out then. Oh? That's a good idea. You're quick to react, team. No matter what, she is still just a child. If we put in a little effort, we can always get some information out of her. Just as Luo Yu, who considers himself the protagonist, was feeling pleased with himself, Lin, sitting on the skull throne under the ant colony, felt somewhat uneasy. He always sensed that something was about to happen. This feeling was mysterious. He even felt the air around him change, as if it had turned thick. What's going on? Lin felt confused, sensing that some sort of nemesis was about to descend, so he crawled out of the throne and made his way to Queen One's lair. What he didn't expect was that as the commander of the ant colony, Queen One was also feeling restless at that moment. Even the AGI responsible for laying eggs had slowed down. Considering that Queen One is only at level 1, and her intelligence is not awakened, Lin couldn't ask much. However, the information conveyed to him by Queen One made him realize something. Rain. A torrential downpour. Water is the archenemy of ants, a harsh punishment from nature. But if it's just a heavy rain, he would be absolutely fine. It would be the ant colony that was in trouble. From his experience, he knew that before heavy rain arrives, ants can sense it, and at that moment, they might choose to relocate. But as an ant of his strength, he shouldn't feel scared. In previous heavy rains, he didn't feel anything. He just sensed that the humidity in the air had indeed increased. What went wrong? Lin was puzzled. Right. My phone. Thinking of his phone, he immediately crawled into a tree hole, turned it on, and started checking the weather. Ugh. Charging my phone is a hassle. The power bank is dead, and my phone has only the least amount of battery left. Where's that damn Luo? He hasn't come back to report. Lin cursed as he opened the weather app, and a large spinning circle appeared before his eyes. Oh my god! It's a typhoon! City S is a major city located by the southern coast, in the subtropics, so it's normal for a few typhoons to occur each year. But when Lin looked at the direction of the typhoon, it was headed straight towards City S from the southern seas, only 400 kilometers away, moving at 15 kilometers per hour, with a central wind force of level 17. Super typhoon! Although the forecast says it's gradually weakening, once it makes landfall, the destruction it causes will still be enormous. If we don't prepare in advance, the mud nests of the ant colony absolutely won't withstand the flood from this typhoon. If it were the ant colony of the past, due to their small numbers, they could just find any tree hole to escape the disaster. But now the ant colony has grown to 100,000, with tens of thousands of eggs unfertilized. It's no longer that easy to hide. Although the queen sensed the impending heavy rain, she couldn't precisely predict how severe it would be, so she merely instructed the worker ants to reinforce the nest. Right. I could dig a cellar. Just like the cellars for storing sweet potatoes we had in the countryside when I was a child. Cellars are warm in winter and cool in summer, making a perfect long-term nest, and I could upgrade and renovate it later into a genuine insect housing complex. Ha ha! I'm so talented. An insect colony living in a cellar, that's truly something different. Just right, those 3 cats are free labor with their current claws. They should be able to dig a small cellar in a day. The plan is solid, and when you want to do something, you just do it. That's the quality of a successful entrepreneur. Lin now manages and operates his team as a business. He quickly found a suitable location. It was a relatively steep dirt slope, with some low shrubs on top and taller bushes nearby, making it fairly concealed. The 3 cats began digging as Lin requested. The cellar only needed an opening that exceeded 30 centimeters, allowing 2 cats to work simultaneously. However, after digging the entrance, the inside could be widened a bit so that all 3 cats could work at the same time. Watching Big Flower struggling to dig, but due to its small paws and insufficient STR, it could only dig up a small amount of dirt each time, making Lin a bit anxious. This AGI is no good. Let's boost some STR. Big Flower currently has a STR of 0.9. Although its claws are sharp, it is not adept at digging. To increase STR from 0.9 to 1.0, 10,000 EXP is needed, and Lin has already accumulated 210,000 EXP. This was reserved for leveling up. Fine. I'll let you have it. Just as he wanted to see the effect of the increased STR on Big Flower, the system prompted that 0.9 STR is already the limit. He knew that 0.3 INT is the zero level cap, but he hadn't expected that a cat only needed 0.9 STR to level up. So, does that mean if I max out Big Flower's def and AGI, it can level up? Thinking of this, Lin felt a little excited. Will a level 1 cat grow bigger? How strong will it be? Can it catch bigger fish? Right now, Big Flower and the others catch fish in the reservoir, mostly small fish and shrimp. They've never caught fish weighing over half a pound, earning only a few EXP at most. If Big Flower could become stronger and manage to catch 2 to 3 pound fish, the EXP would definitely be much higher. Alright. No investment, no return? I'll let you have it. Chapter 41, The Indestructible Blade. Lin never expected that. He thought spending a few thousand EXP would level up Big Flower to level 1. But he was mistaken. After spending 50,000 EXP to raise Big Flower's AGI from 3.1 to 3.6, it still hadn't reached the limit. He was even considering giving up. However, seeing Big Flower's figure become more agile while digging, he felt it was somewhat worth it. Well, let's see how much you need to reach the limit. 1 minute later, Lin was at a loss for words. After spending another 40,000 EXP, Big Flower's AGI became 4.0, and the system only then prompted that the limit had been reached. 90,000 EXP. All of the harvest from the past 3 days gone like this. Even after spending 90,000 EXP, there was still def that hadn't been increased. Fortunately, after raising Big Flower's def from 0.9 to 1.5, it has already reached its limit. This resulted in a loss of 150,000 EXP, leaving Lin feeling quite pained. However, seeing the system prompt indicating upgrades were possible, he became excited again. Meow. With a painful cry from Big Flower, Lin knew it was going to start transforming. Big White and Big Raccoon were clearly startled by the cry, quickly retreating to the side. Lin stared intently at Big Flower's transformation and indeed noticed its body visibly inflating and elongating. Big Flower looked very pained, its eyes bloodshot and its expression fierce. The reorganization of its bones and the stretching of muscles and fascia would definitely cause pain, but at its current def of 1.5, it could endure it. This transformation took only 10 minutes, and Big Flower was already reborn in blood, with cat fur scattered all over the ground. This was the old fur from before, and the new cat fur had already grown during those 10 minutes. Meow. It understood that all its changes were a gift from the king, so when the pain subsided, Big Flower dragged its weary body in front of Lin and slowly knelt down. Great. Very good. Big White. Big Raccoon. Go catch 2 fish to replenish the energy for your big brother. Meow. Big White and Big Raccoon were still processing their shock, but the king's command was not something they could resist. Almost automatically, the 2 cats rushed toward the reservoir. At this moment, Lin was extremely excited. Because after seeing Big Flower post-evolution, it actually had a talent skill. Compared to the talent skill, Lin had completely overlooked Big Flower's impressive 50-centimeter body. Name, Big Cat. Race, Cat. Level, Level 1. Lifespan, 30-year 28-year. STR 0.90.6. AGI 43.5. Def 1.51.2. Talent, Diamond Blade Front Paw Explosion Enhancement 3 times, lasts for 10 minutes, can explode once per day. Into 0.30.3. Looking at Big Flower's talent skill, Lin was beside himself with excitement. What does 3 times enhancement even mean? My goodness, this truly surpasses a cat, it's infuriating. Isn't this Uncle Wolf's skill? However, with a different base, the ant's starting point is too low. If it's the tiger's evolution, what terrifying effect will that have? By the way, spending 150,000 EXP was worth it. The team's combat power has received a qualitative improvement. Can we challenge those 2 vicious dogs now? A few days ago, when Lin visited the villa, he discovered that Chow had raised 2 vicious dogs, likely newly bought. He tested it a few times and finally managed to evade the vicious dogs, entered Bella's room, and informed her about the arrangements he made with Luo Yu. After returning, Lin looked it up online and found out that those 2 vicious dogs were actually Tosa Inu, the samurai dogs of the East. The Tosa Inu, originating from primitive fighting dogs, is bred from various top dog breeds worldwide to become the king of fighters. This breed was once known as the world's largest fierce dog, and there are specific tournaments dedicated to fighting championships for these dogs. As a large breed, Tosa Inu average over 71 centimeters in height, with weight varying by type generally. Larger ones weigh between 50 to 60 kilograms, while supersized Tosa Inu can weigh over 60 kilograms. The 2 Tosa Inu that Lin saw probably weighed around 50 to 60 kilograms, exceeding the average human weight, so he can only walk around them. Overall combat strength isn't just about raw STR. Although Lin's STR is no weaker than those 2 vicious dogs, his AGI falls far short. Plus, his fighting ability isn't anything to write home about. His insect-like body limits his one-on-one skill. Not enough. In terms of STR, Da Huang is still lacking a bit. It's just that her AGI is faster than the Tosa Inu, and her def is about the same. In a one-on-one fight, Da Huang might not be a match, especially since there are 2 of them. But with my poisonous needles, 2 against 1 would be no problem. He decided to wait until he leveled up again before taking on those 2 vicious dogs. Just as Lin was quietly planning, Dabai and Dolly returned, each holding a fish. They respectfully placed the fish in front of Da Huang, who didn't hesitate and started to devour it right away. After eating 2 fish weighing about 3 to 4 tails each, they got back to work. Watching Da Huang's ferocious claws, Lin was overjoyed. Da Huang swung her front paws with all her might, sending clay flying rapidly from behind her, resembling an armadillo. In just 10 minutes, she had dug a hole over 50 to 60 centimeters deep and 40 centimeters in diameter. However, once the effect of the sharp claws wore off, her AGI slowed down. But since her claws are slightly larger than Dubai's, her digging AGI is still relatively quick. After spending a whole half day, a hole with a diameter of 40 centimeters and a 3 cubic meter cellar was completed. At this point, the typhoon had started to make landfall on City S, getting very close to Lin and the others, with strong winds beginning to blow and large trees straining against the force. Time was short, but still enough to move, and at Lin's command, over 100,000 ants began to move in an orderly fashion, creating an astonishing scene. Based on Lin's experience with people, typhoons often lead to continuous heavy rain. The ant colony quickly finished relocating, with Queen 1 directing the construction of their new home. Lin lay on the back of the big flower, looking down the mountain through an opening, where fierce winds rolled dark clouds, plunging the entire city into dimness. Around him, the sound of rushing water was heard, as the mountains collected water flowed down. Occasional loud cracking sounds came from above, as some tall trees were snapped off by the strong winds. This is the power of nature in the face of such grand natural forces. He felt terribly insignificant. The storm lasted a whole day, and by evening, the wind began to calm down, though the rain showed no sign of letting up. Let's go. Big flower. Let's check the reservoir. The next few days will see heavy downpours. If the reservoir releases water in time, it won't have a significant impact on his cellar, but if it overflows, it could lead to big trouble. However, just as they braved the downpour and stepped out of the cave, the scene before Lin stunned him. He saw a group of over 10 wet stray dogs suddenly appear ahead, some of which were quite large. Although Lin couldn't identify their breed, their imposing presence made it clear they were not to be trifled with. The torrential rain brought by the typhoon had pooled water, completely flooding the nearby roads, and some houses had already seen the first floor partially submerged. These strays made their way, surprisingly, up the hillside and into Lin's territory. Chapter 42: The Battle in the Woods. The intrusion of stray dogs into their territory was completely unexpected. Meow. Big Flower's fur stood on end as it emitted a warning growl. However, Lin grabbed its fur from his back and commanded it to retreat. At that moment, the rain was relentless, and the ant army couldn't possibly emerge. Even if they did, they wouldn't stand a chance against such large animals. Big Flower cautiously eyed the pack of large dogs, stepping back slowly. But the strays had already noticed Lin and began barking fiercely at Big Flower. With a pack of strays barking and thunder rumbling occasionally overhead, the scene was intimidating enough to make even Lin feel a bit uneasy. Lin retreated, but it was clear that the strays had no intention of letting him go. He quickly activated the inspect skill. What breed are they? There's even one with 1.2 STR. The data on the others was average, but one large white dog stood out with a STR of 1.2, which was quite exaggerated. However, this big white dog was merely barking. The first to charge forward was a brown teddy behind it. This teddy barked relentlessly, putting on a show of strength, and bypassed the big white dog. Clearly, it didn't dare to bite directly. A sprinter, so arrogant. Big Flower, take him down. Following Lin's command, Big Flower swiftly extended its right front leg. This AGI, Ling Su vowed, hadn't even registered fully the moment it happened, as Big Flower had already completed the motion. It looked as if Big Flower had slapped the teddy. But the next moment, Teddy let out a heartbreaking scream. It turned out that Teddy's two eyes had been crushed by the long claws of the Big Flower. With his eyesight completely gone, Teddy couldn't find his direction at all, and in panic, he actually rolled down the slope. At the bottom of the slope was all water. Teddy was doomed. Well done. Fall back. Lin knew that stray dogs wouldn't be scared off so easily. Sure enough, the moment the Big Flower turned around, several medium-sized stray dogs charged up. Fortunately, the Big Flower's AGI was far superior to theirs, allowing it to narrowly escape. The Big Flower quickly ran back to the cellar, but the stray dogs rushed in madly, completely blocking the cellar door. Two stray dogs even leaned their heads in closer and started digging at the dirt by the door. Lin certainly couldn't let the stray dogs dig out the dirt at the cellar door, because if they did so, the surrounding water would flood into the cellar, and his team would be done for. Enough is enough. Big Flower. I'm giving you the remaining 60,000 EXP, it's up to you now. Big White. Big Raccoon. You two charge out together and draw some fire for Big Flower. At this point, if Lin still held back and withheld the EXP, it was very likely that the ant colony he had worked hard to develop would be wiped out. Big Flower's STR instantly soared to 1.5, and with its powerful STR boost, its confidence skyrocketed, directly charging out from the entrance. Big White and Big Raccoon followed closely behind, and Lin climbed onto Big Flower's belly to avoid affecting its battle. Seeing Big Flower charge out, the two dogs digging at the dirt immediately lunged at it. But Big Flower crashed right into them. With its powerful AGI and SCR, Big Flower hit one of the dogs sideways like a piece of iron. Lin clearly heard a crack, as the dog's spine was directly broken. The other dog missed its bite, and suddenly found itself faced with Big White and Big Raccoon charging at it together. The dog had no idea about Big White and Big Raccoon's strength. Their SCR was already 3 times what it had been, exceeding that of the large dog. In just one encounter, this dog's neck was bitten cleanly through by Big Raccoon. Lin hadn't expected that the 3 cats would have such an effect when they charged out. However, he didn't let his guard down, because that big white dog was silently watching everything, even its initial barking had ceased. A biting dog doesn't bark. From the look in the big white dog's eyes, it was clear that this fellow was waiting for a fatal strike. Sure enough, just as the remaining 7 or 8 dogs charged towards the 3 cats, the big white dog moved. It charged forward close to the ground, aiming straight for Big Flower's neck. This dog weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds, was strong, and had quick AGI. If it managed to bring Big Flower down and other dogs joined in, Big Flower would be dead or severely injured. Although Dahua currently has a def of 1.5, its flesh and blood will never be able to withstand the biting power of a dog. It's my turn. Lin, who was poised to strike, would never let this happen. After investing so much, he hadn't even recouped his costs. Just as Dabai the dog lunged forward, ready to bite Dahua's neck, Dahua suddenly exerted force with its limbs and leaped into the air. This leap was over a meter high. Dabai missed completely, and the 3 dogs behind it collided with Dabai, tumbling into a heap. However, just as Dabai shook its head and looked up, Lin, who was hiding under Dahua's belly, seized the opportunity to leap down and pounce directly onto Dabai's face. Everything was planned by Lin. As he landed on Dabai's face, he swiftly revealed his stinger and plunged it into one of Dabai's eyes. The venom was instantly released. Lin didn't hesitate as Dahua came down, he jumped onto its back. There was no choice, he needed Dahua's agility. At this moment, Dahua activated its razor-sharp blades. After ensuring Lin was safely on board, it ignored the rapidly retreating Dabai and lunged at another slightly smaller dog. This dog had no idea what Dahua was capable of and, relying on its larger size, recklessly opened its mouth and charged. But the next moment, it felt a flash in front of its eyes, a sharp pain in its neck, and its body was uncontrollably hurled to the side. The dog rolled over several times and crashed into a tree, blood gushing from its neck, completely taken by surprise. Dahua didn't even glance at this dog after dodging another dog's attack. It turned around and pounced, its claws mercilessly ripping open the dog's neck. It was nothing short of a massacre. With Dabai no longer a threat, Lin didn't even need to make a move. Dahua took care of 2 stray dogs in just 3 seconds. However, Dabai and Dali were not faring as well. Dabai had its hind leg bitten by one dog, which was dragging Dabai backward, shaking its head to try and severely injure it. There was no choice. Dabai was facing 3 dogs, all larger than it. Dali was entangled with 2 dogs in a circling tussle, each side suffering injuries. Seeing the other 2 dogs also charging at Dabai, Lin immediately commanded Dahua to leap down. Dahua struck like lightning, directly knocking one dog away before stopping its movement and clawing at another dog's belly. Puff! This dog was disemboweled by Dahua's claws, yelping as it fled. With the threat in front gone, Dabai immediately turned around, despite the pain, and clawed at the face of the dog behind it. The dog's face was instantly covered in blood, but it still stubbornly held on. By this time, Dahua had already dealt with the 2 dogs in front and was charging at it again. This dog still wouldn't let go, even when faced with the rampaging Dahua. It refused to run. Until the diamond blade pressed against its neck, grabbing it with a crunch, the dog finally yelped in pain and let go. But the dog's head could no longer be lifted. The two dogs that were entangled with the big raccoon realized the situation was turning against them and turned to flee. However, seeing the tide turn in its favor, the big raccoon certainly wouldn't let them escape. It chased them out directly. Big Flower originally wanted to check on Big White's injuries first, but the Lin on its back sent a command. Chase. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Big Flower didn't hesitate at all, quickly turned, and followed the big raccoon out. Chapter 43, The Feeling of Earning the First Bucket of Gold. Big Flower's AGI now was far above that of a stray dog. In just a few seconds, it had already caught up with a stray. Without any hesitation or the strength to resist, this stray was directly scratched by Big Flower's paw. The effects of the diamond claws had not yet worn off, and all the stray dogs present stood no chance against Big Flower in a one-on-one fight. Meanwhile, the big raccoon was also chasing another stray dog not far away, and they were engaged in a fierce battle. After a moment, the big raccoon returned, covered in blood. At this point, Lin suddenly noticed a jump in his status panel data. The EXP, which was almost at zero, suddenly surged by 158,000. He glanced at it. There were two incomes of over 30,000, and one over 10,000, with the most outrageous being a gain of 60,000. Seeing this 60,000 gain, Lin immediately rushed to Big White and found that this guy was already dead. Oh no! I was still planning to recruit this guy as a minion, but I didn't expect it to be the first to drop dead. As for the other stray dogs, Lin didn't even consider them since their strength was greatly inferior to that of Big White. The hillside was soaked in dog blood, and all the stray dogs were on the brink of death. Lin looked at his status panel, his heart racing with excitement. Every dog that died increased his EXP by a significant amount, mostly over 20,000. The one over 10,000 must be that poodle that barked the loudest but turned out to be the weakest. Half an hour later, his EXP settled at over 360,000. I really hit the jackpot this time, earning over 300,000 in one go. And I can also cook dog meat to eat. With 360,000 EXP, Lin felt like he'd just made his first million. STR is already maxed out. Now I'll add AGI and DF. Adding 200,000 points to AGI brought it up to 3, and sure enough, AGI was already at its limit. Then he spent another 100,000 points to raise def from 1 to 2. Seeing the big white dog limping towards him, Lin felt a pang of sympathy. In this battle, everyone gave it their all. Dubai. Come over here, and I bestow upon you STR. Dubai meowed and laid down in front of Lin. Lin, not being stingy, directly gave it 30,000 EXP, all added to DF, boosting Dubai's def to 1.2. Dolly. Come over and accept my SCR. Dilly excitedly jumped over, and Lin also allocated 30,000 EXP to its DEF. Staying alive is the most important thing. Both cats' STR had already reached the upper limit of 0.9. Between AGI and DF, Lin chose to increase their DEF. Rainwater washed away the bodies of the stray dogs, carrying their blood down the mountain. What happened in the forest, though intense, had no effect on the human world. The rain was simply too heavy, and thunder could be heard occasionally from above. At this time, humans must be hiding in their homes. Lin did not forget the purpose of his outing. After handling everything, he arrived at the reservoir. Although the water level in the reservoir had risen significantly, it showed no signs of overflowing. It seemed the drainage system was functioning well. The center of the typhoon has passed, but this heavy rain has just begun and will last for some time. During this period, the ant swarm won't be able to come out. Dahua. We're relying on you during this time. We'll catch some fish in the reservoir for a little profit. After Dubai and Dilly recover, they'll join us. Meow. He originally aimed to target stray dogs and cats, but leaving the woods to massacre in the bustling district would not be so discreet. Now his bug team can't even withstand natural disasters, let alone the complex human society. 15 minutes earlier, inside the villa. Two quiet Tosa dogs seemed to hear something and attempted to leave Yang's villa. But a security guard stopped the two dogs. Chow was also home today. These two Tosa dogs were bought through a friend to guard the house. Seeing the dogs acting unusual, Chow was somewhat surprised. The Tosa, a fighting dog from the land of the rising sun, is very aggressive towards other dogs and cannot coexist with other breeds. Even male Tosas cannot live together, which is why Chow bought one male and one female. These dogs are fierce but usually quiet, they don't like to bark. Even when angry or fighting, they're known for their patience, calmness, and bravery. These dogs are very gentle with family and children, and they can be friendly with guests. But today, these two dogs were barking wildly at the door. Chow looked out the window. Although the center of the typhoon had passed, there were still winds of 7 or 8 degrees. He didn't dare to open the window even during the day. Yang said, "What's going on with Miner and Miner's wife? Do they feel some danger? Is it possible that the reservoir is about to overflow?" These two dogs are called Miner and Miner's wife. Chow said, "Don't worry, the reservoir is at a high position. As long as we open the drainage, an overflow is impossible. It must be that they've been cooped up at home for too long, so after the rain stops, let them go out for a walk. I think my mom should take them out more often, so they know who the real master is." Mom! Once the typhoon passes, take Miner and Miner's wife out for a stroll. At that moment, Du Yue was cooking in the kitchen. Being a gossip lover, she naturally wouldn't miss the conversation in the hall. "Great! Make sure to take Qinger out more, just don't let her bite anyone in our household." Yang's brother, Yang Qing, has also moved in. He lives on the 3rd floor. With the typhoon hitting, all classes and businesses in the city are suspended, so he isn't going to work. I'm quite familiar with them now. If they don't listen to the security, they'll listen to me. Dinner is ready. Bella! Come down for dinner, Grandma prepared a lot of dishes for you today. Du Yue called excitedly from the 2nd floor. Bella in the 2nd floor room was taken aback. This grandma used to not care for her, but for some reason, in the past few days, she suddenly became very warm, as if Bella were her own granddaughter. It's not just Du Yue, Yang and Chow have also changed their attitudes recently, making it feel as if they're really one big family. Even Yang Qing has come to join the fun, and occasionally wants to play with her. Once, he even came to pick her up at the school gate. Where there's strange behavior, there's something amiss. Bella knows that these people couldn't possibly change their attitudes towards her for no reason. But she acts just like a child. Although she never calls Yang mom or Du Yue grandma, she can always squeeze out a smile during mealtime. Next, the table full of people really sat together like a family, each wearing a smile. Come. Bella! This sweet and sour spare ribs were specially made for you by Grandma, and here are fried bananas too. Du Yue kindly served Bella food with a smile, and Bella didn't refuse but also remained silent. Yang unusually asked Bella about some things at school, but no matter what she was asked, Bella merely responded with "It's okay." It's been over a month since school started, and Yang hasn't attended a single parent-teacher meeting, so he has no idea about Bella's academic situation. Chapter 44, Disappearance. Of course, Bella doesn't believe that this family would treat her so well. They definitely have an agenda. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Du Yue began to speak. Bella! Where have your ID and birth certificate gone? When Grandma cleaned your room a couple of days ago, she couldn't find them. I've put them away. Bella seemed to sense something. This family was still holding on, fussing about the house issue. In fact, he had handed his ID card and birth certificate to Luo Yu. Can you take them out? Your mother wants to use them for something. No. I don't have a mother. Bella replied very stiffly. At that, Yang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Bella's response to be so direct. Yang could no longer control his anger. I am your mother, whether you acknowledge it or not. I am your guardian, so you better hand over your ID and birth certificate to me quickly. You eat my food, wear my clothes, and still don't acknowledge me. But it's okay, as long as you hand over the documents, I will send you back to the orphanage. It turned out that after discussing, Yang's family decided to process the guardianship certificate at the notary office. With the guardianship certificate, they could directly transfer the property of a minor in their capacity as guardians. However, to process this document, the child's ID card and birth certificate were needed. Of course, they could reapply if it was lost, but they still needed Bella's cooperation to take a photo. Yue and Yang couldn't wait even a moment. Faced with Yang's threats, Bella showed no fear. I didn't eat your food or wear your clothes. Everything here was left to me by my dad. Fine. You can send me back to the orphanage. Saying this, Bella slammed the chopsticks down on the table and turned to go upstairs. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't expect Bella to have this kind of attitude. Chow had been silent the whole time. He knew he couldn't say anything because ever since he came to this family, this child had never looked him in the eye. Of course, he had never taken the initiative to talk to Bella either. It seemed like they were strangers. Dongfang, do you think she knows something? When we talk, does she maybe hear it and understand? Chow shook his head, his glass eye glimmering with a white light. What can she know? A 7-year-old child cannot possibly comprehend what property means. If it comes down to it, I think you shouldn't be too lenient, just use force. Yue nodded in agreement. Yes, a 7-year-old child, can we not handle this? If necessary, just like Xiao Chao said, use force directly. After all, you are her guardian. Isn't it normal to discipline your own child? She is so small, can she really turn everything upside down? At this moment, Yang Qing also spoke up. Sis. Brother-in-law and mom are right, she is just a kid, maybe we won't even need to use force, just threaten her a bit and she might back down. If it doesn't work, we can still resort to force later. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Bella is growing up day by day, and once she understands, it'll all be too late. Yang thought for a long time before saying, okay. I'll give it a try tomorrow. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll have to use the method you suggested. Yang was unwilling to resort to violence. Her considerations weren't about emotions, but about herself. After all, if news of child abuse got out, or if Bella called the police, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. At that moment, Chow came out to encourage her. Go ahead and do it. Such a small thing doesn't require so much thought. Even if something happens, I have some connections with the authorities. As long as no one ends up dead, I can help you out. With Chow's backing, Yang finally made up her mind. However, everything they said was overheard by Bella upstairs. She knew that after she left the dinner table, the family would definitely discuss countermeasures, so she deliberately left the door ajar. After learning that she was about to face violence, Bella felt a little anxious. She looked out at the dim sky, with the heavy rain still pouring down, and at that moment, she desperately wished to hear that voice echoing in her mind. Dad! What should I do? After a long silence with no reply, she forced back her tears and didn't cry. Once everyone had fallen asleep, she quietly got up to clean up. She wanted to bid farewell to this sorrowful place. Using scissors, she cut the duvet cover into strips, and after connecting them, she climbed down from the window. As she crawled over the fence from the corner of the wall, despite the complete darkness outside and the heavy rain soaking her through, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Moments later, on the empty long street, a small figure with a backpack walked slowly forward. When Luoyu opened the door, Bella finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears mixed with the rain streamed down her face. Although he now had an INT of 0.8, he was still only 7 years old. Such an experience was too much for anyone to handle. Oh no! What is going on? How did it end up like this? Luoyu was taken aback. After all, there was a storm outside. I ran away from home. With the brief exchange, Luoyu immediately understood. He was aware of the situation. It's okay. I've got your back. Quickly, go take a shower. I'll find you some clothes, don't catch a chill. I'm not that weak. Rent me a room tomorrow. I want to disappear. Remember, if anyone asks, don't say you've seen me, including the authorities. Seeing Bella wasn't in the mood to talk, Luoyu kept quiet, silently offered his bed, and slept on the sofa. However, the next day, Bella still caught a cold. Although Lin had increased her DEF, even for adults, in such situations, and combined with a bad mood, it was nearly impossible not to catch a cold. Fortunately, Luo Yu wasn't working. His only job now is the mission, which makes it convenient for him to complete it. And sick Bella actually felt that since her dad left, for the first time she's sleeping so soundly. Despite being sick, she insisted that Luo Yu take care of the rental situation. Luo Yu couldn't refuse, so he ended up renting a room in the same apartment. Fortunately, although there was still heavy rain at this time, the wind had calmed down a lot, and the rental process went fairly smoothly. Bella sleeps soundly, but the Yang family is in chaos. When the family discovered the tools used for the crime outside the window, they were all dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that a 7-year-old child could do such a thing. In such a situation, even without 24 hours, a report can still be made to the uniformed police. Soon, the police arrived, but after reviewing the surveillance, they found that the person mysteriously disappeared after leaving the villa. Bella now has nearly adult-level INT, so she naturally knows how to avoid the cameras. None of this that happened in the villa is known to Lin, who is so close by. Just last night, while Bella was running away, he was by the reservoir, silently watching 3 cats catch fish in the water. Chapter 45, No one thinks they can escape. Big flower. Go! Catch a big one, dawn is coming, it's time to get off work. After last night's experiment, Lin discovered that even if those stray dogs weren't killed, investing in Big Flower was worth it. Because Big Flower was actually able to catch a big catfish weighing over 10 pounds directly in the water. A big catfish weighing around 10 pounds provides a lot of experience points. One alone exceeds 1,000 experience points. During one night, killing about 10 of them, Big Flower alone generated over 10,000 experience points. Adding Big Bai and Big Li, the total harvest for the night was 20,000 experience points. According to this AGI, just 4 more days and I could gather enough points for leveling up. However, killing so many big fish means that just burying the bodies is quite a job. The heavy rain continued to fall. Lin's phone had run out of battery, so he couldn't check the weather forecast and had no idea how long the rain would last. The drainage system must be full of water. He didn't dare to go down there, so he could only rest during the day. Soon it was evening again. Just as he prepared to continue hunting with Big Flower and the others, a shadow suddenly appeared in the woods. From the aura, Lin realized it was Luo Yu who had arrived. What's up with Luo Yu? The typhoon isn't completely over, and he's out here in the rain? Luo Yu cautiously climbed up the hillside, and when he first saw Big Flower, he was instantly taken aback. This cat has more than doubled in size. Luo Yu thought to himself, the minions of the Ant King must have evolved. It seems I chose the right NPC to follow. Not only can he provide me with STR, but he can also offer STR to his other minions. I've got to hold on tight to this big thigh. 1. I have something to report. Before you report, bring over the spare power bank. Yes. Following your orders, Wang. Luo Yu respectfully handed over 2 power banks, and the big raccoon picked up the bag and went into the cellar. Go ahead, is there a problem with the mission? No, there is no problem with the mission, just a little situation. Please advise, Wang. Last night, my protection target, Bella, suddenly ran away from home and came to find me, asking me to rent her a room. I noticed that her condition seemed off and she had a cold, so I wanted to ask Wang how I should handle this. If her family or the authorities come looking for her, should I hand her over? Actually, Luo Yu had thought about it. Although the whole city had stopped work, school, and business last night, if there were any cameras that caught it, and others came looking, he knew he'd be in trouble. Make sure to keep it under wraps. By the way, do you know why she ran away from home? Lin glanced at Bella's status bar and found it was indeed not good. I don't know, she isn't very willing to talk. But when she found me last night, she was crying, so she must have felt wronged. Alright. You can go now, just make sure to carry out your task well. Once Luo Yu left, Lin's mind started racing with calculations. Yang has always wanted to get my villa, that's definitely the issue. Now her brother lives in the villa too, and they want the 3rd floor. This family is like a bunch of thieves. Bella ran away from home. Could it be that she's experienced domestic violence? Daring to abuse my daughter is simply courting death. Once I upgrade, I'll hunt you all down. No one gets away, all of you need to pay. Meanwhile, in the Uniformed Services Bureau, Fang Yuanjing stomped in with a stream of curses. It's infuriating. The entire city is closed for business, work, and school, and we're the only ones on call. What kind of nonsense is this? At that moment, a clear voice rang out, and Fang Yuanjing immediately put on a smile. This is the bureau's flower, Lu Yuan. With her slightly chubby baby face and her well-endowed figure, a short ponytail tucked under her hat makes her look playful and cute yet still full of vigor. Xiao Feng. Come take a look at this case. This missing girl is one you've previously handled, so I didn't call anyone else but you. Is that alright? Fang Yuanjing chuckled generously, saying, no problem at all, who would dare to disagree? With the beautiful Yuan calling, even if it's across the ends of the earth, this handsome guy will fly over. Are you trying to die? Stop being so chatty and come take a look. Fang Yuanjing approached the computer, and upon viewing the records, he was extremely surprised. What's wrong with this family? Why are they always getting into trouble? The last housekeeper hasn't even come out yet, and now there's another issue. Money truly brings disaster. I'll go on duty. Call Captain He, as this family is rather complicated, we might need his involvement in this case. He Xiong arrived at the scene shortly after. Captain He. Look, nothing's been disturbed at the scene. This strip was cut from a duvet cover and used to crawl out from the corner of the wall. Did you adjust the surveillance? Yes, their home surveillance shows that the child is quite agile. The wall is over 2 meters high, and the child took off, using inertia and the protrusions on both sides of the wall to climb to the top. Even a regular adult would struggle to do that so smoothly. He certainly didn't know that Bella, although possessing only an ordinary person's strength, was lighter, making it easier for her to jump. He Xiong pondered, and his first thought was of Bella's whereabouts. Luo Yu. In the Yuanhang apartment, Luo Yu didn't expect the uniformed officers to arrive so quickly. He had only been home for half an hour. You are Luo Yu, please cooperate with the investigation. Fang Yuanjing and He Xiong were invited into the house by Luo Yu. Fang Yuanjing asked a variety of questions while He Xiong observed Luo Yu's demeanor and the traces in the room. Luo Yu had long made up his mind he absolutely would not admit anything. They had no evidence, yet they expected him to confess. There was no way that was happening. He didn't even acknowledge knowing a child named Bella. He Xiong didn't want to expose that he had been tailing Luo Yu a few days prior, so after failing to get any results, he didn't linger on the topic. Leaving the apartment, He Xiong said, Bella has nowhere else to go. She must have come to look for him. However, his home is too simple, and it's easy to handle the beginnings and ends of things, so we can't find any traces. By the way, should we take him to the station to take a statement? We have 24 hours. If he hid the person, I don't believe he wouldn't slip up somewhere, proposed Fang Yuanjing. No need, just arrange for someone to watch the entrance of the apartment. We should monitor the amount of food he buys, as people have to eat and drink after all. But what if he orders takeout? We can't check each one, can we? Fang Yuanjing raised a soul-searching question. Then we have to keep an eye on that. I don't believe he'll never leave the house. At worst, we can wait until the typhoon passes and the landlord returns, and then we'll get the surveillance footage. By then, everything will be clear. I increasingly feel that Luo Yu is suspicious, and Bella is also a problem. The two of them could very well be the key to solving 2 murder cases. Fang Yuanjing wasn't wrong. For 4 consecutive days, they did not see Luo Yu leave the house. It was obvious that Luo Yu was ordering takeout. The typhoon had passed, and the heavy rain had finally stopped. On Lin's side, he finally accumulated enough EXP for another transformation. At this point, his body length had transformed from 12 centimeters to 15 centimeters, making him larger than most insectoids. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, Tier 1, Level 7. Lifespan, 60 years 60 year. STR, 33. AGI, 33. Def, 33. Talent, Venom 3 ml, INT sensitivity, scent tracking. Your ant pheromone has mutated and enhanced, now detectable within 800 meters. Skill, inspect double needle. The tail needle increases to 2, with a range of 25 meters, which can increase with the enhancement of SCR. Each poison needle takes 3 days to regrow after it detaches. Int, 1.5 1.5. Please note that INT has reached its first stage limit. To gain further INT enhancement, a significant leap in life essence is necessary. EXP, 485. Minion 1000000003333. Has INT already reached its limit? Does that mean I can no longer increase INT STR in the first stage? That's quite good, it's already level 7 in the first stage. AGI STR and def have far exceeded that of an ordinary person, plus I have 2 needles. I didn't expect the needle to develop like this. Although there's no new skill, it's as good as having an additional needle skill. Not bad. Chapter 46, I Was Never Human. At the mountainside villa, the typhoon has passed, and the heavy rain has turned into a drizzling shower. However, the temperature hasn't risen these past few days. 3 cats quietly approached the villa, led by the now first-tier lifeform, Big Flower. Big Flower climbed over the wall, and Lynn, hidden in her abdomen, immediately activated the inspect skill, observing the 3 security guards in the villa's courtyard gazebo, as well as the 2 on the roof. I have to say, human potential is truly incredible. All 5 security personnel are quite professional, among which 4 have a STR of 1.5. The strongest one surprisingly reached a terrifying 2.0. Originally, Lin didn't plan to kill them, but if these people are so dedicated that they have to stop him, then he'll have no choice but to kill whoever stands in his way. This time, he intends to eliminate this whole family for good. Whether it's for revenge or for the crimes they committed against Bella. After some observation, Lin realized that sneaking quietly into the villa was indeed not achievable. Those security guards were secondary, the main issue was the 2 vicious dogs with their keen sense of smell. As soon as Big Flower appeared, these 2 evil dogs caught the scent and charged aggressively. Standing on the wall, Big Flower wasn't afraid of them pouncing, since that's a wall over 2 meters high, which these 2 dogs truly can't handle. However, upon seeing such a large cat, the 2 dogs felt threatened and produced growling sounds. The security personnel also noticed the situation. 2 of them walked over, shining large flashlights to check things out. Once they saw it was a cat, their interest waned. Though Big Flower is over 50 centimeters long, such a large cat isn't that rare. Meow. Big Flower let out a short, sharp cry. It was a provocation. One slightly larger dog barked a few times in response. Thus, both sides were in a stalemate by the wall. At that moment, Lin finally thought of a plan. Draw the tiger away from its mountain. Let's have Big White and Big Rat provoke these 2 dogs here. We can sneak into the villa from another direction. In a critical moment, it's the wisdom of us humans that counts. Tonight, I'm going to orchestrate a massive massacre. Having thought of a plan, Lin directly commanded Big Flower to retreat. After retreating, he didn't hurry. After a whole hour, the 2 cats finally appeared on the wall. Big White and Big Rat were provoking the 2 dogs. What's going on tonight? Is there fish in the villa? A large one came earlier, and now 2 more are here. Oh. A few days ago, there was a typhoon, and indeed 2 dogs came to shelter from the rain, but I didn't see any cats. Are you stupid? Can a flood drown a cat? Even if you drown a cat, it wouldn't die. Is there any way to catch those 2 cats? How about getting a snake and whatever else? Oh dear. It's chicken, dragon, phoenix, making soup. Don't think about it, the captain is watching from the rooftop, we can do it after work. The 2 security guards got more and more excited, whispering in the middle of the night, prompting the captain upstairs to directly remind them over the intercom. However, they didn't know that behind them, another cat had already climbed the wall and was on the 3rd floor. Now, as long as it's not a smooth wall, Big Flower can easily scale it. Big Flower silently entered Yang Cheng's room. But the scene that unfolded upon entry left Lin dumbfounded. It wasn't just Yang Cheng inside, there was someone else beside him. And there were two of them. Both were in good shape. Are they that playful? These two people are innocent. My main targets are their mother and daughter, as well as Chow. Yang Qing has nothing to do with me, so let him go this time. Yang Chang had no idea he had nearly walked into a fatal situation. Upon reaching the first floor, Big Flower quickly found Du Yui's room. But this room was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened from the outside. However, this was nothing to Lin. It was quite easy for him. You see, this is his house, and the decoration was done under his guidance. Soon, he found the opening of the air conditioning copper pipe. Next to the copper pipe, foam filler had been applied, and as a petite ant, he only needed to remove the foam to crawl inside. Big Flower waited outside, and after a few minutes, Lin opened the door from inside. Next, he needed to act silently. There was no need to draw out a sharp weapon. Big Flower simply climbed to Du Yui's bedside and grabbed her neck with all his might. In the next moment, Du Yui's trachea and arteries were crushed. By the time Du Yui realized what had happened, she found herself gushing blood. Due to the size of her throat wound, she was breathing with a leak, unable to make any sound, only gasping noises from her throat. She struggled to cover her neck, but it was of no use. Only then did she see a huge tabby cat standing on her chest, with a terrifying ant staring intently at her from its back. Du Yui's face was filled with pain and confusion, and at that moment, it seemed she heard a voice. To make you understand why you should die, I am Lin. Upon hearing this voice, Du Yui thought she was dreaming, her face showing disbelief. In just a few minutes, she fell silent. Still not even 40,000 EXP? Too weak. Am I too inhumane? No. I'm no longer human. To survive in this world, I can't have such thoughts. Any mercy is a disrespect to myself. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin cast aside her most humane sentiments. On the second floor, the door was still locked, but it posed no challenge for him. When the door opened, everything was already destined to come to an end. The big cat stood like a judge on the nightstand beside the bed, and Lin looked at the two sleeping people with a complex heart. Yang had once been the closest person to him in this world, but she brought him betrayal. When Chow just joined the company, Lin clearly remembered the situation at that time. He was a young and vibrant individual, more than 10 years younger than Lin, with eyes full of passion and ambition. At that time, Lin praised Chow, saying he liked people like him who had ability and ambition, and that he would be a great asset. But this very person he had nurtured turned out to have taken everything from him. Endless regret surged in Lin's heart, and at that moment, he could no longer control himself. Accept my revenge, Chow. Everything is over. Everything I endured, you will repay tenfold. This time, Lin would take matters into his own hands. He jumped off the back of the big cat, flying toward Chow's face, plunging a needle into his unharmed eye. In this chapter, killing Du Yui might seem too cruel or excessive. But I want to say, when a person masters the STR that can control others' lives and deaths, without anything to limit this SCR, the evil within them can no longer be controlled. Chapter 47 is me. Lin. A piercing scream startled everyone in the villa. But Lin was not worried at all. He had already locked the door and was prepared for an escape route. He must make Chow understand the grave mistake he had made at the moment of death. Ah! My eyes. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Last time it was his left eye, this time it was his right eye. He knew he was finished. It's me. Lin. Lin's voice echoed in his mind, and the moment Chow heard it, he could hardly believe his ears. How is this possible? Didn't you already die? I saw your corpse with my own eyes. I did die, but I came back. What you brought upon me, I will repay you tenfold. Now you can go die. As he spoke, Lin raised his large jaw and plunged it towards the carotid artery on Chow's neck. He didn't use too much force. He nearly nicked Chow's carotid artery. He wanted to make him die slowly and ensure Yang watched him die. At this moment, Yang was completely terrified, so shocked that she didn't care about being entirely undressed, nearly gaping at the cat and the ant. What in the world are you? Thanks to you, I've turned into an ant. Now I've come back. It's you? How can that be? Yang felt her mind was racing, but just then, she suddenly thought of something and reached under her pillow to fumble around. Thanks to you, I've ended up looking like this. I'm back for revenge now. By the way, your mother, Duyue, has already gone ahead of you. Now I'm going to send you all over. You should still be able to catch up. The big cat jumped onto the bed and slowly approached. However, what Yang pulled out from under the pillow caused Lin to feel a jolt through his entire body. It was a gun, a dark handgun. These two, possibly because of the previous experiences, had become startled birds, even managing to get hold of a handgun. But her reaction time was no match for Lin and the big cat, who fought for survival every day. In an instant, the big cat swiftly extended its sharp claws and slashed across Yang's neck. Yang's face turned pale with terror, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, and the gun slipped from her hands, not even managing to pull the trigger. I need an ambulance. I'm going to die. I can't believe I'm going to die. Yang was so frightened that she lost her grip on reality, her words coming out jumbled. Her consciousness started to fade, and she quickly fell silent. As for Chao, he was still conscious but wore a face full of fear. Lin! Lin! Please spare me, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. As long as you can let me go, I'll return everything to you, and also. Sounds of a crash came from outside the door. Chao thought that if he could buy some time, he might still be saved. Lin's voice vanished, and the big cat had already carried him out through the ventilation fan. The moment the door was broken open, Chao instantly felt a sense of relief. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. His eyes were blind, but he could see everything in the room. He saw security burst into the room, some calling the police, and others calling for an ambulance. He even saw himself lying there, covered in blood, with someone pressing on his neck. The room was in complete disarray, as the major and his wife threw themselves onto the bed. A security guard took down 2 dogs, and they bolted out of the room, the guard unable to hold them back. Then he saw Yang Qing, but he appeared to be petrified, standing motionless at the door. My eyes can't be blind, can they? How can I see all of this? Could it be? Could I already be dead? It was only at that moment that Chao realized he was already dead. He wanted to return to his body, but he passed right through it, unable to do anything. At one moment, he felt himself about to dissipate, and then he truly started to fade away. By this time, Lin had already received over 40,000 and over 50,000 EXP. He initially planned to have Dehua run towards the forest, but he quickly changed his mind. Now both he and Dehua were covered in blood, and they could only dash in the opposite direction. Just as he thought it was about time and wanted to enter the sewer, he heard a gust of wind behind him. It was 2 dogs, those vicious dogs. Slow down. Dehua. A bit slower. Wait for them. Yes, turn left up ahead, into that alley. Dehua turned into an alley, but it was a dead end. It turned around, and the 2 vicious dogs, without hesitation and without barking, lunged at it. But just then, Lin activated the flying needle skill, with a double shot all at once. 2 flying needles shot out simultaneously. Woof! The vicious dogs felt a slight pain on their noses, but it didn't hinder their actions. Dehua jumped up in place, hitting the right wall, then pushed off with its legs to reach the left wall. When it landed, both vicious dogs pounced at empty air but had already turned around. That agility really showed its worth as a fighting dog. Both sides exchanged positions. Lin knew that while Dehua was tough, the data for those 2 vicious dogs wasn't low. Although their STR was only around 2.0, it was still much stronger than Dehua's 1.5. Moreover, their large size, weighing around 60 kilograms, gave them an advantage in impact. The 2 vicious dogs regrouped and lunged at Dehua again, but Dehua employed the same trick, and they exchanged positions once more. Dehua's AGI was significantly faster than both vicious dogs, meaning its agility was much higher, so if it kept dodging, the dogs couldn't do much about it. After the 3rd exchange of positions, one dog suddenly lunged forward, but its legs gave way, causing it to fall. Lin could see that this was due to his poison taking effect. Sure enough, the other dog started to stagger as well. But this dog was quite clever, knowing it was about to collapse. it stood still and let out a frenzied bark to scare De Hua away. However, Big Flower's INT at 0.3 is significantly higher than that of this vicious dog at 0.2, and the key point is that it has a genuine tactical commander on its back. Even at this moment, Lin just let Big Flower watch until the opponent collapsed. This vicious dog is relatively large and should be a male. Seeing that it hasn't scared Big Flower off, it started barking ferociously while slowly retreating, getting closer to the already motionless vicious dog on the ground. Before long, the two dogs fell together, barely managing to lift their heads to bark wildly at Big Flower. At this moment, Lin naturally showed no restraint. Big Flower. Kill. Big Flower did not hesitate and pounced directly, hitting one of the vicious dogs with a powerful paw, knocking its head aside, then quickly pinning it down and biting down on its neck. With a crunching sound, one of the vicious dog's necks was bitten through by Big Flower. The other vicious dog let out a wail, but Big Flower showed no mercy, walking over to stomp on its head and biting through its neck as well. Chapter 48, Rewards and Recognition. Big Flower's strength gave Lin a tremendous sense of security. Especially when working together, it was simply invincible. Two such Eastern Samurai Tosa dogs, known as fighting dogs, were dealt with in this way. Moreover, the EXP these two vicious dogs brought directly shocked Lin. My goodness, one with 87,000 points and another with 96,000 points, that's just incredible. In one night, 310,000 EXP, this harvest is just too massive. Back in the cellar, Big White and Big Raccoon were already waiting. Seeing Lin return safely, the two cats immediately sprang over and licked his back, expressing their concern. All right. Things have settled down for now, let's reward our heroes tonight. First up is Big Flower, the biggest contributor. Lin directly awarded it 50,000 EXP, adding it to STR. Big Flower's STR reached 2.0, which is an astonishing figure. Once it activates the diamond blade at this base, it can solve most problems within 10 minutes. Big Flower was incredibly excited, standing upright and waving its claws wildly, clawing at the air. This comical action would probably have made Lin die laughing if he could laugh. Okay. Stop. Don't step on my little ones. Next up are Big White and Big Raccoon. Although they didn't contribute directly, they also played a significant role. Lin spent 30,000 EXP on each of them, directly raising their def to the maximum of 1.5. If their AGI cap is also 4.0, then they would only need a few thousand more to level up. Lin felt a bit conflicted about whether to directly level up Big White and Big Raccoon to level 1. There are still 200,000 EXP left. Even if he upgrades all of them, it would be more than enough. However, Lin has other ideas. There are still 200,000 left, let's give Bella 20,000 and just raise her INT to 1.0 for now. There are still 180,000 left, I need to add at least a little for myself. Just as Lin was pondering, he suddenly heard the sounds of police sirens and ambulances coming from the bottom of the hill, creating quite a commotion. He had to suppress his urge to use the EXP for the time being, preparing to keep it for emergencies. If the other party happens to come knocking, I can directly raise Dubai and Dilly to level 1, which might still give us a fighting chance. Even if we have to retreat, it offers an extra layer of protection. You're only just arriving now, it's too late. Lin doesn't need to return to the scene to check. He's already collected his EXP and the ambulance has just arrived. The police have cordoned off the scene, and He Xiong was the first to arrive, with various inquiries and investigations proceeding in an orderly manner. Others felt astonished, but He Xiong grew increasingly alarmed, confirming his suspicions. This time, both Ant Venom and Cat Fur appeared simultaneously. He confirmed there was a connection between the previous two cases and determined it was the same group behind them. With this case added, there have now been 9 lives lost. If we consolidate them into a single case, even the city department can't suppress it. The situation must be reported. Unless the case is solved swiftly, it won't just be a matter of reporting, it would be a report of achievements. Captain He. Vice Director Liu has arrived in person. Fang Yuanzhong cautiously reminded He Xiong, who was investigating the scene. What of it? Let him wait, I have new findings. It turned out that he and Xiong discovered bloodstains in the ventilation duct inside the room. The exhaust fan had been removed, but its diameter was only 40 centimeters, making it impossible for a normal adult to pass through. Xiaofeng, set up a ladder. I want to see what's outside the ventilation duct on the second floor. All right. Soon, the ladder was set up, and he and Xiong climbed up personally. Indeed, he saw blood stains on the outer wall, and then proceeded to collect samples. However, once he exited the courtyard, all traces of blood and footprints disappeared. This was mainly because it was still drizzling, and the rainwater had washed away all the evidence. Captain He. Vice Director Liu wants you to go over. He's been tied up by reporters and needs you to report on your progress. Damn the reporters. Can't they see I'm investigating the scene? It's raining now. Every minute that passes, more evidence could vanish. Lu Yuan approached from the front door to call him. However, he and Xiong was in a bad mood, and given how overwhelmed he was with the case lately, he couldn't help but curse. Lu Yuan knew it was the golden period for handling the case. With it still raining lightly, every passing minute made the investigation harder. But there was no choice. She needed to report to both sides. Hey, team leader, Deputy Liu, you go over there first. It will only take 3 minutes. Deputy Liu has given the instructions. Say what you need to say, and don't say what you shouldn't. Just remember this. He and Xiong really had no choice but to walk while taking off his gloves, mumbling to himself. Damn it! I'm completely soaked, and you all are just fine, holding umbrellas and shouting at each other. But just as he was about to head over, a voice came through the intercom. Team leader He. We found them. We found the bodies of the 2 dogs at their house. You need to come see this. The intercom relayed their location. He and Xiong decisively ignored Lu Guodong, hopped on his motorcycle, and quickly left with Fang Yuanzhang. The address given by his colleague was only a little over a kilometer away, and they soon arrived at a dead end. The one who found the 2 dogs was a police dog. At the fighting scene, there was a pool of blood, and claw marks on the wall indicating that a dangerous brawl had taken place here moments ago. The bloodstains on the wall remained because the eaves extended, so they hadn't been washed away by the rain. However, that was about it. The police dog could not track any further by scent. With no leads, he and Xiong could only return and wait for the test results. But what surprised him was that the next day, the entire case was exposed online. In the office, Lu Guodong slammed his phone down onto the table. These reporters and the onlookers recording videos are just too despicable. This is utter nonsense. What is this spirit cat hero? Who saw a cat? Just based on some wounds, they fabricate stories? What do you mean the spirit cat hero is working with the ant hero to fight evil and promote good? This is a law-abiding society. He and Xiong. Look at this. Yesterday, I asked you to come explain, and you made excuses. Now look at the nonsense circulating online. He and Xiong didn't expect that what happened last night would spread online so quickly. He didn't dare say anything because, based on the report from this morning and the situation he investigated last night, it appeared that the deceased was indeed similar to the last pet shop case. Except this time, the ant toxin had also appeared. Moreover, the conditions of the 2 dogs were exactly the same. He was almost beginning to suspect that what was being reported online might actually be true. Just as Lu Guodong was still furious, the phone suddenly rang. After a moment, Lu Guodong hung up the phone and coldly said to He and Xiong. You heard it too, it was the director calling. He and Xiong. Effective immediately, you are temporarily suspended from your duties. Additionally, this series of cases has alarmed higher authorities, and tomorrow a dedicated team will come to investigate. Get all the materials ready for handover. He and Xiong felt like crying without tears after so many years of handling cases. He had never come across such a bizarre case. However, he was somewhat relieved that someone else was taking over the case. He could finally get a good rest. Chapter 49, Equality Among All Beings. Lin saw that there had been a flurry of activity down the slope all night long, yet no one came here. It felt like he must have left no traces behind. This way, he could use the remaining 180,000 EXP according to the original plan. At this stage, my SAR and def seem to be of little use, but even though my AGI is also 3, it's a shortcoming compared to other animals. Especially some birds, their AGI is generally above 6, even Dahu's AGI has reached 4, so I'll focus on increasing my AGI for now. He spent 100,000 EXP on his AGI, leaving the remaining 80,000 intact for now. You never know when some special situation might arise. That's the importance of savings. Because he had seen online that the rumors about the spirit cat and ant hero were spreading everywhere. The area he was in was under heavy scrutiny. Naturally, he dared not go out during the day and had to be extra cautious going to the reservoir at night. Since it was still raining and he couldn't go to the sewer, just bringing Dahu and the others to catch mice yielded very little profit, so he needed to stock up a bit. Keeping some liquid funds is beneficial for the normal operation of the company. Right now, the ant team is in a period of explosive growth, with at least 6,000 new ants added every day, quickly taking over almost half of the cellar. Just when Lin thought the rain would continue for several more days, it suddenly stopped. He then, after almost a week, led the team back into the sewer. The sewer had been cleaned by the flood, now sparkling clean, and there were indeed fewer cockroaches. But Lin quickly discovered a problem: there were more mice. And not just a few large and small mice were scurrying about like a flood. I understand now. The mice's original holes would have been submerged during the flood, and now they're all looking for new homes. Without a place to live, they are in a hurry. Isn't this perfect? Dahu. Dubai. Dolly. Go all out. Hold nothing back. Kill. The three cats didn't need Lin to say so much. They had already leapt out, and nothing alive could pass through where they went. At this moment, Lin was surrounded by thousands of soldier ants, like a torrent of steel, sweeping through everything in their path. General 1 and dozens of the first soldier ants were just a step away from reaching the second level. Their strength was already enough to kill a cockroach one-on-one. Moreover, with over 100 first-level soldier ants, they could generally eliminate a nest of cockroaches in just a few minutes, with minimal casualties. Dahu. Your battle power has increased significantly, so you don't need to move with us anymore. We'll split into 4 groups and reap chaos. But remember, never leave the sewer, and don't expose yourselves. Meow. The 3 cats dashed off. Perhaps they had been confined for too long, and upon gaining freedom, they instantly embraced their true selves. Watching the EXP steadily rise, Lin calculated that at this rate, earning 30,000 points in a day should be a piece of cake. But just over 10 minutes later, his EXP suddenly skyrocketed, increasing by more than 10,000. What is going on? What have these guys done? Just as he was puzzled, the EXP column flickered again and shot up by nearly 20,000. Lin instantly had a realization. This isn't good. It disrupts the ecosystem. If there are fewer cats, there will be more mice. Wait, if there are more mice, isn't that actually beneficial for me? These guys must have broken into another cat's territory and taken them out. But this is also a path to rapid rise. I can't just stay in one place forever. The resources in one area are always limited. Lin still held the inherent mindset from his days as a human, thinking that stray cats and dogs were pitiable and that surviving in human society was tough, so he hadn't considered it from that angle. But now that he thought about it, aren't cockroaches unworthy of pity? Life is life. All sentient beings are equal. Let them go and kill. Survival of the fittest. This is the primal law of life. This day's time made Lin extremely excited because his battle achievements reached a terrifying 200,000. Wow! The total funds have reached 280,000 again, but the allocation has become a problem. Out of this, 190,000 was due to what Dahu and the others had caused. Dahu. Dubai. Dolly. Come here, I bestow upon you STR. 3 sycophants. The cats scampered over eagerly. He spent a total of 90,000, bringing Dahu's AGI to 4.3, Dubai's AGI to 3.3, and Dolly's AGI directly to 3.5. There was no other choice. Dolly's original AGI was only 3.2, and its initial strength was stronger than Dubai's. Watching Dubai and Dolly on the verge of leveling up, Lin forcefully held back his excitement and did not upgrade them immediately. Rules are rules unless there are special circumstances, you should never break them. This is Lin's EXP in managing the business. Incentives for employees should never be given in excess at once. Human hearts can never be fully satisfied if too much is given at once, more has to be given next time, otherwise there will be resentment. Having spent 90,000 out of the 280,000, leaving 190,000, Lin similarly allocated 100,000 to himself for AGI, increasing his AGI to 5.0. An AGI of 5.0 is already considered relatively slow. A normal adult human long-distance runner with an AGI runs about 4 to 5 meters per second, covering 16 kilometers in an hour. With an AGI of 5.0, that means a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which is barely enough to keep up with a car's AGI. 20 meters per second is now considered a normal running AGI, not an explosive limit AGI, which is already quite impressive. If this efficiency continues, I'm afraid I'll have to upgrade again soon. Two flowers bloom, each on its own branch. He Xiang was suspended from his position and had to surrender his equipment, but after just one day of resting at home, he was called back by the office. He thought he would have to get involved in the case again, but when he arrived at the office, it turned out to be quite different. Before his suspension, he had organized the case information for the person sent from above, but then that person explicitly requested that he come in to review the case, including his reasoning process. In an office, he met the person who came from above, only to find it was an ordinary-looking woman in her 40s, slightly plump and about 1.6 meters tall. The woman did not show any smile upon seeing He Xiang. She didn't even look up at him, instead coldly sifting through his case report. He Xiang wanted to introduce himself, so he said, "Hello, I am he." "Stop. While I am reviewing the data, don't make a sound. Stand there and wait until I tell you to speak." This woman rudely interrupted He Xiang, causing him to tremble with anger. "Damn it, you called me here, and now you make me watch your face? Who do you think you are?" Although he thought this in his mind, he didn't say it out loud. After a good half hour, the woman finally glanced at He Xiang, then continued looking down at the documents, speaking in a condescending tone. "This person named Bella, you have kept watch over her for a while. Let's go, take me to find her. Also, this Luo Yu, bring him back directly, no need to worry about anything." Chapter 50, Capture Key Figures. He Xiang had actually come to a realization over the past couple of days. There is a key figure in this series of cases, and that is Bella. This traces back to the earliest Chow Ai injury case, where Bella was just a little over 6 years old and had been overlooked. Later, in the kidnapping case, she was present and was a key victim. The 4 deceased in the kidnapping case had all had contact with Bella. As for the pet shop case, although she did not have direct contact, she was later taken in and hidden by Luo Yu, who was related to the pet shop case. In the final Villa tragedy, all the deceased were actually Bella's nominal family. And based on the survivor Yang Qing's statement, Bella likely ran away from home because she heard about Yang's impending domestic violence. All of this, if one or two things are coincidences, then so be it, but an entire series of cases that revolve around her cannot possibly be coincidence. He Xiang did not include his speculations in the report because they were personal subjective inferences. To his surprise, this woman seemed to ignore everything else and immediately grasped this lead. Regarding this woman's decision, He Xiang could not refute he had even suspended his own position. Moreover, it was clear that even Deputy Director Lu Guodong held a considerable respect for this woman, already instructing that everything should be done according to her orders upon his arrival. He Xiang took this woman out, and to his surprise, she brought no one else. As they left the unit, He Xiang drove, and at that moment, the woman's voice came from the back seat. "So you are He Xiang, right? You're quite impressive, but have been harmed by your deceitful superior. From today onwards, you are not to disclose anything you see to anyone, not even to your family or your superior. Otherwise, you will face consequences you cannot bear." "Ha!" The woman's nonsensical statement left He Xiang stunned. "Your report is slightly different from what you submitted earlier, but I can see your speculation from your materials. It's somewhat valid. This series of cases likely involves some aspects that are beyond your comprehension, so it's understandable. Don't ask me any questions, just drive." He Xiang was utterly confused by the woman's nonsensical and unclear attitude. He didn't even know her name. Excuse me, may I ask how to address you? Yan Ling. Your rank isn't high enough to know which department I belong to. Oh. While He Jingxiong responded, he couldn't help but think, this appearance really doesn't match the name. With that flat nose, how can she be called Yan Ling? If one were to only hear the name without seeing her, they might mistakenly think she was a beauty. Yan Ling, why don't you try saying it to my face? Yuan Hang apartment. Luo Yu was bored, mindlessly scrolling through videos. Recently, he had nothing else to do, just waiting to complete his task. Now that he was already the protagonist of this world, he had no need to worry about making money. With this mindset, he borrowed from various online lending platforms like Huaba, Jibaba, Yjikian, and Duduan. To his surprise, after all this hassle, he managed to gather nearly 200,000. He even applied for several credit cards, which added up to almost 100,000 in limits. Just as he was still dreaming of abusing the time-traveling bug to dominate this world, trample across the blue planet, and rule the Star River, someone knocked at the door. Who is it? He immediately became alert. As being a single loser, there was no way someone would knock on his door without him ordering takeout. Besides, he hadn't even fallen behind on rent this time. This is the Uniformed Services. I am He Jingxiong, here to ask you about something. Open the door. It's that punk. Muttering a curse under his breath, he still dared not open the door, as the traveler would surely encounter all kinds of difficulties that he had to bravely face. Once I complete this task, you won't even be able to catch up with my heels, you punk. Yan Ling entered the room and gave Luo Yu a cold glance before standing in the center of the room and sizing up his space. This process took no more than a dozen seconds, but the aura she brought with her made Luo Yu's heart tighten. Tell us. Where is Bella? Yan Ling stared intently at Luo Yu. What Bella? I don't know her. Luo Yu pretended to look confused. Don't know her? You pick her up from school every afternoon, and you still don't know her? Yan Ling didn't even blink. Luo Yu instantly panicked. He Xiong. Take him away. Huh? What do you mean? What law have I broken? I haven't even left the house lately. Luo Yu was at a loss, and his natural fear of the authorities almost made him forget how strong his STR had become. He Xiong didn't move. He still thought Yan Ling was just trying to intimidate him. What? Can't I give you orders? Yan Ling looked over with a cold gaze. So, are you really going to take him away? He Xiong asked back. Humph. If I say take him away, then take him away, no need to say anything more. He Xiong helplessly had to step in, preparing to subdue Luo Yu. He grabbed Luo Yu's wrist, intending to twist his arm behind his back and escort him out. At that moment, Luo Yu suddenly remembered that his STR had already been enhanced. He suddenly hurled his arm, and He Xiong surprisingly couldn't keep his grip. He Xiong, after all, had been trained and was far stronger than an ordinary person. Although Luo Yu broke free because He Xiong was careless, he quickly reacted and managed to secure handcuffs on Luo Yu's wrist. Only then did Luo Yu realize that having STR alone wasn't enough, technique was just as important. Moreover, the opponent's STR was not weaker than his. Hey! Hey! Captain He! Is this how you follow the rules? Ouch! Be gentle. He Xiong couldn't care less about Luo Yu's shouting once they reached the corridor. This guy was still making a scene. He Xiong didn't react in time, but Yan Ling was paying attention. This guy was deliberately making such a loud noise, which was a signal reminding them of another target, Bella. Bella is definitely in this building. Yan Ling looked down the apartment corridor, and sure enough, when faced with such a situation, everyone's curiosity piqued, and they all opened their doors to take a look. There are more than 20 households on this floor, and only 2 haven't opened their doors. There are no doors open. It could either be Bella's room or no one is home. He Yingsong immediately reacted to the woman's actions. He dragged Luo Yu toward the 2 doors. Yan Ling followed behind, and He Yingsong knocked on the first door, but there was no response from inside. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice came from behind. Get out of the way. He Xiong had no choice but to step aside. In the next second, with a loud bang, the woman kicked the door open. The door was of decent quality but couldn't withstand the force of this woman's kick. Not even the chain lock could handle it and broke off. He Xiong and Luo Yu were both taken aback. After being surprised, Luo Yu felt even more dejected, because Bella was right in this room. Take her with you. Yanling had long known, through the information, that Bella was born with immense strength, but she paid no attention to it. Instead, she grabbed Bella by the collar of her clothes and lifted her out effortlessly. Bella did not resist. She could already sense that this woman's strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. Chapter 51, Drawing the Snake Out of Its Hole. He Xiong was driving while reminiscing about the kick that Yanling had just given him. He could do it too, but it would never be as effortless and free-spirited as the other party. This woman's strength is truly terrifying. She has undergone professional training and is among the best, yet she is definitely no match for this woman. Previously, he felt that this woman was a bit cold or perhaps somewhat fierce, but now, upon reflection, he understands the reason. This woman has killed before. Maybe she has killed more than one person. Back to the office, find me 2 quiet rooms, without any surveillance, and without anyone bothering me. Yanling coldly commanded. At this moment, He Xiong was already captivated by her, unable to muster any resistance, merely nodding in agreement. Luo Yu and Bella were locked in rooms that resembled 2 offices, and even He Xiong couldn't enter casually. Yanling first questioned Luo Yu, who naturally dared not say much, especially since he had nothing to do with the murder case. Luo Yu felt that since they had no evidence, it would just be a 24-hour detention for him, nothing serious. The other party didn't do anything to him, and he went directly to Bella's room. Bella was more direct, saying nothing, as if she had turned into a dullard. To Luo Yu and Bella's surprise, after the inquiry, this woman never appeared again. 3 meals a day are delivered on time, but the person delivering them is He Xiong. Soon 24 hours had passed, but Luo Yu felt no indication of being released. As Luo Yu was delivering the meal, he hurriedly asked He Xiong when he could go out. But He Xiong could only shake his head helplessly. He agreed to ask Luo Yu for him. So He Xiong really went to ask. Let them out? Are you still this naive? But that's against the rules. In our department, we don't need to follow the rules. Come take a look at Luo Yu's phone. This is all the call logs and messages I've managed to dig up recently. He Xiong took a look at the road. Recently, Luo Yu doesn't have many contacts, but from the content, it seems they are all unimportant people. Using Luo Yu's phone number, send a message to all the numbers in his contacts, saying, Bella and I have been caught by the Uniform Bureau, please rescue us quickly. Ha! He Xiong feels like his CPU isn't powerful enough. You don't need to worry, just send the message. Alright. After sending the message, Yanling said, He Xiong, I believe you already have a general idea of my identity. If you can pass this test, I can be your recommender and help you join our department. Ha! Don't be surprised, your abilities are decent enough. I reviewed the case investigation materials you organized, and they are passable. Now let me test you. What do you think is the intention behind this text message I sent? He mentally ran through all the events and suddenly it seemed like he had grasped some connection. Could it be? Is it a way to lure the snake out of its hole? He guessed weakly. That's right. You're doing great. After sending this message, anyone connected to Luo Yu will receive it. Including those monsters. Those monsters? Could it be that this series of cases really isn't man-made? Yes. I'm sure. In fact, I investigated all the sites before you arrived and concluded that humans can't do these things. But humans can't do it, they can control and direct other things to do it. This instigator should be related to Luo Yu or Bella, and he will come again. I am currently considering recommending you for a position in the department. After all, for someone like you who has never been involved in this kind of thing, being able to think of this step is already quite impressive. If you're willing to join, I'll keep talking to you. Otherwise, it will only bring you harm, not good. I am willing. Are you kidding me? The Summer Nation Security Bureau is a department with special administrative powers. How could He Xiong possibly let go of the chance to get in? Okay, let me tell you right now. Just half a year ago, the heavy fog you all witnessed at 30 degrees north latitude seemed to be a geothermal phenomenon, as experts said, but this time it's different. This fog seems to be emanating from beneath the ground, but it contains particles that can alter biological genes. Some organisms have already had their genes modified in this fog, making them stronger. Our department has been researching this for a long time and has made some progress. But we never expected that there are organisms with genetic evolution appearing in S-City, over 1,000 kilometers away from where the fog originated in our country. It seems the radiation has started to affect places all over the globe. Hearing this, He Xiong slapped his thigh. Oh! At that time, I didn't have the inspectors carefully compare the genes, just had them do routine tests. Otherwise, I should have known earlier. This isn't your fault. No one can imagine what's beyond their understanding. All the doubts in He Xiong's mind were resolved one by one, and at that moment, he felt a weight lift off his heart, feeling much more relaxed. Compared to joining a special department, he was more concerned about the case itself. Since they have already evolved, what if they come here? Can we deal with them? After all, we've never seen them before and know nothing about them. After learning the truth of the matter, He Xiong immediately thought of this. Yan Ling's eyes showed approval. You're thinking correctly, but you don't need to worry about that. I have already made arrangements. Seeing He Xiong looking confused, Yan Ling directly took him to a place. And this place was right next door to the Uniformed Services Bureau. Originally, there was an office of a company next door, but now it turned out to be completely empty. He Xiong did not expect that this woman would have such significant influence. After entering the next door, He Xiong saw nothing but a dog. To be precise, it was a Rottweiler. A police dog trained from a Rottweiler. But this Rottweiler was at least 80 centimeters tall. So big. He Xiong couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing He Xiong's reaction, a slight smirk appeared on Yan Ling's face, but she quickly composed herself. This is not an ordinary Rottweiler. It has undergone genetic evolution. As for its strength, not just you, but even I, without firearms, would not be its match. Upon hearing this, He Xiong was deeply shocked. Even an ordinary Rottweiler is strong, fast, and ferocious, and many cities have listed them as banned pets. He had also seen trainers turn Rottweilers into police dogs. Their impact when attacking is fierce, their bite force is strong, and their tearing action is vicious, often knocking down trainers with the biting feeling akin to an electric shock. He Xiong felt that without any weapons, he might not stand a chance against an adult Rottweiler. The strength of the Rottweiler after gene evolution, he couldn't even imagine. Chapter 52, Phantom Cat. Thanks to friends like Liang Chu, by all means a miracle, Ouyang Xingqing, Euexan, Zhangnan Yuan, wanting to listen to Rain, Qin Mingzhao, Gon Shuren, Naga, and others for their support and extra updates. Lin didn't see the text message immediately because his phone was hidden in the cellar and he couldn't possibly take it with him. It was only after returning from a day of hunting outside that he discovered the message. Before this, he never contacted Luo Yu via text. Today was another fruitful day. After adding AGI to the 3 cats yesterday, today's efficiency increased even more, earning a full 220,000 EXP. His total EXP reached another 310,000. Having tasted the sweetness before, Lin did not hesitate and directly allocated 90,000 EXP to the 3 cats, increasing their AGI by 0.3 each. At this point, their AGI became 4.6, 3.6, and 3.8 respectively. He also added 100,000 EXP to his own AGI, which resulted in a terrifying 6.0. This was truly on par with car AGI, at a speed of 100 km per hour. This can't go on like this. Still 120,000 left. I'm not far from conquering the blue planet, wahaha. Lin happily looked at his data status panel, then began preparing to continue using his phone. However, when he saw the message notification, he was instantly stunned. What's going on? Why would Luo Yu send me this kind of message? Upon seeing the message, his hair stood on end, and he was about to explode with anger. But after a moment, he calmed down immediately. I need to think of a way to rescue the two of them, but since Luoyu was captured, how could he still send a message? No, this can't be something he sent himself. This is to lure me out. But does the other party know that it was the cat and the ant who committed the act? Since the other party needs to use this method to lure me out, it proves that Luoyu has not exposed my situation. Otherwise, the enforcement agency would have come to my door directly. Also, if I go to forcibly rescue them now, wouldn't that just expose me? And it would also prove their connection to me an abnormality? They wouldn't have been in trouble to begin with, but now they might be. I understand, this is an open conspiracy. If I really show up, they will be involved in the case. If I don't go out, they shouldn't be in danger at most, they would just be detained. In that case, I won't intervene for now. But I can't be unprepared. Although the ant swarm is already quite considerable, to humans, they are still just ants. Once discovered, extermination would be a matter of minutes. 200,000 ants sound terrifying, but it can be dealt with using just a few bottles of ant spray. At that moment, Lin even had the thought of giving up the ant swarm and focusing solely on the beast tribe. The early game for the Zerg is indeed too challenging. But then he remembered his data status panel, where the minion count had already exceeded hundreds of millions. Although it can't be used right now, the potential of the Zerg in the future is limitless. Indeed, the Zerg is weaker in the early stages, as their individual combat power is extremely low. However, once their numbers increase, it will spell disaster. Just think of a locust plague to understand this. Even without attack power, it's still frightening. After a lot of thought, Lin ultimately turned his attention to Dabai and Li. Forget it. I'll let you guys have this. Let us upgrade you first. Dabai originally had an AGI of 3.6, and sure enough, after spending 40,000 EXP, he hit the cap and could choose to upgrade now. Li already had a data value of 3.8, and without a moment's hesitation, Lin spent 20,000 EXP. But the next moment, what left Lin dumbfounded was that there was no prompt for an upgrade. What is going on? Isn't the AGI cap for cats 4.0? He tried spending another 10,000 EXP, and as expected, it succeeded, bringing Li's AGI to 4.1. Moreover, there was still no prompt for an upgrade. With no other option, in this situation, he could only grit his teeth and continue adding. However, after reaching 4.2, a prompt for an upgrade finally appeared. Both cats began their genetic evolution, and at this point, Lin only had 40,000 EXP left. Dabai's data was quite ordinary after completing the evolution, which made him somewhat regretful because Dabai didn't have any talents or skills. But the next evolution completion of Li excited Lin. Name, Li. Race, cat. Level 1. Lifespan 30-year 28-year. STR 0.90.9. AGI 4.24.2. Def 1.51.5. Talent, Phantom Cat AGI doubles in a flash, creating an afterimage that looks identical to the original, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of half an hour. Into 0.30.3. Awesome, my Li bro. I even called you bro. This is an illusion technique. Your talent has already broken the laws of physics. Not just me, even Einstein would have to call you bro. If this is a one-on-one fight, the Phantom Cat is a god-tier skill. Who could be your opponent? Li certainly knew his uniqueness. He was now excitedly running all over the hillside. Whoosh! Lin was speechless because he saw a black lightning bolt dart through the bushes. No! Wait! There are two! Although it only lasted 3 seconds, the two tabby cats could not tell the difference between the real body within that time. If this move is used during a battle with an opponent, and they cannot discern the real body, then everything that needs to happen will have already occurred within those 3 seconds. Of course, Li's STR is still not very strong, and his attack power is far less than that of Hua. If the golden blade of the big flower is combined with the Phantom Cat talent, its potential would be limitless. Seeing the performance of the big raccoon, the big flower stood upright to display its dominance, raising its paw high and scratching the air rapidly. Alright. I know you're the best, it was saved by you, and will always be your little brother. Hearing Lin say this, the big flower finally returned to all fours, strutting proudly around the clearing. Only the big white lay on the ground in frustration, resembling a wronged little princess, occasionally licking its fur. Lin also didn't forget to encourage it. Big white. Don't be discouraged, don't be sad. You're different from them, you're a female. As long as you're willing, no matter how strong they are, they'll have to lie at your feet singing of their submission. Big White didn't understand what singing of submission meant, but it knew what lying at someone's feet meant. Meow. Lin extended its forelimb and patted Debai's forehead. Employee management means appreciating good employees and encouraging the inadequate ones. Over the past few days, Lin has noticed that Big White's appetite has decreased. Although he had never owned a cat, he had some knowledge in this area. Big White was in heat. If Big White's INT was still 0.1, now it would likely be urinating everywhere to attract males. But with a higher INT and increased wisdom, its brain's control over emotions also greatly improved. The three cats were no longer the primitive beasts they once were. They had essentially become intelligent beings. Sure enough, after a while, the big flower began to circle around Big White. Go away. Get farther. Lin's voice rang out, and the big flower, letting out a meow, lowered its head in embarrassment. I mean, all of you, go away together. If you're going to do that, find another place. We support free love here, but refuse to show off public displays of affection. Big White sprang up with a whoosh and darted behind the distant bushes. The big flower seemed a bit dazed, calling out to Lin. Why are you just standing there? Why don't you go chase it? Then Lin helplessly shook his head, and the big flower disappeared behind the bushes. Where did that silly big raccoon run off to? Now, I'll have to go find it myself. At that moment, Lin suddenly thought of a question. If the big raccoon looks for a female cat outside, will it produce a higher level offspring? The consequences are a bit hard to predict. Chapter 53, Found It. In the Uniform Bureau, He Xiong has been eagerly awaiting every word from Ling these days. But the two of them waited for 2 whole days and nights without any response. He Xiong even went 2 days and nights without sleep. However, 2 friends of Luo Yu came to visit in these 2 days, but they were quickly dismissed. Luo Yu's 2 friends are also streamers, their streaming times are at night, and the crime occurred at night, so they each had an alibi. Of course, He Xiong has also been busy these past few days. He is meticulously verifying and investigating each number in Luo Yu's contact list. After ruling out most of the numbers that are not from this city, there are less than 100 remaining. After 2 days, He Xiong started to feel anxious. However, Ling remained calm. It wasn't until the 3rd evening that Ling told He Xiong, the other party is not taking the bait. It seems they have seen through my strategy. We can only take the initiative now. Ling primarily wanted the other party to come forward, solidifying the accusation that Luo Yu colluded with them, but evidently, they were not buying it. Take the initiative? But we can't even find out where they are. Ling did not answer him. Instead, she opened a special website and input the remaining local phone numbers for verification. In the next moment, a strange satellite map appeared before He Xiong. This displayed the specific locations of each inputted phone number. What surprised He Xiong was that the location tracking of Ling's phone was far more accurate than the systems used by the police department. Upon zooming in, it seemed they could even see the exact spot. We'll personally check each one. Although it may take a bit more effort, it won't take more than a few days. Bring Willis with us. Willis is the police dog, a Rottweiler. All right. Should we bring some more personnel? At least take Fang Yuanzhang along. He has been with me for 2 years, is quite skilled in many respects, and has excellent observational skills. He's a good candidate. That is fine, but for some matters, we must avoid letting Fang Yuanzhang know. It wouldn't be good for him to be aware of things he shouldn't know. Unless he can join our department in the future, such secrets cannot be leaked at all. He Xiong certainly knew that if the public were to find out about this, it would definitely cause panic, and society would descend into chaos. Just imagine, if people knew that there are indeed genetically evolved animals in this world that could threaten human life, how terrifying that would be. Therefore, they chose to act at night. Because late at night it is quiet, even if a battle breaks out, they can smoothly erase the traces. Alright, I'll have him drive. By the way, where should we start? What do you think? He Xiong realized that another test was coming. He looked at the map, pondered for a moment, then pointed to a location and said, "Here. This place is near the villa where the Queen 1 incident happened. It's so close, and surprisingly Luo Yu has a contact here." The place He Xiong pointed at was precisely the woods of the reservoir where Lin was located. Okay. Let's check the identity associated with this phone number. Phone numbers are all registered under real names, as this helps management prevent fraud and crime. As soon as He Xiong looked up the phone number, the two exchanged startled glances. To their astonishment, this phone number was actually registered under Luo Yu's own identification card, and it wasn't long since it was issued. Both of them felt they were getting closer to the truth. Go! Bring a few bottles of black diamond insecticide, check the firearms, and set off immediately. Yanling rose up tall. Don't we need to wait for Fang Yuanzheng? He Xiong was still thinking about taking the younger generation along. No waiting. He Xiong had no choice but to drive his own car, taking Yanling and the Rottweiler dog towards the reservoir. Although City S is an international metropolis with a vibrant nightlife, it was already past midnight, and the distance was just over 20 kilometers, so they arrived in half an hour. He Xiong parked the car about 300 meters away from the reservoir, then took out his phone and started walking while looking for the location on the map. Yanling followed behind, leading the Rottweiler police dog, Willis. Soon, they reached the edge of the woods, but it was pitch black inside, and they could see nothing. On the contrary, the Rottweiler, Willis, was staring intently towards the small woods, with a furrowed brow. The two of them could tell from Willis's behavior that something was going on in the woods. Because when a Rottweiler is tense, their forehead develops wrinkles. He Xiong was also nervous at this moment, so he had put on his helmet, turned on the helmet's light, and pulled out his service pistol, attaching a silencer. He had never faced such a situation before. If it were humans, it would be one thing, but based on recent discussions with Yanling, the opponent had not left any clues and also had 3 cats under their control. With a gun in hand, He Xiong felt much more confident. Although Yanling was powerful, at this moment she also held her gun tightly. But what left He Xiong speechless was that this woman pulled out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. Seeing He Xiong's confusion, Yanling explained, "This is the department's standard equipment. It can be used at night, and not only does it have night vision capabilities, but also several modes including heat sensing and infrared detection." He Xiong was left speechless. If he hadn't brought a helmet, he would be completely in the dark now, even worse than a dog. After all, Rottweilers not only have a keen sense of smell but also have night vision several times better than humans. Meanwhile, she had this kind of equipment. However, this woman did not let him take the lead. Instead, she had Willis go ahead. In fact, they had already been spotted as soon as they arrived at the bottom of the woods. At this moment, Lin was perched on a tree, watching them closely. Originally, Lin thought they were just a couple having fun, but when he saw them each pull out their guns and take out their black diamond insecticide spray from their waist packs, he immediately understood. He recognized He Xiong. He had already identified him when the helmet light turned on, but he didn't know who the woman next to him was. Due to the distance, Lin couldn't clearly hear their conversation. So he used the inspect skill. This glance woke Lin up directly. So terrifying. What's this woman's identity? This woman has a STR of 2.5, AGI of 1.3, and def of 2.3, but that's not the most important thing. The scariest part is that this woman actually has a skill. And it's 2 skills. The first one is a skill called Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter, handgun skill, with a 99.99% chance of hitting a stationary target within 10 meters. The second one is a skill called Finishing Blow. Finishing Blow, mastery of judo, karate, and free fighting techniques, with the ability to use them for quick kills. Compared to this woman, He Xiong's stats, while also good, probably won't last more than a few minutes in someone else's hands. Originally, this woman's stats were already explosive, but after Lin inspected the dog's data, he was directly shocked. Name: Willis. Race: dog. Level: Level 1. Lifespan: 33 year 25 year. STR 5.55.5. AGI 3.23.2. Def 3.53.5. Talent: explosive loyal dog. When the master is under fatal threat, can double STR to protect the master until the danger is removed or it dies. Into 0.30.3. Chapter 54, Using Oneself as Bait. The data of that dog nearly knocked Lin off the tree. He originally thought that the big flower and the big raccoon were impressive, but he didn't expect that police dog was only level 1, yet had a STR of 5.5. Not only does STR reach 5.5, but it can also double its STR when its master faces deadly danger. Moreover, this burst has no time limit. It's just outrageous. Unless it is killed, it will remain in a state of constant burst. As he watched the other party about to enter the woods, Lin's mind was racing with calculations. As for how they found this place, he no longer had time to figure that out. The other party has a handgun, which poses a fatal threat to Big Flower and the others. A handgun poses no threat to ants, but that Black King Kong spray is a lethal tool against ants. The working principle of the Black King Kong insecticide spray is that the hazy particles enter the ants' breathing holes, blocking them and causing the ants to suffocate and die. What's more terrifying is that this contains a neurotoxin that can paralyze the insect's nervous system, making the ants unable to move normally and even unable to consume food, leading to death. But this Black King Kong is not unmanageable no matter what kind of insecticide is used. It requires the hazy particles to enter the ant's body. As long as I give the order for all ants to hold their breath, there won't be a problem in 2 minutes. But can the battle be resolved in 2 minutes? No. So Big Flower and I still need to act secretly and look for an opportunity. Since Big Raccoon and Big White leveled up, another 2 days and nights have passed. During these 2 days and nights, Lin accumulated 460,000 EXP, and now is the time to consider releasing funds to address weaknesses. Lin doesn't have much time left. Boys, it's time for you to show your STR. With 460,000 EXP, he could upgrade nearly 400 to 500 ordinary soldier ants to level 1. Without any hesitation, Lin began to allocate points like crazy, directly selecting over 300 soldier ants that were about to upgrade, elevating them to level 1. Among the existing 200 plus level 1 soldier ants, he would upgrade the general 1 and the 10 others to level 2. This process would take several minutes. By then, he would have 10 level 2 soldier ants, 500 level 1 soldier ants, and over 5,000 ordinary soldier ants. Of course, when facing such a crisis, worker ants would also have to join the battle, alongside his aerial forces, which included 20 level 1 male soldier ants and several hundred ordinary male soldier ants. The flying male soldier ants could act as his command messengers, specifically passing all sorts of orders to the ant swarm. This way, he could hide in a concealed location and command the ant swarm from a distance. Ordinary ants could only serve as cannon fodder and draw fire, disrupting the enemy's combat strength. Only those with level 1 life could inflict damage on such a powerful enemy. And to truly kill those 2 people and that dog, he and Dawashing would have to take action themselves. At this moment, Dawashing was hidden in the treetops, while Lin was also hiding behind the leaves at the top of a tree. Even with night vision goggles, it would be hard for them to detect. Not to mention that those 2 people hadn't even looked up but headed straight towards the center of their nest. Lin didn't know how they managed to accomplish this, nor how they were so precisely positioned. He needed to hold them off for a few minutes, waiting for the transformation of the ant swarm. As for himself, his AGI had now reached 6.0, making him the best candidate to distract the opponents. Lin decisively exposed himself, quickly climbing down from the treetop with the fastest AGI, intentionally rubbing against the bark to make a swish sound. Sure enough, the 2 people and the dog instantly turned around and looked in Lin's direction. What is that? Is it a cat? Yingxiong's helmet light couldn't clearly see the shadowy portion of the tree trunk, only judging by the sound. Doesn't look like it? Willis! Go! Hearing the command, Willis darted out in a rush, pouncing towards Lin's hiding spot. But Lin was too fast. With a swish, he was up in the tree again. It seems like an ant. This time, Ling caught a glimpse of a shadow with her eyes. But she only caught a shadow as she raised her gun to shoot. The target disappeared among the leaves at the treetop. No wonder, such a big ant has clearly gone through several evolutions. Xion, pay attention to your surroundings, don't forget there are 3 cats nearby. Lin was very scared at this moment, he just wanted to go home to find his mom. There's no way not to be afraid because, although the AGI is fast, it can't jump. Ants rarely have jumping varieties, and he is a red imported fire ant that can't jump. So he can only move quickly using tree trunks and branches. Unless he gives up his holds and falls from the tree, engaging in free fall. Chirp! A bullet whizzed past his tail, startling him. This was the handiwork of Ling, I have to say. This marksman's skill is truly impressive. Fortunately, Lin was in a high-speed movement state at that moment, or he would have been shot. If it were Daihua and the others in this situation, they would probably have been hit due to the AGI being slightly slower and their larger target. And that dog named Willis, although it constantly sees Lin, can only scurry around in the forest. So what if you're amazing? You can't climb trees in front of me, you're just a clown. Lin complained to himself and ducked back into the leaves. Of course, he had no way of dealing with the dog, its defense was too strong, and he didn't know if his flying needle could pierce its muscles, or even if it did, whether it could paralyze such a formidable creature. So he was waiting for the best opportunity, ensuring that his strike must hit and target the vital points, like the eyes. The reason a trump card is that it must deal a decisive blow when used. Hitting such a small target like the eyes isn't easy, especially since the opponent is also moving, and quickly at that. To hit the eyes, I need to be at a very short distance, and that dog must remain still. Watching himself already stall for 2 minutes, Lin wasn't in a hurry and continued to wait for the opportunity. Suddenly, he saw a dense thicket ahead. Although this was a forest, it wasn't a primeval one. There were shrubs everywhere, but they weren't lush. This thicket was slightly larger, and Lin rushed down from the tree. This time it was silent, and he directly entered the bushes. The dog didn't hear a sound but caught a glimpse of a dark line moving across the ground. The thick leaves of the shrubs made it hard for it to see clearly, so it planned to approach and sniff. A sensitive nose is one of the characteristics of a Rottweiler. It had already locked onto Lin's scent. As long as Lin was in the thicket, it would be able to find him. At this moment, Lin was quite nervous because the woman behind the dog was pointing a gun at the thicket, her glasses reflecting a strange light, likely a tech product. But Lin didn't want to wait any longer. This was a perfect opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the dog. He could even hear the dog's breathing. Sure enough, as the dog slowly got closer, a better opportunity arose. Due to the dog's large size, it obstructed the woman's view from behind, blocking her line of sight and also her gun. Chapter 55, The wisdom of this ant is absolutely outrageous. A perfect opportunity has arrived. The dog blocked the people behind it, and Lin, without a moment's hesitation, extended its tail from among the leaves, launching its tail spikes. He had long calculated that his tail spikes could easily pierce through the leaves, appearing suddenly before the dog, leaving it no time to react. Without any warning, the dog suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right eye and let out a strange sound. Hearing this sound, Ling immediately understood that the dog had been attacked. But even though she was so close, she found no trace of anything in the bushes, not even any thermal images from her glasses, just one dog as the heat source. She already knew that the target was in the bushes in front of the dog. Sizzle! A plume of smoke was sprayed into the bushes. It was Xion who pulled out the black diamond spray and fired several rounds at the bushes. At this moment, Lin, after shooting out a tail spike, immediately retreated into the distance, dashing with lightning speed along the blind spot obscured by the dog. The spray not only caused him no harm but also provided cover. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Ling knew the ant had run away again. She truly did not expect that an ant could be so cunning. Could it possibly recognize that what I have in my hand is a gun? Knowing that the gun poses a lethal threat? That's impossible. Even people, for the most part, haven't seen a real gun, only witnessed it in movies and television, but this is an ant. How could an ant recognize a gun? And it even knows how to position itself. Aware of maneuvering in blind spots, hiding behind trunks and leaves to evade detection by the glasses. Is this really an ant? I need to be sure it's not a person. Even if it has gone through several evolutions and gained intelligence, it should still be outside its understanding of things it hasn't seen. Since taking on this case, it was the first time she felt confused. While pondering, Yanling checked the dog's eyes. This dog is truly impressive. Yanling forbade it from barking, and even when its eyes were pricked and its whole body ached to the point of shaking, it still didn't utter a sound. If I could train this dog as a minion, that would be so amazing. Incredible. But unfortunately, this type of dog is known for its loyalty. Even when facing a threat of death, it's highly unlikely to be subdued. The hero of my enemy is my foe. It seems I must kill this dog first, otherwise, if it triggers its explosive loyal dog skill, even if it is injured and weakened, it could still be quite terrifying. I fear even Dehuo and the others wouldn't dare to approach. Even Dehuo, right now, only has a STR of 2.0, which is far behind compared to this dog. Plus, if the explosive loyal dog doubles its SCR, it's likely that this dog wouldn't even need to bite. It could just smash Dehuo to pieces with a single slap. Having a STR of just over 10 and a def of 1.5 is not much different from an adult in their 30s hitting a 5-year-old child. Yanling and Yingxiong scanned in the direction where the ant had disappeared, but found nothing. Yingxiong. This ant is very intelligent. Its body temperature should be around 30 degrees, and with the current outdoor temperature at 23 degrees, my glasses can't detect it, which means it likely knows that my glasses have thermal imaging capabilities. Yanling didn't expect this target to be so tricky. If it were simply an animal evolution, with enhanced strength, she would have many ways to deal with it. But now, it seems this ant has evolved intelligence close to that of humans. No, it's not intelligence, it's knowledge. It seems to have the knowledge of humans as well, as evidenced by how it dodges line of sight and avoids thermal imaging detection. No way. How could it know the function of the glasses? That's just outrageous. Yingxiong's worldview was shattered again and again. It must be a problem with this ant's owner. Perhaps its owner has trained it. We need to be more careful. Forget it, let's stop pursuing it and look for the phone's location instead. Yanling always believed that the ant and the 3 cats had a common owner. Someone was controlling them from behind the scenes. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. In fact, she wasn't wrong in her guess. However, the person controlling them from behind the scenes was something they could never have imagined. It was the ant itself. The 2 humans and 1 dog turned around, with blood oozing from the dog's eyes, yet it showed no sign of distress. Lin couldn't help but admire this police dog. It was trained exceptionally well. Yingxiong walked ahead while Yanling took up the rear herself. Lin, on top of the tree, watched their movements while also monitoring the dog's data. The data was dropping in just half a minute. Its STR had changed to 5.54.8. Not only that, but other data points were also declining. It seems my poison is spreading within its body. It can't be immune to it. They want to go to the basement. We must stop them. Upon hearing Yanling pinpointing the phone's location, Lin's first reaction was to stop them. Just as he prepared to take action, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and paused. No! This is a bait to lure me out. The objective is to draw me and the cats out. Sure enough, as Lin halted, the woman suddenly turned around and raised her gun. But the next moment, her expression changed. Finding nothing, the ant did not appear, and the cats were also silent. There were no heat sources visible in her glasses' field of view. Yanling, this is troublesome. Has its intelligence reached this level? Even an average human wouldn't uncover her ploy in these few seconds, but this ant and the cats, clearly hidden in the dark, surprisingly did not fall for the trap. Yanling knew that in such a dark jungle night, dirt mounds and dense foliage could obstruct his glasses probing. If the opposing party was deliberately hiding, he would be hard-pressed to discover them. Since the opponent had not fallen for the trap, he could only really head to the location of the cell phone he had pinpointed. At this moment, they were already very close to the cellar. Woof woof! Dog Willis discovered the cellar entrance and rushed toward it, while Yanling quickly turned back, raising his gun to check behind him. At this moment, it was the most likely time for the enemy to reveal themselves because, according to her analysis, this could very well be one of the nests for the ants and cats. But she was disappointed, still finding no signs. Just as she turned back to check the dark hole, the dog suddenly started barking. Not the barking of a dog, but the kind of frantic yelping. As the dog yelped, it turned around and began biting itself. Ants! It's ants! So many ants! Yingxiong saw the ants on the ground, suddenly swarming from all directions. These ants spread toward him and the dog like a river, but they didn't touch Yanling. Yanling turned back, feeling the heat sources on the ground through his glasses, and had no idea where to aim his pistol. Quick! The spray! Yingxiong also reacted, realizing he had the spray in his hand. Chapter 56, after all, just a small ant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yingxiong first sprayed a few times on himself, then aimed at the dog and sprayed wildly. However, it didn't block the ants at all. Yingxiong felt intense pain and itching all the way from his pant legs to his feet, which was completely unbearable. Moreover, there was no sign of a large-scale death among the ants. Helpless, he could only slap the bitten areas with his palm. But it was completely futile, there were just too many ants. What's more, he saw all the ants coming towards him and the dog was already rolling on the ground, yet these ants just wouldn't crawl onto Yanling. Yingxiong, you old woman. You must have anticipated this long ago. Did you put some kind of potion on yourself without telling me? I'm risking my life for you, and you're pulling this kind of trick. I'm out. Thinking of this, the star-uniformed officer suddenly shouted, "Damn! This is too strange. I can't take it anymore." Then he left the dog and Yanling, crazily sprinting down the hillside. This scene not only caught Yanling off guard, but even Lin, who was secretly directing the ant swarm through the flying soldier ants, was also surprised. Lin certainly didn't want Yingxiong to leave this forest alive, but since the situation unfolded suddenly, if he chased now, he would surely reveal his position. The dark muzzle of that ugly woman was already looking for a target. He absolutely could not expose himself now. This marksman skill is so annoying. But if he runs away, that's fine. After all, this little grove is too small to accommodate my future insect army, so we would have to find a new place sooner or later. The entire forest on this hillside, from the cellar to the road below, is hardly more than 100 meters. Yingxiong tumbled and crawled, reaching the road in just over 10 seconds. By the time he got to this point, Lin had already given up on the idea of chasing. However, Yanling clearly had no thoughts of retreating. She never really had high hopes for Yingxiong, this ordinary person. Her reliance was on the police dog, Willis. Sure enough, the ant swarm could do nothing against Willis. This clever police dog rolled on the ground a few times, crushing a large number of ants. However, with so many first-tier ants and even some second-tier ants mixed in, a massive amount of venom flooded its body, hastening Willis's decline. SCR has already dropped below 3.0, and AGI has reached 1.5. Even if skill is activated, De Hua and the others should be able to maneuver around it with their absolute advantage in AGI. It's been almost 2 minutes. The ant swarm should be retreating soon. Otherwise, there will be heavy casualties. Now, Lin had already summarized the characteristics of the red fire ant S-venom. This toxin is not primarily lethal, but rather paralyzing in nature. The poisoned dog experiences the fastest decline in mobility. At this moment, Yanling had already stopped focusing her energy on the entrance of the cellar. She believed that if she found the mobile phone, she could locate the owner of the ants. As the saying goes, capture the king to catch the thief. If she controls the owner of these evolution animals, she could dominate the whole situation. But when she saw this hole, she immediately realized she had made a mistake. The phone was a trap. The person was not here, or, rather, that person might be controlling this place in a way she didn't yet understand. She began to lead Willis away from the ant nest, ensuring there were no ants left on Willis before preparing to search the area. Her gaze was scanning for any nearby wireless cameras or drones. In this situation, the way this woman remained so calm made Lin admire her. He had no idea that this woman was overly confident in her own abilities and in police dog Willis. She also didn't realize how severely Willis's condition was declining and that it was still getting worse. They didn't have any form of communication like INT sensing. After all, humans and dogs are on different paths. She had to observe herself. At this moment, Yanling still thought that even if 3 cats appeared, Willis could completely fend them off or even kill them. Her sole task was to kill that ant. Moreover, her handgun would have some difficulty finding a target against the small-bodied ants, but if it were cats, as long as they dared to appear, she was confident she could kill them. After confirming that there were no electronic devices nearby, Yenling began to wonder. There are no communication devices, only a mobile phone. The phone should be in the hole, but that hole is so small that it's impossible to hide a person. How is that person remotely commanding the ants and cats? Just as she was filled with doubt, a tiny speck of light flashed by her field of vision, captured by the glasses as a heat source. It's a male ant. The flying male ant can carry pheromones for communication. Yenling finally figured it out, and her thoughts were indeed mostly correct. The only mistake was that what she saw today was the whole picture, and there was no puppet master behind the scenes. Evolution male ants. As long as we follow these evolution male ants, we can find the puppet master controlling everything. After discovering the means of communication, she didn't act immediately, but quietly calculated using the thermal imaging function of her glasses. Many heat sources appeared in her glasses, and soon, she obtained results from these male ants. She didn't find the mastermind behind it all, but she did locate Lin's hiding place. Having pinpointed Lin's location, she didn't attack right away. Instead, she pretended to keep searching while slowly approaching. The range of the pistol is limited. The closer she got, the easier it would be to land a successful hit. Lin had no idea that the other party had found his location. He was still waiting for the status of the police dog to deteriorate, of course the lower the better, ideally unable to move. Whether by coincidence or not, that woman was searching aimlessly in the woods and was getting closer and closer to him. At a certain moment, the woman suddenly looked up, her dark gun barrel aimed directly at Lin's position. She fired. Chirp! The bullet went through the leaves, making Lin feel like electricity coursing through his body. This is a natural response to an unexpected crisis. Lin knew that the other party had discovered him, and had noticed him a long time ago, but this wasn't the time to ponder the reasons. The bullet had already passed through the leaves, its violent spin rapidly pushing aside the leaves that blocked Lin. Lin understood bullets. While the barrels of such pistols usually have 4 lands, and some even have 6. When the bullet passes through, it spins violently due to the lands, stabilizing it. When it hits the target, the intense spin allows the bullet to penetrate more easily and continues to spin at the point of impact, causing the surrounding muscles and blood vessels to shatter. So, in movies and TV shows, when someone is shot and there's only a small hole left, with nothing else around, that's unrealistic. Lin knew that if he got grazed by a bullet, he was almost certainly dead. Because his body was too small, if grazed, his entire body would be caught in the bullet's spinning STR. The only way he could survive now was to jump with all 6 legs, concentrating his high 3.0 STR across those 6 legs to leap away from the trunk. But his 6 limbs did not have a jumping function. At a critical moment, Lin couldn't think much. He almost broke his joints as he forced himself to push off the trunk, using the recoil to launch his body away. Bang! The bullet hit the trunk, but it didn't hit Lin. Just now, all of Lin's STR was focused on his 6 legs, and this STR propelled his tiny body forward like a bullet, flying over 100 meters and disappearing on the other side of the woods. Yenling coldly snorted, after all, it's just an ant. What if it evolves again? These male ants. Chapter 57, Reversal and Despair. Yenling believed she had hit that large ant because, when the bullet struck the trunk, the ant was clearly blown away. What she needed to do now was to find the corpse of that ant for final confirmation. As for the 3 cats, she thought they were easier to deal with than the ants. Simply put, it's because she has a gun in her hand and her police dog, Willis, by her side. She and her police dog, Willis, headed towards the direction where the ant was blown away, and soon, she spotted a heat source on the ground through her glasses. That heat source was shaped like an ant, lying there motionless. Seeing the corpse, Yenling finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to prepare to collect the body. This is evidence for the mission, and once submitted, it could earn her resources. This resource isn't money, but rather a material that will soon be developed, currently undergoing human clinical trials, which could enable human evolution. Just the thought of being able to evolve like Willis and gain greater power excited her. However, just as she approached the corpse, she noticed the tail of the body move slightly. A strong sense of crisis prompted Yanling to react quickly. She bent down and rolled to the side, a move to dodge the bullets. Based on her guess, even if this ant was severely injured and not dead, it could only deliver one final blow, which would be its poison stinger. She was indeed correct. All 6 of Lin's legs were in reverse joints, and just moving would cause him severe pain. But this did not affect his tail's movement. The poison stinger shot out, and with this woman's reaction AGI, there was no way she could evade. He could clearly feel his poison stinger penetrate the opponent's skin, and it was in her neck. After rolling, Yanling only felt a pain in her neck but did not sustain serious injury. Anticipating that the toxicity of the opponent's poison stinger was no small matter, she immediately got up and aimed again to shoot the nasty ant. But just then, a strong sense of crisis came from behind her. 3 lightning-fast figures pounced toward her, 6 glimmering eyes like jewels in the night. Leading the charge was a tabby cat, and Yanling turned her gun to want to take a shot at this tabby first. But the next moment, the nearby tabby cat surged forward, quickly overtaking the first tabby and pouncing at her. Yanling intended to deal with this one first. The other 2 would be handled by Willis. As long as it blocks for just a moment, she can continue shooting. But just as she was about to pull the trigger, the tabby cat unexpectedly darted to the side, doubling in number. Not only that, the 2 tabby cats looked exactly alike, and their AGI suddenly doubled, making them seem ready to pounce right in front of her. Chirp! As the shadow of the tabby cat vanished, Yanling realized she had chosen the wrong target. Of course, police dog Willis also noticed the sudden change and had already been on high alert. However, when it lunged toward the incoming AGI, it was clearly a moment too slow. In that less than a second of time, the real tabby cat had already leaped in front of Yanling, ready to bite down on her gun-holding hand. Without making a sound, the back of Yanling's hand was bitten, and due to the AGI being too fast, after biting her hand, the tabby instinctively crashed into her body. However, Yanling's reaction was extremely quick. She swiftly swung her hand to the side, trying to fling the tabby cat away. But the tabby cat was clinging tightly to her hand, its whole body dangling from her grip. The intense tearing pain almost made her drop the gun. But at that moment, she knew that letting go of the gun could very well mean death. So, despite her face being contorted in pain, she still didn't put down the gun, instead desperately trying to aim at the white cat that was pouncing toward her. Chirp! The gun fired again, the silencer puffing out smoke, but it didn't hit its target. Because as Yanling pulled the trigger, the tabby cat clinging to her refused to let go and clawed fiercely at her hand, making it impossible for her to aim. With no other choice, she raised her right hand and threw a punch at the white cat. She believed that the strength of her punch could easily shatter a cat into pieces. But the scene that followed left her feeling shocked and somewhat afraid. She distinctly heard the sound of ribs breaking from the white cat, yet it twisted in mid-air and landed, shedding some of its strength. Then, without any pause, it lunged at her and bit down on her thigh. Now she found herself with one cat on her hand and another hanging from her leg, the intense pain making it hard for her to maintain her grip. Not only that, she felt her strength diminishing, and her body began to stiffen. Oh no! The intense movement accelerated the toxin's flow. I can only watch what Willis does now. Willis certainly didn't let her down at that moment. It seemed to go mad, its fur bristling and making it appear larger than ever, incredibly formidable. Willis, the police dog, unleashed its explosive loyal dog skill, biting at the big flower attempting to pass by. The big flower was blocked by this gigantic creature. Although surprised, it immediately unleashed its razor-sharp legend, quickly slapping out. Seeing this scene, Yanling couldn't help but laugh coldly inside. You reckless cat, don't think that just because you've evolved once, even if it's a steel blade, Willis can't bite off a chunk of you. Just as she was thinking this, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Willis suddenly paused, failing to bite the calico cat. Not only that, the calico cat swiped its paw, and its claws actually tore a gash over 10 centimeters long from the corner of Willis's mouth. This gash was not only long but deep, extending from the corner of the mouth all the way to the back of the neck, as if the entire dog's mouth had been opened up by 10 centimeters. A series of question marks appeared in Yanling's mind, and suddenly she thought of the venom of ants. She knew that the venom of ants could affect Willis, but she didn't expect it to have such a great impact, directly bringing Willis's AGI and STR to a freezing point. Just as she was lost in thought, a sharp pain shot through the back of her right hand, causing her to drop her gun. The tabby cat hanging from her hand had bitten through a tendon on her hand, making it impossible for her to pull the trigger again. At the same time, she realized that her reactions could no longer keep up with her brain when she tried to shake off the two cats attacking her. She was actually a step too late. A wave of helplessness washed over her. She could only desperately guard her vital points, but the next scene filled her with despair. Countless ants surged in from all directions, quickly climbing onto her. Not only that, but Willis was also like a clumsy drunk, bearing dozens of wounds from that large calico cat, especially a wound on his abdomen, which was a full 20 centimeters long and even had intestines protruding. Chapter 58, A Pyrrhic Victory. Willis was barking frantically. It seemed to realize it couldn't save its owner. With an INT of 0.3, it was clear to it what it was facing, and it could only bark loudly to attract attention. The sound echoed through the night sky, but all it brought was distant insults. Who would understand a dog's cries for help? Others would only think it was a mad dog. At that moment, Yenling couldn't make a sound because that tabby cat, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had clawed her throat. Her consciousness gradually faded, and she took one last look at the big dog that had fought for her until it was bloodied. I refused to accept this. Just one more step, and I would have accumulated enough merits to be among the first to use the evolution liquid. Why? Yenling was completely covered in a dense swarm of ants, as if she were wearing a thick suit of armor. Not far away, a terrifying large ant was crouching, and all the ants sensed the king's fury. The king's anger drove them to recklessly tear into the person lying on the ground. This person had already stopped breathing, yet they continued. At that moment, Lin finally received some EXP points. 165,000 points. This income is enormous, exceeding 3 times that of an average person. Lin felt slightly better. With this income, this battle has finally yielded some returns. But it's still not enough to cover the losses. His army of ants has lost over 100 elite soldier ants. Among the ordinary ants, the loss is even as high as 20%. In other words, over 40,000 ordinary ants have died. This includes several hundred soldier ants. After gaining EXP, Lin didn't use it immediately. Instead, he endured the immense pain, supporting his body with his joints, and crawled toward the dog being attacked by 3 cats. Submit to me. Or die. I will only say this once. Woof woof. Submit to me. Or die. I'll say it again. Woof woof. I'll say it one last time. Sigh, forget it, just kill it. The large flower's claws ripped through the Rottweiler's neck, and a few minutes later, this loyal dog took its last breath. And Lin finally received the EXP. A total of over 350,000. In terms of a single animal, this is a terrifying number. This battle was too brutal. The victor is merely a Pyrrhic one. Looking at the 520,000 EXP, Lin felt a bit of comfort. Only then did Daba quietly move aside and lie down. The large flower walked over and licked Daba's abdomen. A tragic and sorrowful atmosphere spread in this small forest. 2 of Daba's ribs were broken. She thought she was going to die. Meow. She was bidding farewell to her king. Lin struggled to crawl over. Daba. You won't die. You have to live on for your king. After saying that, he directly spent 100,000 EXP to boost Daba's def. Although increasing def cannot directly heal, it raises the body's resistance by a level. Having 1.5 def and 2.5 df, the body is in entirely different states. The ability to survive is the most important thing. Lin didn't hesitate and immediately spent 100,000 EXP on both the large flower and the big raccoon to raise their def to 2.5. His own def was already at 3.0, so he decisively spent 200,000 EXP to boost it directly to 5.0. He needed to recover quickly from his injuries for the entire team's strategic withdrawal. Clearly, this location has been compromised. The one who escaped, Xiong, will surely take action. Daba's injuries were quite serious. Her joints were twisted, and although she endured the pain to straighten them, healing would still take time. The location needs to be moved, but it can't be too far. Not only was he injured, but many ants suffered severe injuries too. Looking around, Lin couldn't find a place to settle down in this city. The sewers? No, if it rains, it will get flooded. Am I supposed to move to a real forest? It's not impossible, but I would have to give up the ant colony I've painstakingly built up, since I can only take a small number with me. About 30 kilometers to the east of S City is a mountainous area. If I only brought the queen ant and some first-tier ants, we could make it there. However, Lin isn't ready to leave S City yet because Bella hasn't fully matured. Moreover, if we move immediately, Big Bai's injuries could worsen, and we might have to give up. Suddenly, he noticed a villa down the mountain, but the main gate was already locked. At that time, the villa was well known across the country due to a homicide, and no one dared to buy it, not even to let others stay. As for the current ownership, half is under Bella's name, while the other half belonged to Yang, who has already died, and his brother, Yang Qing, is nowhere to be found and doesn't dare to return to this place. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Plus, the villa is connected to the sewer system, so if anything happens, I can evacuate quickly. Let's stay here for now. We'll move when the situation allows, and as long as Big Bai and I recover from our injuries, relocating will be easier. Lin never imagined that one day he would return to his own house. Let's have a good meal, then move. Lin absolutely could not bring himself to eat human flesh. With such good dog meat available, he wouldn't let Big Hua and the others eat human flesh. As a result, all the ants surrounded it, and quickly cut apart a 100-pound Rottweiler. Lin lay on a dog's leg, chewing on raw meat. Delicious. No wonder it's an animal that has undergone evolution. It tastes much better than that big white dog. Even with his current size, he really couldn't eat much. But rules are rules. He is the king, and even if he can't finish it, the dog's leg must be his. Big Hua and the others each got a leg, while the rest was left for the ants. Lin spent several thousand EXP to level Queen 1 up to level 2. However, since ants start at a low level, after reaching level 2, Queen 1's pathetic 0.05 INT still couldn't communicate through INT. After eating some dog leg meat and drinking some dog blood, Lin felt his condition had improved significantly. But just when he was preparing to arrange the move, he suddenly froze. His originally integer data unexpectedly showed decimal points. The original STR limit of 3.0 had now changed to 3.001. The 5.0 def also changed to 5.001. Apart from INT and AGI, which had reached their limits unchanged, all other upgradable stats now showed an increase of 0.001. Although this is an extremely minor change, it is indeed an increase. What happened? Did I not use EXP just now? Just as Lin was filled with doubt, the number after the decimal suddenly changed again. 0.001 turned into 0.002. Could it be? He looked at the dismembered, shattered remains that the dog was happily devouring. The data for Dahu has also increased, and Dali and Dabai are the same. System. What's going on? Please respond. The system immediately provided an answer. Food and exercise are both ways to increase biological data. The level of food varies, and evolved organisms can provide inherently higher levels of energy, making it easier to enhance data. So that's how it is. Looking at it this way, this planet won't remain as peaceful as it is now. Chapter 59, The New Guardian. While Lin and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, He Yingxiang was waiting in the car but hadn't seen anyone return. He naturally heard Willis's frantic barking and knew the situation wasn't optimistic, but he never expected that one person and one dog would die there. In such a situation, even if a person dies, they can't call for support. Once the uniformed bureau is alerted, the news spreads. Everyone has friends and family. It's inevitable that someone in the know might let something slip after drinking, and they are bound to inform their families. By the next morning, He Yingxiang knew the outcome. Strangely, He Yingxiang felt a sense of relief. He surprisingly thought that it was better for that woman to be dead, so that no one would know he had participated in this matter, nor would they realize he was already aware of the inside story. At this moment, his lower body was still numb, his head felt a bit dizzy, and his physical condition was very poor. But there was no choice at that moment, he could only pretend nothing was wrong and drive the car back home. After sleeping for 2 hours, he finally recovered a bit of INT, then pondered how to prepare this report. After thinking it over, he concluded that he had to conceal the fact that he had participated. He could only play the role of a bystander. As for what actually happened, he wouldn't dare write a single word. People are inherently selfish. Then, the uniformed bureau could only report according to Yi Xiong's vague description of events. Lin couldn't fathom that the fleeing Yi Xiong, instead of bringing people back the next day, instead worked hard to conceal the truth. As for the 2 people being detained, due to a lack of evidence, they could only be released. Luo Yu wandered out of the uniformed bureau, feeling as if he had just emerged from a dream. Where to? I'll talk about it later. I need to discuss something with my second uncle. Luo Yu saw a well-mannered man, probably in his late 20s, dressed in a smart suit. On the man's arm hung a beautiful young woman wearing high heels, heavy makeup, with an excellent figure and good looks. Bella is also helpless, although she can come out now. The uniformed bureau insists that a guardian or a direct relative must pick her up. So, she can only call her second uncle Jing. But what she didn't expect was that her second uncle actually brought his girlfriend Lu Yanran with him. The last time she wanted to hide with her second uncle, it was this woman who gave her second uncle a hard time, which forced her to be taken back by Yang, leading to her being kidnapped. So when she saw Lu Yanran, Bella put away her smile. Second uncle. Bale, what on earth is going on? I don't really know what happened, it's just that Yang wants to force me to agree to transfer the house my dad left me to her. I refused, so she threatened me, and I ran away from home. Then she died, Chao died, and his mother died too. That's how simple it is. Seeing Bella looking bewildered, Jing guessed that such a young child surely wouldn't know what was happening, so he decided not to ask further. It's like this, now that Yang is dead and you have no family left, your only guardian can be your second uncle. Otherwise, you'll have to go back to the orphanage. Do you want your second uncle to be your guardian? I do. Bella certainly does not want to go back to the orphanage. Of course, her second uncle didn't know that she currently trusts Luo Yu absolutely because he was assigned as her guardian by her dad, and she believes in her dad. Even if her second uncle doesn't become her guardian, she can let Luo Yu do it. She has checked the law before. As long as no relatives are involved, an outsider can be a guardian as long as approved by her residential committee, village committee, or civil affairs department. Just as Bella agreed, the woman beside Jing suddenly interjected coldly, Jing, you can be her guardian, but our house isn't big, so don't bring her home. Hearing his girlfriend say this, Jing's expression immediately became awkward. But he didn't refute her, clearly waiting for Bella to continue the conversation. Second uncle, don't worry, I naturally have someone to take care of me and won't trouble you at your home. I just need the title of a guardian. By the way, since Yang is dead, I am the first heir to the 40% share of the company that she inherited from my dad. At that time, second uncle, you just need to hold the shares for me and send the dividends to the account I designate each month. Okay. This was a reasonable arrangement, but Jing was still surprised that such things could come out of the mouth of a 7-year-old child in first grade. Moreover, she spoke so professionally. Terms like holding shares as a proxy and first heir were surprisingly clear to her. He agreed, but the woman beside him suddenly interjected, it's perfectly logical for you to hold shares, but dividends, well, you're still so young, what do you need so much money for? You mustn't be deceived by others. How about this? Your second uncle can hold on to the dividends for now, and they'll be given to you in installments when you turn 18. As she spoke, the woman shot a meaningful glance at Luo Yu. Clearly, she believed that Luo Yu was the fraud. Whether Luo Yu was a fraud didn't matter to her. What mattered was the money. Shiri Technology has a market value of over 200 million. Although it's not huge, owning 40% of the shares reportedly generates dividends in the millions each year. She was already eager for it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxiously following Jing to pick up Bella. Just when she thought she could firmly control Bella, Bella raised her head and stared at her expressionlessly, saying, Lu Yanran. Who do you think you are? How dare you mention my shares and dividends? You don't even have a marriage certificate with my second uncle, you're not part of our family, yet you dare to talk about my family's share dividends? When Bella said this, everyone present was stunned. All mouths turned into O shapes, except for Lu Yenron's. At that moment, Lu Yenron's face turned a pig liver color, and after a brief pause, she reacted and raised her hand intending to slap Bella. Don't! By the time Jing tried to intervene, it was already too late. His hand came up empty. But the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded by what unfolded. Bella simply lowered her body, as Lu Yenran swiped and missed with her slap. Bella then stood up and kicked, striking Lu Yenran's lower abdomen directly. Lu Yenran's face changed drastically. She felt as if she had been hit hard in the stomach, her body involuntarily falling backward. The change was so abrupt that Jing not only failed to stop Bella, but he also didn't have time to support Lu Yenran, just watching helplessly as she fell backward. Lu Yenran felt the back of her head hit the concrete floor, nearly losing consciousness, and though she tried to get up, she couldn't. Jing hurried over to help, but found blood flowing from Lu Yenran's hair. Oh no, there's blood. Get up, get in the car, I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Yenran bewilderedly climbed to her feet, only to see Bella pointing at her nose and saying, "Useless thing, with such little strength, you think you can touch the Lin family's property? By the way, according to the minor protection law, even if I killed you, don't think you could do anything to me." It was only then that Lu Yenran remembered Bella didn't even have a guardian. Bella then turned to greet Luoyu and just walked away. As for Lu Yenran crying out to Jing for help, Bella completely ignored her. She believed her second uncle knew how to make the right choice. Of course, even if his second uncle doesn't become his guardian, she still has Luoyu as a fallback. Chapter 60, Breaking the Species Constraints. The Lin family villa had its front gate tightly locked, and every time someone walked past the entrance, there was an inexplicable sense of mystery. A large calico cat lounged on the patio umbrella of the rooftop, while Lin lay beside it, basking in the long-awaited sun, with a piece of dog meat placed in front of him. Even ordinary cats can heal on their own after suffering broken ribs. Dabai, an already evolved cat, had Lin enhance its DF, which helped the muscle tissue at the site of the broken ribs heal quickly, effectively stabilizing the fractures. Before long, it would be able to fight again. Lin noticed that eating the dog meat helped his injuries recover quite quickly. It had only been a little over 10 hours, and it seemed like his joints could already move. This wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that he discovered that after his joints had healed, he was able to turn his legs over and rotate them 270 degrees flexibly. This was comparable to a human's leg and arm being able to bend their elbows outward. Does this mean I can swim, even doing the backstroke? And can I also jump now? This is essentially breaking the limits of the structural form of the species. Is this a skill? In his excitement, he immediately checked his status panel. Sure enough, a new skill appeared under the skill section. Jump. Jump, your joints have undergone structural changes, surpassing the limits of your species, granting you the ability to jump and bounce in any direction. Hey! For other species, jumping is a routine operation, but for ants, such agony must be endured, and it's even considered a skill. Special jumping ants are another matter. After lamenting about his fate, Lin decided to give it a try, as he hadn't jumped in a long time. After testing his legs and feeling they weren't too painful, he exerted himself, and all 6 legs sprang forward, propelling him straight up. Ah! That jump didn't take away his spirit. Lin felt the umbrella rapidly recede from him, and within moments, only a small peak remained, while the large calico had turned into a tiny dot. A gentle breeze blew by, and he felt the world spin around him. No amount of SCR could help at this moment, so he was blown away by the wind. Once the upward force of SCR stopped, he finally realized he was in mid-air. Below him was not the villa but the small grove before the move. After a rustling sound, he fell through the leaves and landed on the ground. Luckily, he currently had a def of 5.0, and his body was light, so this fall wasn't a problem. No way, I think my jump reached a height of over 30 meters. What does 30 meters even mean? That's the height of 8 or 9 stories. But it's not surprising. My SCR is currently 3.0, 3 times that of a normal adult, and my body is so small. It's reasonable to say I can throw myself this high. It's just that my body is too light, making it easy to float. I need to train hard from now on, feel the flow of air, and if I can master my body, my jumping skill will be nearly as effective as flying. Since I've come to the woods, I should go play in the reservoir and see how swimming feels. Once he got into the water, he discovered that just as he had thought, he could already swim. Although his body was difficult to control in the water, at least he wouldn't drown. Moreover, the feeling of swimming as an ant is completely different from that as a human. As a human, he would sink in the water. But as an ant, he only needed to lie down in the water, slightly spread his 6 legs on the surface, and leisurely soak up the sun. After swimming for a while, he started practicing his STR and body control for jumping again in the woods. After spending an afternoon in this endeavor, the results were surprisingly good. He was now able to jump directly over the villa's wall and land accurately on the balcony of the 3rd floor. This jumping ability doesn't increase his combat power much, but it significantly enhances his survival skills. One could say that now, if he were to go out, he could go anywhere in the city without a problem. Back on the roof, Lin was delighted to discover many level 1 ants had appeared among the ant colony. In just 1 day's time, that dog had not even finished digesting, and the number of level 1 soldier ants had already exceeded 500, returning to pre-war levels. Not only that, but several male ants and hundreds of worker ants had also leveled up to level 1. This was Lin's first time being an ant, and he was unsure how powerful the ant colony was after they gathered. But after the battle last night, he clearly recognized the terror of the insect race. If the opponent doesn't have group attack capabilities, then it really is true that many ants can kill an elephant. Thus, the most important aspect for the insect race is not individual strength, but numbers. No wonder the system gave me so many minion points. The answer was right there in the data status panel. I just never paid attention to it before. Fortunately, I haven't taken too many wrong turns. By the way, why didn't He Xiang bring anyone? Could it be that he was scared off by my kingly aura and dared not come? He had been staying on the roof today to observe the movements of the Department of Special Operations. Moreover, he had sent dozens of level 1 male ants to the rooftops at various intersections. Once a car came, he would know immediately. But strangely, there was no activity at all until the evening. With He Xiang gone and the Department of Special Operations not showing up, Luo Yu arrived instead. Luo Yu sneaked into the woods, using the faint light of his phone to reach the entrance of the cellar. My king! My king! Are you there? There was no response. Actually, Lin was already here, right behind the tree trunk. From the villa to here, it was just a matter of a few jumps. That's the advantage of having jumping skills. The reason he hadn't revealed himself was that he didn't yet know if Luo Yu had any tracking devices or the like. Luo Yu's betrayal was impossible. Lin trusted the system. Of course, everything he had was brought by the system, so he could only trust it absolutely. Luo Yu called out a few times, and when he saw there was no response, he prepared to search nearby. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly kicked something with his foot, nearly stumbling. What the heck? He swore as he stood up, shining his phone light at his feet, causing his hair to stand on end, nearly screaming. This is actually a corpse, a human corpse. He turned to run down the mountain, but after just a few steps, he suddenly felt something was off. I am a time traveler. Time travelers are bound to encounter all sorts of strange things. That's called an adventure. Moreover, this is the king's territory. After collecting his thoughts, he decided to head back and see what the identity of that corpse was. Hey! Is that the ugly woman named Yanling? How could she die here? Luo Yu murmured to himself, filled with doubts. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Tell me about this woman. Report everything you have experienced in detail to me. Luo Yu heard Lin's voice, yet he couldn't see him and could only recount the entire process nervously to the corpse. After hearing Luo Yu's account, Lin further confirmed his suspicions. This Yanling was sent by those above. Where there's one, there will be another. It seems I should quickly strengthen my power and prepare for what's to come. SCR is the only support. No matter who you are or who sent you, we will confront soldiers with soldiers and water with earth. Chapter 61, Time is of the Essence. Adding an extra chapter, thanks to Feng Yu, master of jokes, thousands of eyes, emotion? No, 3 knives concealing 2 faces, one of the vast readers, 3 Jiang don't give more, dreaming of memories, let us call it a miracle, the month of unforeseen events, Liang Zhu, Xiao Tangshen, Lin who loves badgers, Xayenya, Humomo, Deng Shouhu, Jeff, overnight spoiled kanji, listener of stories young lady, and Feng. Too many to thank. Luo Yu. I'm giving you the 3rd task now. Hearing that Lin was assigning another task, Luo Yu was thrilled. I knew it would come, and it was the right time for this. This NPC is quite powerful. Respected King. Please rest assured to assign the task to me. I will not let you down. This task is very simple. I want you to become Bella's guardian and hold her 40% shares in Shuri Technology. And you will live in the Lin family villa with her. Okay. Ha? Luo Yu agreed without a second thought, but soon realized the problem. How would he manage a company? Holding 40% of the shares means he would need to be the chairman. What? Can't do it? No. I can definitely do it. I must do it. Are you kidding? As a time traveler, if I can't face this little challenge, how can I become the protagonist of this world? At worst, I'll just buy some books on business management to catch up. Alright. Luo Yu accepted the task and asked a simple question about the reward before leaving happily. He now had 2 tasks at hand, and if he completed them both, his abilities would undergo a tremendous transformation. After Luo Yu left, Lin reviewed the entire situation, and it was mostly organized. Humph. He Inxiang is too naive. In front of special powers, does he think he can hide such things? He must know that woman has died in the woods, yet there's been no movement. I can guarantee that he Inxiang is concealing the situation, pretending to be oblivious. But this is good, it gives me a few extra days. However, he will definitely have to report Guo Ling's disappearance, or else there will be no way to report progress. It should be within the next few days. They will soon notice the problem from above, and the next group might be even more dangerous. The whole team has earned nothing today. Of course, this is a special situation. Dabai is injured, and De Hua and Dilly have to dig out a hidden space beneath the villa's floor to serve as a nest, building an underground palace for the ant colony that connects to the sewage system. In the future, even if Luo Yu and Bella wanted to, they would have no idea that the villa's underground harbors a dark world. And Luo Yu and Bella will serve as Lin's cover. Many ants are injured and need to rest, so today is a day off. This won't do. I still need 400,000 EXP to level up, but I have none at all. And even if I level up, it won't be enough. I need to upgrade Dabai and the others too, to have a solid chance at facing the upcoming crisis. If Dabai's injuries recover normally, it would be hard to return to peak condition in less than a month. After all, it's a broken bone injury. But if he can successfully evolve, it would be like a complete rebirth, which would also heal his wounds. Lin calculated carefully. The depth of all 3 cats has reached 2.5, which is already the limit. As for SCR, De Hua has also reached the limit of 2.5, but Dili is only at 0.9, and Dabai is also at 0.9. To raise STR, it requires 160,000 EXP, and AGI hasn't been increased at all. Conservatively estimating, AGI will also need over 100,000. Adding it all up, it will take close to 700,000 to 800,000 EXP to level up myself and all 3 cats, ensuring we can safely get through this crisis. However, relying solely on De Hua, Dilly, and the ant colony would only yield a little over 100,000 a day, so to gather 800,000 would take at least a week. This is too risky. I must fully upgrade within 3 days. Where can I hunt for so much EXP in 3 days? If I were to go after cockroaches and mice, it would take 30 days. The main issue is that the rats are not concentrated. Just finding them takes a long time, so the efficiency isn't high. As for stray cats and dogs, hunting them in broad daylight would create chaos. If humans mobilize a large number of enforcement personnel, firearms can quickly take them down. Humans have more than just handguns. There are various flamethrowers and laser guns. If it really comes down to a confrontation, just being tracked could lead to 1,000 different ways to die. Where can I find so many targets for hunting? Lin fell into deep thought, but soon, he thought of a place. Right. How did I not think of that place? The slaughterhouse. Oh my god. I should have thought of that long ago. In City S, there are 3 slaughterhouses just in the Eastern District. One specializes in chickens, another in pigs, and the last one is for cattle and sheep. After careful consideration, Lynn decided to go directly to the chicken slaughterhouse tonight. Relatively speaking, while killing chickens doesn't yield as much EXP, slaughtering cows and pigs makes quite a noise. With a firm resolution, he began to arrange tonight's activities. Dahua is responsible for guarding the house, as Dubai is currently in recovery and has no combat power. After midnight, Lin and Dolly set out. The reason he chose Dolly is that Dolly's color makes it easier to hide at night, and it has the highest AGI, making it less likely to be exposed. Before long, they arrived at the suburban chicken farm. Upon arriving at the chicken farm, Lin was taken aback. While the other areas in the suburbs were pitch black, this chicken farm was as bright as day, with over 10 workers still at work inside. Lin really did not want to cause a murder incident, otherwise, things would only escalate. So he concealed himself in the shadows and quietly observed. After some observation, he realized that his previous understanding was mistaken. He had always thought that killing chickens was just a bunch of workers cutting their necks with knives, but after seeing this factory, even someone as well informed as him was quite surprised. To his astonishment, the machines killing the chickens were not human, but rather a series of conveyor belt machines operating. The workers only need to hang the live chickens on hooks above the conveyor belt, and the belt will carry rows of chickens into a stainless steel box. By the time the chickens come out the other side, they are already dead, and all their feathers have been plucked. After squatting and hiding for a little while, Lin felt this was pointless and needed to find out where these chickens were captured from. Following the truck transporting live chickens, they finally found a large corrugated iron building. Inside this iron building were only 2 workers, constantly loading baskets of chickens onto a truck. This is a temporary chicken shed, specifically used to receive and store chickens sent from farms all over the country, which are then taken to the slaughterhouse for killing. After 1 truckload of chickens was finished, the 2 workers began to smoke and chat. This batch is mostly killed already. With 2 more trucks, we can call it a day. You're lucky, almost off work. I still have a mountain of tasks to handle. The last batch had over 3,000 dead birds, and I don't even know why. I still have to wait until you all finish work to process and distribute these dead chickens. Hey! With so many dead chickens, we don't even know why they died, and we dare to send them to restaurants. This kind of money is gained at a great moral cost. Hee. Otherwise, how would they make money and become big bosses, while we cannot? The 2 workers chatted casually, and Lin listened clearly from the shadows. He really didn't expect that dead chickens from a day could still be processed and sent to restaurants afterward. Humph. This chicken boss, it seems that even if I kill his chickens, it won't hurt him at all. He still sends them out, who would know? Such a person truly deserves to be skinned alive. If I were really the ant hero, I would definitely take action to rid the people of this harm today. Why not just create an ant hero? I think Luo you would be perfect. Chapter 62, Possible Betrayal and Immortality. He waited until 4 in the morning when the workers in the tin house finished their shifts and locked up. Lin certainly wouldn't be polite and quickly entered the tin house through the ventilation shaft. Once inside the tin house, he found the scene to be breathtaking. Rows of iron cages were crammed with countless chickens, leaving no space to walk. There are probably over 10,000 chickens in here. This is truly an unscrupulous merchant, so many chickens crammed into this space. It's a miracle they aren't dead already. Upon entering the chicken coop, Lin nearly suffocated from the stench inside. There was no choice. Ants have a very strong olfactory system, and it was inconvenient to turn it off. He opened the chicken coop, forcefully holding back the foul smell, and enlarged the big ant to enter the cage. The chickens had no sense of danger at all. As the big ant entered the cage, it immediately began to kill. Lin didn't hold back either. He jumped onto a chicken, clamped down with his mandibles, and directly severed its windpipe. The EXP from these chickens surprised him. 1 chicken only gave over 300 EXP. Logically speaking, no matter what, the size of a chicken should be larger than that of even the biggest mouse, yet the EXP was so low. Soon, Lin figured it out. These chickens are all artificially raised products. They might have grown to 2 or 3 pounds in just a month, having never seen any life other than humans. A cat of this size entered the cage and surprisingly did not cause much reaction, indicating they had never seen a cat and were unaware of its ferocity. This massacre continued from the early morning until the late morning, without a moment's pause. Lin didn't even know how many chickens he had killed, only that his EXP was rising rapidly. He had never felt so comfortable. Throughout the entire process, he had only one thought: he had to hunt for 1 million EXP today. As for whether it was dark or light, he couldn't care less. Only when the EXP exceeded 1.07 million did he finally feel a sense of relief. Let us go, big ant. Time to retreat. Looking at the feathers and corpses of the chickens everywhere, Lin felt it was a bit too conspicuous. This incident is neither big nor small. If the boss of this chicken farm went to the authorities, it could lead to some unnecessary troubles. Just then, he spotted the spot where the 2 chicken farm employees had been last night. There lay a lighter. This unscrupulous merchant, can I consider this as ridding harm for the people? Thinking of this, his previous guilt vanished without a trace. So many roast chickens, consider yourselves lucky. Glancing at the feathers scattered all over the ground, Lin decisively lit the fire. Big raccoon. Let's get started. The flames from the feathers spread quickly, soon igniting the fuel tank and some plastic equipment, filling the entire chicken farm with thick smoke and roaring flames. As the instigator, Lin was already riding the big raccoon, making a hasty escape. Raccoon cats were everywhere, and the big raccoon was just a bit larger, so it wouldn't raise any suspicions. The big raccoon sped along with Lin, slowing down when there were people around and rushing forward when it was clear within half an hour, they were back at the villa. Lin suspected correctly about one thing: he wouldn't gain EXP from the chickens burned this way. This might be the system's design. Such a bug would never occur in the system. If obtaining EXP were that easy, he could just burn down the primeval forest and probably reach level 3 in a day. A total of 1,070,000 EXP, wow, this time I've really struck it rich. After admiring his masterpiece, Lin began to allocate. First, there's Dabai, who was injured. Every bit of relief from pain is a good thing. He even walked up to Baymax and granted it STR. Binding to the system is one thing, maintaining emotional ties fosters a sense of belonging among employees. After spending 250,000 EXP, Baymax's various stats have reached their limits. However, Lin quickly realized a problem. He had overlooked something: INT. His current INT is 1.5, while the total INT of the foreign minions has now reached 2.9, soon to be double his INT. The system had warned that the total INT of the foreign minions should not exceed twice his own INT. System. What happens if the total INT of the foreign minions surpasses my double? The system quickly provided an answer. There is a possibility of defection. Just a possibility? Can you give a probability? No probability. The host can avoid minion defection by fostering emotional bonds. The probability of defection also relates to the minion species, so there's no one-size-fits-all conclusion. I see, it doesn't matter. Bella is fine. The 3 cats get along with me well, and I believe they won't defect for now. As for Luoyu, I haven't invested much in him anyway. But I understand humans under the drive of interests. I'm sure he knows the benefits of sticking with me. Lin didn't know that at that moment, Luoyu saw him as an NPC, an important NPC who could help him improve, and he had no chance of defecting. After some consideration, Lin decided to stick to his previous plan and spent 20,000 EXP on Baymax, raising Baymax's INT to 0.5. Soon, Baymax began to undergo transformation and upgrade. Sure enough, as expected, although Baymax endured pain during the transformation, a rebirth also meant that previous injuries would automatically heal in the process. Name: Dabai. Race: Cat. Level: First Tier Level 2. Lifespan: 50 year 48 year. STR 2.51.9. AGI of 5.53.2. Def 2.51.5. Skill: Primary Undying Body in ordinary life with indomitable INT. After experiencing life and death, you gain double def when facing fatal threats again. Int 0.50.3. Damn! Seeing the skill that Baymax acquired, Lin couldn't help but curse. Having also experienced life and death, he just received a simple jumping ability, while Baymax got an undying body, and even as a beginner, it can already unleash double def at critical moments. What would it be like if it evolved to intermediate or even advanced in the future? It wouldn't really possess an undying body, would it? At this moment, Baymax didn't look like a cat at all, it was simply a little mallet. With a body length of 70 centimeters and a sharp gaze, Big White looks quite imposing. However, after the evolution, Big White immediately crawled down and reached out its tongue to lick Lin's forelimb. Big White, your bravery has earned my recognition, so I grant you a CR, and we will survive together, growing stronger each day. There's no helping it, there is a possibility of betrayal. He had to adopt both kindness and sternness, playing the emotional card. Meow. The changes in Big White made Lin even more eager for his own transformation, and that of Big Flower and Big Badger. Chapter 63, Team Vision. Lin knew that not every advancement in life would generate new talents or skills. Sure enough, after spending less than 200,000 EXP to upgrade Big Flower, there were no new talents or skills. However, Big Flower's original talent had undergone a new change. That is, the Diamond Blade's original outburst lasted only 10 minutes, but now it can last for 20 minutes. Name, Big Flower. Race, Cat. Level, First Tier Level 2. Lifespan, 50-year 48-year. STR 2.52.5. AGI 5.55.5. Def 2.52.5. Talent, Diamond Blade Front Paw Outburst enhanced 3 times, lasting 20 minutes, can outburst once a day. Int 0.50.5. It seems that Big Flower will be an offensive player in the future. Even without other skills, as long as the Diamond Blade keeps improving, it might be able to outburst for several hours at a time, which is quite terrifying. Next up is Big Badger. Big Badger also did not gain any new skills, just the Shadow Cat skill had a new change. Name, Dali. Race, Cat. Level, First Tier Level 2. Lifespan, 50-year 48-year. STR 2.52.5. AGI 5.75.7. Def 2.52.5. Talent, Shadow Cat AGI Instant Burst doubled, creates a shadow identical to the main body S appearance, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown of half an hour. Int 0.50.5. Transforming from 3 seconds to 5 seconds can still be considered an improvement. Although it's not a fundamental enhancement, the current AGI is 5.7, and after activating the skill, there are 5 seconds during which the AGI can double. That's quite explosive. In 5 seconds, reaching a speed of over 300 kilometers, what does this mean? This is no longer flying too slowly. If something were to be hit during this process, one might fear they would be flattened. Finally, there's Lin himself. His STR is only 3.0, AGI is 6.0, and Def is 5.0. After spending 400,000 EXP, he finally raised all his stats to 6.0. Metamorphosis is both a painful and anticipated process for the ant this time. Its body length has reached 18 centimeters, making it harder to hide than before. Name, Lin. Species, Red Fire Ant. Level, First Stage, Level 8. Lifespan 100-year 100-year. STR, 6.06.0. AGI 6.06.0. Def 6.06.0. Talent, Venom for 3 milliliters. INT Sensory. Scent tracking. Your ant pheromones have mutated and can be sensed by you within 1,000 meters. Skill, Inspect 3-row flying needles. The tail needles have increased to 3, with an effective range of 30 meters, which can be extended with increased STR. Each venom needle takes 3 days to grow back after being shed. Jump, your joints have undergone structural changes, breaking through species limitations, gaining the ability to jump in any direction. Team Vision, you can share vision with any minion at any time, ignoring distance and space. Int 1.51.5. EXP 172485. Minion 100000000004566. Another needle has been added, allowing for a triple shot in targeting 3 different enemies at once. Lin wonders if his tail will keep growing right now. He feels like his rear is akin to that of a sports car, with 3 exhaust pipes and 3 sword spikes sticking out, which looks quite odd. It won't keep growing in the future, right? If that's the case, my tail is going to look ridiculous. The scent tracking range has also been increased, from 800 meters to 1000 meters. This skill may seem weak at first glance, but upon closer thought, it's quite practical. The upgrades of these skills were all expected. But looking at the team vision skill, Lin can't help but feel a little uneasy. What? Team vision. This is the real deal for Zerg abilities. Finally, I have a skill that utilizes the team. With this, I can spread out across the globe. It will be immensely useful for both combat and reconnaissance. I could even deploy spies throughout the city right now, switching views at any time to monitor incoming threats. Filled with excitement, Lin was the first to share Bella's perspective. At that moment, a wondrous scene suddenly appeared in his mind, as if his view had transformed into a grand screen, projecting a completely different world from the one right before him. And the world before him still existed. It's an addition, not a switch. That means I can see everything in front of me that I normally could, plus everything that the shared party is seeing. Bella is currently reading a book, and Lin can see the content just as clearly as she can. Has this little one started reading such books already? It turns out the book Bella is reading is titled Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, a book Lin has read before and found thought-provoking. Let's switch to see Luo Yu's perspective. Switching to Luo Yu's world, Lin was speechless. This guy's view was completely black, with the sound of snoring in the background. Sleeping in the middle of the day and wasting time? What a big heart! Is he not at all anxious about the task I gave him? Just as Lin was complaining, Luo Yu opened his eyes. Lin could even clearly see the entire process of him washing up and fixing his hair in front of the mirror. After fixing his hair, Luo Yu muttered to himself in the mirror, "Hey! Handsome! You're the protagonist of this world, so hurry up and complete your task." Speaking of which, this NPC, the Ant King, is really generous. Could it be my protagonist Halo as a traveler is at play? Hearing the term traveler made Lin's heart race. Is Luo Yu a traveler? This world actually has travelers? Am I an NPC? Is this a game world? If he is a traveler, could there be other travelers too? A cascade of questions flooded Lin's mind. He planned to carefully observe and track Luo Yu, and fortunately, everything on the other side was currently under his control. Lin didn't rush to shift out of Luo Yu's perspective but kept observing to see what secrets he might have. It's like living through Luo Yu's eyes. It feels wonderful. He saw Luo Yu preparing some personal information, then heading to Bella's room to gather more documents. After a careful check, he took Bella to the street office to handle some procedures. He voluntarily offered to be Bella's guardian, and since Bella absolutely trusted Luo Yu, she agreed quickly. After finishing the procedures, the two planned to move immediately. It was obvious that Luo Yu was very eager for the rewards of completing the task and didn't want to wait even a moment. Chapter 64, Legacy of Talent. After a dizzy spell, Lin cut off Luo Yu's perspective. INT dropped by 0.1. This team's vision really consumes INT quite a bit. It's expected that in the afternoon, Bella and Luo Yu would move into the villa, so Lin wouldn't need to follow his vision anymore. Besides, there would be plenty of opportunities to investigate Luo Yu's identity. Then he switched the perspective to Queen 1, a secondary Ant Queen, and what appeared on the screen was an extremely dark environment. Queen 1 is underground, without a light source. Let's switch to see what Big Flower is seeing. As soon as the switch was made, Lin noticed a problem, starting with the colors in the perspective. The world that Big Flower saw had colors that were completely different from Lin's. If Lin were seeing the world through the compound eyes of an ant, it would go without saying that the vision would be terribly poor. But now he was in a state of seeing the world through a soul's eyes, so both his perspective and colors were similar to those of a human. Having been a person for over 30 years, he was accustomed to human behavior patterns, so he was not used to seeing from an ant's perspective. However, the world Big Flower saw was quite monotonous, with only blue and green. Wow, so I've been a big green ant in Big Flower's eyes this whole time. And this guy is nearsighted. Lin knew that a cat's vision during the day, especially under the sunlight, was relatively weak, said to be about 1/10 of human vision. But from what I see, it seems to be less than 1/10 of human vision? Could it be because of evolution? Ah, right, Big Flower has already evolved twice, so its eyes must be gradually becoming more refined. Besides the colors, Lin also noticed that Big Flower's perspective was much wider than his own, almost twice as wide, allowing it to see both sides of its body. I'll try it out again at night. Let me see the cat's night vision capabilities. Later, Lin experienced the perspective of Soldier 1 and a common soldier ant, discovering that the world of the common soldier ant is mostly pixelated, making it difficult to discern objects. However, as a level 2 soldier ant, Soldier 1 was already able to perceive a blurry image. Especially when it comes to dynamic objects, it has become quite sensitive. At this moment, Soldier 1 was leading a troop of soldier ants in the sewer to hunt cockroaches, and Lin could only see the rough outline of the cockroaches through its perspective. The common ants are of almost no help to me right now. They cannot serve as my reconnaissance vessels. At least a level 1 is needed, but that's still not enough, as they can only identify the species of dynamic objects, which is quite limited. Even Soldier 1 cannot clearly see faces. Therefore, I need to establish a reconnaissance network throughout the city. There is still a long way to go. However, I don't need to cover the entire city with the reconnaissance network right now, just need to place some eyes on the Uniform Bureau side. Today we're going to arrange for this batch of new princess ants to take flight for mating. I currently have over 100,000 EXP, and before the new princess ants take flight, I need to upgrade some male ants to level 2. Once the level 2 male ants complete their mating flight and recover, they should be dispatched to carry out reconnaissance missions. Lin now envied those male ants. If only he could have been reincarnated earlier and obtained the system before the mating flight, he wouldn't have lost his wings. I wonder if my wing membranes can grow back. The mating flight was about to start, but Lin had discovered a problem. He had never directly managed the ant colony, but now that the mating flight was starting, he realized that during the last mating flight, none of the male ants had died, and over 20 level 1 male ants had survived. This time, all of them had been upgraded to level 2 and were participating in the mating flight. Meanwhile, there were more than 50 level 1 male ants that had matured during this time, leading to a mismatch in the number of level 1 princess ants. This time, there were only 38 level 1 princess ants that had matured. When there are many wolves but few sheep, this is the result of valuing males over females. Am I supposed to upgrade the common princess ants to level 1 to match the numbers? Well, it's just a matter of spending a bit more EXP. So Lin began to match according to the numbers, first upgrading the 22 veteran male ants that had participated in the last mating flight. A few minutes later, all 22 level 1 male ants turned into level 2 male ants, but just as he was about to continue creating level 1 princess ants, he suddenly noticed something was off. Ha! What's going on here? He actually discovered a new talent in one of the male ants that had just been upgraded to level 2, in addition to its venom. And this new talent turned out to be a flying needle. He quickly checked all the male ants that had just been upgraded and found that 2 of them had awakened the flying needle talent. Male 2. Male 9. I hadn't noticed before when General 1 and the others were promoted. I overlooked this. Now I need to conduct a thorough check to focus on nurturing those who possess new talents. After rechecking, he found that General 1 and Captain 3 also had the flying needle talent. Why are all of them flying needle talents? System, please explain. The flying needle talent is a genetic talent of the host. All offspring of the host carry the talent genes of the host. As the genetic potential awakens in the offspring, there is a certain probability that all offspring will awaken talent skills. Hearing the system's reply, Lin was extremely excited. He had gone through a bridal flight once, and then he evolved all the way without participating in any more bridal flights. Because of his size and STR, even Queen 1 could not handle a dose from him. But that one time, he transferred his genetic talent to Queen 1, who can lay eggs continuously without needing to go through bridal flights again. Even now, the other queen ants are all his and queen one's descendants. The entire ant colony carries his genetic legacy. My goodness, the ant colony might become a powerful artillery force in the future. Isn't such an ant colony invincible? You must know that currently, his flying needle has a range of 30 meters, and he has 3 flying needles. Imagine if there were thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of such soldier ants. How terrifying would that be? This time, the bridal flight was on the rooftop, and looking at the scene, Lynn thought of those large social gatherings. However, after this bridal flight, the ant colony will no longer appear on the surface. They will only appear in the underground palace, hidden in darkness. Because soon, Luoyu and Bella will move into this villa. On the very night Bella and Luoyu moved into the villa, a case occurred in City S that was as sensational as the massacre case. Only one person died in this case, but the shock felt by the citizens of City S was no less than that of the massacre case. The person who died in this case was the famous detective expert in City S, chief of the criminal investigation team, Hien Xiong. Hien Xiong was killed in an alley not far from his home, and there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. His death was also very strange. He was strangled by an extremely thin cord-like object, suffocating to death. Meanwhile, in an underground passage of a subway station in Dongcheng district, a disheveled homeless man lies on the ground. However, judging by his clothing and the garments laid out beneath him, he doesn't appear to be someone who once lacked money. This homeless man is the only survivor of a massacre. His name is Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng stares blankly, watching the young men and women rushing to catch their trains in the passage. Just then, a tall, slender man with a handsome face and long flowing hair, carrying a guitar case, walks up beside Yang Cheng. The long-haired man sits down against the wall, opens the guitar case, and takes out a rustic, chipped folk guitar. If you look closely, one of the strings has faint red stains on it. The man sits next to Yang Cheng and begins strumming, singing, walking alone on Changban Slope. The moonlight is too gentle, and then it all leads nowhere. Yang Cheng, what are you singing? A fusion of Chow Chow and It All Leads Nowhere. Chapter 65, The Elegant Man. Yang Cheng is unemployed ever since he lost his sister, Yang, who was his support. He has had no income. And as for Yang's villa, after that incident, he doesn't even dare to go back. Besides, recently the buzz about Ant-Man and Spirit Cat has been all over, and he almost believed it. The chaotic lyrics, the captivating melody, and the clear guitar sound oddly attracted Yang Cheng. He finally looked up, and there was a spark in his eyes. He saw the long-haired man, who didn't even glance at him, with fingers that danced like butterflies over the guitar. This guy plays so well, yet he resorts to busking? He could easily find a teaching job at any training center. Even if he goes live streaming, wouldn't he make a few hundred a day? While Yang Cheng was lost in thought, 2 office girls in their 20s picked up their phones to take photos and record videos of him and the long-haired man. Wow! So handsome! Sure enough, not only were people taking photos, but someone also started tossing money into the guitar case. Due to the few people using cash, some started scanning the QR code on the guitar case for direct transfers. Goodness, the long-haired man had only sung this one song, and already more than 10 people gathered around, with some calling out for him to sing another one. Today I only earned 50 yuan, which is enough for living expenses. Let's disperse. The long-haired man spoke gracefully, gentle as a spring breeze, his voice carrying youthful vitality, yet also a sense of weathered resilience. Yang Cheng was curious about how such a person could end up as a wandering singer. And this handsome guy, surprisingly, was not earning any money. It was only when the long-haired man packed his guitar into the case that the crowd began to disperse. And Yang Cheng was ready to close his eyes again. Are you Yang Cheng? Just as he was about to close his eyes, a voice sounded beside him. It was the long-haired man's enchanting voice. Yang Cheng opened his eyes wide. How do you know me? I not only recognize you, but I also know your situation. Your sister Yang and brother-in-law Chao have just died, and your mother Dui has also passed away. You have no job and have only been relying on your sister for support. Now you are left with nothing. Who are you? How do you know this? Yang Cheng did not recognize the person in front of him. He thought the person was a scam artist, but then he realized, given his current situation, there was nothing left to scam. Did you come specifically to find me? Yang Qing was uneducated but not foolish. You guessed correctly. I have nothing left, all my past glory is gone, the women who once loved me have left, and all my brothers have also abandoned me. If you want to gain something from me, I'm sorry to tell you, just look at my current state, and you'll see that there's nothing to obtain. Yang Qing's words were filled with desolation. During this time, after all his friends learned that his sister had died and he had lost his financial support, those who used to call him brother had all excluded him from their circle. No. Actually, you can have everything, you're just scared. The long-haired man said nonchalantly, what your sister has can be yours, you just don't dare to fight for it. And I can help you achieve all this, ensuring there is no risk, as long as you listen to me completely. Although the long-haired man said this, Yang Qing felt no excitement. He. Easy to say, what guarantee do you have? Are you better than the authorities? My sister, brother-in-law, and mother, they died in a mysterious way, and the authorities had nothing to say, not even a cause of death could be found. I don't want to get involved, there is great danger here, and just being alive is already a stroke of luck for me. Thinking of the horrific scene he witnessed that night, Yang Qing shuddered, suddenly gripping his head tightly, ruffling his hair more chaotically. Humph. The authorities? What are they? The legendary He Xiong, what a character. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from me, and I've already sent him away. Or else, how do you think I found you? Sent him away? Who are you? Yang Qing's voice even trembled slightly. He genuinely wanted to escape these matters, but he didn't expect trouble would always find him. Yes. I am the murderer. What's the matter? Aren't you brave enough to speak? Afraid I'll silence you? Don't worry, if you agree to follow my commands, I promise you'll be fine. But if you don't, you know what will happen. The long-haired man in front of him appeared remarkably handsome and harmless, but Yang Qing suddenly recalled the red mark on the guitar string he had just seen, sending an inexplicable shiver through him. He realized that a single guitar string had killed the chief of the uniformed police. Moreover, the other party did not hide this at all. He didn't dare to speak outright, and yet the long-haired man openly acknowledged it, clearly indifferent to the matter. Who exactly are you? What do you want? You don't need to know who I am. Knowing could get you killed. Of course, you must cooperate with me now, or you'll still die. The long-haired man spoke nonchalantly, a slight smile playing at his lips, looking rather charming in a mischievous way, as if death was just a casual affair for him. But for Yang Qing, this was a great terror from the heavens. After a long pause, he bitterly smiled and said, "All right. I admit it, how do you want me to cooperate?" Very good. Your willingness to cooperate saves me a lot of trouble. Let me put it this way, the deaths of your whole family and the deaths of the human traffickers are all for the same reason, that is, you harm someone, or rather that you're thinking of harming someone. Bella? Yang Qing had actually thought of this a long time ago. But he truly felt powerless. It seems you aren't as foolish as you look, right? It's Bella. So I want you to take on the identity of Yang's younger brother and seize 40% of the shares in Sunrise Technology, as well as the Lin family villa. That way, as soon as Bella is in trouble, that person will appear, and I will kill him. Huh? Are you saying you want me to act as bait? But I'm an outsider, how can I take the shares? You have no other choice. And you're not an outsider. What if Bella dies? But why don't you just kidnap Bella? She's just someone with a bit more natural strength, and she's nothing special. Of course I could do that, but I have a bad habit of being elegant. You see, I play a musical instrument. I'm an elegant person, and I don't want to be so direct. Yang Qing, are you elegant? When you killed He Xiong, where was your elegance? Strangling someone with a guitar string, how is that elegant? The long-haired man didn't directly kidnap Bella. The real reason, of course, wasn't elegance, but because someone capable of making Yanling disappear without a trace is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. If it were just Yanling, that would be one thing, but that dog, even if it were him, would take some effort to deal with. He was just being careful, using Yang Qing to lure the opponent out, observing first to know both themselves and the enemy. Yang Qing had his doubts, but the long-haired man seemed to hear his inner thoughts. Are you trying to say it's not elegant if I just killed He Yingxiong? Let me tell you, the reason he died in an ungraceful way is that he wasn't honest. He thought he could reason with someone like me, but he was mistaken. I possess absolute strength, I don't need to reason. I just want him to honestly tell me the whole process, but he was hiding things, so he died in an ungraceful way. Reason is a rule set by the strong, meant for the weak to follow. The strong don't need such nonsense. In an instant, Yang Qing understood. Just like me? If I don't cooperate, you'll disregard reasoning and kill me. Chapter 66, The New Task of the Traveler. Luo Yu and Bella moved into the villa. Unlike Bella, Luo Yu was very excited. Ha ha! The treatment of a time traveler is just different, full of all sorts of adventures. In the previous world, if I wanted to live in a house like this, I would probably have to toil for 100 years to get the chance. I didn't expect the NPC to just give me a task and I moved in. The key is that such a simple task also has rewards. This is the protagonist's halo. Speaking of tasks, I should go submit my task now. Moving here has made submitting tasks so much easier. Just a left turn when I go out, it's fantastic. After nightfall, Luo Yu waited until Bella was asleep before he ventured out alone into the woods. King! My king! Are you there? I'm here to submit my task. Luo Yu cautiously called out, and when he suddenly saw the large spotted cat appear under the moonlight, he was genuinely taken aback. When did this cat get so big? Estimating the big cat's weight now, it was probably 50 to 60 pounds. If Luo Yu didn't know this was originally a cat, he might have suspected it was a crossbreed leopard. King! I have completed the task. I have registered as Bella's guardian, and I have successfully moved into the villa. Respectful king, please grant me STR. As Luo Yu knelt, he stole a glance at the large ant on the big cat. Luo Yu, this ant is really big. Wait. It seems even bigger than last time. Good. Very good. Do you want STR, AGI, or DF? Luo Yu had long been aware of the effects of STR, AGI, and DF. Before coming to submit his task, he had already decided what he wanted. Honorable King. This time I want to gain STR. After being easily handled by He Yingxiong last time, Luo Yu realized that his pitiful 1.5 STR was absolutely insufficient when faced with skills. Moreover, he discovered that He Yingxiong's STR was not weaker than his. Most importantly, He Yingxiong seemed so powerful in his eyes, and yet he was taken down by someone else. When he saw the news, he was deeply shocked, which is why he decided to enhance his STR this time. Not only that, but he also spent a considerable amount of money ordering weapons and training equipment online, preparing to improve his skills. Good. I now grant you STR, doubling the initial STR of your body. Now if your STR is quantified, it can be understood as 2.5, reaching the human limit soon. Lin painfully used 100,000 EXP on Luo Yu. Feeling the explosive power hidden within his body, Luo Yu was excited indeed. This task was too easy. Just as simple as buying a phone last time. Respected King. Your servant thanks you for your bestowal. May I ask if you have any other troubles that require my assistance? Lin, they really see me as an NPC now, free to take on tasks and be exploited. He Yingxiong is dead? Yes, but I only saw it in the news. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Respectful Wang, if you want to know the details of this matter, I can help you find out. Lin, this kid, so cunning. But with your level of strength, you're probably only on par with He Yingxiong now. The person who killed He Yingxiong, how could they be simple? Just because you think you're a traveler means you're invincible? Oh, you don't need to find out about this. During this time, you all should stay at the villa, and Bella shouldn't go to school either. Wait for my news. If there's an emergency, you can come here directly, I will hear your call. Okay. Luo Yu felt a bit disappointed. Just when he thought there were no gains this time, Wang's voice entered his mind again. You should work hard to learn corporate management. Once you have control over Shiri technology and can mobilize funds, I want you to buy the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse in Dongqing district. Hearing that there was another task, Luo Yu immediately perked up. Although he thought it was strange why Wang wanted him to buy a slaughterhouse, he didn't ask more questions about it and directly accepted the task. He felt like the tasks might be randomly issued, but this one might be related to the main storyline. As for what the main storyline task was, Luo Yu still hadn't figured it out. But he wasn't in a hurry. The more tasks he completed, the more likely the main storyline task would appear. Even without a prompt, he could analyze it himself. Ever since gaining over 1 million EXP by killing chickens, Lin has lost interest in the sewers. He has set his sights on the slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep. Of course, the ant swarm finds it too difficult to handle cattle and sheep, so they can only mix around in the sewers for now. However, Lin has become too lazy to enter the sewer to kill cockroaches. Even killing mice feels a bit boring to him. After finishing his conversation with Luo Yu, he decided to visit the slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep late at night. Just like last time, he brought the big raccoon with him. Dahua and Dabai were lying in wait near the sewers, and as for what to hunt, they had the freedom to decide for themselves. The ant swarm continued their usual hunt for cockroaches and even mice. Lin arrived at the slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep around 3 in the morning. Sure enough, as he expected, the slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep operated at night. Lin first arrived at the sheep slaughtering area and found that there were simply too many workers here. Slaughtering sheep is not as simple as killing chickens, although they also hang them upside down in a row. It requires manual operation. It seems the next step is to arrange a job for Luo Yu as a sheep slaughterer. Lin mischievously thought to himself, remembering the expression on Luo Yu's face when he heard about his task, and he felt a bit of schadenfreude. A time traveler working as a sheep butcher, the most miserable time traveler in history. After finishing in the sheep slaughtering room, he arrived at the cattle slaughtering room. Through the glass, he saw the entire process of slaughtering the cattle. A worker at the slaughterhouse let a cow to the scale, and it weighed over 1,000 pounds. After weighing, the worker secured the cow, and Lin thought they were going to stab it with a knife, only to see the cow suddenly stiffen and fall to the ground. So they use a high-voltage electric shock. My goodness, I'm glad I didn't recklessly go over, otherwise I might have gotten shocked too. Lin broke into a cold sweat. The worker knocked out the cow with electric shock, bringing it down instantly. At that moment, some workers stepped outside for a smoke, while others prepared some tools. A few minutes later, someone pushed over a trailer, and everyone rushed to lift the cow, starting to remove the hide, head, and hooves, and prepare the cowhide, among other tasks. Seeing this, Lin began to have his own thoughts. He originally intended to slaughter sheep, which is relatively simple, but sheep aren't chickens. The sheep pen isn't too far from the slaughtering area, and if there's a disturbance, they would quickly notice. If the workers handle the cattle slaughtering process smoothly, perhaps he could benefit from it. The cow just now weighed over 1,000 pounds, and when Lin used the inspect skill, he found that while the cow's AGI was certainly not as good as a human's, its ACR was an impressive 12.5, and its depth was a terrifying 8.8. With those stats, if he were to slaughter a few cows himself, he didn't know how much EXP he would gain. Chapter 67 Moo. Lin focused on the entire slaughtering process of a cow, realizing that killing a cow was still quite troublesome, and if he were to do it himself, it seemed there wouldn't be much chance. He glanced at the high-voltage switch, wondering if he could open it after the cow was secured, and whether it would be useful. But after securing the cow, the workers immediately turned on the electric shock switch and didn't leave, which complicated things. Big links. This time I need your cooperation. While they're tying up the cow, you need to make some noise outside, preferably something loud, like opening the cattle pen and letting a few cows out, ideally injuring one to draw everyone's attention away, so I can make my move. Lin needed just 10 seconds to slip into the slaughtering area, turn on the electric switch, and make a clean getaway. With 6.0 AGI and the jumping skill, he could definitely pull it off. Meow. Big Lynx now also had 0.5 INT, understanding things better than before, and knew immediately what Lin wanted him to do. So, Big Lynx turned and slipped into the shadows. He first needed to scout the cattle pen. Timing the chaos was very crucial. It had to happen while the workers were tying up the cow. Before long, Big Lynx returned, and Lin once again discussed the specific plan with him. After the cow was slaughtered, dismembered, and bagged, the workers began to lead another cow. Soon, the workers brought in another one. This cow was no smaller than the previous one, strong and robust as a mountain. Lin could clearly sense that this cow was unwilling to walk towards the operating room, and even the workers found it hard to drag it. It seemed to know that the slaughterhouse was over there, as if it understood it was going to die, and it struggled to turn back. Lin gave this cow an inspect skill and discovered that its INT was surprisingly 0.19. No wonder people say cows are as intelligent as humans. This cow can indeed understand many things, it just can't speak. But what does that matter? On this planet, humans are the masters. As for other animals, they can only be at our mercy. Life and death are determined by us. Moo. Moo 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 moo. Hearing the cow's cries, Lin even understood it was saying, "No. I don't want to die." The INT sensing skill is so annoying I can actually understand cow language. Although this cow possessed over 12 points of street, it ultimately couldn't use its strength due to a rope tied to its nose and was dragged into the slaughterhouse. The big raccoon stealthily slipped into the darkness and entered the nearby cattle pen. The cattle pen was opened, and the big raccoon jumped onto the back of a cow, fiercely digging under its tail. This was the plan that Lin and the big raccoon had devised. Lin actually referenced a surgical procedure from the African striped hyena. The cow felt intense pain from behind, charged forward, and rushed out of the cattle pen. Outside the cattle pen were several trailers, which were scattered by the cow's charge, making a clattering noise. The intense pain continued, and the big cow charged relentlessly. Before long, this cow had even dented the door of a small car. The small car immediately emitted a piercing alarm, and the workers who were tying up the cow had no idea what was happening outside. They were baffled by the great commotion. In a panic, they hastily tied up the cow in a rush and dashed outside. Just as they rushed out, Lin jumped from the window and landed at the door of the slaughterhouse. After a few more short jumps, he entered the slaughterhouse. Seeing the electric switch, Lin did not hesitate at all and jumped directly onto the switch. With the switch turned on, the bewildered cow stiffened and fell over to its side. However, Lin did not receive any EXP. The cow was still not dead. He quickly shared the raccoon's sight and found that outside was in complete chaos, and no one would come in. So, he wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead turned the electric switch off again. After several operations, he finally received a massive amount of EXP. Seeing this EXP, Lin almost forgot to leave the slaughterhouse. My goodness! Over 600,000. This cow gives a whopping 601,550 EXP. Even if he keeps killing chickens, it would take him and the big raccoon several hours to get that. System, why is the EXP for this cow so high? Host, please be advised, non-mutated life forms have their weight as an important standard for EXP. Lin excitedly left the slaughter area, and at this point, a worker finally caught the lead of the unruly cow outside, bringing the situation under control. No one knew why this cow had gone out of control. Some even thought a colleague must have forgotten to close the gate of the cattle pen, leading to such a huge commotion. Someone must take responsibility for this. With the damage to the vehicle, the repair costs would likely be in the thousands, and someone has to pay. By the time the workers got the rampaging cow confined again and re-entered the slaughter area, the cow waiting to be slaughtered was already lying dead on the ground, no longer making a sound. Damn! Who pressed the switch just now? Everyone denied it, but no one pursued the matter further, treating it as if it was just a matter of a colleague being nervous and accidentally causing it. At this moment, Lin had already returned to the cattle pen. The cow that had just gone on a rampage not only hurt itself, but after struggling violently, it had been tied directly to a concrete pillar inside the cattle pen by the workers. Lin planned to kill it. As for being discovered, he no longer cared about that. He believed the slaughter workers would be the ones to execute the cow, and as for how strangely the cow died, those workers would probably just use it as bar talk after drinking. And now that I'm more powerful, I'm no longer afraid of many things. So what if the rumors about Ant-Man resurface? As long as I can kill this bull, I might level up again, reaching the peak of the first tier. This deal is worth it. With that thought, Lin didn't hesitate. Once he entered the bull pen, he jumped directly onto the bull's neck, raising his jaw and stabbing down into the bull's neck. Moo! The bull let out a long cry in pain. However, the workers remained indifferent to the commotion. They had already confirmed that the bull was securely tied up, so no matter how fierce it was, there wouldn't be any trouble. With a strong 6.0 SCR, Lin found it easy to cut through the bull's hide and pierce its arteries and trachea. I'll make your death quicker to reduce your suffering. I've done my part here. Even with continuous blood loss, the bull's death was still very slow. Fortunately, Lin had plenty of time. It took nearly 20 minutes for the bull to finally die. This bull's EXP was slightly lower than the last one, but it still exceeded 580,000. Adding in today's gains from the ant swarm and the big flower, seeing his total reach 1,260,000 EXP, Lin felt a bit excited. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly these past few days. It's like flying on a plane. He suddenly had the idea of moving the anthill to the slaughterhouse. We definitely need to buy this slaughterhouse, or take over the owner. Cows are the third largest livestock species after pigs and sheep, and they are easier to kill than the wild species out there. We could also buy a pig slaughterhouse. It would probably grow faster than those in the wild. The key is comfort. Chapter 68, Collapse. When Lin returned to the underground palace of the villa, it was still dark. Even Big Flower and Big White had not yet returned. Queen One sensed the return of the king, shifting her plump body and releasing a friendly pheromone. Lin was playing with Queen One's antennae. Go for it, my offspring. Queen One leveled up to level 3 because of him. Queen One is the specific manager of the ant colony. Lin cannot allow her strength to decline. Next, he patrolled the entire underground palace again. Currently, there are 76 level 1 queen ants, but only Queen One is level 3. With 76 queen ants, their daily egg-laying count exceeds 40,000. As long as there is sufficient food, it will be terrifying in the future. There are no ordinary queen ants left in the anthill. He now has plenty of excess EXP, so he simply promoted General 1 by leveling up a batch of ordinary soldier ants to level 1, achieving a total of 1,000 level 1 soldier ants. Ultimately, the ant colony is his foundation. This group of queen ants has started laying eggs in the past few days. In less than a month, after around 20 days, the daily increase of mature ants in the colony will reach 40 to 50,000. That will be the true outbreak period. Winter will soon arrive. Ants stop moving outside when the temperature drops below 15 degrees Celsius. However, the southern winter is extremely short, lasting only about a month. Additionally, with the increasing proportion of level 1 ants, it remains unsure if they will be affected by the temperature. If the first level ants are not affected by the temperature, then winter poses no trouble for the ant colony. He has over 1 million EXP. Next comes his own transformation. He wants to elevate himself to level 9, which is the first tier's highest Queen 1 level. After directly using 900,000 EXP on himself, he ushered in his first significant transformation to Queen 1. The shell shattered, and the new body broke free from its cocoon. A massive red and black ant measuring a full 22 centimeters stood proudly. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, Tier 1, Level 9. Lifespan, 200 year. STR 9.0 AGI 9.0 Def 9.0 Talent, Venom 5.4 milliliters. INT sensory. Scent tracking. Your ant's pheromones have mutated and enhanced, allowing you to sense within 1500 meters. Skill, Inspect. Quadruple needle tail needles increased to 4, effective range of 40 meters, capable of extending the range with increased STR. Each poisonous needle takes 3 days to grow back after being fired. Destruction Leap Advancement Skill. With powerful STR and AGI, your jumps can generate impact forces comparable to bullets. Coupled with a strong jaw, you can penetrate any depth that is less than your SCR. However, 2 points must be noted when using this skill. First, if the target's depth exceeds your STR, there may be severe consequences. Second, once the skill is activated, it mobilizes all your energy for an explosive effect, putting your body into a weakened state until energy is replenished. Team Vision. Int 1.51.5. EXP 102486. Minion 100,100,000,45636. Destruction. My god. I'm invincible. 4 poison needles, plus a devastating leap. I can take on 10 people. Seeing the advancement of the destruction skill, he ignored the changes in other skills. As for the 2 points to note, they are quite easy to understand. Lin certainly wouldn't choose a death target higher than his STR, it would be like intentionally running into a wall. As for the weakened state, he could simply avoid using it at critical moments. This destruction skill, in one-on-one combat, made him absolutely fearless, even against a bull. My current STR is 9.0. 9.0. Tell me, whose def can reach 9.0? That bull only has 8.8. With the destruction skill, Lin felt that if he faced a Rottweiler, one use of the skill would send that dog straight to the ground. As for that woman named Yen Ling. I'll need to consider this. She has a gun. I wonder how my destruction skill compares to the power of a handgun, who is stronger and who is weaker. I might still come up short. A bull definitely can't withstand the shooting STR of a handgun. Just don't know the penetration limit of the handgun bullets. Humans' firearms are the nightmare of lower life forms. Even though Lin is as strong as he is now, he still feels a sense of dread thinking about how that woman almost shot him on the trunk. Lower life forms are, after all, flesh and blood. In the face of firearms, they are nothing but ants. When do I need to go to the zoo to inspect the elephant's data? A regular handgun can only inflict minor injuries on an elephant. If I know the elephant's def data, I'll have a good idea of the gap between me and an ordinary handgun. But there are variations in the power of handguns as well. Among them, the powerful Desert Eagle is said to be able to kill an elephant with a single shot. There should still be a significant gap between me and the Desert Eagle. Lin's current short-term goal is to be able to survive under the standard issue handgun of the Uniform Bureau. Once the day comes when he confronts the Uniform Bureau, he won't have to be afraid anymore. The Desert Eagle has the same caliber as the Barrett sniper rifle. It is not something an average person can handle, and very few can fire several shots in a row. It's simply too heavy, weighing up to 4.1 pounds, making it impossible to be the standard issue for the Uniform Bureau. The emergence of the Honkai skill kept Lin excited until the next day. In the morning, to Lin's surprise, his younger brother Jing actually came to the villa. Naturally, he was accompanied by Lu Yenran, who had been sticking to Jing. Lu Yenran was wearing a sun hat, and faintly, a bit of white gauze could be seen exposed at the back of her head. In the villa's hall, upon seeing Luoyu, Lu Yenran made a disgusted expression and never looked at him directly. Jing leaned against the sofa in the center of the hall while Bella sat obediently beside him. Today, your second uncle has 2 things to discuss with you, but of course, I need to consult you first. The first one is about being your guardian. Don't worry, no matter what, your second uncle is willing to be your guardian. The second thing is a bit sudden, it's about Yang's brother, Yang Qing. He suddenly came to me wanting 40% of the company's shares. His reasoning is simple: even though you might be the primary heir, you do not have Yang's guardian certificate. He believes that in the absence of Yang's children, he, as the brother, is the heir, including the other half of this house. Yang Qing still dares to show up? This was Bella's first reaction. At this point, Lin had already shared Bella's vision and heard Jing's words. Jing didn't think much of Bella's reaction. Instead, he said, why wouldn't he dare to show up? Since he can think of this, he must have done a lot of homework already. By the way, regarding the guardian matter, Before Jing could finish, Lu Yenran beside him interrupted, saying, Fire! Let's have your second aunt speak. Your second uncle can be your guardian. But I'll say it again, holding shares is fine, but the dividends can't be given to you so early. This at least has to wait until you turn 18. Of course, during this time, all your expenses, including the costs for the lawsuit against Yang Qing, tuition, and living expenses, we will cover for you, and later subtract it from your dividends. By the way, your second uncle and I have already registered, so now I'm a member of the Lin family. Regarding the celebration, we are currently choosing a date. Lu Yanran felt confident this time, speaking without even glancing at anyone, only focusing on the cup of tea in her hand, gently swaying it, watching the water swirl inside. Bella looked at Jing in surprise, and Jing just shrugged without arguing. Is this also your second uncle's idea? Yeah, more or less, buyer. You are only 7 years old, and your second uncle is just worried about you getting tricked. Don't worry, leave these matters to your second uncle. Don't you trust me? Chapter 69, Shareholder Meeting. Jing looked at Bella, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He didn't have any bad intentions, and his considerations were reasonable. According to normal procedures, Bella, a 7-year-old child, indeed needs a guardian to handle everything. Bella knew that although her second uncle wasn't particularly capable, he at least wouldn't do anything bad like scheming against her shares and dividends, at least not right now. Of course, people can change. Especially when you own something, and it becomes a habit, the difficulty of letting it go is particularly great. Seeing Bella not say anything, Jing continued. Buyer. The urgent matter right now is to quickly finalize things. Since Yang Qing dares to come after me, he must be fully prepared. Your second uncle has asked a lawyer, and your household registration and Yang's are on the same record. Even without a guardian certificate, she was indeed your guardian before her death. As long as we find a good legal team, we have a good chance of winning. Of course, we still have to take action on this matter. After all, nobody can guarantee that we will definitely win the lawsuit. Everything still needs people to handle it. Lawsuits can have a good chance of success, but if the opponent has a strong backing, it could change some things. Uncle. I need to tell you something, I have a new guardian now. A new guardian? Jing expressed that he didn't understand. Uncle. We went to notarize it yesterday, and my new guardian is him. By the way, his name is Luo Yu. At this time, Luo Yu tried to maintain a graceful demeanor, extending his hand across the coffee table, wanting to shake Jing's hand. Mr. Lin. Hello. My name is Luo Yu, and I am Bella's guardian. If there is anything to discuss, you should talk to me. By the way, regarding the 40% shares of Yang at Sunrise Technology, I will hold them on your behalf, so you don't need to trouble Mr. Lin anymore. Jing was taken aback. He stood up and shook hands with Luo Yu, but it was merely a reflex, a habitual courtesy of a gentleman. Hello, hello. Luo Yu. Lu Yanran expressed that she did not understand. It took her a full half-minute to figure out what had happened. Wait. Luo Yu, right? Who do you think you are? To deceive such a young child and take the Lin family's fortune, how can you even call yourself a person? Lu Yanran thought that Luo Yu, like her, was scheming for the Lin family's wealth. And Luo Yu realized that with such questioning, he really had no rebuttal, because who would believe it if he spoke up? Fortunately, at that moment, Bella spoke up. This is all my arrangement, Lu Yanran. This is my home, my house. Even if you're registered with my second uncle, if I want you to leave, you have to go. I'm just giving my second uncle face by letting you stay here. If you say another word, I will throw you out. As soon as Bella said this, Lu Yanran's face turned pale, but she didn't dare to speak anymore. The injury on her head was still hurting. Bayer. What are you talking about? He's your second aunt. And this Luo Yu is indeed an outsider. As your second uncle, he is obligated to look out for you. You must not let anyone deceive you. Jing also felt that something was off. Second uncle. I've already made up my mind about this, so there's no need to discuss it anymore. By the way, the company shares will also be held by Luo Yu on my behalf. Since Yang Qing has come forward, then inform the shareholders meeting. Luo Yu and I will be there at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're officially taking over the company. As for any tricks Yang Qing might have, we'll deal with those too. But until the court's decision is made, Luo Yu will be the chairman of the company. Seeing that Bella seemed unwilling to say more, Jing also refrained from speaking. To be honest, he felt a bit disheartened at that moment. Bella actually trusts an outsider instead of her own second uncle. He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Bella, second uncle. You are no longer my guardian, you don't need to be involved in so much, nor do you have the right to do so. As for other matters, let us discuss them at tomorrow's meeting. Jing and Lu Yanran were thus driven away. In the underground palace, Lin was very dissatisfied with his brother's performance. Really brainless. You are so disappointing. Finding a woman like that and being compliant with her. Lin did not pay much attention to Jing's incompetence. What he was thinking about now was tomorrow morning's events. That good-for-nothing Yang Changwon T dare to come and snatch the company shares and property. If he had this ability back then, I would have certainly given him a hand. There must be someone behind him, likely the one who killed He Yingxion. The other party must have orchestrated this to use Yang Qing to draw me out. The person who appeared in the aftermath of that dog and Yan Ling's failure must be considerably stronger than they are. Moreover, this person's style is audacious yet careful, which could make them difficult to deal with. But so what? I now possess jumping ability, have the ability to cause destruction, and my strength and survival skills are already several times stronger than before. What is the harm in meeting you? In the event of such an unexpected incident, Luo Yu would definitely go to the woods. As Lin expected, late at night, Luo Yu indeed sneaked out. He met Lin as he wished, recounting the events of the day. Lin did not tell Luo Yu that he already knew the whole story. He wanted to test Luo Yu to see if he was hiding anything. After confirming that Luo Yu's words contained no falsehoods, Lin seemed to contemplate for a moment but didn't provide any other instructions. Just attend the shareholders' meeting as usual tomorrow. Respected Wang. Do you have anything to say regarding tomorrow's shareholders' meeting? Lin, this guy still wants to take on a task. No, just follow the procedures. Everything else, I will manage myself. Luo Yu left the woods feeling slightly disappointed. After Luo Yu left, Lin also returned to the underground palace. However, he did not rest but instead began making arrangements while it was still dark. Although Lin's strength had greatly increased, he remained cautious. 3 cats moved through the darkness, barely visible in the light. Not only that, but there were dozens of male ants scouting ahead, and if they spotted a camera they couldn't evade, they would swarm it to quickly destroy its wiring, ensuring the 3 cats remained undetected. They proceeded in a stop-and-go manner, and a journey that should have taken no more than 20 kilometers ended up taking over an hour. Around 3 in the morning, they finally arrived at their destination, the Jinlong Building. The Jinlong Building is a 32-story office building, and Shiri Technology is located on the 18th to 21st floors. Gazing at the building where his career had reached its peak, memories flashed through Lin's mind. Once upon a time, this was where his dreams began, and also where they would end. Just as Lin was about to infiltrate the underground parking lot, a long-haired man in a black business vehicle, who seemed to be dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. Next to the long-haired man sat a cat with long limbs and a short tail, its fur almost entirely a shade of brown-gray. However, if Lin saw this scene, he would definitely not think it was an ordinary cat. Those who understood would immediately recognize it as a wild lynx. A cat that loves to eat cats and has no resistance when it encounters them, even hunting dogs fear it. It's the largest cat of all. Just as expected. Here it comes. Chapter 70, The Death God Who Rules Over All Cats. Lin entered the underground parking lot, and the first thing he did was issue commands to the soldier ants to look for cameras. Of course, he would only destroy the cameras that were a nuisance. Usually, he could just avoid them. However, just as the soldier ants had just left, he felt Big Flower's body tremble slightly. Big Flower. What's wrong? This was a tremor from the soul, uncontrollable. Lin could even feel it on its back. King. This is the territory of the strong. There are traces left by strong beings. I feel the oppression. Strong beings? Lin was puzzled but saw that Bai and De Li on either side were also uneasy, showing signs of hesitation. He quickly scanned for pheromones and indeed found traces of other animals in the air, but to Lin, these traces didn't feel particularly threatening. Could it be species barriers? I don't feel this aura is a threat to me. However, just as he was puzzled, an extremely faint sound of breathing came from around the corner ahead. This sound of breathing was very weak, but with Lin's current strength, he could naturally sense it. He immediately switched to the perspective of the male soldier ant and, sure enough, he made a discovery after switching to that position. Just behind a few cars around the corner, a cat-like creature was walking forward. Very quickly, without the perspective of the male ant, that cat could also be seen. The other side had no intention of hiding at all. When Lin saw the cat from his own perspective, he finally understood the feelings of Big Flower and the others. This is a cat. But it is the archenemy of all cats. Wild lynx. The wild lynx, also known as the jungle cat, is the largest species in the Felidae family. Unlike the lynx, which is larger than the wild lynx, it belongs to the Felis genus. The lynx does not eat cats, but the wild lynx has a preference for consuming its own species and has a natural bloodline suppression over other feline species. This creature has a fierce temperament. In ancient times, it dared to fight household dogs and often preyed on domestic cats, making it the archenemy of the house cat. Therefore, domestic cats were once called lynx slaves. Of course, the wild lynx suppresses other cats because it possesses such strength. As soon as Lin saw this wild lynx, he thought of many problems. First, the other side specifically deployed a wild lynx to deal with the cats. Second, since there are specific means to deal with the cats, there must also be countermeasures against the ants, as the other side must have some understanding of the situation. Third, this is a trap the other side has already calculated that he would set up ahead of time, so they had already arranged their strategy before he could. Thinking of this, Lin felt no panic. He first tossed an inspect skill at the wild lynx. Name, Reaper. Race, cat. Level, first tier level 2. Lifespan, 50-year 44-year. STR 5.55.5. AGI is 7.97.9. Def 4.54.5. Talent, domination of all cats. Any other feline of the same tier will be suppressed in bloodline and INT in your presence, and can only exert up to 70% of their combat strength. Skill, Swift, the king of the jungle, with rich battle EXP that allows you to burn energy at any time and enter a combat state, boosting all attributes by 30%. Int 0.50.5. What? Lin thought he had misread. Domination of all cats is a talent recognized by history and facts, so he had nothing to say. Just like his own poison, which is widely known for its potency. But this swift skill left Lin completely speechless. A 30% boost to all attributes in battle state, and the key is that it can be activated at any time. Alright. Actually, we shouldn't bolster others' ambitions while undermining our own. A 30% increase is still not a match for me. Lin reassured himself. My attributes are higher than yours, I can jump higher than you, and my collapse skill is no weaker than yours. What I'm afraid of is that Big Flower and the others can't hold their ground. The other side originally has data that is so much higher than theirs, with a 30% suppression and a simultaneous 30% boost, and both being Tier 1, Tier 2, their base attributes must also be significantly higher. I estimate even 3 against 1 may not be enough. On one side is level 2 early stage, on the other side is level 2 peak stage, and since they were already not a match to begin with, numbers may not make up for the vast disparity in power. The Reaper slowly approached, while Big Flower slowly retreated. Lin did not forcibly drive them forward either. In a flash, he had already thought of several plans. Naturally, his first thought was to retreat because the creature known as the Grim Reaper appearing here meant he had already fallen into a trap. Plus, the opponent was in the dark while he was in the light, so the best choice was to avoid the exposure. However, in the end, the possibility of another plan dominated Lin's mind. The opponent hasn't appeared yet, I have male ants ready to scout, able to capture real-time changes. This Grim Reaper is either bait or a test, and I want to strike it down at the first opportunity. As long as I kill it quickly, completing the attack before the opponent reacts, I can break the deadlock. Moreover, killing the bloodline enemy will significantly boost the confidence of Dihua and the others, helping them overcome psychological barriers. In the future, when they encounter such creatures, their fear of being suppressed will diminish. During the time Lin was making his decision, the long-haired man in the van was staring intently at the laptop screen. The screen displayed 3 big cats and dozens of red light dots. I see, but I'm quite curious about how the person behind the scenes controls these 3 cats and that swarm of ants. Is it through drugs as well? Could it be that there are also agents in the civilian sector that can cause animal mutations? The fog area has long been sealed off by the military, even flies find it hard to get through. For so many mutated creatures to appear at once is impossible. This is very serious, it must be reported immediately. After quickly sending an email, the long-haired man kept his eyes glued to the screen. At this point, Lin had already commanded the 3 cats to advance rather than retreat, forming a triangular formation to launch an attack from 3 directions. What Grim Reaper? Even the Grim Reaper must die. What Lin didn't expect was that the first to charge forward was actually Dabai. Dabai. Well done. Lin understood the essence of leading a team at this moment. Praising Dabai would definitely incite De Hua and Dilly to not be outdone. Sure enough, upon receiving praise, Dabai accelerated, leaping fiercely towards the Grim Reaper. De Hua and Dilly also launched their attacks simultaneously. Dilly did not leap though, but instead bared his teeth and bit at the Grim Reaper's tail. As for De Hua, he did not activate the Diamond Blade skill. Instead, in a normal state, he lunged his claws down towards the Grim Reaper's back. Faced with the attacks from 3 directions, the Grim Reaper did not evade or even dodge. Its fur stood on end, making its entire body suddenly appear much larger. Lin knew that the Grim Reaper was displaying its raised fur to seem even more imposing and authoritative. The Grim Reaper was invoking bloodline suppression. It had sensed the threat from the 3 cats but deemed it insignificant, wanting to face the 3 attacks head-on. The first to charge was Dabai. Suddenly, he saw the giant white creature leap into the air, only to be casually swatted down by Death, crashing into a car with a huge roar. Lin saw from the status panel that the giant white creature's death suddenly dropped to 5.0 when Death's claws descended. The Undying Body is a passive skill, which just got triggered. This means that Death's casual swipe posed a fatal threat to the giant white creature. Truly terrifying. No, the death of the big flower and the big raccoon is similar to the giant white creatures without the Undying Body. If they get hit, they'll be severely injured. Should I activate Catastrophe now and deal with this menace? Just as Lin was contemplating this, the long-haired man in the car pulled out a remote and pressed a button. With the press of the remote, numerous cars in the parking lot suddenly emitted fog. This was a trap set by the long-haired man for the ant swarm. Since the opponent attacked first without even probing, he directly released the fog to prepare for an immediate strike. Chapter 71, The Water Flow Slash. Lin had not yet decided whether to activate the Catastrophe skill when he noticed several cars nearby releasing fog. Not good. It seems this is a trap meant for me. Of course, he was not afraid of these insect sprays. Given his current strength, it wouldn't matter if he didn't breathe for 10 minutes. However, the flying male ants mostly failed to react. The spray appeared too suddenly, and they had not received orders from the king. The male ants began to plummet, and Lin knew he could no longer wait. He must kill Death at the first opportunity, otherwise, the team would face a situation of being attacked from all sides. Catastrophe. Without any hesitation, he fell from the back of the big flower, landing on all 6 limbs and bouncing forcefully. Death noticed Lin and immediately changed the direction of its claws aimed at the big flower, reaching for the shadow that was lunging at it. But what it did not expect was that the shadow was too fast, exceeding its reaction AGI. This was Lin's first time activating the Catastrophe skill. He had never even tried it before, so he had no idea about its effects. However, when he made contact with Death's body, he felt a sense of calm. At such a close distance, if he couldn't succeed in one strike, then this Catastrophe skill and his own stats must be fake. The system must be deceiving him. Lin opened his jaw wide and sliced through Death's skin as if he were cutting through fabric. His entire body faced no resistance as it continued to burrow into the opponent's flesh like a bullet. The muscle's death had little effect on him, only the bones made Lin feel some resistance. But it was of no use. In almost a split second, he pierced through the wild ferret's body and burst out from the other side. At the moment he emerged, an overwhelming feeling of weakness hit him. But this was all part of Lin's plan. As soon as he landed, he leapt up and launched himself towards the dying Reaper. This time, he wasn't there to harm, but to consume. He needed to recover quickly. The downside of his collapse skill required energy to offset. Before his opponent was dead, Lin had already lunged at the wound, burying his head and sucking the blood. Clap! 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 3 consecutive slaps came from behind. It was the wild ferret, struggling to swat Lin down with its front paws. However, with a def of 9.0, such attacks were completely ineffective. Lin simply gripped the edges of the wound tightly, tore at it with force, and buried his entire head into the wound, sucking vigorously. Though he was in a severely weakened state, he was not an easy target for a heavily injured opponent. After taking a few sips, he felt full. But his declining state didn't recover immediately. It needed time. It was then that he heard hurried footsteps in the distance. That's the sound of human footsteps. Just one person. Lin immediately made a judgment. But he didn't retreat, nor did he plan to. For against one, if he lacked the courage to face it head-on, then as a king, he would lack the spirit of royalty. The sound of footsteps approached quickly, and what surprised Lin was that it was a long-haired man dressed in black leather boots and a full black leather outfit. This long-haired man appeared refined, carrying a guitar on his back and a helmet tucked under his arm. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a cultured youth who enjoyed motorcycles. The long-haired man glanced at the situation on the ground, his handsome face furrowing in a frown, and the anger in his eyes seemed almost capable of burning Lin alive. Well. Really good. It seems I underestimated you all. This wild fox was specifically requested by me from the department, costing me a significant favor. Now, you've injured it so badly. I initially intended to subdue you and spare your lives to offer you a chance. But now, it seems I can't let you go without killing you, or I won't be able to justify it myself. With that, the long-haired man slowly put on his helmet, his entire body shrouded in black, even wearing black gloves. Lin realized that this man's outfit was not motorcycle gear, it was battle armor. Specialized protective gear. He was the chairman of Sunrise Technology. Certain materials he could recognize at a glance, yet even he couldn't identify what material this battle armor was made of. It seems this is specifically designed for dealing with ant swarms, but I currently don't have an ant swarm on me. However, such battle armor should be quite resistant, making it useful against us as well. At the very moment this person appeared, Lin had already used the inspect skill on him. Name, Luluan. Race, human. Level, Tier 1 Level 1. Lifespan, 150 year 123 year. STR 5.95.9. AGI 4.84.8. Def 4.54.5. Talent, sound localization within 10 meters of the body, even the faintest sounds cannot escape your keen hearing. Skill, water flow/a sword technique from the land of the rising sun, generating an explosive strength 3 times one's own SCR when drawing the sword, with the attack speed being 10 times one's AGI. Int 1.51.5. With such great equipment, plus this kind of talent and skill, are the elites among humans really this strong? Lin had some understanding of sound localization. It's a fundamental course for ancient martial artists from Huaxia, mainly for dealing with hidden weapons. It seems that my flying needle skill is countered perfectly by this person. However, the sword drawing technique from the land of the rising sun surprised Lin. This sword technique is a famous one from the land of the rising sun, consisting of only one move. The technique involves the sword being in the sheath, and due to the curvature of the blade, the movement during the drawing creates an explosive AGI and SCR. It often strikes first, making it extremely powerful. However, the tenfold AGI is something Lin could hardly imagine. If Luluan's AGI is 4.8, then a tenfold AGI would mean an instantaneous sword speed of 48, wouldn't it? This means that as long as one is locked on, it would be impossible to dodge, unless one can take the hit. But everyone present, without exception, if struck by this water flow slash, would either die or be severely injured. No one could withstand it. Suddenly, Lin was taken aback. Where's the sword? The other person's hands were empty. There was no sword at all. Crack! Just as Lin was puzzled, Luluan took down the guitar behind him and smashed it to smithereens with a single strike. And at that moment, Lin's confusion was also resolved. It turned out that hidden within the guitar's head, neck, and even the back panel was a blade. The length of this knife is about 1 meter, and the sheath part is estimated to be over 80 centimeters. Looking at this slightly curved knife, Lin's heart trembled. He recalled the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to use tools. Based on the current apparent data, facing such an opponent, it seems there is no advantage for myself or Dahu and the others. Chapter 72, Retreat in Preparation for Battle. Facing Luluan, who was fully armed and left no openings, Lin knew he couldn't withstand a direct hit. His water flow slash, if the blade is drawn, it's either you die or I die. Clearly, everyone present, without exception, would not be able to withstand a single strike. Lin could even imagine that if he were hit by that strike, it would certainly result in being cut in two. Everyone, pay attention. Keep your distance, use the terrain to avoid him, play hide and seek with him, I have my own ways. Luluan suddenly dashed forward towards Dahu. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he saw that the tortoiseshell cat seemed to have expected this all along and rolled into the undercarriage of an SUV. Luluan felt helpless. Turning around, he saw 2 other cats and a large ant staring at him from 3 directions, but they didn't dare to move forward, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters. Then I'll deal with you first. Luluan turned and marched forward, reaching Lin in just 3 steps. Just as he was about to draw his sword, the large ant in front of him unexpectedly leaped into the air and vanished into the seam of the car behind. Damn! So clever? Luluan reminded himself, no. Don't rush. I'm an artistic youth, stay elegant. He turned to look at the white cat and the tabby, feeling that the white cat seemed a bit fatter, and even in the dark, it would be easier to track. After all, in the darkness, as long as there is a glimmer of light, with his strength, he could see it clearly. So without a second thought, he turned and drew his sword. The white cat indeed wasn't that agile, but it had already received the king's orders. As soon as the opponent turned, it pounced into the darkness. A tuft of fur floated up behind the white cat, startling it into a tremor. Just as Luluan swung his sword back into its sheath, a shadow shot toward him. However, Luluan remained unbothered. This tabby cat posed no threat to him. Indeed, while the cat seemed fierce, its claws gripped his shoulder without damaging his protective gear at all. Just as Luluan was about to reach out and grab the tabby, it had no intention of entangling itself and directly dashed toward him, leaping and disappearing out of sight. Just now, Lin had shared the perspective of the large tabby, and he saw the entire process clearly. The attack from the large tabby 2.5 had its claws unable to even scratch the protective gear, not even leaving a trace. It seems this protective gear's depth far exceeds 2.5. Only my and the tortoiseshell cat's razor-sharp claws might breach the defense. But I doubt there will be another chance like this now. Let's wait a bit longer. Let's tangle with him for a while. As long as we can hold out until that so-called Grim Reaper draws his last breath, we can consider it a temporary advantage. While Lin pondered over how to break the enemy's strategy, Luluan was actually feeling quite regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have delayed things this much. What's wrong with bringing a gun? Would it kill me? He regretted not bringing a gun. If he had one now, even though his marksmanship wasn't great, hitting that ant might be challenging, but dealing with a target the size of a cat wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was considering whether to retreat and see if he could save the Grim Reaper, a sudden soft bang echoed in the distance, and a spotlight in the corner went out. You think you can use darkness against me? Ah, perfect. After training my ears for so many years, not even the slightest sound in the dark will escape me. You want to ambush me in the dark? Great, I can take the opportunity to deal with you. Luluan allowed that big ant to destroy the lights in the garage one by one, and instantly, the entire garage was plunged into darkness. He quietly waited for the opponent's ambush in the darkness, and sure enough, he soon heard faint sounds ahead. However, after waiting for a moment, he didn't hear any sound of the 3 cats and the big ant approaching. As a top agent, Luluan had patience. He stood in place, ready to draw his knife at any moment. But then, he suddenly heard a soft snap, as if something had been uncovered. Then he heard a loud clang in the distance. Not good. It's the ventilation shaft. In fact, Luluan's helmet had a light, but he hadn't turned it on. However, after hearing the sound of the ventilation shaft being breached, he sensed something was off. The other side is trying to escape. As he expected, when he turned on the light and rushed to the ventilation shaft, he only saw a trail of blood. When he looked back, the Reaper had vanished. The Reaper is dead. At this moment, Lin and the others were quickly retreating through the ventilation shaft, with the big raccoon carrying the Reaper's body, not caring about the blood trail at all. Soon, they escaped through the ventilation shaft and directly entered the sewer. Eat up. Don't fill up too much, we still have to fight later. After receiving 530,000 EXP, Lingshu immediately made the decision to retreat. The other side was wearing protective gear, risking their lives to test the opponent's depth. He couldn't do that, not even for the sake of a minion's life. He could only wait until he recovered, first converting the 530,000 EXP into combat power. He used 200,000 EXP on himself, fully adding it to STR, boosting STR to 11, which gave him a better chance of breaking through Luluan's defenses. Not only that, targeting the 3 cats skills, he allocated 100,000 EXP to Dawabai, raising STR to 3.5. With Dawabai's indestructible blade having 3.5 STR after tripling, the possibility of breaking through defenses greatly increased. As for Dabai and Dali, they each used 100,000 EXP to boost Def and AGI respectively. Dabai's Def rose to 3.5, and Dali's AGI increased to 6.7. Consequently, the overall strength of the 3 cats experienced a qualitative leap when using their skills. Previously he had a few thousand EXP left, and after this, he had about 30,000 left after killing the Reaper. He directly upgraded all the remaining male ants to level 3. Among the remaining 17 male ants, plus the previous Yang Er and Yangjiu, a total of 7 male ants awoke the poison needle talent skill. 17 male ants were still in the underground garage, and Lin constantly shared their perspective, observing Luluan's actions. Sure enough, after an hour or so, Luluan finally got into his business vehicle, took off his helmet, probably preparing to rest. Alright. I refuse to believe there won't be an opportunity. I can't just wear this helmet all day long. Now that you're in the car, I'm going to block you in there. In such a small space, let us see how you can use your water flow blade attack. But before that, let me give you a little surprise to show you why the flowers are so red. Boys, we're off, the opportunity has come. Back at the vent, Lin swiftly summoned 7 male ants with the flying needle skill and directed them to enter the car in their own way, planning to inject Luluan with a few needles first. Although the male ants had grown over 2 centimeters in length, there were still gaps in even the best sealed business vehicle. They could enter through the air conditioning ducts and the gaps in the seats. Chapter 73, Luring the Enemy and Undertaking a Surprise Attack. Of course, Luluan wouldn't actually fall asleep. Even if he did, he would be in a light sleep. He leaned sideways on the front passenger seat. Nearly every few minutes he would open his eyes to check the surveillance system he had installed. Because he knew that the person would never give up. Life and death depended on tonight, and it absolutely wouldn't last until dawn. He possessed the keen instincts of a professional agent. Sure enough, as time passed, he saw 3 figures appear in the parking lot, quietly approaching his car. Hooked. Luluan remained expressionless, keeping his side-lying position, while tightly gripping the blade sheath with his left hand and resting his right hand on the hilt. Through the surveillance screen, he saw around 10 glowing dots flickering. So that's how it is. These male ants are the channels for transmitting information. Can that person really recognize the pheromones of the ants and communicate effectively with them? I can't worry about all that now. Once I've dealt with these cats and ants, that person should show up. If they don't appear, then I'll really go and grab that Bella. At that moment, while Luluan remained motionless, using himself as bait, 7 ants appeared on the backrest of the business vehicle. These 7 ants were precisely the male ants with the flying needle skill. For ordinary ants, it would be very easy to crawl into the car. However, it took these male ants a long time to get inside. Their size was indeed quite large, exceeding 2 centimeters in length. Initially, they could have easily crawled in through the edge of the door, but now they had to opt for the gap at the junction of the seats, yet they managed to do it. This indeed made Lin, who was waiting at the vent entrance, sweat a little, but ultimately they achieved the first step. Luluan had never expected that he and his opponent were so close. Just as he was intensely staring at the screen, a faint sound of wind suddenly reached his ears, subtle enough that even his strength found it hard to detect. But he noticed and quickly reacted by turning his head. Suddenly faced with an unexpected situation and being so close, he felt a tingle at the scalp as 5 flying needles landed in his hair. What the hell? Luluan turned his head and, with the faint light from the car, saw a few ants quickly disappearing into the crevices of the seat. The pain from the needle sting quickly faded, and he realized the seriousness of the situation as he felt a tingle at his scalp. But at this moment, he didn't have time to consider the consequences, as the 3 cats had already reached outside the car. Fortunately, he had intentionally parked in the last space, and by kicking the car door and rolling out, he could draw his weapon. He even thought through the entire process, but just as he quickly put on his helmet, kicked the car door open, and prepared to roll out, 3 dark figures suddenly lunged directly at him. These 3 dark figures charged into the car door, almost filling the entire doorway. As Luluan lunged out, his body collided with the 3 dark figures, and he found himself unable to roll out smoothly. He realized he was in big trouble. If he couldn't get out of the car, he wouldn't be able to draw his weapon or use his water blade technique. He was relieved that he was wearing protective gear, which rendered attacks on other parts of his body ineffective. Luluan kicked one of the white cats out about 7 or 8 meters. His left hand gripped the sheath tightly, while his right hand swung a fist to try to knock the big spotted cat that was clutching his chest away. He had confidence in his protective gear. Even the Grim Reaper would find it hard to break through, so he didn't believe these 3 cats could trouble him. But just as he threw a punch, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest as he heard the sound of his protective gear tearing. Hearing that sound, Luluan was taken aback. This spotted cat's claws were surprisingly powerful, tearing a hole in his protective gear. Die! Luluan exploded with rage, caring little for elegance, and struck out with a heavy fist. However, just as he struck, the big spotted cat leaped towards Queen 1, jumping out of the car. You all have to die. You all will die. You've successfully angered me. Now at the car door, only a tabby cat remained. Luluan failed to hit the big spotted cat and directly unleashed his anger on the tabby. In his fury, he reached out to grab the tabby cat by the scruff of its neck, wanting to lift it up directly. But in the next moment, the tabby cat unexpectedly dashed to where the big spotted cat had been, and clawed fiercely at the tear in Luluan's chest armor. Luluan grabbed it. Nothing. He didn't expect the tabby cat to be so agile. The sharp pain in his chest made him realize that if he didn't find a way to turn the tide tonight, he might not make it out. Without options left, he had to use all his strength to lean hard against the back of the seat, using the reaction force to crash out towards the car door. As long as he got out of that door, even without protective gear, he was confident he could use his water blade technique to take down all 3 cats. But just at that moment, the calico and the white cat charged towards him. Especially the calico cat, whose sharp claws seemed to glisten with a cold light as they lashed down towards his shoulder. Faced with such an assault, Luluan had only one thought: even if he was injured again, he had to get out through that door. So he disregarded the attacks from the 2 cats and pushed forcefully outward. The white cat slammed into his chest, while the calico cat hit his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and once again, Luluan heard the sound of his protective suit tearing. But this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief because he had exited the vehicle. Just as he rolled on the ground and stood up, a sharp and subtle sound of wind reached his ears. A hidden weapon. No! It's the stinger of an ant. Luluan made a correct judgment and, as he steadied himself, he drew his knife. The knife was drawn, back to the sheath. Lin only saw a flash of cold light and didn't even clearly see the shape of the knife. The whole process took less than half a second, and his flying needle was already shot down, as if Luluan's knife had never been drawn. Of course, Lin's flying needle this time was merely a test. What a water flow blade strike! Such AGI, such precision, it's simply terrifying. Lin saw this strike and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Humans, when faced with ferocious beasts, can often triumph over the strong with the weak, relying not on their own strength, but on their use of tools. He had long heard of the sword drawing technique from Japan. It is said that in ancient times, when martial arts flourished, some practiced this technique by drawing their swords thousands of times a day after day for decades, which honed this deadly strike. That Luluan was so young yet had mastered such a technique, capable of taking lives with a single strike, made Lin feel both helpless and admiring. But the more it was like this, the more he had to kill him tonight. Having enmity with such a person means a constant threat to one's life. The enemy's hero is my foe, I must kill him when I meet him. 3 cats and an ant surrounded Luluan from 4 directions, yet they did not attack. Just as Lin resolved that no matter the cost, he had to kill Luluan tonight, Luluan made a new move. He swiftly dashed towards the big calico cat, ready to step out and strike. Big Calico, retreat quickly. Without Lin needing to remind her, the big calico rolled away as soon as Luluan took his first step, hiding under an SUV. Luluan did not strike because with the water flow blade strike, if one doesn't draw the knife, it's fine, but once drawn, it must take a life. Chapter 74, I am the ant in your eyes. Lin observed the changes in Luluan's data. The opponent's status was slowly declining, proving that the toxin was still effective, but not too much. Perhaps Luluan's defense was also extremely high. However, even a slight decline in one's condition can influence the outcome of the battle. Luluan attempted to strike quickly several times, but the 3 cats and that large ant always maintained a certain distance from him. Whenever he made a move, they would dodge, not allowing him the opportunity to strike, which made him feel a bit anxious. After several unsuccessful attempts, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. No! My condition is deteriorating. Could it be because of the poisonous sting from the ant earlier? Luluan instantly sensed a crisis. I must end this quickly, dragging it on may lead to danger. Of course, there is danger. It's clear that the opponent is deliberately stalling, wanting his condition to continue to decline. But one thing Luluan couldn't understand was how the person behind it all was orchestrating everything. From the moment the 2 sides met, the flying male ant never appeared again. If the opponent had already devised a strategy and informed the cats and ants, then their execution was impressively strong, as if someone was commanding them on sight. Luluan couldn't make sense of this matter. And he would never have the chance to understand. After several intense chases, his condition dropped slightly, and Lin noticed that the opponent's condition had stopped declining further. In other words, this consumption was now pointless. He decided to take the initiative. Just as Luluan lunged at the large flower again, a faint sound of wind suddenly came from behind. There's more. Luluan didn't expect that the ant had another sting. However, his reaction was quick enough, as the stings could not penetrate his protective suit except for 2 holes on the chest and shoulder. In all other areas, they couldn't break through. So this time, he just needed to twist his shoulder to evade. Twisting to evade was an instinctive thought, but he forgot that his condition had deteriorated and he was not as agile. Swish! The sound of the sting-piercing flesh reached Luluan's ears, startling him. This time it was a piercing pain. Because this sting was several times thicker than the previous ones and had penetrated deep into the bone, directly embedding itself in his shoulder blade. Lin didn't expect this ambush to actually work, so he became calm again. The poison carried by a single sting is not comparable to several small level 3 ants. If they continue to drag things out like this for just 3 minutes, he would be completely at their mercy. Just as Lin was preparing to continue stalling for time, Luluan did something that left him dumbfounded. Luluan suddenly turned and ran towards the garage exit, shouting loudly, "Help! Help! There's murder!" Lin couldn't have imagined this scene, even if he broke his head. This person is playing by a different set of rules. He runs and even shouts for help. What kind of expert is this? Lin remembered very clearly that as long as he turned 2 corners and ran a few dozen meters, he would reach the garage exit. With this person's AGI, it would take no more than a few seconds. Once out of the garage, even if it's just past 5 in the morning, there will still be someone at the security booth outside, making witnesses available. Chase! Big raccoon! Even if we're exposed today, we must forcibly kill this person. Luluan's skill is too restrictive for himself, and that water flow slash is simply a nemesis for animals. It can't be avoided. Big Raccoon leaped into the air and activated the Phantom Cat skill. Lin vanished with a whoosh, boasting an AGI of 9.0. Before Luluan could turn around the first corner, they had both caught up with him. At that moment, Luluan paused, a sinister smile appearing on his face, and he turned to draw his knife. Water flow slash. However, this time his knife drawing AGI wasn't as fast, and the moment he turned his head, the strange smile on his face suddenly stiffened. Why are there two identical tabby cats? Forget it, slash. The essence of knife techniques lies in focus. Distraction is to be avoided at all costs. Without focus, the knife technique is no longer the skill that guarantees a fatal strike. Without focus, the AGI, STR of the strike, and even the angle can go awry. Puff. Luluan secretly rejoiced this tactic of retreating to advance had finally succeeded, and he struck the true form of the tabby cat. Although there was some hesitation during the strike, this slash wasn't perfect, but it was completed nonetheless. But because water flow slash had turned into a common technique, Big Raccoon was able to twist in the air and avoid a vital hit. The slash landed, but it only grazed Big Raccoon's back, taking off a large patch of fur. Just as Luluan instinctively sheathed his blade, a flash of black light shot by. Puff! The sound nearly coincided with the noise of the sword being sheathed. Then, Luluan felt a sharp pain in his chest, an intense agony. He looked down and saw that blood was gushing out madly from the damaged area of his protective suit. What terrified him the most was that a 20-centimeter long ant had actually burrowed into his body, wreaking havoc inside. Without hesitation, Luluan stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the ant that was in the hole in his chest. He aimed to pull the ant out. In this state, as long as he could remove the ant, there was still a chance for survival. But at that moment, an intense pain suddenly surged in his left chest. My heart. Impossible. How could I die? Moreover, die so ungracefully. Humph. Still hoping for a graceful death? A quick end is already a benefit for you. A sudden voice appeared in Luluan's mind, and he looked around in confusion. Stop looking. To let you understand your death, I am the ant in your eyes. Luluan, about to lose consciousness, struggled to lower his head and gaze at the hole in his chest. What? What exactly are you? His heart was directly punctured by the ant, and he quickly lost his breath. Lin withdrew from Luluan's body, just in time to hear hurried footsteps approaching the entrance. Alas! Another homicide, the police department will be busy now. Haha, elegant? That's laughable. Big flower. Grab his knife and let us go. Luluan had died, becoming a deadweight. Lin, however, did not seek out Yang Cheng. If Yang Cheng dies as well, these 2 cases will merge into one, and then Luo Yu and the others will have trouble. Without Luluan's support, Yang Cheng would probably run faster than a rabbit. Such small fry, Lin felt it wasn't worth her time to bother about. As he anticipated, Yang Cheng did not appear at the shareholders' meeting at 10 that morning. Bella and Luo Yu smoothly took over Sunrise Technology, with Luo Yu also becoming the chairman. After the shareholders' meeting, Luo Yu sat in the boss's chair in the chairman's office, feeling as if he were dreaming. Chairman. Hello. I'm your secretary, my name is Guiqi. Here is the information you requested. I've prepared it for you. Secretary Guiqi was tall, probably around 1.7 meters, with a shapely figure, wearing a short white dress that highlighted her physique. Especially the creamy white of her chest, nearly half exposed, making Luo Yu almost drool. His gaze was wandering, not daring to look too long. But who can resist this? Seeing Luo Yu's reaction, Guiqi secretly chuckled and gently reminded him, Chairman. This is the financial report you requested. Only then did Luo Yu come to his senses. Great. Really great. You did a good job. He picked up the financial report, but how could he focus on it? Bella, sitting on the nearby sofa, just couldn't watch any longer. She walked straight up to Luo Yu and snatched away the documents. Chapter 75, Obstructed Target. In the underground palace of the ant colony, sunlight pierced through the cracks in the stone slabs like white arrows, leaving a row of bright spots on the earthen walls. Lin looked at the suffering big raccoon, along with the palm-sized piece of fur beneath its feet, feeling helpless. Though the big raccoon's wound wasn't fatal, it would certainly be very painful. That was a whole piece of skin, about the size of a human palm, directly ripped off. Even though such a large piece of skin could grow back, the process was something that most people couldn't endure. Big raccoon. Your brave performance tonight has earned my acknowledgement, and I will bestow upon you the self-healing STR. Saying this, Lin lifted a forelimb and tapped the big raccoon's forehead. He raised the big raccoon's def from 2.5 to 3.5. The big raccoon's pained expression instantly eased a lot, and it eagerly stretched its head to lick Lin's forelimb. Alright, big raccoon, you are very brave. You can have one of this wild raccoon's back legs. The wild raccoon's body had only been partly eaten, and they brought back the remainder. This was the visible loot for the big raccoon and the others, so naturally, they had to understand how to distribute it. Big White and Big Flower contributed greatly in this battle, and Lin offered some encouragement, awarding each of them 100,000 EXP. The SCR of the Big Flower has increased to 4.5, while the Big White remains at an added DEF. The original def of 3.5 has also seen a 1-point boost. Lin now prioritizes point allocation based on their skill characteristics. I still have 250,000 left, I'll just add it to STR myself. After raising STR to 12.0, Lin realized that his STR had already reached its limit. I'm getting closer to breaking through the limit of Tier 1 life. I still have 150,000 in liquid assets, so I'll hold on to it for now. As long as I buy a slaughterhouse, life will get easier. That way, not only will there be a continuous source of EXP, but it will also provide food for the ant colony's development. Currently, the ant colony has fewer than 300,000 members, and the vast majority are ordinary ants, which don't consume much food. The food they hunt for themselves is already sufficient for their growth. But in about 10 days, a new batch of ant eggs will begin to hatch, with about 40,000 to 50,000 young ants breaking out of their shells every day, and by then, the daily food demand will sharply increase. In just a couple of weeks, the number of ants will surpass 1 million, leading to astonishing food consumption every day. If they were ordinary ants, their food consumption wouldn't be that great. However, if they are evolved ants, the food consumption increases exponentially. Of course, from what we see now, even in a city, if the requirements aren't too high, feeding millions of ants is quite easy. But what if later on, there are more queens when they swarm again? It's important to know that without large-scale wars or human extermination, the growth of the ant colony is geometrically increasing. After 1 million, the next level is 10 million. Even for ordinary ants, 1 million would weigh over 100 pounds, and with the mutated ones, a population of 10 million would already be tons of ants. The amount of food consumed would mean they need to eat a cow every day. Before long, night fell again, and in the woods, Luo Yu came looking for him once more. However, this time he had only completed half of his task, having merely taken control of Rising Sun technology. On the first day after seizing control of Rising Sun technology, he contacted 3 slaughterhouses, coming by at night to report the situation. Respected Wang, there are some special circumstances I need to report to you. Say it. Luo Yu felt that this task was more challenging due to the involvement of his knowledge blind spots. Here's the thing, after taking over the company and examining the financial statements, I found that the liquid assets of the entire company are less than 2 million. Even if I can redirect some funds, that is not enough to purchase any slaughterhouse, let alone one for cattle and sheep. What? Rising Sun Technology has liquid assets of less than 2 million? Yes, today I had the finance department do the accounts, and there are only 1.4 million. The market value of that cattle and sheep slaughterhouse is at least over 30 million. And that doesn't even include land and buildings. Humph. Jing, you wasteful son. Without even thinking, Lin knew what was going on. Shuri Technology has exceeded a market value of over 200 million in just a few years, with a working capital of over 20 million available year-round. He believed that, even if Chow were in control of the company, it wouldn't be in terrible shape, considering the foundation was there. Moreover, regardless of how things go, Chow still has capabilities. It's impossible to turn the company into this state in just a few months. The only possibility is his younger brother Jing. Have you tracked where his funds went? There are some clues, but specifics still need to be checked. However, there is a problem. The company's finance department, which used to have a good relationship with Chow, has had its financial director Zhou removed. Now, the finance department is under the control of the general manager Jing's brother-in-law, making it tough to intervene. Currently, I've only heard that President Lin is hosting his wedding this month in a newly purchased villa. It's very likely that the funds for this villa came from the company. Lin, that little bastard. Do the other shareholders have no objections? As for the other shareholders, apart from our 40%, the 28% stake that originally belonged to Chow is in the hands of Chow's elderly parents, who know nothing about the business at all. There are a few small shareholders. They are afraid of President Lin and dare not question anything. So essentially, the company is controlled by President Lin. Of course, according to my analysis with Bella, the actual controller is President Lin's wife, Lu Yanran. Hearing this, Lin sighed inwardly. Both brothers were trapped by women. But can this be blamed on women? At the end of the day, it's a problem of the men themselves. Lin initially thought that this kind of matter should just let Luoyu report to the Bureau of Civil Affairs directly. However, if he reports it, it will only prolong the time, so he must directly solve the problem himself. Of course, before taking action, he first needs to promote himself to the first tier. Only when his strength increases can he face the ensuing storms. With Luluan's death, the situation he would face next would not be ordinary. Lin thought quickly it couldn't just end like this. He would deal with Lu Yanran, and he must acquire the slaughterhouse. After deciding on the steps, he no longer hesitated about this matter, but instead, he had Dowager bring him a knife. This was Luluan's curved knife. After handing the knife to Luoyu and explaining the knife drawing technique, he instructed Luoyu to take it back, while he and Bella could choose to cultivate. Of course, everyone has their own path. He wouldn't force what skills to cultivate. After Luoyu left, Lin didn't linger but took Dowager directly to the sheep and cattle slaughterhouse. This time, he aimed to break through to a great realm. He promised not to return without breaking through. Even if it creates a commotion, he wouldn't care. According to System's reply, there is an essential difference between first-order and second-order life. The difference between ordinary life and first-order life can actually be considered a mere quantitative change, with the first-order life merely laying the foundation for the second order. Work hard, young man. Tonight is the night you truly step onto the path of the strong. Chapter 76, The Flame Ring. The slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep is still operating on a conveyor belt just like usual, as if the previous accident never happened at all. Last time, a cow smashed a car door, and since the cause of the accident couldn't be found, the owner of the slaughterhouse just had to accept his bad luck. However, for the owner who supplies beef and mutton to the entire East District, this amount of money is nothing but a trivial matter. Big flour. There's no rush. I'll inject the poison first, then follow my lead based on my expression. Big flour, boss, your expression is still green. How am I supposed to read that? Meow. Lin made his way into the herd. Passing through this row, there are over 100 cows, each weighing up to 1,000 pounds, so there is no need to choose. He simply picked one at random, climbed onto its back, and injected a needle. The cow felt a sharp pain on its back, but only let out a brief moo before quickly adapting. It was just an injection, actually not very painful. Lin didn't inject all the poison into one cow in order to increase efficiency. He switched to another cow to continue the injection. 5 milliliters of poison, compared to the previous decimal point behind a zero, is on an entirely different level. If he injected it all into one cow, he suspected he could directly kill it. However, his target tonight isn't just one cow, but 5. 5 cows, each injected with 1 milliliter of poison, but the cows themselves remained completely unaware. Anyway, you're all going to die in a few days, so rather than facing the horrors of being dragged to the slaughterhouse, how about I give you a peaceful death? No need to thank me, just call me a good person, a good aunt. Moo. To Lin's surprise, the first cow actually echoed back, and he could even understand its meaning. INT sensing. It was an emotion of extreme sorrow and despair. This cow knew it was going to die in the coming days. Moreover, being imprisoned here for the past few days, it had been in a constant state of fear. Lin quickly used Inspect skill to check the data on this cow. My goodness! In 0.39. That's equivalent to a 3 or 4-year-old human child. Old cow. I'm very sorry, I can't save you either. The only thing I can do is let you die a bit faster. What do you think of that idea? Despite this cow having such a high INT, it couldn't be helped. It was just an ordinary cow, not the Bull Demon King, and even if it were recruited as a minion, it wouldn't be much use. Moo! The cow, resigned, lay on its 4 legs on the ground, urging Lin to hurry up and act. Dahua slowly walked towards the cow's neck. Lin turned his head away, unable to bear witnessing what was about to happen. There's nothing that can be done. This world is just like that. It's the survival of the fittest, and it has never changed. Ever since humans truly rose to power on this planet 100,000 years ago, the entire world has become humanity's pasture, where every other form of life is required to exist according to human needs. Some lives exist to provide food for humans, like chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Some lives exist to provide labor for humans, like cows. And some lives do a bit better, providing companionship for humans, like cats and dogs. But regardless of which category they fall into, they all strive to adapt their ways of living to suit human needs. If they can't adapt, then they face extinction. The cow didn't make a sound until the end, right up until Lin gained 680,000 EXP. Old cow. Don't worry, the STR you've contributed will become one of the STRs that change everything. With the 680,000 EXP, he now had a total of 700,000 EXP, enough to raise STR, Def, and AGI to 12. Lin hesitated not at all and raised all of them immediately, beginning to transform in a corner of the cow shed. With Dahua around, he had nothing to worry about. During the transformation process, he faintly sensed that the world seemed to be different. There seemed to be some strange aura in the space, invisible and intangible, very subtle. But he could definitely feel that aura. Without focusing too much on this aura, Lin was more concerned about his intuitive changes. Name, Lin. Species, red fire ant. Level, second order, level 1. Lifespan, 300 year. STR at 12.0. AGI at 12.0. Def at 12.0. Cosmic force. Dark energy from the depths of the universe, the true life force, can be increased through EXP, but after use, it can only be replenished by absorbing cosmic force from the space or by consuming substances containing cosmic force. 1.0. Talent, enhanced venom 60 ml. You have become a life of the force, with cosmic force empowering your entire body, greatly enhancing your toxins. INT sensory. Scent tracking. Your ant pheromones have mutated and enhanced, allowing you to sense within a 2,000 meter radius. Flame ring. The cosmic force forms a flame shield, requiring no oxygen. The internal and external temperatures are consistent, reaching up to 3,000 degrees, Def plus 30. Skill, Inspect. 5-row needle. The tail needle has increased to 5 pieces, with an effective range of 50 meters, which can increase with enhanced STR. Each toxic needle that falls off takes 3 days to regrow. Collapse. Team Vision. Int 1.51.5. EXP 3486. Minion 1100,135,636. Seeing the changes on his status panel, Lin was dumbfounded. He himself was left speechless. What? Cosmic force? Am I now a life of the force? Strengthen the venom. It's a pity I just used up all the venom. Otherwise, I really want to try and see if I can directly poison a cow to death. Inferno fire ring. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Def plus 30. Adding that to my original basic def of 42, I can't believe bullets can still penetrate me. ISNT, this 3,000 degree high temperature just ridiculous? I only know that regular flames are only a few hundred degrees. I'm not sure about the exact temperature, but 3,000 degrees is a bit frightening. Lin, as a corporate leader, has specifically participated in safety training. He knows that the temperature of the inner flame is lowest due to lack of oxygen, but in a fire, the outer flame reaches the highest temperature, over 500 C, at which point the human body only feels scorching heat and pain. At over 800 C, the body will immediately get burned. When the temperature exceeds 1000 C, the human body will instantly lose consciousness. What does 3000 degrees mean? The temperature of molten iron is only between 1300 to 1450 degrees. Since the inferno fire ring is forming around my body, the creatures close to me must endure this high temperature, right? Lin still has many questions he doesn't understand and wants to ask the system, but right now he is eager to try the inferno fire ring first. He glanced at the cow he had previously poisoned and quietly crawled over. Chapter 77, Dark Energy. An ant, measuring a full 25 centimeters long, crawled onto the cow's head, which the cow could not ignore. Though the cow felt somewhat exhausted from the toxins and found it hard to stand, it still shook its head vigorously. But Lin held onto the bull's horns with both front limbs, and the inferno fire ring suddenly activated. At that moment, he felt a strange surge of ACR within him, something he had never felt before, forming a hot red oval sphere outside of his body, completely enveloping him. This sphere was extremely hot, but his own body was actually unaffected. What kind of fire ring is this? This is a fire egg. While Lin was complaining, he suddenly saw the big cow beneath him forcefully shake its head while letting out a horrific wail. In just a few seconds, Lin felt himself sinking, and upon closer inspection, he saw that the flesh and blood on the cow's head had all evaporated into a puff of smoke. The cow's skull was now clearly visible. That wasn't the most shocking part. Even more shocking was that the bone on top of the cow's head quickly turned red, then black, and then also evaporated into blue smoke. In just a few seconds, a large hole had burned through the cow's head, with the part that came in contact with the inferno fire ring completely vaporized. Lin quickly withdrew the inferno fire ring, and immediately a spray of cow's blood poured over him. Boom! The big cow fell to the ground, as dead as can be, yielding over 600,000 EXP. So terrifying. Lin himself was also shocked. Upon checking the stats, the original power value of 1.0 had dropped to 0.92. This only consumed less than 10% of the original power. The efficiency of power usage is quite high. The mysterious dark energy in the universe is indeed formidable. Lin was extremely satisfied with the flaming fire ring. Comparing his current strength to before, it was like night and day. Don't be fooled by the fact that the flaming fire ring seems like a death-type ability. When used well, it can turn into a powerful attacking skill. If I suddenly unleash the flaming fire ring while initiating the decimation skill, I would essentially become a fiery projectile. Calm down. Calm down. Don't get cocky. We still don't know how the universe's original power recovery AGI works. With a single strike, Lin killed the cow, gaining 640,000 EXP. He then turned to look at the other 3 cows he had poisoned. Let us do it. To hell with it. At this point, my strength has reached such a level that I can acquire EXP in bulk, raising the entire ant colony by 1 tier. Even if I'm discovered, who can do anything about it? When the controlled STR reaches a certain level, what you face is not extermination, but negotiation. Peace is backed by strong STR. They will definitely have even more aggressive actions next. Only by truly hurting them can we gain the power to be taken seriously. Thinking about it, Lin also knew that, for now, humanity was simply filled with many concerns. Otherwise, I'd just send the uniformed officers to openly take it with a flamethrower. With my little ant group and a couple of cats, they would have turned into soup long ago. In order to earn as much EXP as possible, Lin didn't hesitate to activate the flame ring again, killing 3 bulls. The commotion finally caught the attention of the workers outside, and a few of them were already opening the door to the bullpen, preparing to come in and check. Lin knew that it was time to retreat. This matter would definitely cause quite a stir. If the slaughterhouse reported to the uniformed officers, things would get more complicated. It's better for him to leave first. Killing cattle and killing people are completely 2 different things. Having been in the game for over 30 years, Lin knew the nature of local officials too well. Just killing a few bulls, no matter how strange it is, they would choose to settle it quietly and downplay the matter. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in economic loss might not be unacceptable for the slaughterhouse boss. It absolutely wouldn't escalate to the city level. the street office might deal with it right there. Moreover, the slaughterhouse boss might not even report it officially, because if he doesn't report it, he won't suffer any loss. After all, the cows are dead, but the beef is still there, and it's fresh. However, if people die, the local officials won't be able to cover it up. With the additional 150,000 EXP I had stored up before, I now have 2.7 million EXP. I need to allocate this properly when I get back because the ant colony is about to undergo a tremendous change. On the way back, Lin finally had the time to ask the system about some of his confusion. System. The dark energy from deep in the universe, is this dark energy here the same as that? Am I a creature of darkness, the opposite of light? No. The host's understanding is incorrect. The universe is composed of matter, and dark energy. Ordinary life can only perceive matter, while cosmic force life can perceive both dark matter and dark energy. However, the dark energy, which occupies 68% of the universe's mass, has complex attributes, and only a tiny fraction can truly be harnessed by biological entities as cosmic force. Cosmic force certainly has different attributes, but there is no distinction between good and evil. It is merely a higher order energy of the universe. You have just barely stepped into the realm of cosmic force life, and you haven't perceived much yet. You should focus on solidly improving your life attributes. Lin nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. Ever since the time of Einstein, humans have proposed the theories of dark matter and dark energy, but due to the inability to perceive or observe them, their existence can only be reflected through cosmological constants and scalar field models. Yet, until now, there hasn't been any concrete observations. Lin was already very satisfied with this advancement. The only regret was that his wings had yet to grow back. Oh! If only I could grow my wings back, then I could truly go anywhere. Well, it's fine. This is already quite good. Human greed has never been satisfied. Upon returning to the underground palace, Lin began allocating EXP. At that moment, he was surprised to find that the warning for the so-called minion betrayal possibility had vanished. After asking the system, he learned that he was now a second-tier force life, with his INT enhanced. The original limit of twice has now turned into 3 times. This means that as long as his foreign minion's total INT doesn't exceed 4.5, there won't be any risk of betrayal. Calculating now, the total INT of the 3 cats and 2 people is only 3.5, so adding 1 or 2 more foreign minions wouldn't be a problem. 2.7 million EXP. That's a lot. I don't even know how to use it all. Then let's first enhance the battle power around me. Upgrade all the ant queens to level 2, and also breed another batch of level 1 princess ants and male ants, waiting for the next marriage flight. There is still some time before dawn, and I need to pay a visit to that fool Jing. Securing funds to acquire the slaughterhouse is the priority. I suspect Jing has some leverage over that woman. Otherwise, based on my previous understanding, he wouldn't be so weak, would he? Let's not think about that for now. We'll know when we get there. Those who eat what's mine must spit it out. Chapter 78, Ascending to the Pinnacle. The injured big cat naturally became the first target for promotion. It's good to find a way to resolve its painful issues. The big cat's current AGI is 6.7. It only took 100,000 EXP to reach the maximum of 7.7. Meanwhile, a total of 250,000 EXP was spent, raising the def to 4.0 and STR to 4.5. After spending another 20,000 EXP to raise the big cat's INT to 0.7, it finally met the conditions for evolution. 380,000 EXP just disappeared like that. After evolution, the big cat did not acquire any new skills, but the duration of the talent Phantom Cat has increased to 7 seconds. Soon, the big flower and the big white also evolved to level 3. However, it's evident that the 3 cats, which were previously thought to be incredibly powerful and were assigned by Lin as crucial STR, despite some progress, can no longer keep pace with Lin. After leveling up all 75 queen ants to level 2, Lin discovered he still had 1.13 million EXP. Since there's so much extra, why not boost my own STR? But collapse skill relies on STR. Having more money means nothing if it doesn't circulate. Lin spent 300,000 to increase his STR, and to his astonishment, he found that his STR went from 12 to 15, and he still hadn't hit the limit. I want to see how much is needed to reach the limit now. With so much EXP, he planned to boost his STR to the limit of the second tier level 1 before deciding what to do next, but as he added points, he grew more and more anxious. This is troublesome. Leveling up is hard now. I've already added it to 20 STR, and I'm still not at the limit, only 430,000 left. Should I continue? Lin was caught in a dilemma. Let's continue. At least I'll have a better idea of where I stand. It wasn't until he raised his STR to 24 that Lin finally felt at ease. STR is exactly double what it was when I just entered Tier 2 Level 1, which means to level up in Tier 2, I need to double the base STR. There's only 30,000 EXP left, which is a bit of a hassle, but not too much. Big flower. Big badger. Big white. Keep hunting. This time, I won't take you with me. Lin looked at the three great protectors responding with meow meow, feeling a newfound confidence. In the growth phase of the ant colony, their combat ability was still lacking, and they needed strong protection. The three cats were just the right fit for this role. Now, with his current strength, he could be considered terrifying even when facing Luluan in a one-on-one. He had absolute confidence. At this moment, as he stepped out, he felt he could handle anything. Upon reaching the top of the villa, looking at the city's lights and neon signs, Lin felt a sense of being able to stand atop it all. It was a feeling of disdain for life. He felt like a primordial being, possessing a natural sense of superiority. But soon, he forcefully suppressed this feeling of superiority deep within himself. I can't think like this. I must respect life. Every life form, every race, has its own advantages. Although my life level is high now, humans have a huge and absolutely non-neglectable advantage, which is their ability to and proficiency in using tools. This is the accumulation of species over 10,000 years. I currently lack the strength to openly confront humans, so I must proceed with caution. Let's go. The new villa address that Luo Yu gave to Jing is only about 30 kilometers from his current location. Lin has grown too lazy to navigate through the darkness and instead jumps directly across the rooftops. His current size is only 25 centimeters in length, while the cameras installed by humans are all on the streets, making the rooftops actually the safest and fastest route. As Lin exerted force with his 6 limbs, a hazy black line shot through the dark night like a sharp arrow, reaching a 10-story building over 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Indeed, his STR now allows him to leap over 300 meters in a single jump. If it weren't for the changes in airflow resistance caused by jumping too far, which affects his control over his body, he could even jump directly to a farther 32-story office building. Even if he jumps farther and lands on a smooth surface, Lin, as an ant, is not at all worried about falling. Even if he landed on glass, he could hold on firmly. As an ant, the tips of his 6 limbs are covered in countless setae that can adhere to glass surfaces. Even if the glass were flipped upside down, allowing him to hang, it wouldn't be a problem. Looking at the towering skyscraper in the distance, Lin felt a surge of ambition and leaped toward the building. The wind around him blew against his soft hairs, quick and comfortable. Lin felt true freedom now. This feeling of freedom had never been experienced by him, even when he reached the position of chairman of a company worth billions. It felt as if his soul had been completely transcended. Thud. With a light sound, Lin landed on the glass of the skyscraper, but there was still quite a distance to the top. Whoosh! He glided like a bullet along the outer glass of the skyscraper, reaching the rooftop in an instant, and arrived at the top of the lightning rod, truly overlooking the entire city. With an AGI of up to 12, it's comparable to a supercar. Even many birds can't reach this level of AGI. Looking down on the mountains feels just like this, right? Am I getting a bit too full of myself? With such a sudden and massive increase in power, there's no way I wouldn't be excited. 10 minutes later, Lin arrived at the address mentioned by Luo Yu. Wow! A standalone villa, 4 floors of exquisite decoration, and it even has an elevator. Given the current housing prices in S-City, this villa must be worth at least several tens of millions. After entering the villa, Lin quickly checked every room and found that apart from a woman on the first floor, the only residents were the couple, Jing, in the master bedroom on the second floor. When he arrived at Jing's study and turned on the computer, he found it password protected, making it impossible to check any information. Looks like I have to confront Jing directly. Just as he was about to head straight to their bedroom, the door suddenly opened, and a figure cautiously entered the study. It was indeed Jing. Has it only been half a year? How has this idiot aged so much? Lin was puzzled, but he saw Jing sit down in his study, light a cigarette, and sit there staring at the ceiling, silently puffing out smoke. It seemed Jing had insomnia. He smoked one cigarette after another, going through 3 without changing his posture. Jing! Lin spoke softly, yet his body was hidden on top of the bookshelf. Brother? Jing suddenly sat up, looking around in confusion, then shook his head. Ah. Am I hallucinating again? It's not a hallucination, I'm your brother. You idiot, I've only been gone for a few months and look at the state of the company. Lin's voice abruptly echoed in Jing's mind, leaving him stunned. Brother! Is it really you? Don't scare me, you know I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a child. Jing was trembling with fear, unable to respond to Lin's question. I'm not a ghost. Don't worry, I'm not dead, but you can act as if I am. Now answer my question. Jing suppressed his fear and said tremblingly. Brother! You're not dead? That's great. You have no idea how hard it was to keep the company together after you left. When are you coming back? He spoke while holding his head, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. I will come back, but not anytime soon. Let's talk about what's going on with the company. Lin was asking for the 3rd time. Jing finally calmed down, sighed, and said, as for what happened with the company, it's a long story. I met a woman, who is now my wife, named Lu Yenran. I initially thought she was just an ordinary woman, someone for a bit of fun. But unexpectedly, one of her cousins turned out to be the 3rd most powerful person in our city. She approached me, then sent people into the company, even into the finance department, where they uncovered evidence of our previous tax evasion. Using that as a leverage, she forced me to drain the company dry. Having heard this much, Lin already understood. The 3rd level management. That position is quite high, and with such leverage in hand, it's indeed something beyond your control. Lin knew that in this great land, since ancient times, businessmen have been regarded as the pigs raised by the management. When the pigs are small, they can be ignored, but once they get fat, it's time to slaughter them. As for who does the killing, that is always allocated by the management. Chapter 79, I Won't Hurt You. Lin was shocked that the company he had left behind had turned into someone else's pig. However, this was quite normal. What was abnormal was that Lu Yenran had indeed married Jing. She probably doesn't hold a very significant position at home. Of course, regardless of who it is, anyone who dares to touch what's his, Lin wouldn't let it slide. Jing, how much money can you access right now? Brother! I can't access any money right now. Lu Yenran has embezzled 45 million from the company bit by bit, but that money never passed through my hands. It was transferred out by her brother, Lu Xiaosong. The down payment for this villa was only 8 million. There should still be over 30 million left, and only she knows where that money went. After clarifying the matter, Lin understood that the money could not be retrieved. If he were to forcibly retrieve it, he would have to take matters into his own hands, which would likely involve killing to cover it up. And once a murder happens, the whereabouts of that money would definitely attract the attention of law enforcement. In a short time, he immediately made his decision. Brother! Do you need me to do anything? Jing thought Lin wanted him to retrieve the company's money, but he didn't receive a definite response. You go to work as usual today. After you start your shift, will Lu Yenran be at home or go out? She usually sleeps in the morning and spends the afternoon out with her girlfriends or playing cards, completely ignoring anything related to the company. It's her brother Lu Xiaosong who is handling the company's affairs. Got it. I understand, just go to work as usual. Remember, nothing happened tonight. By the way, give me Lu Xiaosong's address. Since Lin was willing to forfeit money, how could he possibly let these people live through tonight? Still the same saying, once a person possesses unrestrained SCR, the evil within will be unleashed, to the point that they can't control it, nor will they wish to. Moreover, Lin is no longer a person, but a bug. Lin suddenly disappeared, and Jing felt as though everything tonight was a dream. He hadn't yet realized that a storm was about to arrive. After leaving Jing's mansion, Lin found Lu Xiaosong, Lu Yanran's brother, following the address he was given. At that time, Lu Xiaosong was sleeping like a pig. He really looks a bit like Lu Yanran. There's no need to confirm his identity anymore. You've got it easy. To let you die in your sleep is a gift from this king. Lin sprang up, darting past the sleeping Lu Xiaosong's neck, with his jaws, measuring 3 to 4 centimeters long, slicing across the latter's neck. After completing the task, he left without a drop of blood on him. As for what would happen next, he naturally couldn't be bothered. That's a matter for the law enforcement. In just a few minutes, he received over 50,000 EXP. A few minutes later, he returned to Jing's villa again. But he didn't immediately proceed to kill Lu Yanran. He waited until the morning after Jing left for work before crawling into the bedroom. At this moment, Lu Yanran was still asleep. Lin unceremoniously injected her with a shot. He wanted to test his venom. To prevent the opponent from dying too quickly, he only used 0.5 milliliters. When he killed the coward knight, he had used up all his venom now. Several hours later, he had only recovered about 10%, so he could afford to use it sparingly. A scream pierced the silence, waking Lu Yanran in pain. However, the giant ant on the blanket in front of her momentarily made her forget the pain in her neck. In her shock, she could only open her mouth in astonishment. After about 10 seconds, she finally made a sound. Ah! 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 What is that? Lu Yanran initially thought she was dreaming, but after pinching herself, she realized this was no illusion or dream. Everything in front of her was real. She remembered the legend of Ant-Man. This is so annoying. Stop messing around. If you keep this up, I'll kill you immediately. However, Lin's warning had no effect on someone who was in extreme fear. Lu Yanran rolled off the bed, grabbing whatever she could find: table lamps, pen holders, cosmetics, bags, and hurled them at Lin. But her STR was simply too weak. Lin raised his forelimb and effortlessly swatted everything aside. With nothing left to grab, Lu Yanran could only curl up in a corner, panic-stricken, saying, "Don't come closer. Stay away from me." Lin shook his head, watching the opponent's stats plummet rapidly. In just about 20 seconds, her condition had already declined by half. Of course, the effect isn't solely due to toxins. Fear plays a part too. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin, nicknamed Ant-Man. Your husband's brother. What the hell? How is that possible? What are you, really? Lu Yanran obviously couldn't react in time. Lin didn't waste any more words. He said directly, "Here's the deal, from now on, I won't get close to you or harm you. Just tell me your Lu family's third uncle's home address in this city and show me a photo from your phone, and I'll leave." Lin promised her that he wouldn't harm Lu Yanran from now on, considering that, based on the toxin's effects, she wouldn't survive much longer. Under the current toxin, she probably wouldn't last a minute. My uncle's name is Lu Zhengtang. Lu Yanran quickly provided her uncle Lu Zhengtang's address, showing Lin the picture on her phone while it slipped from her hand several times, as she struggled to make it visible. Great! He'll be coming down to keep you company soon. By the way, you should also go after your brother Lu Xiaosong. If you leave now, you might still catch him. Hearing Lin's voice, Lu Yanran's eyes widened in shock. You said you wouldn't hurt me? I'm not hurting you. Dying like this will look a bit better, no blood on your face. You. Lu Yanran wanted to say something, but suddenly felt her whole body go limp, a severe itch spreading all over her. The itch came from her skin, while the pain originated from her bones and internal organs. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately couldn't utter a word, just gaping and staring as she collapsed in the corner, breathless. The commotion at the villa naturally startled several passers-by and disturbed the housekeeper downstairs, something Lin had anticipated. However, he wasn't worried at all and quickly transformed into a supercar, disappearing in a flash from the corner. I didn't expect my toxins to be this strong. Lu Yenran actually didn't last a minute before she kicked the bucket. And I only used 0.5 milliliters. I can store a total of 6 milliliters of toxin in my body, enough to easily kill a dozen people. Since that's the case, in the short term, I can use the toxins at the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse to kill cows. Although I didn't succeed in acquiring the slaughterhouse, it won't have any major impact. Chapter 80, The Hunt is Coming. Special thanks to Wang Lao, Big Orange Thief, 11130685, Daofe Z Ran, Miracles for Now, 10,000 Butchers, Zhong Weixia, Hearing Books to Reduce Age, Her Little Atom, Wind and Thunder Shaking the East, Strong Sailor, Lu Shu, Descendants of the Dragon 168, Amita, Bruce, Long Falling into the Milky Way, and friends for their rewards and positive reviews. Extra update, thanks. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. 2 murders occurred successively, at different addresses but closely connected. The 2 victims were siblings. When the uniformed officers came to take Jing away for questioning, Jing felt dizzy. He could easily infer that this must be related to his brother Lin. However, once at the uniformed bureau, he found himself utterly clueless. And indeed, he did not know anything. At the uniformed bureau, the one taking over He Yingxiong's work was Fang Yuanzhang, who had once followed him. After inspecting 2 crime scenes in a row, Fang Yuanzhang concluded that one victim was injured by a sharp weapon while the other died from poisoning. It's related to someone with the surname Lin again. Fang Yuanzhang analyzed the information provided by the forensic expert carefully. Forensic expert Lao Hu explained. This time, the ant venom has changed. It's stronger than before. Based on DNA comparison, we can confirm that there is an ant DNA sequence in it, but when I compared it with any ant DNA, it differs from all of them. This toxin is extremely lethal. Just 0.1 milliliters can be fatal. However, at least 0.5 milliliters of toxin was injected into the victim. So, the victim must have died within a minute. According to your test results, we can basically confirm that this person is not Jing. Jing has an alibi, as he left home 45 minutes prior to the incident. Fang Yuanzhang frowned and analyzed. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that he is the mastermind. Maybe his leaving home was to give the perpetrator space and create an alibi for himself. I found 3 cigarette butts in Jing's study, and each one was only smoked halfway before being extinguished, indicating he was extremely agitated. But according to the butler's testimony, the study was tidied up last night, and no cigarette butts were left behind, so these must have been left last night. As the reporter of the incident, the servant should have been the only person at the crime scene, but according to fingerprints and footprints, the prints and traces left by the servant in the room are all consistent with normal cleaning. There were basically no clues in the case, but after leaving the uniformed bureau, Fang Yuanzhang showed signs of struggle on his face. Indeed, he knows who did it. But he did not dare to say. "Boss, I don't want to know. Why did you leave the truth for me?" He Yingxiong seemed to have known he would face such a day, but he didn't expect to die at the hands of humans. He initially thought he would die at the hands of that ant. Fang Yuanjing knows the secret, but he does not dare to speak. Especially after Lu Luan's death, he was even more afraid to say anything. Because Lu Luan was the most terrifying human he had ever encountered. He could almost be considered superhuman, and a corpse like that was still lying there. However, just when he was still in turmoil, the bureau called, and it was Lu Yuan. Yuaner. What's wrong? Upon receiving this call, Fang Yuanzhang felt a flutter in his heart, sensing something had happened. Boss. The director wants you to come over urgently. Can you share what the matter is? Look, I haven't even had lunch yet. I don't know, the director just said he received an important call and asked me to let you know to come over right away. Fang Yuanzhang knew that asking Lu Yuan about this was pointless, so he had no choice but to return to the bureau. As soon as he entered, he saw the serious-faced director Qiu Changqing and deputy director Lu Guodong present. Director Qiu holds a very high rank and seldom appears. After all, it's rare for the chief of a police department in a city with a population of over 20 million to personally get involved in a case. With both directors present, the dozens of people in the conference room didn't dare to breathe, creating a very tense atmosphere. After Fang Yuanzhang made his report, Deputy Director Lu Guodong whispered something in Director Chou's ear, and as a result, Director Chou immediately turned his attention to Fang Yuanzhang. Xiao Feng, you've been involved in this recent series of cases, and since you're the team leader, why don't you give everyone a report? Fang Yuanzhang had no choice but to go up and present some materials, explaining them one by one, but he didn't dare to lead the discussion towards the real ants. However, every time he spoke about ant venom, Director Chou would frown. It took over an hour to go through the entire series of cases. Just as Fang Yuanzhang was about to leave the stage, Director Chou called him over and personally led him into the office. Xiao Feng, you've only been in the team for a little over 3 years, right? It was strange that Director Chou suddenly asked a question unrelated to the case. Report, Director. Yes, I graduated and interned below, doing patrols. Later, I was selected by team leader He to join the criminal investigation team, and I've been with him for over 3 years. Not bad, a young criminal investigation team leader. This is a special case, you need to cherish it. These 2 homicides are different from the previous ones. The main issue is the importance of these 2 people's identities. Let me put it this way, the victims are the niece and nephew of a management official from the 3rd level, and management at that level has personally intervened. So, if you have any developments, you must go all out. This is a good thing for both of us and a real opportunity for you. Ha? 3rd level management? Fang Yuanzhang's expression instantly became conflicted. It was in that moment of conflict that Qiu Changqing noticed something was off. Yes. 3rd level management, I know you have a deep bond with Ying Xiong. His death, though caused by those people, is ultimately still indirectly due to the murderer. Don't you want to avenge Ying Xiong? Moreover, such a major case that even that department has sent people twice, someone with my level would know a bit too. Just tell me, how much do you know about the matter? Hearing Director Qiu say this, Fang Yuanzhang suddenly realized that this person in front of him was at the provincial level, which was about the same level as that 3rd level management. To reach this kind of position, honestly speaking, without a certain background, you absolutely cannot climb up. Some people may spend over a decade at a deputy bureau level, never even thinking about getting to a bureau level, because it's a hurdle, and who doesn't have someone behind them to help them over that hurdle? And Director Qiu is well above this hurdle. Fang Yuanzhang realized that he could no longer keep it a secret, so he revealed to others what Ying Xiong had told him. Indeed, after listening to him, Qiu Changqing was not too surprised. Instead, he looked at Fang Yuanzhang with a hint of admiration and said, "Very well, you can be considered someone who can keep a secret. Here's the plan. I will order a major sanitation operation across all neighborhoods in the city to clear out all stray cats and dogs, creating a diversion. And you will lead a team to the eastern city's reservoir to carry out the cleanup. You can apply for the equipment and weapons. I will personally approve your request. Furthermore, to avoid being noticed by ordinary citizens, we should first relocate and calm the personnel in that vicinity. By the way, remember that everyone participating in this operation must sign a confidentiality agreement. This is your chance. If you fail to complete the task, I will have to request the mobilization of the armed police unit. Mobilizing the armed police unit involves more complicated procedures and makes the uniformed police department look incompetent, so Qiu Changqing would rather avoid that step if possible. After all, that would require a serious disturbance to occur locally. The local management would have to request support from the armed police forces, and the police chief could only command them with written authorization from the local management. Chapter 81, Facing the Challenge. Fang Yuanzhang made a promise that he would definitely complete this mission. To be honest, he was originally quite nervous, but since Director Qiu had personally intervened in this matter, he felt he had to step up and make a determination to go forward. This is an opportunity. If he succeeded, he would have powerful backing and boundless prospects. Of course, there are risks involved. According to He Duoxing's descriptions before his death, both the ants and the cats were very strong. But one thing is for sure, no matter how strong they are, they can't match a gun. Moreover, he could choose the equipment he wanted, apply for weapons freely, and with a team of over 10 investigators from his criminal investigation team, he wasn't afraid at all. He applied for 2 portable flamethrowers. These flamethrowers are portable yet powerful, reportedly capable of taking a bunker. In addition to the flamethrowers, there were a total of 12 team members, each equipped with several cans of pepper spray. This was for their offensive capabilities. Besides that, the protective gear he requested was also thoroughly prepared. In addition to blast shields, leather boots, and bulletproof vests, each team member even wore protective helmets. Unfortunately, the bulletproof vests were all vests and did not protect the arms. But that should suffice since they were dealing with cats and ants. This equipment was nearly foolproof. Of course, a fully protective suit like Luluan's, which offers 360-degree protection, would be better, but there is no way to solve that in such a short time. To accurately locate the target, Fang Yuanzhang also brought along 2 police dogs. At 2 p.m., 35,000 uniformed personnel were urgently mobilized citywide, along with tens of thousands of auxiliary uniformed personnel collaborating, covering all communities in cities to exterminate stray cats and dogs in their respective areas. Not only that, but the Environmental Protection Department also received the notice to bring various equipment and disinfect every single sewer. The snakes, insects, rodents, and ants in the sewers had nowhere to hide. The citizens of the entire city were left bewildered. This operation was akin to a typhoon passing through, with uniforms everywhere throughout the city. Even traffic officers were involved, directing traffic, all to facilitate the large-scale disinfection. On the reservoir side, all the villa owners were relocated by the uniformed personnel who came to their doors. When asked, the personnel all spoke in unison, saying that maintenance work was being done at the reservoir, and there could be a risk of collapse, so citizens were asked to evacuate temporarily. This included Bella and Luo Yu. Luo Yu appeared tense, as if he realized something, but he felt powerless. Meanwhile, 11 motorcycles and 1 car set off from the uniformed department, heading straight for the reservoir in the eastern district. It must be said, the mobilization of all uniforms in a metropolis with a population of over 20 million certainly created quite a scene. Lin knew this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. He had even planned to visit Lu Zhengtang tonight to send him off properly, but he didn't expect the uniformed department to take action comprehensively. He had already deployed elite scouts from the opposite building of the uniformed department, and they were Tier 3 scouts, so he was basically aware of every move the uniformed department made. On the road from the uniformed department to the reservoir area, there were observation points set up at intervals. Soon, Lin discovered an anomaly through shared vision. This team seems to be coming after me. It's time to show my true strength. After checking his original power value, he found it was only 0.65, which meant that since he killed the cow, he had only recovered a pitiful 0.03. This recovery of AGI was very slow. But it was enough. He still had venom and devastation. The venom had recovered to 1.5 milliliters, enough to deliver a lethal dose to several people. This time, Lin did not intend to let Dahua and the others participate. Their target was too large in front of human firearms. They were merely living targets, completely useless. All the way, he tracked through shared vision of the scouts. Sure enough, 11 motorcycles and 1 car were heading directly for the reservoir. When the convoy arrived at the reservoir, a young uniformed officer got out of the car, and 2 dogs also got out at the same time. 2 German shepherds. Lin, who was lying in ambush in the woods, had already spotted the convoy. The 2 dogs that got out of the car were German shepherds. German shepherds are known to be the most loyal and intelligent dogs. These dogs are often used to track corpses. They have extremely powerful senses of smell, sharp teeth, and excellent attack capabilities. However, after conducting data analysis on the 2 dogs, Lin felt they were just average. If it were before, this might have made him take it seriously, but now, without the advantage of human firearms, he could take them down like killing chickens. Meanwhile, after Fang Yuanzhang got out of the car, 2 uniformed officers each held a dog. Fang Yuanzhang gestured and entered the woods according to Yingxiong's directions. 12 people and 2 dogs lined up in a straight line, searching from the hillside up the mountain. Just then, a flash of black light suddenly passed above the treetops, disappearing in an instant. Woof woof! Boss! It seemed like something just swooped past. I saw it. Focus up, lazy. Dalan. You two keep an eye on the top. If it reappears, shoot immediately. Ayu. Your flamethrower is in charge of the top, just be careful not to spray your colleagues. Alright. As soon as Fang Yuanzhang finished speaking, he sensed something was off with his team's gaze. They weren't looking at him, they were staring at the ground. Fang Yuanzhang realized something and quickly turned to check, only to see a dog lying on its side, blood gushing from its neck like a burst pipe. The dog emitted faint whimpering sounds, and its throat made some raspy noises, but they were very quiet. Da Wei! Da Wei! Fang Yuanzhang called out twice. The dog struggled to get up but sadly was gradually losing its strength, losing consciousness, and soon breathed its last. Everyone gasped at the sight. That flash of light just took a dog's life in an instant. Everyone was aware of that dog's reaction. That was intimidation. Fang Yuanzhang recalled He Yingxiong's warning. No matter what, we cannot get involved in this matter. Team He. I can't help it either, there's no way out now. With a firm resolve, Fang Yuanzhang ordered, continue searching forward, prepare the flamethrowers. We need to locate the ant nest first, wipe out those small ants, and then deal with the big one. Lei Zi. Dalan. You must be careful. Yes. Boss. Don't worry, not a single mosquito will get away. Whoosh. Rat-tat-tat. A flash of dark light passed, followed by the sound of gunfire. Woof woof. Another one fell into a pool of blood at this moment. Lin's AGI reached 12, and under a burst of jumping power, it could exceed a speed of 700 km per hour. Coupled with a size of only 25 centimeters, it was hard to catch a glimpse of its leap. Unless the opponent was also an evolution being, how could ordinary people like them possibly capture it and hit it with a pistol? Two fell without even having a successful mission, yet Fang Yuanzhang and the others couldn't even identify their opponent's shape. Some began to feel tense although they were members. This was the first time they faced real weapons in such a battle. Chapter 82, Things have escalated. The team had entered the woods for less than 3 minutes, and the hounds had already perished, which made Fang Yuanzhang extremely anxious. After all, he is still young. Fighting and killing is not something that just the youthful blood of a young person can accomplish. Even a seasoned detective like He Yingxiong chose to flee when faced with the fear of death, let alone him. The reason Lin killed the 2 dogs first was that dogs have keen senses of smell, fearing that they would continue searching and find the base inside the villa after discovering the ant hole was empty. It seems I really have to move. This place is too barren for the current ant colony, especially after this massive extermination, where a lot of cockroaches and rats in the sewers will die. Without enough prey, Lin can't stay here either. Ha! Amidst the shouting, a fiery tongue suddenly interrupted Lin's train of thought. Ayu. What's going on? And nothing, just nervous, accidentally pressed it. Be sure to aim before shooting. In this weather, if a fire ignites in the woods, it would cause a lot of trouble. This kind of flamethrower, while powerful and with a wide coverage, is still quite dangerous to use in the woods. However, just as the flames were retracting, Ayu, holding the flamethrower, suddenly screamed, dropped the flamethrower, and clutched his left arm tightly with his right hand. Ah! Ayu! What are you doing? Fang Yuanzhang still hadn't figured out what was going on. It's a poison needle. A poison needle. I feel like I've been hit by a poison needle. A small poison needle had penetrated through his clothing and into Aya's arm, and Fang Yuanzhang rushed over, immediately recalling what forensic expert Old Hu had said. This is bad, this kind of toxin could be fatal. Ayu, I'm afraid this arm of yours needs to be amputated immediately, otherwise you'll be in danger. If the dosage of the toxin is high enough, you won't even have time to get to the hospital. There's no choice, their bulletproof vests are just vests, and regular combat gear is what protects the arms. Moreover, personnel holding flamethrowers can't conveniently carry blast shields, so he was the first to be targeted. No! I don't want to lose my arm. Hurry, tie it up to prevent the toxin from spreading. Fang Yuanzhang was helpless, he couldn't make decisions for Ayu. Lin, watching from the tree crown, was sneering coldly inside. It's useless. There's no saving him. However, even so, the remaining 11 people below were not disordered. The two shield bearers had just put down their blast shields and were treating Ayu, who lay on the ground. As the two were seriously applying bandages, suddenly, a black beam of light shot out from a distance. This time everyone saw it, and immediately more than 10 guns fired simultaneously. Another team member with a flamethrower also directly activated it. Someone opened a can of black diamond spray and sprayed wildly into the air. After a few bursts, everything settled. Everyone saw a piece of red-hot charcoal being shattered by a bullet. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuanjing shouted that it was bad. That thing just now turned out to be a piece of wood. So, what is the other party's objective? Just as Fang Yuanjing thought of this, he heard two exclamations from behind. Everyone turned around to see that two rescue team members were clutching their throats, blood spraying out from their necks. Bozi! Yu Huanrong! Fang Yuanjing couldn't care to protect himself anymore and rushed over. The others were stunned with fear. Quick! Quick! Retreat! Retreat! Get to the hospital! Get to the hospital! Fang Yuanjing never expected today to be so dangerous. That ant was incredibly cunning, striking from the east while attacking from the west. Fang Yuanjing, is this still an ant? This is a transformation into a human. Lin, don't guess randomly. Guessing randomly will lead to accurate guesses. In the first 3 minutes, 3 people were severely injured. With such a battle, it was impossible to continue. Fang Yuanjing decisively issued a retreat order. But since Lin had already made a move, they wouldn't let them leave freely. 2 team members were responsible for 1 injured person, which left 6 people directly exposed within his attack range. However, Lin chose not to attack them, but rather targeted the one who was bringing up the rear. Pop! Pop! 2 gunshots rang out from behind, shocking everyone. The one called Lazy fired twice but missed the target. Lin had already slashed across his throat. Just as Lin expected, the most Queen 1 team member was injured and fell, causing the front people to glance back. Never abandon, never give up. At this moment, Ayu, the first to be poisoned, had his eyes starting to glaze over. He lay in the arms of a teammate, his arm lacking any strength, slowly dropping down. And then there was nothing more. Lazy! Fang Yuanjing was still calling for the teammate who had been slashed across the neck, but another wail came from ahead. Ayu! Ayu! Ah! Boss! Ayu, he has gone. Fang Yuanjing felt dizzy. He could barely hold himself up. With 1 teammate dead, even if today's mission was completed, it would still be a total failure. But the problem was, they hadn't even made it out of the woods after just 100 meters. He didn't know that to deal with these people, the opposing ant didn't even need to use its strongest means. It only needed to rely on its 12 AGI and jumping movements. Their shooting skills couldn't compare to Yen Ling, their strength couldn't compare to Lu Luan, and their equipment was riddled with holes. How could they compete? Fang Yuanjing also realized they were doomed today. Relying solely on his team's capabilities, it would be difficult to get out of this forest. Even if they managed to escape, if the other side pursued, they wouldn't be able to flee. There was no choice. He had to contact the bureau via radio. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Without needing to call for anything, Deputy Director Lu Guodong in the command center had already seen everything. Each team member had a pinhole camera on them, allowing him to monitor in real time. The lack of communication was merely due to how fast things developed, leaving Fang Yuanjing and the others with no time to contact headquarters. In fact, Lu Guodong had already sensed that the situation was not right and sent a warning through the intercom. In just a few minutes, even though Lu Guodong had arranged support teams, they couldn't fly and simply wouldn't be able to arrive that quickly. What made Lu Guodong's heart sink to the bottom was that losing 1 out of the 12 team members didn't seem too terrible. He was worried that everyone could end up lost in that patch of forest. If such a significant incident really occurred, his position as deputy director would come to an end. And things were indeed developing in the direction he feared. Since we've declared war openly, I won't hold back anymore. At this moment, Lin had already received 3 EXP, with the smallest contribution still being 73,000, and 2 individuals having contributed over 80,000 EXP. Chapter 83, The Minion's Submission. Fang Yuanzhang never expected that his first major operation after becoming the criminal investigation team leader would end like this. He had been very cautious, yet in the end, he became a pawn. That's right, he made sure he was being used as a pawn, merely a test subject. From beginning to end, the storyline has now become clear. With his qualifications, he couldn't possibly become the team leader. Even if he understood the case thoroughly, the most likely outcome would be that a captain would be parachuted in, and even within the team, there were many with much higher qualifications than he. It was standard procedure to directly transfer a seasoned officer from another department. If this were a normal time, becoming the team leader would be as difficult as climbing to the sky because he had no connections. But now, those with connections would know at least some of the inside story, and they certainly wouldn't want to come and risk their lives. Thus, the role of the pawn fell on someone like him without any connections. Watching his teammates fall one by one, Fang Yuanzhang felt a deep regret. He hated himself for being so impulsive. When the most Queen 1 teammate fell, Fang Yuanzhang was already in despair, knowing he couldn't escape either. After shooting the last bullet from his gun, he closed his eyes and prepared to meet death. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He understood what had happened and felt no need to save himself, letting his blood spurt out as he fell. Smack! Lu Guodong slammed the ashtray on the ground, and glass shards flew everywhere. In his sight, Fang Yuanzhang, as the most Queen 1 member, finally fell into a pool of blood. However, his support team had only just set off a few minutes ago. Even if there was a traffic officer clearing the way, it would take at least 10 more minutes. He dispatched 100 officers, fully armed, but the criminal investigation team did not last until reinforcements arrived. Lu Guodong deeply glanced at the office of Director Zhou Changqing, and he had already grasped some things in his heart. Someone clearly had to take the blame for this matter, and that person could only be himself. It wouldn't be the one in the office. In the woods, the fallen Fang Yuanzhang was waiting for death, when suddenly a voice appeared in his mind. Fang Yuanzhang. I haven't cut off your trachea. If you save yourself now, you should still be able to wait for rescue to arrive. Of course, your life is now in my hands. Submit to me and become my minion, and I might spare you. Just now, Lin suddenly had a clever idea. If he had an insider within the police force, it would provide him with more convenience. And this Fang Yuanzhang seems to be quite good. So he destroyed all the mini cameras, preparing to recruit this young detective captain. Who are you? Although Fang Yuanzhang's consciousness was fuzzy, there was still a glimmer of clarity. I am the ant that will lead you all to annihilation. Submit to me, or die. Before you make your decision, think about your parents and your loved ones. How would they feel if they knew you died? Fang Yuanzhang seemed unable to accept this outcome. His consciousness was nearly sinking, but he hadn't made his decision yet. No. How could I possibly become a minion of an ant? Humph. Is living more important, or dying with dignity? You decide. But let me tell you, you have 10 seconds to think. I will start the countdown now. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown was about to end, Lin shook his head. It seemed that his plan to plant an undercover agent was going to fail. Just as he counted down to 1, Fang Yuanzhang finally responded. I submit. I want to live. Soon, there was one more human among Lin's minions. Name, Fang Yuanzhang. Race, human. Level 0 dying. Lifespan 86 years 0 year. STR 1.60. AGI 1.20. Def 1.50.03. Into 1.10.02 inch. Seeing Fang Yuanzhang's data, Lin was somewhat surprised. AGI, Def, and SCR were all stronger than that of an ordinary person, which was normal. After all, he was from the police academy, and had trained in various physical aspects. However, this INT being 0.1 higher than average puzzled Lin. INT isn't something that can be easily improved through study. It's quite enigmatic. Could it be that this guy has some talent? What if he awakens after leveling up? If that's the case, then I've struck gold. He had experienced something similar before when there were 3 cats, the raccoon had an AGI 0.2 above average, and after leveling up, it indeed acquired the talent skill of Phantom Cat. His current state is very unstable, forget it, I'll just give you 0.5 in def, consider yourself lucky. After all, after this battle, his EXP had reached 950,000, and using 50,000 was just a trivial matter. Being able to retain a human minion, especially one with an important position in the police force, was worth it. Soon, the sound of the police whistle could be heard from a distance. Lin certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take on so many people alone, even random shots from the other side could potentially injure him. Moreover, if a fight broke out, delaying the rescue of Fang Yuanzhang would cause more harm than good. So he left the small grove without hesitation and returned to the underground palace. At the enforcement bureau, Lu Guodong's face was extremely grim. The door to the director's office opened, allowing him to enter. Old Lu, it seems we miscalculated this time. This is a major incident, how do you think we should handle it? Should we continue the pursuit or hold off? As soon as Lu Guodong heard Xiu Changqing's question, he realized that the other side intended for him to take the fall. Director Qiu, this is indeed a major incident, and it was due to my command errors. I was too careless, resulting in significant losses for the team, and I will specify this in my report. Now that matters have reached this point, we have a better understanding of the other party's true strength. I'm afraid this is only the tip of the iceberg, as 3 other members have yet to make an appearance. To avoid further losses, I think we should wait for higher-ups' instructions. Alright, very good. By the way, how's the situation with the casualties? The situation is quite grim. 11 team members have died on the spot. Only Fang Yuanzhang, with his strong physique, is still holding on, but he has now been sent to the central hospital for surgery. Whether he survives depends on his luck. Lu Guodong certainly understood Xiu Changqing's intent in deliberately putting Fang Yuanzhang in charge. It was simply to ensure that, since he had no powerful backing, even if an accident happened, they wouldn't bear any pressure. Additionally, this move allowed him to provide an explanation to the third management team, making it a leak-proof situation where no one could find fault. By the way, Director Qiu, what about Fang Yuanzhang's position if he survives? Of course, we will retain his position. He is a hero, and he was the only one who survived facing that ant. He has EXP, and when people are dispatched from above, we can coordinate with them. Not only do we want him to retain his position, but we will also commend him greatly. Upon hearing Xiu Changqing's words, Lu Guodong sighed helplessly. They're going to use the cannon fodder until it's exhausted. Chapter 84, Moving Again. Back in the palace, Lin felt incredibly pleased. This time, relying solely on his base data, he was already able to defeat over a dozen fully armed enforcement personnel. If he added the explosive fire rings, he would be virtually invincible. He now had the ability to go head-to-head with the Enforcement Bureau. Of course, this came with a downside: he had obviously been exposed. Ordinary civilians were unaware of his existence, but it was no secret to those in power. I must quickly enhance my abilities. This place is no longer suitable for staying. Time to move. He realized that relying solely on his own abilities was insufficient to face a vast army of humans. Because the energy stored in his body was eventually depleting, once a fight broke out, prolonged engagement would lead to a decline in his condition. If the other party has too many people, it would be impossible to sustain ourselves. So we still need to rely on the team's STR. The ant colony is developing rapidly. It should only be a matter of getting through this winter before it can truly come into play. Now the entire city is being disinfected. This place is no longer livable. Moreover, in a few days, it will be November. Once winter arrives, the activity of the ant colony will be even more restricted, so Lin needs to make plans early. Now I have 3 human minions and 3 cats. The total INT of the foreign minions has reached 5.2, which could lead to defection. Let's boost the INT first. His current INT is 1.5. Tripling it would give him 4.5, meaning he only needs to add 0.3 INT to ensure that the minions don't defect. He decisively spent 30,000 EXP to raise his INT to 1.8. 1.8 tripled is 5.4. After ensuring that the minions wouldn't defect, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Next, he needed to consider moving, with the slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep being the top priority. Today's situation must have been created by that guy from management number 3, Lu Zhengtang. Originally, the plan was to take care of him tonight, but now moving is the most important thing, so you'll just have to live a few more days. He had already visited the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse twice and was very familiar with the environment there. Such slaughterhouses obviously cannot be built in densely populated areas. If it's in a residential area, the stench alone would result in numerous complaints. That area is very remote, with a sizable mountain to the east. Beyond this mountain lies the neighboring city of H. The mountainous area between the two cities is about 5 or 6 kilometers, and there are basically no residents in this region, except for a tunnel that runs through the mountain, which is heavily trafficked. There is a highway at the foot of the mountain, as well as a rapid road that circles the city, plus several villages, making it very suitable for the placement of the ant colony. These conditions are why Lin wants to purchase the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. Once the relocation site is confirmed, the next step is to consider how to move. A distance of dozens of kilometers is impossible for the ants to crawl across. If that's the case, they might end up washed away in some sewer. According to the average AGI of ordinary ants, it would likely take several days for a safe transfer. Moreover, if they crawl over, they will definitely leave a scent along the way. If the enforcement department sends out police dogs to track them, it would be pointless to move anywhere. After some thought, Lin decided to have the 3 cats carry garbage bags and transport them back and forth. Although this is somewhat troublesome, given their AGI, it won't take them a whole night. After all, even with 400,000 ants, it's still under 100 pounds. Even adding several 100,000 ant eggs, it would only amount to just over 100 pounds. After finalizing the plan, he immediately took the 3 cats to the garbage pile to look for bags. As for the moving route, there has naturally already been a plan in place. After night, the moving work begins. All the ants sprang into action, transporting the ant eggs into the garbage bags, in which Lin did not need to participate at all. He just had to give orders to Queen 1, and everything would operate efficiently. The only thing to be cautious about is that, during the process of moving the bags by the 3 cats, they might be spotted. To prevent the risk of exposure, Lin personally leads each trip if by chance someone encounters them. There's nothing to be done but to take drastic measures. This is survival, it has nothing to do with ethics. He must eliminate any possibility of threats to his own and his team's survival. Fortunately, during the entire night of relocation, nothing unexpected happened. However, after making over 10 trips, Lin checked various places in the sewer and surprisingly found that the cockroach population had significantly decreased, almost being exterminated. Of course, it's impossible to fully exterminate cockroaches, their eggs are scattered everywhere. In a couple of months, the entire sewer system will be overrun with them again. Once all the ants had completed their relocation, Lin began to choose a location for building their nest. He originally planned to build the nest not far behind the slaughterhouse, but after some thought, he decided against it. It's too close to the buildings, posing a risk of exposure. In the end, he chose a nest location 2 kilometers away from the slaughterhouse, on a mountain where there are no villages within a kilometer radius. The only downside here is that it might get a bit noisy at night, as the tunnel at the foot of the mountain connects the highway between City S and City H. This place is good, it looks like we might stay here for quite a while. Standing on the treetop at the mountain's peak and gazing at the distant city, he didn't see many buildings. After all, this is the suburbs, with just a few low-rise buildings a few kilometers away, and then the slaughterhouse. Most of the slaughterhouse structures are metal, with rows of blue metal houses taking up most of the ground, housing cattle and sheep, which are resources for growing his team. When Lin's ant colony arrived at this mountain, their first priority was to establish his palace and ant nest, followed by marking their territory. All the ants began their busy work, while the 3 cats were occupied digging, and Lin himself, with over 1,300 soldier ants, set out to leave markings for the colony. At the edge of the city, even in the mountains, there aren't many large animals. Lin took a stroll and found only dozens of small ant nests and 3 wasp nests within a radius of a few hundred meters. However, these posed no threat to him at present, and instead had some value. Especially in the nests of the wasps, Each of these 3 nests has a queen bee and dozens of large hornets. Lin directly exterminated them, allowing the soldier ants to carry them back to the nest as food. Initially, he planned to capture the queen wasp as a minion, but considering that foreign races would consume INT, and his own male ant army was quite similar to the hornets and easier to command, he abandoned that thought. Just as Lin was building his new base, dark currents were stirring throughout the entire city. Over 10 people have died, and they were all elites from the uniformed department. It's impossible to keep this news under wraps now. After all, each uniformed officer represents a family behind them. And some households are not that simple. Moreover, while Lu Guodong was commanding the operation, there were some staff members in the command room who also witnessed the battle scenes. Consequently, the news of a powerful ant in City S, which even the uniformed officers couldn't handle, quickly spread. Ants can kill people, and they've done so multiple times. Once news of this spreads, it's impossible to keep it under wraps. The most wronged person here is Lu Guodong. The next morning, he received the notice of transfer. In the Shueise Chun Tian Villa area, at this moment, Lu Zhengtang was leisurely drinking tea at home as if nothing had happened. Sitting across from him was a dwarf adult male, only about 80 centimeters tall, wearing a large thumb ring on his left thumb and a gold necklace as thick as his little finger around his neck. Mr. Lu, please rest assured, as long as you cooperate with our actions, our department will absolutely guarantee your safety. Chapter 85 Ordinary Queen 1. Lu Zhengtang took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes, saying, I will fully cooperate with you, even personally take on the role of bait. That is absolutely no problem. I only have one request, and that is to kill that ant. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep well. Mr. Lu, please rest assured. This time our department's plan will ensure that even if Ant-Man, Spider-Man, Iron Man, or the Fantastic Four showed up, we will guarantee they come but one T go back. Now, let's talk about your specific plan. Although you are the confidentiality department, given my abilities, you know some of my background, otherwise, you wouldn't be at my home, right? Also, my son is in the military, currently in Sichuan, so I have some knowledge about the situation there. The dwarf hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, Hana, Mr. Lu, you need to know the specific arrangements first, and I, of course, have nothing to hide. Let's put it this way, we have made 2 preparations this time. The first preparation is at Mr. Lu's home, where we will install a special hunting device in your house, ensuring we can capture that ant. This plan is set in the Lin family's villa. We have monitored the entire Lin family villa and will also install hunting equipment. Special personnel will be on guard, and as soon as that ant enters these 2 areas, even if it's a deity, we will have a way to deal with it. Over the next few days, I must kindly ask Mr. Lu to stay at home. This is not only for your safety but also because, considering your current situation and our understanding of all the cases, it will likely come to Mr. Lu's residence soon. The night in the mountains is quite serene, devoid of the din of the streets and the clamor of crowds. Only the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects and birds can be heard. The moonlight is dim, and the stars are lonely. Lin is enjoying this peaceful moment. Rarely time seems to stand still, with only the occasional roar of cars on the highway below reminding him that time is passing and the years are slipping by. After 2 full days and nights, the ant colony finally settled down. During the sweeping operation over these 2 days, although they lost quite a few ordinary ants, they also took down a large colony with more than 500,000 ants. This allowed his EXP to soar to 1.8 million. Lin had not tamed that group of ants after all. Different species have different pheromones, and when mixed together, it would only create chaos. After finally digesting the meat from the leg of that wild weasel, he successfully returned to his peak condition, including his force value and venom. The limit of the force value needs to be increased. He spent 200,000 EXP to increase the maximum force value to 3.0. Seeing the display of 3.01.0, Lin felt somewhat helpless. Increasing the limit doesn't directly grant force points. He still has to slowly draw and recover from the space. And a power value of 3.0 was already the limit for this level. With this, am I close to advancing to the second level of stage 2? He suddenly realized that only Def and AGI were needed, with each requiring just 1 million EXP. 200,000 EXP, but it's just a matter of going to the cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. Anyway, it's still a bit short. I might as well upgrade the ant colony first, it's in full condition now. I'll visit the slaughterhouse again tonight, and once I reach level 2 of the second tier, I'll go take out that Lu Zhengtang. As the ant colony grows larger, Lin happens to be quite prosperous this time. He directly promotes the level of Queen 1 as well. Queen 1 underwent several transformations and directly reached level 7. The reason for continuously upgrading to level 7 is that Lin discovered that once it reaches level 7, Queen 1 has an INT of 0.3, which is already sufficient for basic conversations through INT sensing. In other words, at level 7, Queen 1 essentially becomes an intelligent life form, capable of understanding the language Lin transmits to it, rather than just simple pheromones. But poor Queen 1 is just an ordinary queen ant, and has not given birth to any skill. However, her size is already close to Lin's after all. As a queen, she has a natural advantage in size. A reproduction tool, there's no need for any special skill. But this breeding tool now had its own thoughts. Every time Lin arrived at its chamber, it would stick to him, rubbing its tentacles against Lin's body. Lin knew what it wanted and could only flee in panic. As Lin ran, he momentarily burst out with an AGI exceeding 12. Oh my! Am I really going to have to deal with an ant long term? I can't accept that. According to feedback from the system, the higher the beings, the more complex their genes, thus the efficiency of reproduction is also lower. Due to the complexity of human genetics, the number of offspring produced is worlds apart compared to that of the Zerg. A level 7 queen ant can only lay 2 or 3 eggs in an hour, which means that Queen 1 can now lay about 60 eggs a day. It's worth noting that it used to lay 600 to 700 eggs daily. Of course, the eggs they produce now have clearly changed, they are more than twice the size of the eggs produced before. Now there are enough queen ants. I am now qualified to pursue both quantity and higher level offspring to ensure the strength of the ant colony develops toward a higher echelon. So now, I can slowly start to upgrade some of the queen ants' levels, allowing them to produce even more advanced descendants. In just a few days, the new queen ants from last time will have their offspring mature, and around 50,000 new ants will mature each day. There will also be a large number of mature princess ants and male ants. Once this batch of princess ants becomes new queen ants, I will upgrade all 75 existing queen ants to level 7. At that point, we can truly expand in both quality and quantity, gradually achieving a quality iteration. Queen 1, don't worry, I won't forget your contributions. When the time comes, I'll elevate you to a life of the Force, allowing you to enjoy the glory of the entire ant colony. The big flowers now, Lin has already assigned them to be responsible for the protection of the entire ant colony, so they are no longer needed when he goes out. So tonight, Lin is acting alone. Anyway, the hill isn't far from the slaughterhouse, just a matter of a few ascents and descents for him. Returning to the slaughterhouse, Lin smiled. The cattle pen had oddly been reinforced with a stainless steel protective net, as thick as a thumb. But the gap was over 10 centimeters wide. It seems the slaughterhouse owner regarded the last incident as an act of man. But really, would have thought it was done by an ant? It seems the boss didn't report it to the authorities at all. I'll try the enhanced venom first. How much venom does it take to poison a cow? Lin climbed through the gap in the protective fence into the cattle pen, selected a bull weighing about 1,000 pounds, jumped on its back, and began injecting venom. This bull was the strongest in the entire pen. If this one could be poisoned, the others would be a breeze. A person injects 0.5 milliliters of venom and can't last a minute. How about a cow? He injected 0.5 milliliters of venom into the bull and then quietly waited aside, using the inspect skill to observe the bull's data. Chapter 86, The Bull Has Gone Crazy. The bull's stats began to plummet rapidly, and within 2 minutes, the numbers had dropped by a third. At that moment, the bull started to become agitated because the toxin made its skin itch intensely, and a sharp pain coursed through its body. The venom of the red fire ant can obliterate cells after enhancing it. It's as if someone is using a knife to destroy muscle tissue and damage bone membrane wherever its blood and fluids go, causing pain akin to being cut 1,000 times. In agony, the bull began to go berserk, its eyes bloodshot, and it charged headfirst at the metal shed, even tearing away the rope from its nose. Blood streamed from its nostrils. It turned out the rope hadn't snapped but had instead ripped its nose. Is it going mad to this extent? Lin was startled. The commotion was too intense, and the bull, with over 12 str, had created a huge dent in the metal shed. But it wasn't over. Since the bull hadn't broken through the metal shed on its first charge, it aimed for the neighboring bull instead. Moo! The bull that was charged directly was flipped onto the ground, emitting a long, surprised cry. Lin truly didn't expect such a turn of events. Such a loud noise had already alarmed the staff outside, and someone shouted to come in and check. Lin didn't want to expose himself at this moment. He certainly didn't want to move again right after just relocating. Killing cattle and killing people are completely two different things. He made a swift decision and turned to squeeze out through a gap in the protective fence. A few minutes later, the bull could no longer stand it. Lay there weakly, letting out a deep moo sound, blood filling its mouth. At that moment, it didn't even know what was happening. It just felt completely paralyzed and began to rub its body against the wall with the little strength it had left, causing the metal shed to creak. 8 minutes later, the bull was completely out of strength and entered a near-death state. 10 minutes later, Lin received 660,000 EXP after crawling onto the tin roof, but he did not leave. 0.5 milliliters of venom can kill an adult bull in just 10 minutes. Lin was also shocked by his own enhanced venom. The toxins in this venom are not just enhanced, they are practically mutated. In the cattle shed, over a dozen workers were making a racket, with someone on the phone calling the manager to come over. A man around 170 centimeters tall and weighing about 260 pounds came into the cattle shed a few minutes later. This fat man, named Zhou Yunsheng, is a local who has been running this slaughterhouse for over 20 years. Only locals can manage this kind of business. Boss! This bull just went mad, ran into a wall, and killed itself. Someone started to explain. Everyone chimed in. Did you see it? Zhou Yunsheng was a bit confused. After managing the slaughterhouse for many years, he had seen mad cows before, but he had never heard of one that killed itself. Yes, when we came in just now, we saw it recklessly running into walls and posts, even knocking over the other cow next to it, and eventually it simply killed itself by crashing into the wall. Check the surveillance. There must be surveillance in the cattle shed. Boss, the surveillance is broken. I just checked the wiring, and it seems a rat chewed through it. Lin, you are the rat. Your whole family are rats. Zhou Yunsheng's eyes darted around, and he immediately went to check the safety barriers. After inspecting the area, he found no signs of tampering with the barriers. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind: the barriers were intact, so it's not human-made. Could this possibly be mad cow disease? With this thought, a surge of immense fear welled up inside Zhou Yunsheng, causing him to slip and nearly fall. Fortunately, someone with keen eyes quickly helped him stay upright. If it truly is mad cow disease, this could become a serious issue, and he must leave this place quickly. So Zhou Yunsheng instructed as if nothing happened. Li Daofu, you are in charge of this matter. Take everyone and bury the bull in the back mountain. This bull might have been frightened, and luckily it didn't cause any other incidents. By the way, regarding what happened tonight, everyone will get a bonus of 5,000 yuan, but remember, keep it confidential and don't tell your families. Finally, he laid down the law: if anyone leaks this matter, I'll make sure their family suffers. You all know my capabilities. Causing an accident in this area is not difficult for me. Upon hearing Zhou Yunsheng's words, everyone realized something. However, that kind of virus should statistically not appear here. It's likely just an isolated incident. Zhou Yunsheng hurriedly drove away. Although the probability of that virus appearing here is extremely low, staying even a minute longer is a great risk. After Zhou Yunsheng left, more than a dozen workers stopped killing cows and directly brought over a towing truck, several hands assisting in pushing the bull to the back mountain. Lin watched these people burying a cow's body, and a thought began to form in his mind. If I keep poisoning today and a few cows go crazy overnight, Zhou Yunsheng might report me out of fear. But what if I gradually boiled the frog? If just 1 or 2 cows go crazy each day, he'll definitely still have a sense of luck. Not only won't he report me, but he'll also to find a way to operate and sell the slaughterhouse. Putting myself in his shoes, if I were in business, I would do the same. But if he sells in a hurry because of this, then there will be plenty of room for manipulation in between. Having made up his mind, he left the slaughterhouse. Back on the mountain, he began to share the perspective of the minions, starting with Bella. This little guy was still practicing her knife skills quite late, focusing on draw techniques. However, due to her small stature, she wasn't using Luluan's knife but instead wielded a wooden sword. Lin had no idea that even if he didn't appear, Bella would probably have guessed his identity, especially since recently the legend of Ant-Man had been confirmed, and given how close it was to her home, it was impossible for her not to have suspicions. Next was Luo Yu, who claimed to be a time traveler. Lin had shared his perspective multiple times but had not yet found evidence of his claims. This guy was actually studying books on business management. After sharing the view from the male ants left in the city and finding nothing amiss, Lin finally remembered that he still had an undercover agent. In the past couple of days, Fang Yuanzheng's data had been recovering rapidly. He had been successfully revived. Switching to Fang Yuanzheng's data, Lin was immediately intrigued. At this hour, you're still awake? In Fang Yuanzheng's view, all he could see was the ceiling. It seemed he was in a daze. Having gone through something like this, fresh out of sleep, no one would be able to rest. As for the strange events, he could accept the existence of ants, especially since he had heard all about it from Ying Xiong long ago. But becoming a minion of the ants left Fang Yuanzheng somewhat questioning his life choices. He wanted to resist and consider it a temporary measure, but deep down, a voice kept reminding him, "You are already a minion of the master. You cannot betray, for betraying only leads to one outcome: death." He certainly didn't want to die. But the more he struggled and resisted, the stronger the feeling of death became. He had experienced death once, so naturally, he cherished life. Forget it. It seems I can only resign myself to fate. Dozens of miles away, Lin naturally heard Fang Yuanzheng's mutterings. At this moment, he had transformed into a black line, disappearing into the vast night, headed straight for the hospital where Fang Yuanzheng was. Chapter 87, So Understanding, Worth Cultivating. Lin's AGI was now faster, almost approaching the speed of sound if it burst forth. He had just spent 1 million EXP to raise his AGI to a value of 24. Of course, this can't last long. It's just an outburst of AGI, like a human's ultimate AGI sprinter, which only reaches a speed of over 40 kilometers within 100 meters, but can only maintain that for 10 seconds. Such fast AGI, with such a small size, even a camera would hardly be able to capture its presence. Of course, military equipment is another matter. In just a few ascents and descents, he had already appeared on top of the central hospital building where Fang Yuanzheng was. Through the detection of pheromones, he quickly pinpointed Fang Yuanzheng's hospital room. Although it was late at night, the hospital was still brightly lit. Lin approached Fang Yuanzheng's hospital room along the outside wall, observed for a moment, and finding nothing out of the ordinary, entered the room. Upon seeing Lin, Fang Yuanzheng immediately rolled his eyes towards the door, relieved to see it was closed. His neck was wrapped in bandages, making it difficult to turn, so he could only shift his gaze by moving his eyes. "You must be Fang Yuanzheng. You can call me Wang." Lin got straight to the point without any niceties, knowing that the other person's life and death were in his hands. He was the master, and everything about the other person now belonged to him. Fang Yuanzheng squeezed out a weak sound with great difficulty. "Esteemed Wang. Your arrival, do you have any tasks for me? I may disappoint you in my current state. I can't do anything." "Of course, you can't do anything. Before you recover, I don't need you to do anything. But I need one thing, which might be difficult for others, but should be relatively easy for you. Wang. Please tell me. Whatever I can do, I will do my utmost." After saying this, Fang Yuanzheng was surprised by his own response, realizing he hadn't even thought about it and was just eager to do anything for this master before him. I need a mobile phone, a SIM card, one that can't even be tracked by satellites. Since the last incident, Lin had been cautious about using any high-tech devices. This is indeed not difficult for me. I can obtain foreign mobile phones and foreign SIM cards, and I can definitely get them online. Of course, this doesn't guarantee absolute security. Esteemed Wang, is this task you assigned to me really so simple? For now, it is that simple. By the way, since you've woken up, someone is bound to come looking for you, possibly from a special department. I believe you know how to act. You may share everything you know, except for your relationship with me. I will be aware of everything that happens here, and you don't need to notify me separately. Once everything is prepared, I'll find you. Lin's words left Fong Yuanzhong utterly shocked. This Ant King, being able to know everything that happens here, just what kind of ant is this? Does it have built-in long-range surveillance? Is this a super ability after mutation? Lin saw the shock in Fong Yuanzhong's eyes and naturally felt somewhat pleased. Take good care of yourself. I hereby grant you the ability to recover faster with SCR. If everything goes well, I will reward you with something unexpected. Saying this, Lin had already reached the bedside, lifting a paw to tap Fong Yuanzhong's forehead. Fong Yuanzhong indeed felt a change in his body. He seemed to have gained a lot of INT and was eager to jump around. Lin had just spent 50,000 EXP to add to his DEF, bringing it up to 2.5. The reason for doing this was naturally due to the sense of ritual. A sense of ritual is essential in faith. No one could have imagined that a survivor from the Uniform Bureau's major incident would turn out to be an undercover agent. This method has surpassed human understanding. Upon learning that Fong Yuanzhong had woken up, Director Chiu Changqing came personally the next morning to show his concern. However, Fong Yuanzhong did not see Deputy Director Lu Guodong. Accompanying Chiu Changqing was a dwarf. From Fong Yuanzhong's perspective, he could only see the other's head. Besides them, there were two female reporters from the S-City Urban News. Comrade Fong Yuanzhong, you're finally awake. On behalf of the entire Uniform Bureau, I express my heartfelt respect to you. At this moment, Fong Yuanzhong felt resentment, but he didn't dare show it. He struggled to emit a weak voice, saying, "Thank you for the concern, leader. This was my duty. I'm just lucky to have survived. It's unfortunate for my team members, they all sacrificed, and I feel guilty towards their families." Hearing Fong Yuanzhong say this, Chiu Changqing smiled and secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. This Fong Yuanzhong, though young, is very understanding, and his words are well measured. He is worth nurturing. The key is that he has no background, which won't involve other forces and makes him easy to take under one's wing. Even Lin, who was sharing Fong Yuanzhong's perspective, couldn't help but nod in agreement. They all did not know that what Fong Yuanzhong said was indeed heartfelt. Chiu Changqing brought encouragement and also good news. After Fong Yuanzhong recovers, he will return to his position as a captain. Finally, Chiu Changqing introduced the dwarf next to him. This is Mr. Zhuo Wu, sent from above specifically to take charge of the recent series of cases. Mr. Zhuo Wu may need to ask you some questions now. Fong Yuanzhong, if you have anything to say, you can tell him. He will take revenge for your fallen comrades. Zhuo Wu also spoke timely, saying, "Captain Fong, we might need to make some arrangements regarding these cases, and there are some questions we need you to disclose to us." Fong Yuanzhong knew that the other party was sent from a special department, and their politeness towards him was already due to Chiu Changqing and the media personnel being present. Just as Fong Yuanzhong was about to respond, Zhuo Wu turned his head and said to the two female reporters from the urban newspaper, "The upcoming matters concern the security of Huaxia. Please step aside for now." The two reporters clearly didn't expect this, and their faces turned red instantly. One of the camera women said, "Mr. Zhuo, citizens have the right to know. With such a big issue, you must give the public an explanation. We need to be present." Zhuo Wu shook his head and looked at Director Chiu Changqing and said, "Director Chiu, they are making things difficult for me. I don't want to get my hands dirty." Chiu Changqing's face turned dark. These two reporters were incredibly clueless. Although some issues are bound to be uncovered sooner or later, for now, only the high-ups know. The public is just speculating. If they were to expose the details through media coverage, even he would have to face consequences. Thinking of this, Chiu Changqing immediately said, "Please step away for now. Once the case is closed, I will hold a press conference, and I'll invite both of you to attend then." However, Chiu Changqing didn't expect the two female reporters to be so persistent, refusing to leave. When Chiu Changqing saw that his persuasion was ineffective, he contemplated calling the uniformed staff outside to forcibly take the two away. But at that moment, Zhuowu had lost his patience. Suddenly, he yanked General One's camera, and with a loud crash, it shattered into pieces. The other person, still holding a microphone and ready to speak, was ignored by Zhuowu, who jumped up to a height of about 1.56 meters in a twist, bringing both palms down onto the necks of the two. With such momentum, how could this be the stature of an 80 centimeters tall dwarf? It was clearly a ferocious ancient beast. Fang Yuanzhang and Xiao Changqing were both well informed, but they had never witnessed such a defiance of physics before. Both were left utterly astonished. Looking at the two female reporters again, they had already fainted. Even the heavy thud of falling to the ground hadn't roused them. Chapter 88, The Appearance of a Celestial Being. Zhuowu, having knocked out the two reporters, rubbed his hands and said, "Director Qiu, can you take care of the aftermath?" "Sure." This matter was indeed their obstruction of official duties. What else could Xiao Changqing say? Zhuowu was too domineering after all. The other party was composed of reporters. Wasn't he worried about them writing whatever they pleased? Of course, even if the two reporters wrote whatever they liked, he wasn't worried. He could block the news so thoroughly that it would be easy for that media outlet to publish no information at all. But ultimately, this was a troublesome situation. Zhuowu clearly knew that Xiao Changqing was capable of doing this. "All right, it's quiet now. Captain Fang, please recount everything you saw that day." Fang Yuanzhang did not hold back, describing in detail everything from their departure, to encountering the ants, and finally to his own fainting. Zhuowu's expression was clearly satisfied, nodding as he said, "Captain Fang's account was very professional, and the specifics of that ant were quite detailed. It will certainly aid us in making targeted deployments." "How much do you know about the three cats?" Fang Yuanzhang said, "We didn't see those three cats, so don't worry about Mr. Zhuo laughing at us. We haven't even fought against an ant." Fang Yuanzhang's face showed a bit of embarrassment. Zhuowu clearly already understood the situation and didn't seem surprised. Instead, he comforted him by saying, "Well, we generally understand this. There was a video in the command room that day confirmed what you said was true. By the way, Captain Fang, I see that your overall vitality is extremely strong, and your recovery ability far exceeds that of an average person. I'm afraid with these injuries, you could be discharged in less than a week. I've looked into your records back in school. Your grades weren't particularly outstanding, and in terms of physical fitness, you were just above average. How do you explain that?" Upon hearing Zhuowu's question, Fang Yuanzhang was clearly taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to discern his recovery capacity. But as his mind raced, he immediately figured out her response. "To be honest, I really love this job. Even after graduating and entering the workforce, I've never slacked off on my training. Additionally, after joining Team Yi, the expectations from Team Yi have always been very high, so my state has been steadily improving." As Zhuowu listened to Fang Yuanzhang's words, he didn't detect any flaws, and instead, he looked impressed. Yes, Captain Fang is a talented individual with limitless potential. By the way, regarding that Bella, Luoyu, and Jing, setting aside the previous report's contents, what are your own views? After thinking for a moment, Fang Yuanzhang replied, "I believe the masterminds behind this series of murders are likely connected to these three individuals. However, I've also looked into these three, and they shouldn't be the main instigators. On the day we acted, we had actually moved Bella and Luoyu elsewhere, and there was someone specifically monitoring them, without discovering anything unusual. As for Jing, we also monitored him in real time that day, and he had an alibi. We even checked who he contacted that day, so the mastermind behind that ant cannot be him." "Do you think there is a possibility that the mastermind is Lin?" "Lin?" Upon hearing this name, Fang Yuanzhang was suddenly taken aback. "That Lin? Didn't he die long ago? Have you seen the body?" "Of course. I, along with several officers from the Uniform Bureau, have seen it with our own eyes. In fact, forensic expert old who even performed an autopsy, so it can't be wrong. That is strange. Based on our analysis of all the motives for this case, the primary suspect for these cases turns out to be a dead person. But that is alright, whoever it is, this person will soon surface. If he doesn't come out, we'll take Bella into custody." "Bella? You intend to use Bella to force him out?" This little girl has been the key to the entire case from the very beginning, something you, I, and Ian Xiong all know. But all of you have overlooked one crucial point, and that is Bella's extraordinary STR. Zhuo Wu's words detonated in Fang Yuanzheng's mind like a bomb. A 7-year-old girl, possessing the STR of an adult man. This is something he and Ian Xiong have known for a long time and witnessed with their own eyes. Yet, they treated her as just a little girl from start to finish. And they absolutely did not believe that there could be super STR in this world. Even Ian Xiong only came to believe it after witnessing that ant during the Queen 1 operation. And even then, despite Ian Xiong sharing his experiences, he still had his doubts, and even if he did believe it, he thought it was nothing all that remarkable, certainly not anything immensely powerful. But the reality is, they suffered a total defeat. Only now does Fang Yuanzheng connect the dots, realizing that he could obtain STR through a method granted by others. What about others? Could Bella not do the same? And since such a thing as granting STR exists, why can't the deceased Lin be alive? In an instant, Fang Yuanzheng understood everything. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Lin, he was very certain. As for the relationship between Lin and the Ant King, he still did not know. Just as Fang Yuanzheng came to this realization, Lin, who was on the mountain, widened his compound eyes in shock. For he clearly noticed that Fang Yuanzheng's INT had actually increased by 0.1, becoming 1.2. Is there really such a thing? System. Please explain, can INT really increase like this? Of course. This is called enlightenment. Also known as a sudden realization. When INT is under extreme tension and for a prolonged period, if one can break out of the shackles by themselves and gain clarity, there will be progress, or even a breakthrough beyond limits. Of course, this also relates to the individual's talent. Hearing the system explain this, Lin felt a sense of relief in his heart. It's a good thing I kept this Fang Yuanzheng around. I really want to know what surprises he will bring me. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hospital room was also extremely peculiar. Xiao Changqing had no idea what was going on, as he wasn't very familiar with the case and had no interest in discussing it. But Zhuo Wu, who was getting updates from Fang Yuanzheng, suddenly brightened up, his face filled with shock. At his level, he was already able to sense some of others' physical conditions. He distinctly felt the change in Fang Yuanzheng's INT. This person actually has such INT talent, it's truly extraordinary. Moreover, he achieved this transformation without the aid of any drugs. If he could enter the department, wouldn't he be on par with those few? Could it be that because he experienced a life and death situation, his INT has been refined? Zhuo Wu fell into deep thought, considering whether to recommend Fang Yuanzheng to the department. Originally planning to leave, Zhuo Wu, after having this thought, began discussing the case with Fang Yuanzheng again. Not only that, he also started to seek Fang Yuanzheng's opinion on some specific arrangements. Fang Yuanzheng clearly felt that Zhuo Wu's attitude towards him and the tone of his speech had noticeably changed. Zhuo Wu had no idea that he had completely laid bare his cards in front of the opponent he aimed to confront, without any reservations. Chapter 89, For Survival, That's All. Fang Yuanzheng always remembered what Wang had said, I will know everything that happens here, and you don't need to notify me separately. He didn't know how Wang could know everything that happened here, but this time he wanted to extract as much information as possible, so he actively engaged in the topic brought up by Zhuo Wu, providing suggestions that the other party greatly appreciated. You have now controlled the Lin family villa. Why do you still want to move Bella? Isn't this unnecessary? I think as long as we keep watch at the Lin family villa and Mr. Lu's home, the hidden master behind the ants will have to take action, even if they don't show up, right? Fang Yuanzheng voiced his doubt. As for Fang Yuanzheng's question, Zhuo Wu not only did not find it strange, but patiently explained. Our goal is not to kill that ant and a few cats, but to unearth the master behind these things. Moreover, exposing the mastermind is not our ultimate goal. What we need to clarify is why this person is able to mutate the ants and cats. We need to cut off the source, otherwise, this mastermind, who can cultivate ants and cats, might be able to cultivate other things as well. Saying this, Zhuo Wu glanced at Qiu Changqing behind him and continued, Director Qiu, you must know that the situation over in Sichuan is becoming hard to control, right? Qiu Changqing nodded. I know, it is said that the fog is continuing to expand, and the military can barely control the situation. We just don't know how far this fog will spread. Some even suggested that since the fog contains substances causing biological mutations, why not let it go like in the US? Humph. Let it go. These people are thinking too simplistically. The national conditions aren't the same. Think about it in Huaxia. If the public obtained STR that is beyond control, what would happen? At that time, there would be no order at all. Therefore, STR must be in our hands. Ordinary citizens only need protection and to follow the law, maintaining harmony and stability. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuanzheng understood that ordinary people were not allowed to obtain uncontrollable STR, and Zuowu was clearly one of those who supported this viewpoint. So, how do you plan to deal with Bella? Fang Yuanzheng's question was on behalf of someone else. What should be done? A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. Unless her backer can be of use to me, becoming one of us and surrendering everything he has, all of this will disappear. It must disappear. But he has killed your people, and not just one. If he really surrenders, how can you accept him? Murder? Yanling died due to her arrogance, looking down on everything without regard for others. This time she didn't die, but she will next time. Luluan died because of his conceit, his excessive confidence. Firearms form a huge chasm between humans and animals. He abandoned the advantage he had. If he escapes this time, he will still die next time. Their deaths are merely a process of elimination. If he has such qualifications, killing those two isn't murder, rather, it's proof of his ability. Cold air poured in through the window, and Fang Yuanzheng saw only indifference in Zuowu's eyes. Perhaps, if ordinary people possessed SCR, they would also become like this? Viewing life as mere grass. That ant was like that to more than 10 people, and just like that, they were killed. Where is fairness in life? In fact, it was all for survival, nothing more. Clear perspective. Lin muttered something, then turned around, descending from the crawling stone and entering the palace. The Lin family's villa had already been sealed off. It is said that they created a hunting net using a titanium alloy from spacecraft shells, preparing to hunt themselves along with Big Flower and the others. The strength, plasticity, and toughness of titanium alloy are exceptional. If I'm relying solely on SCR, it's almost impossible for me to break free. But based on Fang Yuan's descriptions and previous records, they have no idea that I possess the flame ring. The flame ring is my ultimate finishing move. No cage can hope to trap me. Pure titanium has a melting point of over 1600 degrees. Titanium alloy has a lower melting point of around 1000 degrees. My flame ring can even melt a hunting net. Moreover, whether that hunting net can actually cover me is another question. I'm not just going to stand there like a sitting duck waiting for you to catch me. The real problem is, I'm in the dark, and you're in the light. I am the hunter. The only thing I need to be cautious of is the gun. Currently, Lin still cannot withstand such firearms. After all, the flame ring consumes original energy, and his current energy likely won't sustain many shots. Luo Yu and Bella can no longer stay in the Lin family villa. They have become a burden to me. Letting them use the company to pursue the plan to acquire the slaughterhouse is completely unrealistic now. Lin quickly pondered what his next move should be. Plans often fall short of changes. Since the acquisition of the slaughterhouse has turned into a pipe dream, I no longer need to hold back. I'll just go for it while it's still dark. Let's level up tonight. If you don't provide me with space to survive, I will flip the table and declare war. This is a survival war for the race. There is no room for maneuver. Soon, Lin arrived again at the slaughterhouse, but he found that the people in the cattle pen had not dispersed. This is going to be problematic. It can't be that I'm going to kill innocents, right? After a brief hesitation, Lin turned and crawled towards the sheep pen. The sheep pen was empty, and the distance to the cattle pen exceeded 100 meters. Kill. Without any hesitation, once he confirmed his target, he jumped in directly into the sheep pen. With his current AGI, jumping repeatedly in the sheep pen, the over 3 centimeter long jaws acted like a reaping scythe, continuously slicing through the sheep's necks. The flock had no power to resist. Even the sheep couldn't see Lin's presence and only made choking noises after they fell over. They couldn't bleed out because their throats were ruptured. A single sheep gives about 10,000 EXP, that's pretty good. The sheep in the pen kept falling over, and a river of red liquid began to pool. Lin took only half an hour to slaughter over 300 sheep in the entire pen. He was too lazy to care about the reaction of the slaughterhouse owner, Zhou Yunsheng, after witnessing this scene. After finishing, he immediately disappeared into the night. Returning to the palace, he wasted no time and directly began his path to promotion. Now there are a total of 4.65 million EXP. Let's spend 1.2 million to max out DEF, then we'll upgrade before handling other matters. 10 minutes later, a giant ant, measuring a full 30 centimeters in length, rolled down from the throne, impossible to hide perfectly anywhere. Indeed, it rolled down. This time, with all aspects doubled, the size increase was even greater, directly jumping from 25 centimeters in length to 30 centimeters. Thus, the skeletal throne they had built earlier was too small. No one saw. Lin felt secretly relieved, but turned around to see Queen One at the entrance of the palace, staring blankly over here. Get lost. It's a wonderful time, why are you coming here instead of laying eggs? This Queen One, ever since being promoted to level 7, surprisingly started visiting. I want the king's essence. Lin wanted to drive Queen One back into the anthill, but the other party said this, instantly making Lin roll his eyes. This has become a big deal. Chapter 90, INT Transmission. Queen One proactively came over to express her needs, leaving Lin with a massive headache. He hadn't even checked the changes after his evolution. Though he knew that with the development of the ant colony, more queens would reach higher levels or even progress to higher tiers, gaining greater intelligence. But he was not prepared to become a breeding machine. Simply put, the essence is limited. No, that's not right. I have given you essence before, so logically, you shouldn't need to mate again for life, right? No. I need it. I need it now. The eggs I'm producing now can no longer hatch descendants. Queen One actively attached herself.